Chapter 1. Number 4 Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey. It should be right here. But why do I always feel that this place seems familiar? The drizzle of rain fell on the dark raincoat. A pair of brown leather boots stained with mud stopped in front of a gloomy British-style building. John murmured in his mouth, still wanting to take a look at his surroundings. At this time, a middle-aged woman who seemed to have been waiting at the door for a long time suddenly rushed over despite the rain after seeing him appear. "Mr. Konstantin? You must be Mr. Konstantin, right?" The woman's voice was urgent. A pair of dark bags under the eyes and clear bloodshot eyes, all indicating the collapse of the person in front of him. "Yes, Mrs. Lawrence." After hearing John's reply, the woman's face clearly showed some distrust of the young man in front of her. "But the current situation at home can only be solved by the person in front of you. Quick, please, Mr. Konstantin, you must save my child." Mrs. Lawrence dragged John quickly into her house. He was anxiously trying to explain the current situation, but at the end of the sentence, he broke down and burst into tears. John was already used to this. As soon as he walked into the house, he first saw 7 or 8 restless people in the living room. One of the couples made his eyes startled slightly. "Look familiar, but I can't think of a specific place where I saw it." There were waves of strange roars coming from upstairs, as well as the screams of several men, leaving John no time to think too much. He immediately picked up his suitcase and hurried upstairs. God, Lawrence's family must have been deceived. This kid is obviously a pretender. A middle-aged man with a body as fat as a ball whispered in a low voice. "Be careful. Don't talk nonsense here. If Mrs. Lawrence hears it, she will never let us go. Such weird things are not unique to the Lawrence family, right?" After hearing his wife's words, he thought of the little ghost he fostered in his home. He couldn't help but cursed again in his heart. Fake. That kid must have been sent by the devil to torture me. Upstairs, John had just walked to the door of a bedroom and immediately saw the man tied up on the bed. The body seems to have no bones and joints, and the figure is twisting and struggling strangely. "Zerchet, Frank, think of a solution quickly. Damn, this guy is so strong." The 2 strong men pressed each other desperately, but at this moment, the 2 of them felt like they were on a roller coaster, and their bodies were constantly being affected by the boy who was obviously possessed by the devil. Flying around in a toss. With a bang sound, one of the fat men was thrown away on the spot and hit the wall hard, unable to get up for a long time. And the expression of the remaining person changed drastically in an instant. Roar. He looked like a monster, suddenly opening his bloody mouth at his son. The jagged gums like those of a wild beast, coupled with the stench that hit his face, made the man almost faint without rolling his eyes. Fortunately at this time, a palm with 2 gold cross rings suddenly poked out from one side. "Our Heavenly Father, may your name be magnified. Your kingdom come, may your will be done on earth." A long string of verses that seemed to be recited in Latin followed the moment when the palm suddenly pressed on the young man's face. The smell of sulfur was accompanied by the boy's violent, painful struggle. The sound echoed throughout the entire building in an instant. "Ah! Zerchet! God, oh my God!" A scream full of panic and fear came from the mouth of the man who was suppressing the boy. His eyes widened, as if he had seen something incredible. In his sight, there seemed to be something terrible underneath the skin of his son's body, struggling and surging inside him, like a strange fish wrapped in plastic wrap. And as John finished reciting a shocking curse, the boy who was still struggling seemed to have lost all his strength in an instant and lay helpless on the bed. "Can't even move a finger." "Oh my God! How did you do that?" The male owner of the house slowly climbed up in surprise, looking at him as if he had seen God. He was taking out a medicine bottle, a Bible, and some silver jewelry of different styles from the suitcase. John smiled lightly. "Mr. Lawrence, don't be nervous. The thing inside your child is not a demon. In other words, it is not qualified to be called a demon," John said as he spoke. At the same time, he unscrewed a small bottle and instantly sprayed the liquid inside on the young man's body. Roar. The increasingly rich smell of sulfur is accompanied by rising white smoke. In the room, there were sudden waves of creepy, unknown whispers. At the door, the people downstairs who finally couldn't restrain their curiosity carefully poked their heads out. What caught their eyes was the scene of an exorcism ceremony in the bedroom that they couldn't understand at all. A portable lamp burning with a golden red flame was placed on the windowsill by John. The boy's body was close to the light, filled with white smoke, and it seemed that he could even see the ferocious skeleton. On the other side of the boy, John held a silver-white pendant cage that was only the size of a palm. Picking up a simple-looking mirror with one hand. "In the name of God, drive you out of the world, the devil retreats." Roar. Chapter 2. Roar. Amid the painful roar, The young man's body was in everyone's frightened gaze, like a torn sack being pulled wildly in a tornado. The sound of cracking bones almost paralyzed Mrs. Lawrence, who happened to see this scene, and she supported Mr. Lawrence, who was standing in front of her. At this moment, his face had already lost its color. John's eyes were resolute, and under the illumination of the holy fire oil lamp, they were filled with a sense of divine majesty. In the name of ranking, I will drive you out of the world. The devil retreats. There was another loud roar, as the exorcism mirror in John's hand got closer to the opponent. The thick black smoke was finally forced out of the young man's body like a ghost with teeth and claws, illuminated by the surrounding firelight. Next moment, wow! The silver pendant cage held in John's other hand instantly released a bright white light. Amidst the screams of the black shadow, he was immediately forcibly pulled in. It was like a wind chime being blown, and the sweet sound it made John couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. At this time, the young man possessed by the evil spirit finally softened and lay on the bed. On the skin of the body, the dark red marks under the skin gradually faded. "Mom." A weak call made the frightened Mrs. Lawrence feel as if she heard the sound of nature. "Oh God, my baby, oh, you're okay. Oh my God, you're finally okay." John did not disturb the relaxing family and silently packed up his things. And that was when the Lawrence family hugged each other and cried with joy. A cold voice sounded in John Konstantin's mind at this moment. Ding! The exorcism ritual is completed. Successfully exorcised D-level evil spirit *1. Reward: D-level exorcism treasure chest *1 ding. It is detected that the target is perfectly captured alive by the host. Reward *2. Ding. You obtained D-level exorcism treasure chest *2, downstairs living room. John Konstantin smiled and drank the black tea brewed by Mr. Lawrence himself. Some of the neighbors around him were excitedly surrounding him at this moment. Even though Mr. Lawrence obviously meant to drive people away, these people all pretended not to notice. God, Mr. Konstantin, are you a clergyman of the Holy See? That monster just now, is it really a demon? Demons really exist in this world? So is there also hell? Oh, dear. I once drove one of my business rivals to death. Will I go to hell? Among these people, Vernon Dursley, who had squeezed to the front due to his size advantage, looked the most excited. It seemed that he had forgotten that when John first came here, he said that the other party was a liar behind his back. Mr. Konstantin, I am Vernon Dursley, Mr. Lawrence's neighbor. I have a question. Is it possible that a person possessed by a demon will also act like a vampire? How much food and clothing do you need every day with the people around you? Walter. John was stunned for a moment, not understanding what the other party meant. But in my mind, I felt more and more that the guy in front of me and his wife seemed particularly familiar. But for a long time, I just couldn't remember where I had seen each other. Seeing that Vernon Dursley was so shameless and had no intention of leaving at all, Mr. Lawrence's face suddenly turned cold. Mr. Dursley, I think it's time for you to go back and prepare dinner, right? After all, you have 2 children who need to grow up. As he spoke, he didn't even give these annoying guys in front of him a chance to refute. Suddenly, he took out an envelope from his arms and handed it to John with a smile. Mr. Konstantin, this is your exorcism fee, £20,000. The extra £10,000 is my personal thanks to you. £20,000. This figure is in today's era of economic difficulties in the UK and the pound crisis. Definitely a big number. Even someone with a good financial situation like Mr. Lawrence must not have a small amount of money. However, in response, John Konstantin just smiled slightly and reached out to take it without any refusal. Haha, don't worry, I understand what Mr. Lawrence means very well. The monster in your child's body is just an evil spirit that has no climate. You can understand it as a slightly older ghost. In the next period of time, take a good rest, get some sunshine, and avoid going to the cemetery in the future so that this kind of thing won't happen again. Hear the words. The worry in Mr. Lawrence's eyes finally completely dissipated at this moment. John received his reward and was still thinking about the reward of his 2 D-class exorcism treasure chests, even though he declined Mr. Lawrence's dinner invitation. He stood up and walked out of Lawrence's house, surrounded by everyone. However, as soon as he went out, a cry of collapse suddenly came from the house next door. Mom, help. The expressions of the Dursleys and Mr. and Mrs. Dursley, who were following John, changed drastically in an instant. Looking at the overwhelming owls, I suddenly seemed to think of something terrible. I screamed and rushed towards my home. And it was precisely this scene that caused John, who had never thought about why the 2 looked so familiar, to have his brain shut down in an instant. What the hell? Vernon Dursley, isn't Petunia Dursley Harry Potter's aunt and uncle? This world is still Harry Potter's world. And wizards. While he was dazed, the Dursleys had roughly pulled a thin little boy out of the house. A letter fell at John's feet. He thought for a while, picked up the letter, and walked to the other party. Hi, this letter should be yours, right? Chapter 3. Harry Potter's thin and helpless figure fell down at the door of the courtyard filled with rain and mud. Looking at the house, my uncle and aunt were anxiously checking Dudley, who was overwhelmed by the Hogwarts admission notice, with complex expressions and deep envy. The thin and worn clothes made him feel that his body began to be surrounded by cold air in just a moment. Just at this time, a voice that was obviously a little childish, but inexplicably gave people a sense of warmth and stability, suddenly came from behind. Turn around. The figure that came into view made Harry Potter's pupils shrink slightly. A slightly heavier curtain of rain fell from the gray sky. The young man in front of him, who seemed to be about the same age as himself, was dressed like a mature traveler, wearing a custom-made suit and a windbreaker. A finely knitted black and white scarf hangs naturally from the front of the other party's windbreaker. A pair of brown leather boots, which seemed to be the right size for the other person's feet. But just by looking at each other, an interest called self-consciousness spread in Harry's young mind. John looked at Harry, who was dazed, and then looked at Harry, who was all wet, and his glasses were covered with rain. He immediately shook his head. The fire of heaven, armor me. Mercy, forgive my sins. Wow. Just like on a dark and gray, gloomy, rainy day, a ray of sunshine suddenly bloomed through the dark clouds. A ball of flame with warm heat bloomed from John's hand. While it instantly dispelled the chill from Harry Potter's body, it also seemed to illuminate his gloomy eyes in an instant. This. He opened his mouth wide and looked at the magical scene in front of him. He couldn't help but take off his glasses and wipe them. Behind John, Mr. Lawrence, who was also following, saw poor Harry and couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. Damn it, Dursley. I'm going to report them to the Child Protection Organization. This is abuse. Despite what he said, Mr. Lawrence's eyes, just like Harry's at this moment, were looking straight at the flame in John's hand. In his heart, he already regarded the young man in front of him as a mysterious existence that could never be offended. Exorcist. If it hadn't been for the bizarre thing that happened to his child, he would never have believed that demons and exorcists existed in this world. Hi, this letter should be yours, right? Seeing that Harry Potter was stunned and silent, John repeated it again. Hearing this, Harry Potter suddenly came back to his senses. She gratefully took the letter from John's hand and then looked at it carefully. At this moment, her uncle and aunt were still comforting cousin Dudley at home. Sir, are you doing magic? Although I haven't really seen magic yet. However, the magical messenger owl has given Harry Potter a prototype of a fantasy about the magical world. Hear the words. John was stunned at first. He was obviously about the same age as Harry Potter, but he was called Sir by the other party, which made him feel a little weird. Fortunately, he immediately realized that it was the effect of his outfit, so he smiled lightly and dissipated the holy fire curse in his hand. Shrugged. Roughly the same. He didn't mean to explain too much. Even after he knew that places like Hogwarts existed in this world, he also knew that wizards existed. However, while living in Goldfinger and being able to improve his strength through constant exorcisms, John really had no intention of going to Hogwarts. He took a look and could still vaguely hear the Dursleys scolding Harry Potter, saying words such as freak, and he should have been sent away a long time ago. Even if it is blocked by the sound of rain, it can be heard clearly. He shook his head slightly, reached out, and patted the other party's shoulder. Good luck. With that said, he said goodbye to Mr. Lawrence and left here. Behind, Harry Potter glanced at John's leaving figure with envy, and then hurriedly took out the letter with the Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry logo in his hand. However, just when he was about to open it, Harry was stunned by the name on the envelope. John Konstantin, close, wait. Sir, Harry shouted anxiously at John's back, and saw the other person looking back. He hurriedly waved the letter in his hand. Sir, this admission notice. John nodded and interrupted. Yes, it should be for you. Congratulations, you are about to become a wizard. As he said that, he smiled slightly and was about to leave. The words Harry Potter shouted made him freeze on the spot for a moment. No, Mr. Konstantin, this is your acceptance letter. Walter. When John took back the letter that had fallen at his feet and saw his name written on the envelope, he suddenly felt that the world was full of weirdness. I'm an exorcist, and now you want me to go to a wizard school to learn magic? He quickly opened the letter. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry Principal. Albus Dumbledore, President of the International Federation of Magic, First-Class Magician of the Order of Merlin, Chief Magician of the Wizengamot. Dear Mr. John Konstantin, We are pleased to inform you that you have been admitted to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Attached is a list of required books and equipment. In addition, since you are not from a wizarding family, we will send a professor to provide guidance and answer questions to you at your residence before 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. John Konstantin. Chapter 4. Not far from Surrey, on the hills of the North and South Downs. Long-term grazing has turned the originally large forests here into low hills that can be seen at a glance. There are also some trees and vegetation such as beech and water pine and juniper dotted here. This wilderness at this moment can be described as desolate. And it was precisely at night, on the hills that were pitch black and filled with a strange and cold atmosphere. A quaint castle covering an area of at least nearly 30,000 square feet is quietly located on a high slope. Mr. Konstantin, welcome home. Everything seems to be going well today. When Konstantin, who was covered in dust, walked out of the darkness as if out of thin air, the huge castle door in front of him, full of ghostly déjà vu, suddenly opened to both sides. A butler-dressed doll with obvious signs of a mechanical device on his face was waiting here early. No twists and turns. He casually threw his windbreaker to the other party. Entering the gate of the main castle, the darkness and coldness are instantly dispelled at this moment. The red carpet, illuminated by the crystal chandelier above the head, gives people the illusion of walking into a Western-style palace. Paintings of various styles can be seen everywhere on the walls of the living room and on both sides of the corridor, carefully arranged and hung in the most pleasing position. Sir, dinner is ready for you. John nodded. As the demon doll butler, Weskier, drawn from the exorcism treasure chest, he could not only work tirelessly. He is also extremely good at estate management and the daily care of his master. It only requires about 1 pint of evil spirit essence to operate for a month. This is nothing to John today. However, in the past, finishing the exorcism work, getting the reward, and going home to a dinner prepared by Weskier were all moments that John looked forward to very much. Today, Weskier ate a sumptuous huxia dinner absent-mindedly. I ate a few casual bites, washed myself, and then lay down on my soft big bed. F***K. System, why have you never told me that Harry Potter and wizards still exist in this world? He held his forehead in distress and cursed. But there was no response from Goldfinger. His strongest exorcist system doesn't seem to be as smart as in the novels of his previous life, except that it can always let him know where monsters like evil spirits and demons appear as quickly as possible. It's just a reward dispensing machine with no emotion. I took out the Hogwarts admission notice and took a look at it, but in the end, I didn't make any decision. Forget it, system. Open the 2-level exorcism treasure chests I got today. The words just fell. 2 bronze treasure chests with carvings of demons and angels that only he could see appeared instantly. With a burst of bright light, the bedroom lit up. Ding! You opened the D-level exorcism treasure chest. You have obtained the special prop, Angel Feather. Ding! You opened the D-level exorcism treasure chest. You have obtained the special prop, Demon Sealing Treasure Box. Angel Feathers? John's eyes suddenly lit up, as if he had caught something extraordinary. As he thought, information about Angel Feathers instantly appeared in his mind. Angel Feathers, special props and materials, which can be used to release exorcism spells to double the exorcism effect, one-time use, and can also be used to make exorcism tools. He looked at the white feathers slowly falling into his hands with a warmth like the scorching winter sun. A hot look flashed in his eyes. It seems like I really got something good now, but it would be a pity if I use it all at once. Subsequently, he turned his attention to his other reward. Devil Sealing Treasure Box, a special prop containing 2,000 cubic meters of simulated cage space, which can support the sealing and confinement of harmless evil spirits not exceeding B level and below. Looking at the magical creature suitcase in front of me, it was as if it was the magic zoologist Newt Scamander in my mind. John originally had some concerns about joining Hogwarts and didn't know how to deal with the evil spirits who were still locked up in the castle dungeon. An idea came to him instantly. A smirk twitched at the corner of his mouth. Professor Dumbledore, since you have already sent me the admission notice, you must be very clear about my situation, right? Hey. Early the next morning, John had just finished breakfast and was thinking about whether to go to the dungeon to see his ranch pets. During his perception, a figure suddenly appeared in front of the door of his castle. Are you a professor at Hogwarts? McGonagall looked at John, who appeared in front of him through the overgrown castle courtyard with a strange and grotesque look. This picture is completely different from the muggle children you usually see, as well as the maturity in the other person's eyes that was completely inconsistent with his immature face. John's first impression in her eyes moved her to a pretty good position on the spot. Yes, Mr. Konstantin, I am the vice principal of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry and the head of Gryffindor House. You can call me Professor McGonagall. McGonagall looked at John, who opened the door for her with a smile on his face. Looking at the desolate castle around them, they suddenly felt that there were many things they didn't understand about the little muggle in front of them. Mr. Konstantin, so, are you the only one living here? John nodded, knowingly asking, Professor, is there something wrong? My parents died when I was very young, and I have always been alone. Professor McGonagall. Professor McGonagall, who was already emotional, felt as if an arrow had been shot in his heart. She even unconsciously ignored why the huge castle in front of her belonged to a little guy like John. What he couldn't help but reached out and touched the other person's head. Poor kid, don't worry. After you enter Hogwarts, you will be able to make a lot of friends. Now, if there are no questions or concerns, I will take you to Diagon Alley now to prepare the things you need before enrolling, right? Chapter 5. Mr. Konstantin, to be honest, your dress is indeed unique among your peers. Professor McGonagall held Konstantin's hand before departure. He looked at Konstantin, who went back to the castle, and then appeared in front of him dressed like a detective and carrying a small box. After all, he couldn't hold back and expressed his evaluation. Konstantin smiled slightly. Sorry, Professor McGonagall, but this costume can indeed save me a lot of unnecessary trouble. Suddenly, Professor McGonagall's mind flashed to little John, in order not to arouse unkind, covetous attention from those around him because of his age and appearance. He was forced to wear clothes that were completely inconsistent with his age. I'm sorry, John, but I can assure you that there will never be any little wizard at Hogwarts who will do anything extreme to you. If there is, I promise to let them understand. What are the rules? When he said the last sentence, a powerful aura that was as oppressive to the young wizard as if it were a teaching director spread instantly over McGonagall's body. John smiled slightly. Obviously, the unnecessary trouble he just mentioned was naturally referring to the fact that he might be despised by his client because of his age and appearance. And the enthusiastic cat lady in front of her is still elegant despite her age. But it was no surprise that he misunderstood what he meant. Professor, I am looking forward to my future life at Hogwarts. Of course, I think I still need to apologize to you in advance. After all, I'm afraid this is not a comfortable thing. McGonagall smiled lovingly, inwardly appreciating the politeness and conversation John was showing at this moment, both satisfied and distressed. Such a young child, when those children in the wizarding world were still thinking about pranks or some novel toys all day long. The John in front of him has been forced to learn to read people's hearts. John, hold my hand. You may feel some discomfort next, he said without waiting for John to express anything. Next moment, it was like when a plane was flying at high altitude, a big hole was suddenly opened in the fuselage on the side. The huge air pressure, along with the powerful pulling force, made John feel like his body was spinning instantly. When he staggered, he felt the stability of the ground again. Only then did he come back to his senses. But he was surprised to find that he had arrived in a slightly desolate alley. This is a high-level magic called displacement, which allows wizards to move quickly to other places without a flow network. Of course, because some people have not been able to transfer there, the whole body has been transferred, and this magic is also very dangerous. Professor McGonagall, who began to enter the role of guide, showed his professional qualities as a senior professor at Hogwarts. John's face turned slightly pale. Not to mention anything else, he has gone through a lot of exorcism rituals, although they are still D-level and C-level evil spirits. But among the exorcism treasure boxes that were opened, they did not give him any spells that could allow him to move quickly. Professor McGonagall, I have to admit that I have really become very interested in magical magic. McGonagall smiled with satisfaction. He took John and turned into the depths of the alley, and then a dilapidated tavern that was familiar to John in his memory suddenly appeared in front of him. The Leaky Cauldron. As soon as he entered the tavern, John's sense of hearing and smell were immediately attacked by all kinds of chaos around him. The clinking of glasses and the laughter of wizards, and all kinds of strange smells, either magic potions or body odors, mixed freely in the tavern. Ah, God! John looked at it and immediately covered his nose with his sleeves almost instinctively. Although he is alone, under the service of Butler Weskier, his standard and quality of life have never been low. The reason why Konstantin Castle is covered with weeds is because there are a large number of magic ceiling arrays he has deployed inside. But the place where I live should be as clean and neat as possible, and as luxurious as possible. He swore. Even the smell emanating from Class D. Carrion Evil is much better than the sloppy wizards in front of you. It was obviously not the first time for Professor McGonagall to encounter a young wizard like John's reaction. A trace of embarrassment flashed across his face, and just as he was about to explain something, the doorbell of the tavern behind him rang again. Jingle bell. Come on, come in quickly, Harry. This is the Leaky Cauldron. You will soon be able to see the real wizarding world. Hagrid's burly and huge body made John's eyes light up slightly. The blood of giants. Harry, who had just walked into the Leaky Cauldron, also saw John led by Professor McGonagall. Suddenly, he couldn't help but show excitement and joy. Mr. Konstantin, I didn't expect to see you here again. Do you really want to enroll in Hogwarts? It can be said that John's holy fire curse made a very deep impression on Harry Potter's young mind 2 days ago. At this moment, seeing John here, he immediately came forward excitedly. Or even, to put it a bit exaggeratedly, the John Konstantin in front of him was more consistent with his image of a magician than the Hagrid who led him away from Aunt Petunia's house. Harry, do you know each other? Hagrid looked at John, who was led by Professor McGonagall himself, and blinked in confusion. And just when Harry was beaming and was about to tell about the magic that John had released, a slight cough instantly interrupted him. Harry, why do these people here look at you so weirdly? Hearing this, Harry couldn't help but turn his head and look around, only to realize that the originally noisy Leaky Cauldron had become silent from unknown moment on. A wizard whose name was either slovenly or dressed like the evil wizard on the call was staring directly at his face. To be precise, it should be his forehead. Merlin, Professor McGonagall, the news that our Mr. Harry Potter will enroll in Hogwarts this year is actually true. The boy who lived, my God, that scar, it's really him. Chapter 6. Merlin, Professor McGonagall, the news that our Mr. Harry Potter will enroll in Hogwarts this year is actually true. The boy who lived, my God, that scar, it's really him. Mr. Potter, it's nice to see you here. The compliments and the admiring and complicated looks from the surrounding people caused Harry Potter's brain to shut down instantly. If Hagrid hadn't been blocking him from the side, he would have been overwhelmed by these excited groupies from the wizarding world. If there is any top star in the British wizarding world in this era. So, in addition to Gilderoy Lockhart, who has repeatedly won the bestseller list, and Quidditch world star Victor Crumb, the boy who lived, Harry Potter, must be one. Looking at Harry Potter and Hagrid surrounded by the excitement of the wizards around them, the corners of John's mouth curved slightly. Although he is an exorcist, he cannot hide it forever. But now that he had the conditions to hide it, how could he refuse to see the shocked expressions of the professors and young wizards at Hogwarts in the future? John, why do you know Mr. Potter? McGonagall curiously asked his doubts. John shrugged. I went to Harry Potter's neighbor Mr. Lawrence's house some time ago to do some things, and when I came out, I happened to receive my acceptance letter at that place. At that time, Harry also received his admission notice. McGonagall suddenly understood and was about to pull John towards the alley behind the Leaky Cauldron. However, my Professor McGonagall, nice to see you here. A stumbling sentence, or even a voice that made people couldn't help but think of an obscene image in their minds just by listening to it, suddenly came from behind the two of them. John turned his head when he saw Professor Quirrell, who had his head wrapped like a head of garlic. His eyes couldn't help but fall on the other party's turban for the first time. McGonagall frowned slightly. The unbearable stench on Quirrell's body made her, a person who often cares about other people's feelings, couldn't help but cover her nose. Professor Quirrell, although I heard that you suffered some bad things during your field training last year, but please at least act like a teacher. Not everyone can be a professor at Hogwarts, let alone a professor who teaches defense against the dark arts. Professor McGonagall, a good-tempered person, suddenly became cold-hearted because of Professor Quirrell, who looked weird, had slurred speech, and smelled strange. Suddenly, Quirrell, who originally wanted to get close to see if he could get some information about the Philosopher's Stone, suddenly became tense. Professor McGonagall, I'm sorry. Professor McGonagall shook her head, just as she was about to pull John away from here and head to Diagon Alley. Professor Quirrell, I suggest you try Muggle shampoo. I feel that the smell on your body should be coming from your turban. If you can, I suggest you remove the hood as well. Suddenly, Quirrell's expression tightened. Noticing Professor McGonagall's gaze, he waved his hands hurriedly. No. Thank you for your advice, but my head and scarf are useful for magic medicine and potions used to treat diseases. Looking at the other person's look, he was almost breaking into a cold sweat. John couldn't help but smile in his heart. At the same time, a doubt arose in his mind at this moment. There is no doubt that Voldemort is on the opponent's body, but the system did not actively issue a warning that there was a demonic presence in the surrounding area, which means that even though Voldemort is already in a state of remnant soul, it itself cannot be classified as an evil spirit. John had a polite smile on his face, but his eyes were looking at the other person's headscarf, flickering slightly. I wonder if the exorcism spell used to deal with demons will be effective against Voldemort. After a brief contact, McGonagall quickly pulled John, along with Hagrid and Harry, towards the alley behind the pub. As for Professor Quirrell, who was watching several people leave, his eyes that seemed timid to the people around him were staring at John, who was being held by Professor McGonagall's hand. In his mind, Voldemort's voice sounded sinisterly. That kid is not simple. I sent a few people to keep an eye on him. I can feel that there is something hidden in him that can bring great benefits to me. Quirrell's expression changed instantly. Master, you mean the magic stone? Voldemort. Idiot. Do you think that guy Dumbledore would put something like the Sorcerer's Stone on a strange muggle boy? Stop asking such stupid questions, idiot. Go and arrange manpower immediately. At this moment, John didn't know that he was already being targeted by the Dark Lord because of his actions just now. He was listening carefully to Professor McGonagall personally demonstrating how to enter Diagon Alley. Count 3 pieces upward, then count 2 pieces parallel. Then Professor McGonagall's wand gently clicked 3 times on the obviously concave turning head. With bursts of clicking sounds, the walls instantly opened to both sides. A path paved with cobblestones was revealed. McGonagall was obviously very pleased with the surprised expressions on both John and Harry's faces. Mr. Konstantin, Mr. Potter, welcome to Diagon Alley, one of the gathering places for wizards in the UK. Here, you will be able to buy all the magic books, pets, potions, and wands you need. Of course, before that, we first need to go to Gringotts to exchange you for the wizard currency you need for shopping. John nodded and followed the other person along the path towards Gringotts. His eyes kept looking around him. While several people were listening to Professor McGonagall, he was explaining the exchange conditions for wizard currency and some suggestions on purchasing items for admission. A rushing voice suddenly sounded in John's mind. Ding! The smell of demonic activity is found around the host. The breath direction is locked. Chapter 7. Devil's Breath? John's footsteps paused, and the expression of the curious young man who looked exactly like Harry Potter beside him instantly transformed into that of a ruthless veteran on the battlefield. His eyes were like a hawk, suddenly looking towards the alley on one side. Now, in the field of vision that belonged to him alone as an exorcist, on the path that was originally paved with cobblestones and had some rainwater in some places, there was an air current that was winding like a black python. It is extending in the direction of the alley. A red outline similar to the mission target in the previous game was scurrying around in his sight. And it's incredibly fast. John's expression was solemn. He had been working as an exorcist for 2 years since his system awakened. Although I can't say how rich it is in terms of experience now, judging from the richness and thickness of the devil's breath, in front of me, sea-level evil spirits can no longer reach this level. That is to say, B-level. John's unusual reaction aroused confusion among Professor McGonagall and others. What happened, John? After hearing this, John, who came back to his senses, immediately shook his head pretending to be relaxed. Sorry, I seem to have seen a snake running in that direction just now. Hearing this, Hagrid, who was looking over there curiously, suddenly shook his head. Mr. Konstantin, it is likely that pets escaped from that pet shop again. Don't worry, this kind of thing happens often here. Those little ones who escaped will be caught again soon. John nodded. Only McGonagall frowned. She didn't know why, but she always had a hunch that John's reaction just now was not at all due to the escaping snake. However, she looked towards the alley for a long time and found nothing wrong. He shook his head helplessly. John, we still have a lot to do today. We need to hurry up. The next John was obviously much more silent than before. Along the way, until they entered Gringotts, under the leadership of Professor Catgirl, they went to the counter to handle the business of exchanging pounds for gold galleons. There was no intention of coming back to consciousness for a long time. John, are you thinking about something? If you are worried about not having enough money, I still have a lot. Harry's voice was as simple and enthusiastic as ever, and the golden galleon's light almost reflected on John's face. Let him finally come to his senses. Looking at Harry, who looked serious. Only then did John realize that he had already completed the pound exchange procedures. At this moment, in his hand, there was a pocket containing about 70 gold galleons. John, the food and accommodation in Hogwarts are free, so the money in your hand is far enough for your expenses this year. Of course, I mean that you don't buy unnecessary things randomly. Professor McGonagall's voice sounded. John nodded to show his understanding, and at the same time looked at the unsuspecting Harry in front of him, showing him the gold galleons in his pocket, and smiled slightly. Thanks, Harry. I certainly wouldn't be polite to your friend if I had to. Friend. When Harry heard John's call, the smile on his expectant face became even more enthusiastic. If John didn't seem to really need it, he might have been able to just stuff the gold galleons in his pocket to the opponent. For nothing else, he had personally experienced John's strength and kindness towards him, and nothing made Harry happier than being able to make friends like John. Leaving Gringotts, several people quickly headed towards the next stop of their trip, Ollivander's wand shop. It is different from Gringotts, a magnificent behemoth that reveals its age and profound heritage. Even when I read Harry Potter's novels in my previous life, I already knew that this wizard arms dealer didn't pay much attention to appearance. When I really saw the small shop in front of me, it looked like a fly house in my previous life. John still couldn't help but look speechless. Ollivander, staff making since 312 BC. Seemingly sensing the suspicion in John and Harry's eyes, this time Hagrid hurriedly explained before Professor McGonagall could speak. Don't underestimate Ollivanders, a small store. They have never been respected by the decoration of their store. John shrugged. Then the doorbell rang. Oh, look, this year's little wizard actually needs you to lead the way personally, Minerva. Ollivander's exaggerated tone immediately greeted several people as soon as they entered the store. John looked at the surrounding display racks. And just like in the previous life plot, Harry Potter, as the savior, was recognized by the other party immediately. After the latter corrected and tried, he finally got the wand that was most suitable for him. Oh, it is indeed this one, 11 inches, Hollywood, phoenix feathers. What a wonderful fate, or in other words, destiny. Ollivander looked at the scar on Harry Potter's forehead and sighed with emotion. McGonagall, who didn't want the current Harry to know too much about the past, hurriedly stepped forward, pushing John in front of Ollivander. Okay, Ollivander, we have a lot of other things we haven't purchased yet, so let's quickly choose a wand for our Mr. Konstantin. Ollivander nodded, but just as he was about to follow the usual procedure, he asked to measure John's arm size. When asking some necessary questions, John, who had not taken the initiative to speak since he came in, suddenly spoke. Mr. Ollivander, I wonder if your wand shop accepts custom wands. Walter. Everyone was stunned, and Ollivander stopped what he was doing. Sir, I think you have heard what Mr. Potter and I just said. Wizards do not choose wands, but wands choose their owners. John shook his head and said nothing, but slowly took out a glass bottle from his suitcase. At this moment, a holy feather that seemed to have lost its gravity was floating quietly in it. Chapter 8. Merlin, sir, what is this? When John took out the angel feather that was found in the treasure box, this feather that exuded a light golden sun instantly caused several people present to take a breath. Especially Ollivander, who has been soaked in staff for who knows how many years. The magical materials he has seen, whether it is unicorn hair or phoenix feathers, such precious existences, he has seen them more than once. He even used these things to create many works. However, the white feather in front of me exudes an inexplicable aura of comfort and satisfaction. But it made him excited and walked out from the side of the counter. What is this? Such a question, asked from a wand master like Ollivander, has fully demonstrated the value of this angel feather. McGonagall also looked at John in disbelief. Although it is not yet certain what kind of magical animal feathers this is, it is absolutely certain that this is definitely not the feathers of any Muggle zoo bird or animal. And as a Muggle, how could John get such a thing? Mr. Konstantin, I also want to know what is this? And how did you get it? Professor McGonagall looked solemn. Even the name he originally called John changed to calling him Mr. Konstantin. John shook his head. Sorry, Professor McGonagall. I would also like to answer this question, but I don't know. There was no dodge in his eyes. People in this world have never even seen demons. So how could they possibly see angels that are even more illusory? I found this thing from the treasure house of my family's old castle. It was hidden very cleverly. If I hadn't been in desperate need of money during that period and opened up the entire treasure house floor, I wouldn't even have been able to discover its existence. I don't know what this is, but I'm sure it's a good thing. Putting it next to my pillow, the quality of my sleep becomes very good. Everyone, Hagrid, who was present and had an almost obsessive love for magical animals, squatted down with a big face covered with hair and beard, looking at the feathers in the glass bottle in John's hand. His eyes were full of dullness and obsession. It was as if he had entered some kind of dream that fascinated him. Oh my God, this feeling. I feel like I'm going to heaven. The words that the big man muttered to himself made John feel shocked. Damn it. I should say, is it really you? Hagrid. Whether it was the other party's keen perception of this aspect, or simply Hagrid's intuitive description of his inner feelings at the moment, it happened to happen. John's eyes returned to Ollivander, who looked troubled in front of him. "Mr. Ollivander, this feather gives me a very good feeling, and I have kept it beside my bed for a year or two. I still hope that you can use it as the core of the wand and help me make a special feather." Of wands, Ollivander carefully took the glass bottle. When those old hands just touched the glass wall, Ollivander's eyes widened immediately as he felt a comfortable illusion that made him feel like he was rejuvenated. The personal dogma that I was still struggling with and persisting in fell apart in an instant in front of this strange feeling. Although it is somewhat unreasonable, who can be reasonable in front of this magical material? "Mr. Konstantin, don't you think so?" John smiled with satisfaction. "So, how long do you need, master?" Ollivander exhaled deeply, frowned, and looked at the angel feathers in the glass bottle carefully, hesitated several times, and then spoke carefully. "Sorry, Mr. Konstantin, this material is too special, and the selection of the wand body and the internal structural design of the wand itself are also a big project, so I will probably have to wait until you go to Hogwarts at the earliest before I can help you." You see, Ollivander was a little embarrassed, but he held the glass bottle in his hands firmly. A pair of eyes full of expectation, even pleading, made John, who was still a little hesitant, finally nod after hesitating for half a second. After getting John's consent, Ollivander instantly felt like a child who got his favorite toy, laughed loudly. While carefully placing the bottle on the table, he stepped forward and took John's hand with both hands. "Mr. Konstantin, thank you for your understanding and trust. In addition, I promise to use my highest craftsmanship to help you make this wand. In addition, I don't need a copper nut to make the wand. And if your wand needs repair in the future, please be sure to come to me, and I will help you repair it for free." When John and others walked out of the wand shop with Ollivander personally seeing them off, Professor McGonagall, who had been silent since just now, finally couldn't help but frown. "John, I wonder if you can reveal some information about your family's ancestors?" John was stunned for a moment, then understood immediately. Professor Catwoman suspected that he himself was from some lost wizard family. He shook his head slightly. "I'm sorry, Professor McGonagall. Maybe our Konstantin family does have some ancestral connections with the wizarding world, but I don't think this connection is a pleasant memory." McGonagall frowned, not understanding what John meant. John sighed, thought about it, and finally decided to show some traces. He reached out from his collar and pulled out a heavy gold cross. The small, invisible runes engraved on it make this cross look quite mysterious. John shrugged helplessly. "Sorry, Professor McGonagall, if my guess is correct, our ancestors of the Konstantin family are all members of the Holy See." Holy See. Professor Catgirl's eyes widened, and even Hagrid beside him couldn't help but take a breath. Looking at the little John at this moment, he felt as absurd as if he had seen a predator. Harry was the only one who still looked around among the others with a confused look on his face. "Hagrid, what happened? What will happen if John's family comes from the Holy See?" Hagrid looked complicated and opened his mouth, but he was too embarrassed to speak out. Professor McGonagall, the cat girl on the side, inevitably became complicated when she looked at John again. What happened to being from the Holy See? The Holy See almost wiped out all the wizards on the grounds of purging heretics. Chapter 9. Although this is a very long time ago, it is even too long ago to find out the truth. But when he heard that the good boy he recognized in his heart was actually a descendant of a Holy See family, such as the wizard executioner, Professor McGonagall could not help but feel a little weird in his heart. It's like the people in front of them quickly learned the wizard's methods, and they would once again launch a general purge of the wizards. He shook his head hastily. Professor McGonagall finally put this absurd and narrow-minded idea behind him. A smile forced itself onto his face. "John, don't worry. You are the only one today. Moreover, that was thousands of years ago. No one cares about this." "Certainly." Professor McGonagall hesitated and looked around. "I suggest you don't expose your family's situation easily in the future. After all, if you don't protect everything, there will be some simple-minded people who will take the initiative to cause trouble for you." John nodded. Seeing this, Professor McGonagall reluctantly breathed a sigh of relief. Then, as if something suddenly occurred to him, Professor McGonagall raised a smile on his lips. "John, if you are interested in your family's history, maybe you can ask the ghost fat monk of Hufflepuff College after school starts. I think he might be able to tell you something." Hearing this, John was startled. After traveling to this world, he was born to inherit the huge Konstantin castle, although the castle revealed that his predecessor's background was not simple. However, he has never taken the initiative to investigate anything. However, now it seems that the Konstantin family really has some strong family history and inheritance. Misunderstanding resolved. Professor McGonagall has returned to the enthusiastic and dedicated head Gryffindor he once was. Although it's not yet certain what house Harry and John will be sorted into. When preparing what new students need for admission, I still try my best to give them some reasonable suggestions. John, I can see that you are very interested in flying broomsticks, but unfortunately, as a freshman, you are not allowed to use this thing. Of course, if you are really interested, you'd better take your flying lessons seriously after enrolling. If your grades are outstanding, you can consider competing to join the Academy's Quidditch team. Along the way, after purchasing the books required for admission and 2 sets of wizard robes for the Academy. While Harry Potter and Hagrid were picking out owls, they noticed John staring at the Nimbus 2000 Professor McGonagall in the display case and walked over. Hearing this, John couldn't help but smile bitterly. "Professor, look at the price. It's not something I can afford." Looking at John, who seemed a little lost and embarrassed, Professor McGonagall looked at the flying broomstick that was also being admired by some other little wizards, his eyes flickering. After thinking about it, it seemed that he had made some kind of decision. "John, believe me and believe in yourself. I can feel that your future will definitely not be simple. As long as you study hard at Hogwarts, these things are not impossible to obtain. Loneliness will be temporary, and you can make many friends like Harry. Poverty can also be temporary. John, to be honest, it has been almost 2.5 years since I traveled to this world." However, he never imagined that one day he would be called poor by others. Wait until all the things needed for admission have been purchased. After bidding farewell to Harry, John was again apparat by Professor McGonagall and sent back to the gate of Konstantin Castle. "John, you can't enter Diagon Alley without a wand, but fortunately Ollivander has agreed to send it to you by owl on the first day of school. If I were you, I would take advantage of this month before school starts to learn some knowledge about magic." Before leaving, Professor McGonagall kindly reminded me. Hearing this, John nodded immediately. Just a moment after looking at the other person with a smile and then disappearing, John's face instantly darkened. The devil in Diagon Alley must have reached level B. Even though he had returned home, his mind was still full of the demonic aura lingering around Diagon Alley. When Professor McGonagall took him shopping in Diagon Alley, he was never idle for a moment. Along the way, he was always paying attention to the outline of the mission target in his field of vision. Although it is not yet certain what type of demon the other party is. Is it a real demon smuggled from the gate of hell, or a demonized creature that received the breath of hell and corrupted it? But one thing he confirmed. That guy must be operating underground. "Mr. Konstantin, you seem very distressed." Weskier, the butler who reached out to take the large and small shopping bags from John, asked in a stiff voice. John sighed and lay on the sofa, but he didn't want to move. He frowned and thought. "Right now, it is almost impossible to return to Diagon Alley without exposing me as an exorcist. But once my identity as an exorcist is exposed, it will be impossible for me to even enroll in Hogwarts." After truly seeing the true power of the wizard, John could no longer turn a blind eye to Hogwarts like before. He had to admit, although he has the gold finger, the strongest exorcist system, the power of the wizard can indeed give him a lot of help. Do we really have to wait until we get home from Hogwarts for a semester break before we go? A B-level exorcism operation, that is to say, once successful, he will get at least a B-level exorcism treasure chest. On John's side, he was worried about what to choose next. Suddenly, a rustling movement came quietly from the edge of the wall on one side of the castle. With the entire castle of Konstantin being dotted with magic circles set up by John, a few figures who suddenly appeared did not even think about it until they entered the castle. A pair of cold eyes filled with a touch of joking emotion were already staring at them quietly in the darkness. "Haha, I'm really sleepy, and I'm giving you a pillow." Chapter 10. Spear, are you sure this is really where that kid came from? This looks like a flying haunted house. Zershett. I seem to have stepped on a pile of shit. Shut up. You can't be wrong. Although I'm not good at fighting, when it comes to stalking, even the aurors from the Ministry of Magic can't get rid of me. There was a burst of rustling discussion. John stood on a windowsill on the side of the main castle, gently shaking a glass of lemonade with holy water ice cubes in his hand. Wearing a jet-black trench coat that he had not yet had time to change out of, his body, which was not very tall, suddenly became even more imperceptible. So much so that there is no difference between the 3 figures now walking in from the front door openly and openly. These people look slovenly and dressed like Matt. It's almost unnecessary to think that they must be the subordinates of our second-generation Dark Lord, who has extremely poor aesthetic taste. Death Eaters. John shook his head slightly. Although our second-generation Dark Lord, It can be said that he is not afraid of meat and vegetables when it comes to the breeds and looks of his subordinates. However, to be able to become a Death Eater, your strength must meet certain conditions. It's a pity. If it were placed outside the castle, it might be very troublesome to deal with you wizards who I don't understand. But here, John smiled coldly and gently knocked the cup in his hand on the edge of the terrace. The crisp sound of dang 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 seemed so obvious in the silent night. When the three of them looked up, they happened to look at John, who was looking at them at the same moment. Several friends from the wizarding world. It seems that even if no one is guarding the front door, they still have a soft spot for climbing over the wall. John's joking words were like a dark wind in the middle of the night, scratched from the ears of three people. I don't know why, but the three of them were almost at the same time, and all of them felt an ominous premonition at this moment. It seems that if I don't leave here quickly, I will be in bad luck today. Fake. What's going on with this guy? One of the Death Eaters looked clearly alone. Moreover, John was only an 11 or 12-year-old child, but at this moment, the other party's face was full of teasing and ridicule. I couldn't help but cursed with fury in my heart. But then, the companion next to him snorted coldly. Suddenly, he raised the wand in his hand. Boy, if you are wise, you'd better hand over all your valuables now. Otherwise, as he spoke, a disgusting smile suddenly appeared on the man's face, which was covered with dirt and even abscesses. And the other party's ugly appearance really succeeded in disgusting John, who was standing above him. He originally planned to watch the show and tease a few Death Eaters, but he suddenly lost the intention to continue playing. Disgusted, he threw the glass of lemonade down in his hand. He snorted disdainfully. Otherwise, what stupid thing are you going to do? Let me guess. Are you going to use Cruciatus on me, or are you just going to cast the death curse directly? Walter. The three of them were instantly shocked. Walter? Odd. The information said, isn't this guy a muggle? Why does he know the death curse and the Cruciatus curse? And he can also say the Cruciatus curse. Did that guy old McGonagall say that? Idiot. Do you think the professors at Hogwarts would cast such a spell on a young wizard who has not yet entered school? Several people were shocked, and now they realized that something was wrong with today's situation. However, the next moment, a few people were not even given a chance to resist or take action. John, who was originally standing on the terrace of the main castle, suddenly turned over. With the sound of his windbreaker being pulled by the night wind, John, who didn't even see the wand in his hands, was like a fallen leaf at this moment. It gracefully fell directly from above and landed 10 meters in front of several people. His hands were folded in front of him, his eyes cold. Of course, I guess your real purpose is to get something special from me, right? After all of this is your master's mission. 3 Death Eaters. F***K. You, who are you? Why do you know so much? You are definitely not an ordinary muggle. John watched the 3 of them pointing their wands at him in fear, but there was no trace of fear in their eyes. He spread his hands and smiled slightly, like an enthusiastic teacher who welcomes classmates to today's class. I am an exorcist. It is my responsibility to maintain peace on earth and make hell demons and evil spirits disappear from this world. Of course, exorcists are not only responsible for exorcism. John's eyes flashed at the moment he finished speaking. Suddenly, a faint, evil red light bloomed. Driving demons is also the method used by our exorcists. Roar. A roar like muffled thunder suddenly came from the ground beneath the feet of the 3 people. Next moment, a ferocious big hand with bone spurs suddenly poked out. The moment the earth and rocks shattered, he grabbed the thigh of one of the Death Eaters. Next moment, seeing that they were dragged into a large underground pit in an instant, the screams, accompanied by the sound of broken bones, instantly spread to a very deep place, and the remaining 2 Death Eaters were so frightened that their legs became weak. And it is precisely at this time. It was like being pushed by an invisible force. The Death Eater who had just raised his wand to threaten Roman stumbled, and then the expression on his face suddenly became numb. Spear, you. He looked at Spear, who was biting another person's neck like a wild beast. John took 2 steps back, as if he was worried about being splashed by the other party's dirty blood. It was torn apart wildly, and the flesh and blood fell all over the floor, but it did not attract John's attention. His eyes were already on the wands that the 3 of them had dropped on the ground. Chapter 11. Kacha Kacha. Amidst the waves of blood-curdling sounds rejecting flesh and bones, John didn't even look at the guy who was lying like a wild beast on top of a Death Eater who was gnawing crazily. Step forward and pick up the 3 wands that fell on the ground. To be honest, this was the first time he felt the feeling of holding a wand in his hand. As he took a deep breath, he waved a wand in his hand. Boom! After a burst of bright white light, a boxwood that had survived for at least 100 years in the castle courtyard suddenly seemed to be hit by a cannonball. He looked at the tree trunk that squeaked and fell down on the spot. The corners of John's eyes couldn't help but twitch a few times. Damn it, am I overthinking it after all? He muttered to himself in embarrassment, which was originally what he had imagined. He, John Konstantin, is a time traveler, and he has the system's gold finger and a magic wand with him. Shouldn't he be able to use it casually? However, after all, he thought too much. Fortunately, after several attempts in succession, John finally succeeded in learning the power control of waving the wand. It's a no-brainer to use it for fighting, but it's no problem to use it to open the entrance to Diagon Alley. Weskier, I'll leave everything here to you. Also, don't bury these guys against the castle wall anymore. Find another place. Okay, Mr. Konstantin. Then John took out a golden cross in his hand and shined it at the bloodthirsty Death Eater. In the name of God, leave quickly. Wow. In a burst of golden light, a black shadow struggled and twisted and could only let out a scream that did not dare to scream. In an instant, John forced the opponent out of the Death Eater's body. Along with the surrounding castle courtyard, the wild grass spread all over seemed to be blown gently by the wind. The D-class cemetery evil spirit, who originally tried to take advantage of this opportunity to escape, suddenly seemed to be caught by invisible tentacles. In the blink of an eye, it was dragged underground and disappeared. You. Cough, cough, cough. The Death Eater, who had lost the possession of the evil spirit, stared at John in horror with his face full of horror and his mouth full of the flesh, blood and bones of his companions. It was like seeing the real devil in the world. However, before he could say anything, a pair of cold hands suddenly pressed on his head. Crack. His eyes were fixed at the end, and a cheek that seemed to have a doll's slit appeared in front of him. The arrival of the 3 Death Eaters, in addition to bringing John the key to Diagon Alley that he needed at the moment, at most brought him C-class earthbound evil spirit, who had been hungry for several months. A real meal. Konstantin Castle, Exorcism Chamber. There are various items placed here, or John obtained them through some connections in the Holy See, which can suppress and disperse evil spirits, such as some Bibles that have been enchanted and blessed by the Holy See. Special silverware, as well as 30 rounds. It's really one shot less than one shot. The production of holy gold is really troublesome. It would be great if the wizards at Hogwarts could make these things faster. A box that was solemnly placed on the weapons rack was taken down by John. Open. A Winchester M1887 shotgun, with a red oak stock and gold carvings depicting exorcisms on the gun came into view. And the shotgun in front of John has another special name. Demon-repelling Holy Flame M1887. Although this firearm has great damage to evil spirits and demons, the most important thing is to use special exorcism bullets. John didn't hesitate and put the weapon behind his back. Then he put the 30 rounds of silver bullets neatly arranged in the weapon box, which had been treated with holy water and special blessings, into his pocket. The night was dark and windy, but John, who was full of energy, didn't feel tired at all. The leaky cauldron. John, who was wrapped tightly in a black robe, deliberately hid himself, and there was almost no one in the tavern at the moment, so he easily went around to the alley behind. Recall the way Professor McGonagall opened Diagon Alley before. The wand in his hand moved quickly between several bricks. With a clicking sound, the familiar trail from the day suddenly appeared. However, Diagon Alley was completely quiet at this moment. Thank wizards for not having a nightlife. After muttering something in his mouth, John's eyes immediately showed the location of the devil during the day. Following the dark demonic aura that was like a mission guide, John quickly ran through the silent Diagon Alley. After twisting and turning between several alleys, we finally passed through many places that looked like dog holes. In a dilapidated and abandoned building that seemed to have even escaped the scope of Diagon Alley, a strange and deep hole appeared in front of John. At this moment, a clear demonic aura is extending downward from the entrance of the cave, and the locked red outline was suddenly and quietly deep in the entrance of the cave. John took a deep breath, made a sign of the cross on his chest, said a simple prayer, then suddenly opened a bottle of holy water and sprinkled it on his head. 8 Exorcist silver bullets were pushed into the Exorcist holy flame by him. As he brazenly jumped into the deep pit, his body continued to slide downwards along the surrounding soil with a putrid smell. The waves of dense, scalp-numbing sounds caused John's expression to change instantly. Squeak, squeak, squeak. When his body rolled over, he finally came out of the disgusting passage. The holy fire curse rose up in his hand, surrounded by pairs of scarlet eyes that could scare a person with trypophobia to faint on the spot, and the mice that looked like black torrents. John's expression changed drastically in an instant. F***K. I hate rats. Chapter 12. F***K. I hate rats. John's face was ashen, and the rats around him were obviously irritated. They looked at him with eyes as if they were looking at food. Almost the moment he stood up, a shrill scream suddenly followed the surrounding rats, rushing toward John in an instant. The fire of heaven, armor me. Mercy, forgive my sins, wow. The golden flame in his hand, originally used for illumination, instantly enlarged as John exerted his strength. The blazing holy fire was like flame touching gasoline. The moment it came into contact with the holy water sprinkled on John's body, it completely enveloped John's whole body. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The screams of sharp pain and anger could be clearly felt, making John's face look extremely ugly. Under the intense heat of the holy fire, all rats within a radius of more than 5 meters with him as the center were burned to charcoal on the spot without exception. But the groups of rats that were frantically attacking him from the surrounding passages were enough to easily kill him here. He gritted his teeth. Suddenly, he took out several bottles of holy water from his arms. With a loud bang, it was smashed in one direction. As the bottle shattered, the holy water spread around and fell into the group of rats. Zitzi was like the sound of burning chemical corrosives spreading instantly among the rats. Wait until these rats make any moves. John suddenly took out a cross with a rising and swaying holy fire in his hand. The torrent of world-destroying sin swallows everything in the world. The light of the Lord hangs high in the firmament. The gospel of praise carries the poor to the heavenly steps. The Lord blesses the path and shuns evil thoughts. John's voice was like a loud bell with echoes, vibrating in this dark underground rat hole. The panicked holy fire suddenly spread out from his body in all directions as he chanted the incantation. The group of rats that had originally attempted to forcefully break through the barrier of the holy fire were once again burned and forced back. May the Lord's followers nourish the desolation, and may the Lord's faith break away the hell. John's expression was cold, and a flaming cross rose in his hand, and the fire suddenly surged. The dazzling flames have illuminated everything around him. Amid the screams of the rats, John solemnly let out a long sigh. Amen. Boom! Like a locomotive made of flames, it rushed out from the cross, instantly swallowing up the countless rats in front of it, and at the same time, it rushed into a deep hole that led to a deeper hole in the blink of an eye. Golden light spots seemed to carry bursts of Sanskrit sounds, illuminating the cave. An isolated road constructed with sacred fire continues downward. Exorcism spell, Gospel Road to Heaven. It can be said that this is the most powerful exorcism spell that John has mastered today. Without even having time to think about it, John suddenly dodged and ran. The moment before entering the cave, he suddenly took out 2 bottles of holy water from his arms. There were 2 snaps and the sound of glass breaking. The holy water contaminated the holy fire, and the flames instantly turned into a wall of fire, completely sealing the entrance of the cave. His body was like a slide, tumbling left and right, falling for who knows how long. As the body fell heavily to the ground, the huge impact of the landing prevented John from vomiting out his dinner. F***K. He gritted his teeth and quickly climbed up, taking in everything he saw. But it made his face turn livid instantly. Looking around, even where he was standing at the moment, there were dilapidated human remains and skeletons. Some traces of religious symbols can be vaguely seen on the rags that have become extremely dilapidated and decayed. But at this moment, a giant creature was glaring with a pair of scarlet eyes the size of a basketball, its body exuding pus, and it was slowly approaching him step by step. Ho ho ho! Like a threatening growl coming from his belly, John felt like this dark monster was in front of him. It doesn't look like an enlarged version of a demonized rat, but more like a ferocious wolf. As the real owner met, the system in John's mind immediately gave information about the monster in front of him. Class B. Sorrowful Demon Rat, Generation. A terrifying monster that has been cursed and infiltrated by the unknown demonic aura, and has been degenerated for a long time, extremely bloodthirsty. Exorcism suggestion, kill, as expected. Looking at the sorrowful demon rat, whose claws were as sharp as daggers, he suddenly began to speed up. John murmured, the next moment. Devil Exorcist Holy Flame, M. 1887, has been lifted up, the golden gun body with exorcism patterns. The moment it comes into contact with the holy fire on John's body, a sacred aura suddenly blooms. Boom. It was like a muffled thunder erupting instantly from the barrel of a gun. A big hole was opened in the side of the head of the giant rat that was originally rushing toward John. Roar! The severe pain instantly drove the already furious sadness demon rat completely crazy. With a click, the terrifying sharp claws instantly scratched the bones and strange rocks where John was standing into pieces. John's expression tightened. The huge recoil of devil-repelling holy flame in 1887 made him feel uncomfortable at the moment, even though he was much stronger physically than an ordinary 11 or 12-year-old boy. However, this is after all a terrifying weapon with recoil that even adults should take seriously. Die to me. Boom. Another shot was fired. This time John didn't even give the opponent a chance to attack again. His arms were sore, but the muzzle of the gun was still accurately aimed at the head of the monster in front of him. Boom. Successfully exorcised B-level demon *1. Reward. B-level exorcism treasure chest *1. John looked at the giant rat that fell to the ground helplessly, and he didn't have time to breathe a sigh of relief. Ding! The unknown demon seal is activated. Chapter 13. Waterfall. John's eyes widened in disbelief. Almost the entire head of the mourning mouse was shattered by him, and the body lying on the ground suddenly started to tremble violently. There was a crack. As balls of black blood surged out of his body in an instant, John immediately felt the soles of his feet and the ground begin to tremble violently. There were faint rumbling sounds, accompanied by the shrill screams of the rats. From the entrance of the cave where he fell just now, a torrent of black blood suddenly surged out. Before John had a chance to think about the current situation, he instantly headed towards the strange throne in the cave that he had ignored from the beginning. F***K. There's someone hiding there. John's face instantly darkened, while he quickly replenished the devil-repelling holy flame M1887 with silver bullets. Without caring about anything else, he took out a palm-sized wine bottle from his arms. The dark red wine was poured into his mouth. John had no time to savor the fine wine that had been stored underground in the Vatican for hundreds of years. In exorcism, according to legend, it was at the time of Jesus' Last Supper. When Jesus knew that there was a traitor among those present who betrayed him, he said, "This wine is my blood, and the bread is my flesh." And it is precisely this legend that inexplicably gave the Holy See's wine the title of Precious Blood of God. And for an exorcist like John, the bottle of wine I drank at this moment can also be said to have borrowed the power of God. It's just a short time. As the surge of black blood ended, a figure appeared like a minstrel wearing a medieval dress and a hat with several fleur-de-lis, quietly sitting on the throne made of vines and bones. John is holding the demon-expelling holy flame M1887 in his hand. At this moment, this is his biggest killing weapon, but it cannot give him even a little sense of security. Exorcist. A simple German sentence, which sounded a little dry, came from the figure in front of him. It was at this time that John finally received the devil's message from the system. S-level. The Battle of Hated Corruption, Rat Demon. Occurrence. Peter was a legendary bard who traveled to Europe thousands of years ago. He could play the flute to hypnotize rats and help villages affected by rat infestation solve the rat problem. However, he was slandered and strangled by local officials during a hypnosis of rats. His strong hatred made him favored by the demon god of hell. Exorcist advice. The magic flute may be the key. The magic flute? The rat exorcist. Somehow, John looked at the thin man in front of him. The information given by the system caused John to think of a fantasy character from his past life. The same experience, the same encounter, the same good intentions, but being jealous and unjustly killed. Looking at the demonic aura in front of him. When he raised his head, a green-black ferocious face of the rat demon was revealed. The hatred reflected in the opponent's golden pupils made John feel as if the holy fire on his body had lost all its protective effect in an instant. Die. Above the ground, black shadows surged and came to John in an instant. Next moment, crack. A terrifying black claw instantly emerged from the shadows and clawed at John. Grasp. The pain in his chest, along with 3 hideous blood stains from the torn windbreaker, made John's face even more ugly. After tumbling around in embarrassment several times, in his sight, an emerald green color suddenly flashed. That's the magic flute. I saw, just under the demon mouse of sorrow that he had killed just now, under the rotting mummy of the giant rat, an emerald green flute was lying there quietly, mixed in with the surrounding skeletons. If it hadn't been for that moment of trance, John might not have been able to find it. Boom! Demon-repelling holy flame M1887 roared, with the help of huge recoil. John's body flew back, and he came to the side of the giant rat's corpse in an instant. Using the force to roll over, he suddenly grasped the emerald green magic flute in his hand. Smelly rat, put down my things. The German language, which seems to have the attributes of aggression and irritability, comes from the mouth of the rat devil. As he waved his arms while sitting on the throne, in an instant, a series of ferocious dark ghost hands rushed towards John. Yee! The melodious sound of the flute was accompanied by John suppressing the stench emanating from the magic flute. A piece of music from the previous life called Hermione, the Village of Confusion, was officially played in this world. The light of the truly holy and peaceful holy fire lingered around John. Gradually it spread to the magic flute in his hand. For an instant, it was as if he had suffered the petrified eyes of Medusa. The ferocious ghost hand, which had almost reached in front of him, froze in place. Full of exotic mysteries, mixed with ups and downs of pathos, the song seemed to tell the story of a poor person, causing the expression on the face of the rat demon, who was originally sitting on the throne, to freeze instantly. A pair of golden eyes regained some clarity. The demonic energy that was surging wildly suddenly began to disperse like mist. Yee! John played the tune that was deep in his memory over and over again, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead because he had maintained the holy fire spell for a long time. Just when he felt that his strength was almost exhausted, a voice suddenly sounded from his mind. Ding! You have received the demon subordination contract of S-Class, hateful and corrupted battle rat demon. Successfully exorcised S-Class demon *1. Chapter 14. Ding! You have received the demon subordination contract of S-Class, hateful and corrupted battle rat demon. Successfully exorcised S-Class demon *1. Double reward conditions not met. Waterfa? The voice in my head just sounded for a moment. John felt a sudden itching sensation in his arms and forearms, and raised his hands to take a look. But he was shocked to find that at some point, a mysterious rune, like some kind of ritual circle, quietly appeared. And it was precisely with the appearance of this mark that the terrifying S-level, hateful and corrupted battle rat demon, who was still full of demonic aura, suddenly stood up from the throne. Under John's frozen gaze of surprise, he suddenly appeared in front of him. You are a very lucky kid. I am looking forward to what heights you can reach in the future. It was still a sentence of German that John couldn't hear, coming from the other party's mouth. Next moment, the opponent's body seemed to suddenly turn into a black mist, instantly pouring into the runes on John's arm. As the cold feeling gradually disappears, the terrifying demon in front of him, who even needed John to put his head on the gambling table, turned out to be like this. He entered my body. John groped anxiously on his body. However, even if he squeezed out the last bit of strength at this moment, he activated the holy fire. But he didn't feel anything strange in his body. Zhi, a rattling sound that almost made John conditioned to launch in the future came from his feet. If not for the sudden force coming from his body and arms, he stopped pulling the trigger. The jet black, enlarged version of the rat with big round eyes and an extremely spiritual look in front of him was about to turn into a piece of minced meat in front of the devil-repelling, holy flame, M. 1887. Violent German sounded in John's mind. You are a complete idiot. Can you control your temper? Why can a single-celled creature like you be able to compose such magical music? John, Zerechet. At this moment, he was completely convinced that he had indeed completed the exorcism, but it didn't seem to be completely true. Ding! The host does not need to be nervous. The S-Class, hateful and corrupted rat demon, is under the control of the system exorcist contract. If its behavior or possibility poses any threat to the host, the system will contract it out as soon as possible. Before that, congratulations to the host for obtaining the first official devil servant. The system had never given John so much information at once, which made John, who was still a little hesitant and at a loss, instantly calmed down. After thinking clearly about the key, John seemed to think of something for a moment. Does this mean I got an S-Class super devil as my guardian spirit? The system gave no response. However, at this time, the voice belonging to the devil came again. This demonic rat is my human body. I advise you not to point your damn fire stick at it again. The sound disappears. John seemed completely harmless, like a pitch-black Pika, even a bit cute as a mouse, and he was amazed. At this moment, this little guy seemed completely unwary of the surroundings and the John in front of him. With his short legs, he kept tumbling among the messy piles of bones around him. A pair of claws that are pink and tender, but definitely not delicate, are waving wildly. One by one, He dug out golden or silver objects from the pile of bones. Holy shit, this is actually a treasure-hunting rat? Night. When John left Diagon Alley and returned home carrying 2 huge packages, the whole person was surprisingly excited. It's happening. It's happening. This time it's really happening. In the Konstantin castle, the devil mouse, named Jerry by John, began to become familiar with the new environment. But the demonic figure named Peter by Konstantin came out of John's body. With his hands behind his back, he was admiring the exquisite paintings like an artist. There was only one John. Like a miser, he was immersed in a lot of shiny things, picking excitedly. Ha! Oh my god, it's actually a Bible made entirely of gold foil. I've seen it. Ah, God is golden. Weskier, bring me a big box. Come on, these guys from the Holy See use more luxurious magic tools than me. I never even thought that bottles of holy water can be made of gold. These damn filthy rich people. Those old guys in the Vatican are crying about poverty all day long. It seems that I have time to go to the Vatican's treasure house. Peter couldn't help but shake his head when he heard John's chattering voice behind him. I really can't understand such a Philistine, greedy for money, and always swearing. Why is the exorcism spell used so pure? Could this guy really be some kind of illegitimate son of God? Night. Just when Pete, this energy body, took over John's bathroom, claiming that he would soak in the bathtub tonight. In the bedroom, John rubbed his hands together and made the sign of the cross on his chest with both hands reverently. God, whether you are a girl or a nagel, please give me strength. System, open the treasure box for me. Ding. You opened the B-level exorcism treasure chest. You have obtained the special item, Tut's Cursed Mirror. Ding. You opened the S-level exorcism treasure chest. You got Chapter 15. 1 month's time. Not too long for John. Although he was looking forward to seeing his wand as soon as possible, John did not simply waste this month on meaningless waiting. Tut's Cursed Magic Mirror. The magic mirror cursed by Tut, the ancient Egyptian god of wisdom, is specially used to teach lazy people in the world who try to steal precious knowledge without going through the world and research. It can be used by consuming lifespan to specific knowledge and skills for rapid learning and research. King's Cross Station, London, England. John was dressed like a rich young man, pushing a small trolley and looking at the platform numbers one by one. Soon, we arrived between platforms 9 and 10. Hey, John, it's really you. A shout of surprise brought John, who was daydreaming about his wonderful life after school started, back to his senses. When he saw Harry, who was also pushing a trolley and seemed to have been waiting here for a while, a smile suddenly appeared on his face. Hi, Brother Fu. Although he didn't understand why John called him Brother Rich, Harry, who could tell from the other person's expression that John was in a good mood at the moment, seemed to be inspired by something. I've been here for a while, but even if I asked all the staff here, no one knows where platform 9 3/4 is. As he said that, Harry couldn't help but show a slightly anxious look on his face. Counting the time, it won't be long before the Hogwarts train starts. John looked around. The Weasley family who were supposed to give Harry directions at this time did not appear. It seems that his appearance has affected some of the plot to some extent. Then, John didn't do any ink, and after briefly glancing at the wall of a platform. Harry, do you believe me? Looking at John, who was suddenly so serious, Harry didn't know why. But in his heart, John was already his only friend now. Almost without thinking, he nodded heavily. Certainly. John smiled with satisfaction, and suddenly his feet exerted force. Under his push, the card in his hand suddenly hit the wall on the side. Harry, follow me. Although he was full of confusion and shock, when Harry heard John's greeting, he immediately burst out with all the strength in his small body. The two of them were in tandem. Just when Harry almost felt like he was going to crash into John, John in front of him suddenly slipped into it and disappeared the moment his body came into contact with the wall. Wait until he recovered from the shock. But he himself was already in a trance, passed through the wall, and saw the bustling crowd in front of him, with people of the same age as them everywhere. Platform 9 3/4, it's true. John had a smile on his face. The experience just now was like entering the movie world and becoming an actor in Hogwarts. This wonderful feeling made John very interested in the other young wizards at Hogwarts. John and Harry quickly found an empty carriage and entered. After putting away all the gifts, Harry's eyes stayed on the suitcase that John gently placed at his feet. I couldn't help but look suspiciously at the empty space in the luggage compartment above my head. John, I still have some space here where you can put your suitcase. Hearing this, John smiled meaningfully. Pat your suitcase. Forget it. What I have inside is very important. Once exposed, I'm afraid there will be a lot of trouble. Harry nodded in understanding. Just when Harry was about to ask John how the month before school was going, a figure suddenly appeared at the door of the box on the side. "Sorry, can I sit here? There are no seats in other carriages." Ronald Weasley. John looked at the other person's body without any trace, and his eyes slowly rested on the backpack on the other person's chest. A small living creature was stirring inside. You don't need to think about it to know that there must be the traitor who betrayed Harry's parents, Peter Pettigrew. Haha, animagus. I wonder what my animagus will be if I learn this magic. Seeing that John had no objection, Harry nodded enthusiastically and agreed to Ronald's request. "My name is Ronald Weasley. My parents are both wizards. My brother is also attending Hogwarts now." As he said that, Ronald's eyes suddenly looked towards Harry beside him. "You are Harry Potter. Well, can I take a look at your scar?" Although Harry was puzzled to hear that the other person knew his name without him even needing to introduce himself, he was not surprised. John did not interrupt the chatter between the two, but he held an arm and quietly looked out the window at the scenery that began to retreat rapidly. According to the agreement between him and Ollivander, since the other party did not write to him during this month, saying something like an accident, then the delivery of the wand can probably be completed smoothly today. Just as John was thinking about his problem, Harry suddenly stretched out his hand and waved it in front of his face. Seeing that he had come to his senses, he pushed a lot of snacks that he had bought in front of John in front of him. "John, what are you thinking about? You have barely spoken since you got in the car." Hearing this, he happily enjoyed the strange flavored beans given by rich brother Harry, but it was as if he had guessed it all at once. "John, you must be worried about the entrance examination, right?" John raised his eyebrows, looked at Ronald's "I know all the truth" look again, and began to talk about some assessment content such as dealing with giant monsters when entering school or surviving from the pursuit of giant dragons. But he was already smiling in his heart. Trolls and dragons? What are these compared to the evil spirits and monsters in my suitcase? Chapter 16. From the very beginning, I knew that this so-called extremely terrifying entrance examination was going to be a very scary thing. It was just some bad jokes passed down from the senior class, but John didn't mean to point them out at all. Even though Harry was so frightened by the battle scene described by Ronald that he couldn't even think about eating snacks, he didn't say anything to stop him. "I really can't stand listening anymore. Do you think that Hogwarts, with a great headmaster like Professor Dumbledore, can prepare these outrageous assessments for newly admitted wizards?" "Redhead, you don't understand anything at all." When the natural fluffy chestnut hair came into view, John, who had been sitting back in his seat and quietly watching Ronald's performance, his eyes moved. Hermione suddenly broke in and immediately exposed Ronald's bragging behavior. Ronald, who was talking enthusiastically, suddenly turned red in the face. "My three brothers all go to school at Hogwarts, and my parents also graduated from Hogwarts. Why do you think I'm lying? Maybe the wizarding world is just that big. Normally, children from wizarding families would at least know each other's existence before." Or perhaps, Ronald at this moment was angered by Hermione's sudden questioning. Hearing Ronald's ignorant retort, Hermione's face showed the arrogance of a top student. She hummed softly. "Anyone who has read the history of Hogwarts before the start of school will know that whether it is a troll or a dragon, they are clearly rated as dangerous magical creatures by the Ministry of Magic. Why do you think that Hogwarts will allow a little wizard who has just entered school and doesn't even know how to use a wand to deal with these monsters?" "Ronald." Harry looked at Ronald with a strange expression, his face almost the same color as his hair. After thinking about it, he still didn't give the opponent who was extremely embarrassed at the moment a questioning last shot. He didn't speak when he saw everyone. The little witch couldn't help but raise her little head proudly. In the eyes of Ronald and Harry, this behavior was considered annoying, but now in John's eyes, it was so cute and smart. Why are you looking at me like that?" Her unabashed admiration was noticed by Hermione. Hermione felt a rare sense of embarrassment when she saw John, whose demeanor was completely different from the two idiots in front of her. A fair little face flushed slightly. John smiled and shrugged. "Nothing. I'm just surprised that someone would spend their energy on history of Hogwarts in the month before the start of school. If this person is not an idiot, then he must have had a rough preview of the other first-year courses." John smiled and extended his hand towards the other person. "It's nice to meet you, future Miss Genius of Hogwarts, but I don't think you'll like seeing my face very much until the end of this semester." John said this confidently, for nothing else. With Tut's cursed mirror, he had easily completed all the self-study courses for his first year at Hogwarts. Although there are some places where you need to get some guidance from professors, but there is no doubt that what John lacks at this moment is just the wand customized by Ollivander. The two looked at each other, and the arrogance on Hermione's face could not help but falter slightly. But her long-term competitiveness prevented her from showing any timidity in front of John. He hummed softly, stretched out his little hand, and shook John gently. "My name is Hermione Granger. What's yours?" "John Konstantin." "Humph. I remember you," Hermione said, seeming to suddenly remember something at this time. "By the way, I was helping Neville find his lost toad. Did you see it just now?" Ronald pouted. Who pays attention to something like that? Hermione glanced at him coldly and said nothing, but looked at John, who had always been calm among the others, but whose confidence was the most difficult to ignore. "Miss Granger, if you simply look for a toad, it's really not that difficult." As he said that, John suddenly saw the shocked expressions of several people in the box. He suddenly took out a plump black mouse from the pocket of his windbreaker. Although the devil mouse looks more like a cute Pika, but as a girl, Hermione still instinctively moved away from him immediately. You actually brought a mouse as a pet? God, when I saw this thing written on the notice, I even thought it was a joke. Does anyone really have a mouse as a pet?" With a look of disgust on her face, Hermione said, and took 2 hurried steps back behind her. However, this move seemed nothing to John, but it instantly irritated Ronald, who already disliked him. "That's enough, you short-sighted guy. This is the world of wizards. Why can't we treat rats as pets?" As he spoke, Ronald suddenly took out a very ugly mouse from his pocket. If Roman's devil mouse could barely accept the opponent's image after looking at it twice, the scabbers that Ronald took out at this moment instantly broke the psychological defense of Hermione, a little girl. B*************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** impossible. A piercing scream spread in the box. Ronald looked at Hermione with such a huge reaction in embarrassment and anger. He held Scabbers' hand in his hand and couldn't help but exert a little force. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Scabbers is my family member. He has been living in our family since he was a child. You, a muggle, are so rude. Seeing that the two sides were about to really quarrel, John hurriedly reached out to interrupt. He looked at Ronald curiously. Ronald, does your Scabbers have any special abilities? Since it is a wizard's pet, it must not be an ordinary mouse, right? Ronald, who was still angry and annoyed at Hermione's short-sightedness, suddenly stiffened. He turned his head and looked at John blankly, and then at the spot in his hand that had gone from struggling to giving up. What do you mean? Shouldn't it be just an ordinary mouse? He's just a pet. Suddenly, John shook his head repeatedly and saw him raising the devil mouse in his hand. I don't know about others, but at least my Jerry can always bring me some gold coins from outside. Chapter 17. Walter? The mouse brought back gold coins. Everyone's eyes widened in surprise. As a know-it-all, Hermione couldn't help but curiously took a step forward and carefully observed Jerry in John's hands for a long time, her cute little face full of confusion. This is that magical animal in the wizarding world, Shio. But why is it different from the illustrations I saw in 32 Fantastic Beasts that wizards must know? Next to him, Ronald stared with a pair of clear eyes, looking at the spots in his hand, and then at Jerry, who was round in John's hand and was combing his beard at the moment. What is a sniff? Hermione looked at him like he was a fool. Didn't you just say that your family are all wizards? You don't even know about sniff. The arrogance she had put away when she faced John returned again the moment she faced Ronald again. He hummed proudly. The book says that the Niffler is a small magical animal from Britain. They are harmless, but they have no resistance to sparkling things, especially gold and silver jewelry. Moreover, they have a pouch that comes with their own traceless stretching spell. Ronald looked ugly and embarrassed as he sat closer to Harry. On the other hand, he whispered dissatisfiedly, "Where did she come from? And no one wants her to answer anything. What a nuisance." Suddenly, Hermione's eyes widened with anger. John on the side saw that the other party was about to take out his wand, and hurriedly waved his hand to interrupt. Oh, Miss Granger, I think you know better than me what the consequences will be if you use your wand to cast a spell on others today. Calm down. Hermione seemed rigid and always willing to follow the rules. But John knew that Gryffindor's little wizards, even the most honest Neville Longbottom, did not lack the courage to challenge the rules. Ronald, on the other hand, had a tough mouth and snorted disdainfully. It's so funny. John, why do you think this annoying guy can do magic? Hermione, repaired. Harry's eyes widened instantly, and in the sight of his broken lenses, the crack disappeared instantly the moment Hermione pointed her wand at him. Looking at Ronald, whose face was solidified and flushed, as if he wanted to open the window and jump out of the car to escape, Hermione had no intention of letting him go. In fact, it seems that I have indeed overestimated those of you who come from wizarding families. Don't you think so, Mr. Wizard? Ronald. The tense scene made John, who was watching the show, no longer able to sit idly by. He stood up and quickly put a hand on Hermione's shoulder, pushing her towards the outside of the box. Okay, Miss Granger, I think you don't want to waste time on this meaningless fight, right? The Mr. Longbottom you mentioned is probably still waiting for his toad, John said, turning back and winking at Harry. After the latter nodded to express his understanding, he took Hermione out of the box. Harry, you also saw that the guy just barged in suddenly and became inexplicably annoying. I'm sure that such an annoying guy must be a Slytherin, Ronald complained dissatisfiedly. And that John, why does he seem to like that annoying guy just now? Are they the same kind of people? That's enough, Ronald. Harry originally planned to deal with it casually and let the other party calm down. Hearing Ronald actually mention something wrong with John, the smile on his face suddenly disappeared on the spot. You don't know John. He is not a simple person, and he is my friend. My best friend. I originally wanted to say that John is a powerful exorcist, has the ability to cast magic without a wand. But thinking that John didn't seem to want the people around him to know this, he reluctantly stopped the defense on his lips. Not to mention what happened between Harry and Ronald. At first, Hermione was full of grievances and anger, accusing people like Ronald of being annoying, while watching Jerry quickly search for the toad in front of the two of them. But after a while, he felt John's hand that had never been removed from the side of his shoulder. Hermione's voice also became quieter and quieter. Mr. Konstantin, don't you think your current behavior is somewhat inappropriate? John blinked innocently. Hermione, I don't understand what you mean. Besides, why do you seem so wary of me? I thought we should be friends, and I just don't want you to accidentally fall because of the bumps of the train. With a slight blush on her face, Hermione raised her eyes and glared at this seemingly shameless guy. John, who was dressed more like an adult, was instantly equated with bad intentions in her mind. Okay, Miss Granger, you win. Don't look at me with such strange eyes. It will make people think that I have always given up on you. It's hard for me to explain clearly. Hermione's eyes widened, and she looked at John, who was really shameless. Gritting his teeth, he suddenly stepped on John's instep. In the latter's cries of pain, a word was left behind. John Konstantin, I should have thought of it earlier. Since a guy like you is sitting in the same box as that redhead, he must be the same type of person. Walter, John Black ? Face. Is Miss Know-It also clueless? Searching side by side has become one in tandem. John didn't step forward to cause trouble, but Hermione, who felt the footsteps behind her, clenched her little hands. My heart is filled with annoyance. Jerry, who seemed to have found some clue in front of him, speeded up, and John, who was following behind him, had no obligation to help her complete the good guy mission. Although this guy seems a little too familiar, but I seem to be a little too excited about him. A lazy voice came into my ears from behind. Miss Granger, don't expect a simple apology to calm me down. I'm not a broad-minded person. Hermione blushed. Hermione clenched her fists. Hermione looked back. Go to hell. You be *******D. Chapter 18. Amidst the roar of the train, the box where Harry Potter and the others were at this moment was surprisingly quiet. John sat at the window seat with a smile on his face, and one of his hands was placed on the shoulder of the know-it-all Miss Hermione Granger. The latter's face was so red that it seemed like water could drip from his face. He buried his head in unconsciously flipping through the book, Introductory Herbalism, in front of him, pretending that nothing happened. And in front of her, Harry, who was sitting with Ronald, looked with admiration at John, whose side face was reflected in the dusk outside the window, looking rather mysterious. The admiration for John in my heart was as flowing as the Thames. Harry, why do I feel like John likes this guy? Ronald whispered something in Harry's ear. However, he did not notice that just as he finished speaking, the hand of Miss Know-It-all in front of him, which was holding a book page, visibly froze. Hidden by the fluffy chipmunk-like hair, the roots of his ears began to turn red quickly at a speed visible to the naked eye, especially when he felt John's hand on his shoulder suddenly tightening. Hermione's body became stiff on the spot, as if she had been cast under a petrifying spell. But it was the other party's cute behavior that made John, who seemed to be looking out the window all the time, feel so happy. Life at Hogwarts seems to be getting more and more interesting. All freshmen, come to me. Your ceremony will be delivered to your dormitory by a special elf. I hope that all of you have now neatly put on your wizard robes. Hagrid's tall figure held up a lamp on the platform to welcome the new students. John, are you a Catholic? Also, don't tell me that your cross is made of pure gold. After getting off the train, Hermione looked at the little wizards around her and finally couldn't restrain her strong curiosity. Hearing this, John smiled and took out a gold cross from his collar. That's right, but this is not pure gold. As you can see, there is an ordinary stone on top. Hermione looked at the diamond-shaped stone with a dog-like mark in the middle of the cross that John held up, with a puzzled look on her face. Why are there such strange things? Even if there are inlays on the cross, shouldn't they all be statues of Jesus? John put the things away and blinked mysteriously. Once again, a hand quickly stopped the opponent's shoulder without giving the opponent a chance to dodge. Miss Hermione, you have to know that even if God exists, he may not necessarily bless me with a long life. However, I think my stone can. He didn't explain much, but the smile in his eyes could not be concealed. Zodiac charm, dog, a treasure from the mysterious East. People who wear the dog charm will be completely immune to poisons, diseases, and other negative effects, and will have unlimited lifespan and energy. The reward of the S-level Exorcist treasure box, combined with the Tut's cursed mirror, made John feel like he was cheating, without any concerns about longevity. In just 1 month, John had completely mastered the knowledge of magic theory from all the books he bought in Diagon Alley. Master it all. John's above-board behavior of hugging a little witch, coupled with his unique temperament, quickly made the two of them the focus of the crowd. When they got on the ferry, Harry, who was riding with them, immediately sat down at the seat farthest away from them. All the way through the Black Lake, which looked unprecedentedly cold in the dark night, and across the bridge hole, Hogwarts' towering and huge building full of medieval mystery catches everyone's eyes. Even John couldn't help but sigh secretly when he looked at this majestic building. If Konstantin Castle were as big as Hogwarts, even Weskier would be paralyzed from exhaustion. Under the leadership of Hagrid, everyone entered the interior of Hogwarts Castle. In front of the branch hall, Professor McGonagall was standing here early in the morning. When he saw the little wizards walking up the steps one by one, a gentle smile suddenly appeared in his eyes. These little wizards will be there in the next few years. After being taught by Hogwarts, he becomes an outstanding wizard. As a senior professor at Hogwarts, what Professor McGonagall enjoys most is precisely this process. However, just when she was about to explain to everyone the situation of the 4 major branches of Hogwarts and some common sense about admission to everyone, as usual, the smile on her face instantly froze at the sight of 2 figures that stood out among the crowd. Mr. Konstantin, although I know you should be very good at making friends, I think I still need to remind you. Children, it is forbidden to fall in love. Instantly, eyes focused on John and Hermione at the back of the crowd. The latter's already red face reached its peak in an instant. Like a frightened rabbit, he hurriedly broke away from John's arm. No, Professor, you misunderstood. Hermione was so anxious that she almost cried, but John shrugged as if nothing was wrong. Professor, we just have a very good relationship. After all, I think even you can't refuse an excellent little witch who can preview all the first-grade books 1 month before the start of school, right? I can't refuse anyway. Hear the words. Professor McGonagall was stunned for a moment, then glanced at Hermione in surprise, who indeed had the spirit of a top student, nodded slowly, and let the 2 of them go. Oh, it's really strange. Are muggles able to master spells through self-study now? A disdainful chuckle spread from the crowd. John glanced flatly at the kid with dazzling blonde hair, and he could guess the identity of the other person at a glance from the lineup of 2 fat guys behind him who looked like door gods. Draco Malfoy, a rich second-generation wizard who always likes to find trouble no matter what. He smiled. This gentleman, who seems destined to be the first in the grade, if I can drive away the 2 fat guys behind you who look exactly like the troll illustrations, maybe I will still applaud your confidence. But now, there is a saying in our muggle world, that is, birds of a feather flock together. 2 idiots are paired with 1 you who is not stupid at all, rounding off. John raised a few fingers and said regretfully, but his eyes were full of undisguised disdain. The wizard robes on your body reek of stupidity. Walter, UB asterisk 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 D. What did you say? Hermione opened her mouth wide. This shameless guy has such a vicious mouth. Duh. Chapter 19. UB asterisk 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 D. How dare you scold me? I never thought that as the eldest son of the Malfoy family, I would one day be called a fool by Draco, a dirty mudblood. He was so angry that he rushed towards John. However, Professor McGonagall, who saw everything in his eyes, just let out a questioning snort, which instantly made his movements freeze on the spot. A face that had to be admitted to be very handsome was now livid with anger. John shrugged and shook his head. Oh, so bad, Draco Malfoy. At this moment, he wished so much that his eyes could be like the mythical Medusa. With one glance, he could turn the damn B asterisk 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 D in front of him into a stone. Then he went up and smashed the opponent to pieces. It would be better to sink these dirty stones into the black lake of Hogwarts. Ahem. Okay, everyone, be quiet. Next, you need to be formally sorted. All the little wizards, line up in 2 rows and follow me. Professor McGonagall coughed slightly. Everyone hurriedly stood up obediently. Hermione, who was standing in front of John, suddenly bumped her head backwards and muttered in a voice that only the 2 of them could hear. The symbol of Slytherin House is a viper. I think you must be sorted into Slytherin. There was a slight smile on her lips. At the same time, I couldn't help but think about it in my heart. The annoying guy who just stood up and sprayed venom at the blonde didn't seem that annoying. A smirk appeared on John's lips. If that's the case, then Miss Granger will probably be in big trouble in the branch today. None of the 4 major branches have a cute white rabbit as their logo. Suddenly, Hermione instantly understood what John meant, and her face that had just cooled down instantly turned red again. Bang! With a sound, his head hit John's chest again, just when the 2 of them were flirting with each other under the strange eyes of the people around them. As the door of the auditorium opened in front of them, several rows of tables and wizards belonging to different colleges clapped happily, looking at these new wizards who enrolled this year. And John's eyes were immediately fixed on Dumbledore, who was sitting in the headmaster's seat. It's just like in the plot. He has a tall body like a warrior, but with his long silver-white beard and the generous and decent robe of the opponent, he looks like a wise man with an extremely rich heart. It's just, this guy really didn't pay attention to himself at all. Whether it was Dumbledore or the greasy-headed prince in black robes, Severus Snape, who was sitting on the professor's chair at the moment, their eyes were always staring at Harry Potter in the crowd. Oh, by the way, so does our Professor Quirrell. At this moment, in addition to these, in front of everyone, on a high stool, a hat that seemed to have a faint smell of dust was placed on it. Seeing this scene, John had the foresight to reach out and cover the ears of the little witch in front of him. What you do? The little witch turned back with dissatisfied eyes and took John's hand away from her ear. However, the next moment, welcome, welcome, warm welcome. The show is about to begin. I am the Hogwarts Sorting Hat, and now it's my turn to fulfill my duties. The little witch is scary. The little witch feels guilty. The little witch felt ashamed and took the initiative to cover John's hands on her ears again. She blushed with embarrassment, gritted her teeth, and looked at the weird-looking hat in front of her. She couldn't believe that there could be such an ugly and harsh singing voice in the world. The song of the Sorting Hat that made the surrounding students cover their ears in advance ended. Professor McGonagall, who didn't look very good, picked up the list and glared dissatisfiedly. Dumbledore, who was still enjoying the Sorting Hat song, took a deep breath. Next, the new student whose name I read will come up and sit in this seat. I will put the Sorting Hat on you, and then assign you your future college. Before the newcomers and wizards present could react, John had already heard the name of the deafening Iron Hat King of Hogwarts. Hannah Abbott. Yes, what a name for a wizard. Everyone's strange eyes were fixed on John, who suddenly let out a strange scream, and Hannah Abbott, whose name was called, heard that John praised her name so boldly in front of so many people. The little girl couldn't help but reveal a hint of blush on her face. John coughed twice, but he didn't expect that his reaction to seeing the Iron Hat King would be so big. Professor McGonagall glared at him, and then placed the sorting hat on Hannah's head. Hufflepuff. There was a burst of applause from Hufflepuff Academy. As the names were read one by one, Harry Potter, Ronald, and Draco completed the sorting. Looking at Harry Potter, who was indeed assigned to Gryffindor, Professor McGonagall also had a happy smile on his face. Subsequently, Hermione Granger. The little witch took John's palm off her shoulder and sat nervously on the chair. The sorting hat was placed on Hermione Granger's head by Professor McGonagall. Subsequently, Walter, who is John Konstantin. This little girl wants to be assigned to the same academy as you. Hermione. Hermione. John also looked dumbfounded, his eyes facing each other, and the gossipy eyes around him instantly focused on the two of them. Especially the glances from the Ravenclaw seniors were full of excitement. Oh, does this count as a confession in public? Chapter 20. The Gryffindors, who were still excited about getting Harry Potter, soon started howling with excitement because of Hermione's bold confession. Oh my God, what do I hear? Oh my God, does the new little wizard now have a lover? Shut up, you damn idiot. Look at the two of them, how well they match. Compared to the sincere blessings from Hufflepuff's side, the booing and howling from Gryffindor's side, and the awny laughter from the Ravenclaw senior students throughout the whole process. At this moment, Draco, who was sitting on the Slytherin seat, snorted coldly. As expected, people flocked together and birds of a feather flocked together. Mudbloods should be matched with mudbloods. He was proud and arrogant, and he was naturally worried about losing face in front of John today. However, John at this moment naturally couldn't hear this. He touched his nose in embarrassment, looking at the sights of the people around him, and in front of him, Hermione, who was almost using the sorting hat as a hood, holding on to the brim of the hat, as if she was ashamed to show off to others. It all caught him off guard. Over at the professor's seat, Dumbledore let out bursts of hearty laughter. It's great to be young, haha. Every year when I see new little wizards enrolling in school, I feel like I'm 10 years younger. Snape looked at this scene coldly, his eyes cold, and he didn't know what he was thinking. Fortunately, Professor McGonagall coughed in time. Okay, sorting hat, start your work quickly. Hermione was holding the sorting hat by the brim. It was obvious that it was quite fun to tease such a cute little witch. He pondered for a long time. The name of a college was read out on the spot. Gryffindor. Just as the sorting hat sounded, the excited voices of the Weasley twins came from the Gryffindor seat. John Konstantin, we got your little witch. Ha ha, you must come to our Gryffindor. Amidst the laughter, Professor McGonagall sent the little witch covering her face to the Gryffindor table with a cold face, and glared angrily at the twin brothers who were never restless. Okay, next, John Konstantin. Everyone's eyes were focused on John. This junior who had given such big melons to his seniors as soon as school started was immediately recognized by everyone present. Wow, what a magical boy. He really has a beautiful skin. Come on, come on, come on, put me on. I can't wait to break up this little couple like you. The sorting hat struggled excitedly in Professor McGonagall's hands. With a voice as unpleasant as a drake's throat, it has long since given up being loved by the little wizards. Just after saying this, Hermione, who was lying on the Gryffindor table with a blushing face, suddenly raised her head anxiously. John smiled and comforted the other person, slowly put on the sorting hat. However, just when he was thinking about whether to make some ulterior deal with the sorting hat so that he could successfully enter Gryffindor, a shout like a night owl, full of fear and anxiety, suddenly came from the sorting hat. The Holy See. He is a spy sent by the Holy See. The damn Holy See Heretic Punishment Center is coming to massacre wizards again. Run, run, everyone at the scene. The originally expectant expressions on everyone's faces froze at this moment. They looked at each other with no idea what the sorting hat was talking about. What? The Holy See? What does that mean? Punishment Center for Heretics. Oh my god, I seem to have seen it in some wizard novels. Well, the guys there are not human beings. They are demons. They will burn everyone to death. Wizard. Whether it's an old man or a child. What? John Konstantin is from the Holy See. Those who understand the situation and those who don't, after someone on the spot broke the news about the so-called heretic punishment facility. Everyone looked at John and instantly became horrified. Some little witches were so frightened that they cried on the spot after hearing about the punishments imposed by the Holy See on heretics. Whoa. Looking at the messy scene, John turned his head blankly and looked at Professor McGonagall beside him, spreading his hands innocently. Express. Professor McGonagall, as you saw, I didn't do anything. However, the sorting hat on his head at the moment was still hysterically shouting at the young wizards around him, telling them to flee quickly, otherwise they would be burned to death by the Vatican if they didn't leave. Enough. Professor McGonagall's face was livid with anger. He grabbed the sorting hat and threw it to the ground in front of everyone. She took a deep breath, and under the influence of the amplification spell, a warning instantly made the candlelight in the auditorium dance. Quiet. Seeing that everyone was quiet, McGonagall quickly walked to Dumbledore's side and explained in a low voice. I heard that John might be from a Holy See family, and he had a decent inheritance at all. Dumbledore couldn't help but glance at the other party in surprise. Then Dumbledore himself stood up. Everyone be silent. Don't be fooled by those travel novels in wizard bookstores. Nowadays, the Holy See no longer hunts wizards. That was thousands of years ago. Mr. John Konstantin has no problem. Everyone is doubtful. However, John's label as descendant of wizard killers was precisely determined in this way. Mr. Konstantin, the sorting hat is a little confused right now, so I allow you to choose which house you want to go to. Dumbledore spoke. Upon hearing this, John bowed to the other party, and then walked towards the Gryffindor, Miss Know-It-All, without hesitation. But at this moment, a slightly anxious voice came from the small door behind the professor's seat. Wait, Mr. Konstantin. John turned his head, and then saw Ollivander, who was wearing a robe, looking dusty, and solemnly holding a box in his arms. His expression instantly became excited. Mr. Ollivander, is my wand ready? Chapter 21. Ollivander. Originally, he had arrived here early, and had agreed with Professor McGonagall that after the sorting ceremony was over, he would call John to the office alone, then hand the wand to the other person. However, Ollivander, who was eager to let John use the wand he made as soon as possible, was still unable to restrain his inner urgency. Just after John had chosen the branch, he ignored his agreement with Professor McGonagall and appeared at the branch ceremony in person. "Mr. Ollivander, is my wand ready?" John stepped forward excitedly, and when they heard that John hadn't gotten his wand yet, the little wizards at the scene couldn't help but look here in surprise. "Walter, why did John just pick up his wand now? I heard that Ollivander's wand shop has thousands of wands. Any wizard can always buy a wand that suits him from him." Ronald whispered doubtfully into Harry's ear. "Could it be? No, it shouldn't be. Muggles can exchange gold galleons from Gringotts." Harry shook his head. As one of the people present when John customized his wand, he was also full of expectations and curiosity about John's wand. At that time, the biological feather, which even Mr. Ollivander and Professor McGonagall did not recognize, gave him a very comfortable feeling. Dumbledore also walked over slowly at this moment. His eyes first looked at John gently, and then looked at the long wooden box in Ollivander's hand. "I can see that, old man. You must have made something truly exquisite." Dumbledore hadn't finished speaking yet. Ollivander shook his head excitedly. "No, no, no, Professor Dumbledore. I must state that I treat all my works equally, because I regard each of them as a child I raised. But this time, Mr. Konstantin's wand is different." Ollivander's voice was loud, and many young wizards even stood on the dining table, looking curiously towards this side. "I'm sure that the wand made this time, not just me, but even my descendants, will be hard-pressed to reach this level," Ollivander said solemnly, and the moment he carefully opened the wooden box in front of John. Dumbledore and John, standing in front of them, immediately felt a warm feeling rushing to their faces. This warmth does not come from fire, but a soft warmth that comes from the blazing sun. A wand with a surface like ivory and about 13 inches long was coiled with golden wires like vines. "The core of the staff is the feather you gave me, Mr. Konstantin. As for the body of the staff, I originally planned to use Hollywood. After all, you can also feel the comfortable magic power at the moment. However, unfortunately, this power does not seem to like to follow the rules, and it is not as aggressive as I imagined." Dumbledore looked at the yew tree, which looked like white ivory, and nodded slowly. "So you chose the yew, which has more meanings of death and immortality." Ollivander nodded, carefully took out the wand from the wooden box, and handed it to John in front of him expectantly. "The facts are exactly as I expected. That magical feather fits the yew tree so well that I have never seen before in my life." John took the wand from the other man's hand. Next moment, wow! Waves of sounds like wind chimes appeared out of thin air with a stream of air, and a dinging bell suddenly sounded in the auditorium. The sudden change caused the little wizards around to scream in surprise. But Ollivander, who felt the fluctuations from the wand in front of him more professionally, turned red with excitement. "Quick, Mr. Konstantin, wave it gently." John glanced at Professor Dumbledore and McGonagall, who were standing aside, and saw them nodding. Then he took a deep breath. He waved the wand gently in his hand. Buzz, a dazzling white light, accompanied by the increasingly intense ringing of wind chimes, was accompanied by bursts of ethereal Sanskrit singing like a Vatican choir, suddenly began to echo in the auditorium. I couldn't hear exactly what was being sung, but the moment the ethereal and melodious voice spread, it made everyone present feel refreshed and invigorated. Unlike the young wizard who was focused on the sounds around him, Professor Dumbledore and McGonagall, who were standing next to John at the moment, looked at the tip of the wand in John's hand with shocked expressions. The white light group began to rapidly enlarge. Pupils contract violently. When the light group twisted, it exploded and flew out instantly, and began to deform as it hovered over the auditorium. Professor McGonagall couldn't help but cover his mouth. This is the God-calling guard. Not only Professor McGonagall, but also the professors from other colleges who were just watching the excitement at this moment, all looked up at the dome of the auditorium as if they had seen a ghost. While everyone was in a daze, he transformed into a human form, and then broke away from a pair of white wings. "Oh my God, I saw an angel. Ah, so beautiful. She really is an angel. What kind of curse is this, Mr. Konstantin? I want to learn it too." The short Professor Flitwick sat on the ground blankly. "How is this possible? Merlin, is he really an angel? But why?" As a well-known wizard in Hogwarts and even Europe, Flitwick teaches some views and understanding of magic. Sometimes, even Dumbledore has to express his admiration. However, at this moment, he couldn't understand it at all. Why can God-calling guard be able to summon angels, and A young wizard who has just completed the sorting ceremony, just holds the wand, can unconsciously release such a high-level magic spell as calling Godguard. He is not sisterly. Holy and noble angels circled around the dome of the auditorium and then disappeared as the light of the wand in John's hand dissipated. The spot turned into patches of white light and disappeared. However, the fantasy about angels that everyone had always had in their minds became a concrete memory at this moment. Merlin's beard. No wonder the guy in the sorting hat said that Konstantin is from the Holy See. He can actually summon angels. The Weasley twins exclaimed. Dumbledore, who originally had some concerns about John, suddenly became amiable when he saw that John's divine guardian turned out to be an angel. Mr. Konstantin, a man with an angel's heart, I look forward to your future achievements. Chapter 22. Oh my God, Dumbledore, you should believe me. That boy, he's going to burn us all. I'm warning you one last time. If you don't shut up, I will let Mr. Filch take you to experience the craftsmanship of his family's cobbler. Professor McGonagall looked on sullenly, still chattering incessantly at this moment, looking like the sorting hat who had suffered a huge mental shock. John sat in the Gryffindor's seat. If the sorting hat just said a descendant of the Holy See, he was directly labeled as a descendant of wizards and executioners by everyone, which made everyone feel a little uncomfortable when they looked at him. After John got the new wand, he instantly revealed his angelic guardian spirit, and Dumbledore's comment about a man with an angel at heart. But in an instant, the misunderstanding was turned into a shining point for John. No one is willing to approach an existential threat easily, even if the threat is only a possible threat. However, there will never be anyone who refuses to be with a person who is truly kind, and whose kindness has ironclad proof as a premise. For example now, even though Hermione had tried her best to ignore the witches around her who were flirting with John, but these guys seemed to totally think she was Hermione Granger dead. Excuse me, Mr. Konstantin, if you want to flirt with others, can you not sit next to me? Hermione spoke calmly with an expressionless face, and the sourness in her words made the Weasley twins beside her couldn't help but smile at each other. The two guys, who were worried about the world being in chaos, didn't wait for John to explain. Granger, don't worry. Although there are many witches in Ravenclaw, they will pay more attention to those of the opposite S*X who have outstanding looks and rich knowledge. Of course, if they have very exciting stories of the opposite S*X, they are more worthy of their attention. Konstantin, Ops. Fred had a bad smile on his face. What's wrong? I just got the wand, and it can trigger the God-calling guardian. And it's the angel that witches can't refuse the most. Seeing the way the little witch looked at him became more and more dangerous, John coughed hastily. That's enough, Weasley. Your little tricks are too childish in front of Hermione. The two laughed. It's a bit childish, but there's no problem at all with adding obstruction. Ding, ding, ding. Amidst the sound of tapping the wine glass, Dumbledore sat back in the headmaster's seat and glanced around. This time his eyes not only stayed on Harry for a moment, but when he saw John, he smiled and nodded. Everyone, be quiet. I'm very happy to see so many cute and new faces at Hogwarts in the new year. Of course, I also want to thank our Mr. Konstantin. The charm of the angel is really amazing. Mesmerized, John smiled and nodded. Dumbledore coughed slightly. Okay, now let's get back to the topic. Attention first-year students, and of course old students too. The Forbidden Forest next to the school prohibits any young wizards from entering. The dangers therein are far beyond what you can handle. Secondly, Mr. Filch asked me to remind everyone not to release magic in the corridors. The third thing is that young wizards who want to join the Quidditch team can take the assessment in the second week of this semester. For specific information, please consult Ms. Hooch, who is responsible for your flying class professor. At last, Dumbledore paused slightly when he said this, with an unprecedented serious expression on his face. If you don't want to encounter an accident or die in great pain, don't go near the corridor on the right side of the 4th floor. Hearing this, John, who quietly put a hand on the little witch's shoulder again, couldn't help but curl his lips. But then, his expression suddenly changed. If he remembered correctly, in the corridor on the right-hand side of the 4th floor is the entrance to the level where the magic stone is hidden. The person responsible for guarding the dungeon is the magical creature trained by Hagrid himself, the three-headed hell dog. Perhaps it was to confirm what he was thinking. Just as Dumbledore finished speaking, a voice followed soon after, ringing in John's mind. Ding! It has been detected that the host has entered the land of demonic energy. Due to the particularity of the host's profession, supernatural events will frequently occur in this area. Please be prepared for exorcism at any time. John. I originally thought I could be a heartless Hogwarts genius wizard while I was in school. Tease and tease the little witch, and then learn some wizard tricks. Wait until you are on vacation, and then go out to exorcise demons to earn exorcism treasure box. The system prompt made John's face darken. What's wrong? Hermione, who had a keen mind, immediately noticed something was wrong with John. Shaking his head slightly, John took a deep look at Miss Know-It-All, who still knew nothing about his bad guy, and suddenly felt a little guilty. Maybe I really shouldn't be here. He took his hand back from the little witch's shoulder. The small movement made Hermione, who already felt that something was wrong with him, even more worried. As Dumbledore said, the dinner is on. On the originally empty dining table, a dazzling array of dishes, desserts, and fruit snacks appeared in an instant. Just when everyone couldn't wait to join the war with food, a slightly cold hand suddenly placed gently on John's hand. John turned his head in surprise and looked at Miss Know-It-All, whose expression was unprecedentedly serious. John, no matter what happened, I hope you won't hide it. I can help you. What kind of silly girl is she? He didn't even feel that he had done anything to make the other party trust him so much. But, Miss Granger, I think if you reject so many girls, I'm afraid it will have a bad impact on you, and I don't think they will listen to you. So, I think it's more appropriate for me to handle it myself. Hermione was confused. Hermione turned her head. Hermione and dozens of pairs of witch eyes met. A cold little hand pinched the back of John's hand hard, and an obviously angry voice reached John's ears. John Konstantin. Die. Chapter 23. John ate the tasteless food. The narrow and lack of food cooking methods made him feel that if he asked Weskier to open a wizard restaurant in Hogsmeade Village or Diagon Alley, you can definitely make a lot of money. Weskier, who came out of the treasure chest, John didn't think he could meet his opponent in this regard. He thought quietly and responded to some of the curious inquiries from the twins beside him. In just a few words, they successfully extinguished their interest in him. The system just said that supernatural events will occur frequently in Hogwarts in the future. How frequent will it be? John sighed inwardly. To be honest, he has never been someone who likes to trouble others. Moreover, he has been practicing exorcism for 2.5 years, and he has never caused any serious harm to the possessed person in any exorcism ceremony. Big damage. Before he knew there was Hogwarts in this world, he was enjoying his life very much. Just like a superhero who hides in the dark and silently brings stability to the world, every exorcism is like an upgrade in fighting monsters in an online game. Aim for the highest and enjoy life. Until then it had been his only idea. When the system said that because of him, the entire Hogwarts would become a demon place, where demon possession or evil spirits would frequently occur, John's first reaction was to drop out of school. However, the little witch's words made him give up this idea instantly. And Indy, isn't it just that there are more monsters? At worst, I won't pretend anymore. With the guardian spirit of S-level, Rat Demon Pete. Here, who am I afraid of? If that doesn't work, I might as well exorcise the demon and capture and tame it at the same time. F***K. John, whose thoughts suddenly became clear, suddenly and unconsciously uttered a national curse from his previous life. He was chewing a charcoal-grilled sausage in his mouth, and his eyes were getting brighter and brighter. Yes, why didn't I think of that? Why should I fight alone? I can tame demons and use them as my puppets or soldiers, even if I play a little bigger. He suddenly grabbed the little hand that had just picked up a piece of strawberry cake, and the little witch looked at him blankly. Do you want to eat? John, Hermione, do you believe in the holy light? I believe. John was stunned. Hermione in front of him did not speak, and the voice that answered was not female. He turned his head and looked behind him in confusion. I saw a fat man covered in white, like a mist, but with a naive smile, wearing a robe in the style of the Holy See. Seeing John's confused look, the fat monk smiled and waved his hand. Hi. Oh, Mr. Konstantin, I just felt the exorcism power of the Holy See, and I also learned about you from Professor McGonagall. John turned his head, and just at this moment, Professor McGonagall, who was sitting in the professor's chair, also looked towards him. Professor McGonagall raised his glass gently and gave him an encouraging smile. Obviously, she always remembered John's confusion about his origins. The little wizards at the Gryffindor table all looked at the fat ghost monk belonging to Hufflepuff curiously, wondering what he wanted to do with John. Before John could take the initiative to ask questions, the fat monk in front of him moved towards him excitedly. Is your surname really Konstantin? Well, I have been dead for so many years that I have almost forgotten the aura of those guys from your Konstantin family. If you could you give me a drop of your blood? Such a request made Miss Know-It-All want to refuse instinctively. However, before she could pull John, John had already bitten one of his index fingers without hesitation. Oh, John's decisiveness not only shocked Hermione on the side, but also frightened the Weasley twins who were chattering beside them. They almost didn't choke on the food in their mouths. When bright red blood emerged from his index finger, John calmly handed his hand to the fat monk. Is that enough? Obviously, John's actions also frightened the fat monk. He originally wanted to use a silver needle or something to K the epidermis and squeeze out a drop. Who would have thought that John would be so reckless? Professor Dumbledore, who was sitting on the professor's chair, looked slightly solemn. Minerva, can you tell me what happened during the day you led Mr. Konstantin? I have a hunch that this child may have quite a secret. Professor Quirrell, who was sitting not far away, heard this and said, while the knife and fork in his hand was unconsciously cutting the steak in front of him, his eyes were vaguely looking in John's direction. The 3 Death Eaters he sent out that night had disappeared the next day. But John, who was their target, was able to appear here safe and sound. After confirming that there was no professor in Hogwarts secretly protecting the opponent, Quirrell already had some understanding of what his master Voldemort said. What is the sentence, "There is something very important to me about this boy" mean? The blood was handed to the fat monk by John. However, just when everyone thought that the fat monk was going to do something complicated, the latter just touched John's blood with his ghost body. Next moment, you are a descendant of the Pope's Templars. Konstantin, you are indeed a descendant of the Holy Konstantin family. The fat monk seemed to be burned, waving his hands in pain. On the other hand, in an even more shocked voice, he shouted out the truth about John's life experience. The clinking of plates and cutlery, as well as the chatter of the little wizards, disappeared in an instant. The corners of John's mouth twitched. Well, on my first day at Hogwarts, I successfully suppressed Harry Potter, who was supposed to be the focus of Hogwarts, in all aspects. Became a true freshman star at Hogwarts. Hermione was confused. What is a Templar? Also, why do you add the word sacred in front of the name of the Konstantin family? In the professor's seat, Professor McGonagall, who was telling Dumbledore in a low voice about what happened that day, paused slightly. Along with the professors from other colleges, as well as the young wizards around him, they all cast inquiring glances. Chapter 24. It's the Papal Templars. The fat monk struggled for a while and finally got rid of the burning pain in his fingers. After hearing Hermione's words, he immediately corrected him seriously. The Templars and the Papal Templars are not on the same level. The Templars can be awarded by the Holy See for those who have strong military exploits or have contributed to the Holy See, but the Papal Templars. The fat monk took a deep breath. John didn't even know why the other party did this. The Papal Templars are completely forged through intensive exorcisms and enemy-killing exploits. Each of them has very terrifying strength, and most of the tasks they perform are the most dangerous tasks of directly fighting the demons of hell. Even, one of the conditions that must be experienced to become a Papal Templar is to enter hell, go through a battle, and then safely retreat to the earth. Although the young wizards around them had almost no idea about the Holy See and Knights. But after hearing that John's family ancestors had such terrifying strength, they couldn't help but cast admiring glances at John. Even Professor McGonagall, Dumbledore, and others who were sitting in the professor's chair at the moment looked surprised. As for Quirrell, he was so excited that even the hands holding the knife and fork were shaking violently. The ancestor of Konstantin actually existed as a powerful being who could enter hell and come back alive. Doesn't that mean that there must be some way to restore the owner? Snape, who was sitting next to him, frowned slightly, with a stern expression on his face, but did not react at all to such surprising old news. However, the knife and fork he had stopped in a daze already showed that he had developed a strong interest in John at this moment. It seemed that the fat monk had not been the focus of so many pairs of eyes for a long time. The last time there was a card like this, it was when his identity as a wizard was discovered by the priests of the Holy See and he was executed in public. Being a Papal Templar is an unimaginable honor. However, above the Pope's Templars, there are still a handful of terrifying entities. They are just like the 28 pure-blooded families in the wizarding world. No. The fat monk suddenly shook his head. The smiles of some Slytherin wizards who had just shown a little pride on their faces suddenly froze. The so-called 28 pure-blooded families are not even worthy of carrying their shoes in front of these beings. And these are the 8 sacred descendants, the fat monk said, paused again, and bowed slightly to the stunned John, while everyone was scratching their heads and waiting impatiently for the next sentence. The reason why they are called the Holy 8 Descendants is because among the ancestors of these 8 families, there have been at least 5 Pope Templars within 3 generations. Long-term exorcism and contact with sacred power, as well as the experience of brutal fighting in hell, have caused tremendous changes in their body and blood, and this change has been passed on to their descendants. Legend. The members of the Holy Eight descendants are all angels reincarnated from heaven into the human world. They come to this world to drive away evil spirits and demons from the world. And Konstantin is one of the 8 holy descendants, the Holy Konstantin. The fat monk spoke at the end, his voice high and excited. Looking at John was like seeing God. John. He noticed the eyes of everyone around him looking up at him, and couldn't help but waved his hands in embarrassment. Well, I have never heard of these. But you did summon an angel just now. Ronald's last strike was filled with admiration, leaving John even more confused as to how to defend himself. And Harry, who knew more about John, was looking at him almost fanatically at this moment. Back from Diagon Alley, a month before school starts. He already knew the entire process of John's exorcism from Mr. Lawrence next door. We have also learned about John's hidden identity, that of an exorcist. Now that I heard that John's family ancestors had such glorious and great achievements, John was instantly transformed into a golden body in his mind. John. Seeing this, Professor McGonagall, who also realized that John was a bit different from ordinary people, frowned. He walked from the professor's chair to John. Mr. Konstantin, we will not expel you or target you because of your family's Holy See origin, so if you have anything to hide, I hope you can tell me now. Professor McGonagall's intellectual eyes were full of sincerity. Looking across the other side, Dumbledore, who was sitting in the headmaster's seat, also smiled in encouragement. Mr. Konstantin, there is no need to worry. Since you have completed the sorting, from this moment on you will be a student of the Gryffindor branch of our Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. No one can hurt you. I promise. Dumbledore said this very solemnly, as if he was making a promise to John. However, John was smiling bitterly inwardly at this moment. Harmy, why don't you first ask the S-class, rat demon behind me, as well as the C-class and D-class evil spirits in my suitcase, if they agree? He looked at McGonagall's encouraging eyes, and it was already clear in his mind that the other person might have figured out something extraordinary on his own. He was born into the 8th holy descendant of the Holy See, but he lived alone in an old castle that was abandoned and overgrown with weeds. Although he is still a child, he still needs to run for his own livelihood. When you see the things in the magic broom shop, you will be like a child and can't help but yearn for it. Noticing the distress deep in Professor McGonagall's eyes, the corners of John's mouth twitched twice. He already understood that if he didn't release something today, I'm afraid these people wouldn't let him go. I saw him sigh. It was as if a decision had been made suddenly. Suddenly, under everyone's gaze, he raised a hand. The fire of heaven, armor me. Mercy, forgive my sins, holy fire spell. Wow. When the familiar golden flame rose from John's hand again, the dazzling fire reflected the surroundings, causing the little wizards around him to open their mouths in shock. Harry was the only one, pointing excitedly at the flame in John's hand. John looked helplessly at Professor McGonagall, who was also shocked, and sighed. Well, Professor McGonagall, you have also seen that I am really just like the fat monk said. I am a little different from ordinary people. Chapter 25. John, what language is the spell you just recited? It doesn't sound like German or English. John, are you really the reincarnation of an angel? John, why have you never heard about your family's past? Has no one ever told you about it? John, does the Holy See really not persecute wizards? All kinds of strange questions kept ringing in John's ears as he finally finished his dinner and followed his prefect Percy to the Gryffindor's lounge. Even Harry, who seemed to have known all along that John was hiding his identity as an exorcist. At this moment, everyone gathered around him and asked some indirect questions. Questions like, can you see things that others can't? Can you see evil spirits? The excited little lions surrounded John. Even Percy, as a prefect, could not suppress the enthusiasm of these guys at this moment. That's enough. This is already a rest area. Everyone, keep quiet. If you have any questions, ask them tomorrow. Percy showed his majesty as a prefect. At this moment, John actually felt that Percy was not annoying at times. Everyone looked at each other in shock, and then gradually dispersed when they saw that Percy, the prefect's face, was getting ugly. Wait until the other senior Gryffindors leave. Percy breathed a sigh of relief. This is a public rest area. I must solemnly repeat it. Even if you want to discuss some issues, please control your voice as much as possible. Do you understand? Seeing everyone nodding, he pointed to the stairs on both sides with satisfaction. The boys' dormitory is upstairs on the left, and the girls' dormitory is on the right. If there is anything you need to contact each other, you can either come to the common rest area or go somewhere else. Of course, night tours and the like are naturally not allowed. John and Hermione immediately felt the playful gazes around them, which seemed to be smiling but not smiling. The little witch, who had just recovered from John's powerful life and background, suddenly turned red again. He hummed softly and casually said good night. Then he took the lead and headed towards the girls' dormitory. Perhaps his appearance affected the plot. Originally, Harry, Ronald, Neville, and the explosive genius Seamus were supposed to be in the same dormitory. Now Simo has been transferred to another dormitory. John, who came from a distinguished family, was handsome, and whose strength seemed to be hidden, was also said to be the reincarnation of an angel, although he didn't say anything. However, whether it was Harry, Ronald, who had no independent opinions, or Neville, whose memory was damaged, the three of them were all instinctive and regarded each other as the boss of their dormitory. Even for things like hygiene, John just said a process. Several people agreed without hesitation. The bed at John's feet belonged to Neville, and directly opposite him sat Harry. Just when Ronald took off his wizard robe, revealing the inner lining with even finger-sized bottles and jars and some small silver jewelry tied inside, Ronald, who had been paying attention to the situation on his side, instantly widened his eyes. "Oh my God, John, what are these?" "Wait." Ronald seemed to have thought of something. He first nervously looked at the door and window. After confirming that there was no problem, he lowered his voice and excitedly asked his guess. "John, are you an exorcist?" John. He couldn't help but look at Harry, who was also shocked. He immediately shook his head when he saw the latter. John couldn't help but look at Ronald in surprise. "How did you tell?" Ronald chuckled. In the wizarding world, even young wizards from some wizarding families can try to use the spare wands at home very early on, but magic is still banned. The Ministry of Magic can easily detect this, but the fire trick you just performed in the restaurant will definitely not be monitored by the Ministry of Magic. If I were you, I wouldn't use it just for lighting. Hearing this analysis, John couldn't help but chuckle. He nodded casually, acknowledging his identity. "As long as you know this, it must not be leaked. After all, although I have only been in the industry for 2.5 years, I don't have any reputation at all." John's half-truth and half-false words not only failed to scare away a few people, but Harry seemed to have grasped something important in an instant. Etc. Ronald hugged the pillow excitedly and came closer. "John, can you tell us what the devil looks like? Is it like a troll or a vampire?" John shook his head. "I didn't want to tell them so much, but judging from the looks of a few people, if I didn't bring out something, I'm afraid they would bother me all night." John pondered and suddenly spoke. "Calculating the time, it is indeed time for a harvest in my devil ranch. Do you want to come together? Of course, if you're scared, just pretend I didn't say it." Harry, who was sitting on the bed, suddenly stood up excitedly. I'm going." However, then several people realized something was wrong and instantly took a breath. Ronald was even more frightened and turned pale. "Yo, John, don't tell me that you brought demons to Hogwarts. If you were an exorcist, you would definitely kill the demons, right?" John smiled and put the clothes he had just taken off back on. Some things that cannot be controlled must naturally be killed, but some things that can be imprisoned and often provide some precious materials. Why should we kill them? As he said that, under the suspicious gazes of several people, John suddenly took out his suitcase from under the bed. There was a click. He opened the suitcase, revealing a space passage with a traceless stretching spell. John smiled, turned over, and stepped on the ladder, moving down. "If you really want to see the evil spirit, then come down together. Of course, even if you can't come down, if any of you dare to report it to the professor." John didn't speak, but the sneer on his lips instantly made all three people present shiver. Chapter 26. He looked at John, who disappeared directly into the suitcase. Harry and the three of them couldn't help but look at each other. I will keep an eye on the professor for you. If anyone comes, I will notify you immediately." Maybe John's warning just now had an effect, or maybe Neville didn't want to do that kind of disappointing thing at the moment. When he saw Harry and Ronald looking at him, he immediately expressed his attitude. Ronald shrugged regretfully, but then couldn't help but look at Harry beside him excitedly. Harry nodded. Regardless of the fact that he was still wearing pajamas, the second person followed him and followed the ladder inside the suitcase and entered it. "Neville, are you really not going? This is an evil spirit, something that even Professor Dumbledore has probably never seen before." Neville still shook his head like a rattle. Seeing that the other party was resolute, Ronald said no more. At the same time, in the demon-sealed treasure box, John had just entered this space, and suddenly a dark space, like a medieval stone dungeon, came into view. In a series of sounds, the lamps hanging on the wall suddenly illuminated. The bright golden holy fire made the originally gloomy dungeon instantly bright and peaceful. Roar! Boom! Ah! Just as John was adding holy water to these lamps one by one, there was a roar like a beast, followed by a heavy impact, and the familiar scream of Harry Potter was heard instantly. When John turned around to look, he saw Harry, who was wearing pajamas, sitting on the ground in a state of embarrassment. With a pale face, he looked at the cage directly facing him under the ladder. Don't be nervous. It seems that these cage bars are already rusty. However, even if you give these guys another 100 years, they will never break through the cages that hold them. John's calm voice came from behind, making Harry, whose body was shaking, finally feel a little more at ease. However, at this moment, his eyes were still looking at the cage in front of him in shock, looking like a humanoid monster with its skin peeled off and its eyes completely white. His body couldn't help but tremble slightly, just when Harry was about to ask what the monster in front of him was. An exclamation suddenly came from above the head. "Ah, monster!" With a cry of pain, Ronald fell directly from the ladder. Looking at the other person's grimace, John could feel the pain. He shook his head slightly. He looked back at the monster in front of him. This is Class C, evil spirit in the tomb. The evil spirit I captured during an exorcism operation in Ireland should be the evil spirit in the sealed tomb passed down from ancient times. Because the developer developed the area there, it broke the seal. Seeing Ronald, this guy, dare to take 2 steps forward towards the cage after getting up, the corner of John's mouth curled up in a small arc. One night, a total of 38 people, including the boss of the engineering team, the workers present, and the priest and 3 clergymen of a nearby church, all died in his hands. Walter, looking at Ronald, who was so frightened that he instantly stepped back, John shrugged. There is no need to doubt that I will not deceive you about this kind of thing, and there is no need to do so. As he spoke, he reached out and picked up something that looked like iron pliers from a workbench on the side, and pressed his hand on a carved rune on the cage. Amidst the bursts of sharp sound, the cave evil spirit, which was still in the cage and kept hitting the fence, was instantly trapped by the special chains around it. The iron pliers in John's hand reached out with lightning and instantly entered the other person's mouth, which was full of black blood and stains. With a shrill howl, he took out the iron pliers stained with black blood. A petal-shaped meatball that was as black as a cuttlefish was torn out of the opponent's mouth by John. Looking at the tomb evil spirit, who was bound by chains and still twitching in pain, Harry and Ronald both couldn't help but take a few nervous steps back. John smiled lightly. Don't be nervous. The tomb evil spirit will use this mouthpart in its mouth to swallow the soul of its prey together to strengthen itself. Moreover, this mouthpart is also the source of its power. To imprison the cave evil spirit, you need to regularly cut off the mouthparts generated by the opponent, and this mouthpart is also a very good magic material. Of course, I still don't know what this thing can be used for. What? John said as he put the evil spirit mouthparts he had just collected into a jar full of corpse oil. Harry and the 2 men on the side could clearly see that there were at least a dozen such mouthparts in the jar at this moment. Afterwards, John led 2 more people and began to harvest the daily output of these evil spirits one cage after another, just like the idol farm he played in his previous life. A monster with the body of a goat but a head like a crocodile. Chains with silvery light were being wound into a rice dumpling. The sharp fangs, as sharp as daggers, kept rubbing and colliding with the chains as the upper and lower jaw struggled. John held a pair of scissors with a gold cross symbol on the handle and cut the wool of the monster. This is a C-class monster that has been corrupted by the breath of hell. Oh, by the way, I invented the word monster myself. In fact, in the exorcism world, both D-class and C-class are collectively called evil spirits. I caught this guy in Scotland a year ago. It not only ate hundreds of cattle and sheep, but in the end, it even spared the rancher's whole family, including a baby less than 2 months old. When John said this, he paused slightly. The plain words made Harry, who had already seen several ferocious evil spirits one after another, naturally have that cruel and terrifying scene appear in their minds. Ugh, yuck. Ronald was the first to not hold back, squatting aside and vomiting, which made John shake his head repeatedly. I named this guy Green Goat Demon, and the chains that bind him are special chains that I added holy water and gold with exorcism spells to create. But even so, every once in a while I need to shear all the wool off this guy. Harry. Chapter 27. Harry, it's time to get up. If you don't leave, you'll miss breakfast. Dormitory door. John looked at Harry and Ronald with a helpless expression, lying on the bed like dead pigs, and responded unconsciously. There was no other reaction. Today's first class is Professor McGonagall's Transfiguration class. If you are late, Professor McGonagall will be very angry, right? Neville Longbottom looked at his two roommates with a worried expression. Ever since John took the two of them into the suitcase last night, and then probably saw the evil spirit, and then came back, the two of them were so excited that they couldn't sleep all night. And by the time dawn came, the two of them had become what they are today without any surprise. Forget it. I'll ask Jerry to call them later. Let's go to the restaurant first. As John and Neville were on their way to the restaurant, all the little wizards who saw John greeted him warmly without exception. Some bold little witches even forced a pink love letter they had prepared into his hands. Among the restaurants, Hermione was pretending to be reading and eating breakfast, but her eyes kept looking towards the entrance of the restaurant. The moment he saw John appear, a happy smile suddenly appeared on his face. However, this smile only lasted for less than a second, and it was frozen on the spot because of the countless love letters in the other person's arms. Let me guess, student Konstantin probably wanted to work-study at Hogwarts, so he became the school's postman, right? The corners of John's mouth twitched. The sour smell of vinegar this early in the morning is almost so sour that one's bones will go weak. Angrily, John piled everything in his hands in front of the other party. John asked the house elf for a glass of milk and a jam sandwich. He snorted softly, half-smilingly. Miss Granger, I don't know if anyone has told you that you look like my little girlfriend who is having a tantrum. Look at the eyes of those two Weasley guys. Hermione was stunned and turned to look to the side. Sure enough, I immediately saw the curious and excited eyes of the Weasley twins watching the show. The smell of gossip is comparable to that of the witches at Ravenclaw Academy. In an instant, the resentment that had been building up disappeared in an instant and was replaced by the strange gazes of the surrounding people. Hiss! Why do you girls always like to use this trick? John gasped in confusion and covered his arm that had been pinched by the other party. Breakfast is over. Although it was a bit confusing at first, after confirming that she was not disgusted with John, Hermione just resignedly accepted the fact that John always sat with her. Only, yeah, John, why don't you sit somewhere else during the Transfiguration class? I feel like the way Professor McGonagall is looking at me now, he seems very angry. In the Transfiguration classroom, even though it was not yet class time, perhaps because this class was Professor McGonagall's class, most of the little wizards came very early. But John, who was also dragged to the classroom very early by the little witch, could clearly feel the dissatisfied gaze of the older cat girl at this moment. He laughed dryly and silently took away his hand from the little witch's shoulder. Miss Granger, if you look up carefully, you will find that the person Professor McGonagall is warning is not you, but me, Mr. Konstantin, who has become a big bad wolf in her eyes. Hearing this, Hermione looked up carefully. Suddenly, a smile bloomed on the originally nervous little face. Puffed, looking at the little witch covering her mouth and snickering, John rolled his eyes speechlessly. It looks like class will start soon, and Mr. Konstantin will be in pity. Hermione said gloatingly. For some reason, the two seemed to have met on the Hogwarts train for the first time, and they had only known each other for only a few days until now. But they both enjoyed the pull between them very much. John curled his lips when he heard this. He glanced at the two empty seats on the Gryffindor wizard's side, and then turned to look in the direction of the podium. Poor Harry. In Gryffindor's dormitory. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Jerry, who was as fat as Harry and Ronald's heads, was spinning anxiously as he looked at the alarm clock on the table. It kept beating hard on Harry's body. However, maybe it was Jerry's round, meatball-like body that was full of elasticity, or maybe Harry was just too tired at the moment. Despite such a big move, there is no sign of waking up. Unconsciously, he turned over and fell asleep again. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Ronald. Ban, get out of the way. Peter Pettigrew, cowering on the beams of the dormitory. When the bell rang for the Transfiguration class, John looked at the two empty seats and made a cross on his chest with one hand. Because Harry and Harry were so excited last night that they didn't fall asleep until it was dark, John was almost certain. I'm afraid the two of them are not just late. Mr. Konstantin, Mr. Longbottom, can you tell me where Mr. Potter and Mr. Weasley went? Professor McGonagall's face turned pale. As a young Slytherin wizard, Malfoy lowered his head and laughed silently with his two followers. Neville hesitated and looked at John sitting in the back row. Sorry, Professor, I'm afraid. They are still sleeping in the dormitory. It's their first day at Hogwarts. Harry and Ronald were very excited last night. What? You mean the two of them are going to skip school? Duh. Chapter 28. You mean the two of them are going to miss school? No professor could tolerate such an outrageous and rude behavior from a young wizard, let alone Professor McGonagall, who was the vice principal of Hogwarts and head of Gryffindor House. Everyone present could hear the anger in her voice at this moment. "Mr. Konstantin, I really want to know, didn't you call them?" Professor McGonagall looked at John, who quickly raised his hands. "Professor, please don't look at me with that look. How could I not call them? And if what I think is right, my pet Jerry is trying his best to call them to death in their sleep. Pig humans." As he spoke, John pointed at Neville in front of him. "Professor, if you don't believe me, you can ask Neville, he knows all this." Neville's body trembled, and he swallowed nervously when he saw Professor McGonagall looking at him. But he still nodded honestly. "Yes, that's right, Professor. Jerry is very smart. He must be calling Harry and the others to get up now." Professor McGonagall. Glancing at the innocent-looking John, Professor McGonagall took a deep breath. Harry Potter, Ronald Weasley, absenteeism, 10 points deducted from Gryffindor. Waves of sighs came from the mouths of the surrounding little lions. Even Hermione didn't expect that she wanted to help the college win the College Cup. She started previewing today's course content very early, hoping to add points to the college through excellent performance. Who would have thought that Gryffindor would have such a start before she even had time to perform? What on earth did they do last night? Don't talk about being unable to sleep because of excitement. Ronald Weasley comes from a wizarding family. He will not be excited about such things. Miss Know-It-All was very angry. After Professor McGonagall was a little further away, she immediately lowered her voice and asked John. Noticing the dangerous light in the other person's eyes, John couldn't help but feel a slight bulge in his heart. At the moment, I haven't fully figured out the temper of the know-it-all lady in front of me. If the other party knew that he was carrying a box of evil spirits, he would dare to report it directly to Professor Dumbledore or McGonagall. Let's not say whether he will be expelled, but at least he will definitely not get any good results. Ahem. Listening to their movements, they must be reading some horror novel. Hermione's eyes widened. If Professor McGonagall hadn't looked over at him from the podium at this moment, she might have cursed him on the spot. "What two idiots?" Hearing this comment, John nodded awkwardly. Transfiguration is the most dangerous and also the most complex course among all the subjects you take in your first year at Hogwarts. Please do not question my words with the potions course that you think is complicated. After all, in potions class, even if you accidentally prepare some poison or blow up the cauldron, Professor Snape and Madame Pomfrey from the school doctor's office will be there to treat you. But in the Transfiguration class, your mistakes may cause you, or the people around you, to forever turn into a cup, a piece of paper, or maybe something else. Perhaps it was because 2 little lion cubs were absent from class at the beginning of the semester that made Professor McGonagall feel angry after all. As soon as the class started, everyone could feel Professor McGonagall's stern gaze. All the little snakes and lions present were trembling with fear. Don't dare to be distracted at all. Of course, if you learn the art of transformation, it will make it much easier for you in the future. For example, our Mr. Potter and Mr. Weasley can turn their pillows into a large alarm clock. The little witch, filled with a sense of collective honor, lowered her head in shame. Professor McGonagall waved the wand in his hand. A series of complex magic principle formulas filled with various magic symbols appeared on the blackboard. It was obviously just a simple wave of his hand. However, an angry teacher could not help but appear in John's mind. He hit the chalk on the blackboard and made a sound like a Maxim machine gun. The little witch listened carefully to the rustling sound of the pen tip beside her. In just a short while, a page full of notes had been recorded. John found the theoretical explanation boring. It is exactly the same as what I learned from Tut's Cursed Mirror. At this moment, John already knew the theoretical knowledge about the transfiguration spell. What he lacked was just the practical experience. As Professor McGonagall finished explaining the theory, he personally demonstrated the use of the transformation spell amidst exclamations of surprise. He transformed a desk in front of him directly into a live pig, then into a mule, then into a goat, and finally back into a desk. I must say that the real difficulty of the transformation spell lies in its simultaneous control of belief and magic power. In addition, you also need to pay attention to the intonation of the spell and the strength of waving the wand. What you have to do next is to master the basic transformation spell to turn one item into another item. As Professor McGonagall finished speaking, everyone immediately had a match in their hands. Okay, what you have to do next is to turn the match in your hands into a needle. Hermione took a deep breath and silently recalled the key points explained by Professor McGonagall just now. Subsequently, transfiguration spell. Transfiguration spell, With a burst of light distortion, the matches on the table in front of them immediately began to distort and change color. Very good, Miss Granger. Although only half of the changes in the matches have been completed, the target can be changed after the first use, which is very good. 1 point for Gryffindor. Hearing Professor McGonagall's praise, Miss Know-It-All, who was still a little disappointed, suddenly seemed to be inspired. He began to chant the incantation to the matches in front of him again and again. At this moment, Professor McGonagall also looked towards John. "Mr. Konstantin, come let me see how you do." John nodded, imagining what the silver needle looked like in his mind. Subsequently, Transfiguration spell. Transfiguration spell, Along with the crisp sound of a heavy object falling on the table, John's face suddenly felt like something was splashed on it. A trace of dark blood on his body made his expression dull on the spot. What was equally unbelievable at this moment was Professor McGonagall in front of him. What is this? Professor McGonagall poked the long metal needle stained with black blood with his wand, and then, "Mr. Konstantin, what on earth are you thinking about? I made you a needle, not a nail in the coffin." Chapter 29. When I heard Professor McGonagall say that the thing John conjured turned out to be a coffin nail, Miss Know-It-All, who originally wanted to reach out and pick it up to take a look, immediately retracted her hand and hurriedly moved to the side. "Miss Granger, are you serious about taking a half-step back?" John looked at the other person helplessly and pointed at the nails on the table in front of him with a solemn expression. "Professor McGonagall, I must correct you. This is not a nail in the coffin, but a needle." "Walter." Professor McGonagall frowned. Then, in front of all the little wizards who gathered around, John wiped the thing he had casted the transformation spell on. When the black stain was wiped clean by John, the shape of a piece is generally the same as a nail, but if you have to say it, it can be called a needle, and it catches everyone's eyes. Professor McGonagall looked down and saw that the silver needle was not only very straight, but also had no trace of a match on its surface. There are some patterns on it that can't be clearly seen, like some carved runes or some special words. Professor McGonagall's expression improved slightly. "Mr. Konstantin, please control the thoughts in your mind next time you cast the transformation spell, otherwise it will easily lead to misunderstanding." John smiled and nodded, and at this moment, Draco, who came over at some point, picked up the silver needle on the table. After looking at it carefully, he then sneered with disdain. "Professor, this silver needle from Konstantin is completely unqualified. It doesn't look like a silver needle at all. It's thick at one end and thin at the other. It's obviously just a nail." Professor McGonagall didn't say anything, and it was obvious that he felt the same way. However, John glanced flatly at the guy who had climbed up the pole again and moved his face towards him and curled his lips. "Before you question others, Malfoy, should you take a look at your dozens of broken matches? God, are you really from a wizarding family? I didn't notice the way you waved your wand just now. In the entire classroom, even your two idiot followers didn't do it as exaggeratedly as you did, right?" "Wow, even." John spoke slowly, and before Malfoy could blush and retaliate, he suddenly seemed to have thought of something and looked at the other person up and down with a surprised look on his face. Could it be that the Malfoy family, as the 28 pure-blooded families, secretly uses the nostrils to wave the wand? God, I've learned so much. UB****************. D. What did you say? Never before had John dared to face him in front of him. He not only humiliated him, but also kicked his family into the cesspit together. John only said a few words at this moment, but it instantly made Draco furious. If it hadn't been for the few Slytherin wizards around who hurriedly stopped him, the other party might have rushed in front of John and waved his fists. "Mr. Konstantin, this is a classroom," Professor McGonagall warned coldly. John nodded, but he picked up the silver needle in his hand that looked just like a nail. "I'm sorry, Professor. I didn't mean to disturb your class, and I didn't mean to talk too much, but it seems that our Mr. Malfoy urgently needs me to give him some science education." As he spoke, John raised the silver needle in his hand. "I said, this is indeed a needle, but I'm sorry, but it is not a needle used to mend clothes as you know it, but a silver needle used to seal evil spirits." "Walter, what on earth is he talking about? Seal evil spirits? Does he think that because he summoned an angel yesterday, he dares to say that evil spirits exist in this world?" "Well, I think Konstantin-san is referring to ghouls." Discussions full of confusion and doubt came from the mouths of the little wizards around him. Even Hermione couldn't help but anxiously tugged on John's robe to signal him not to hold on. She was already much better than everyone else when she was able to turn a match into a metal nail for the first time. However, John smiled faintly. "John Konstantin, how dare you lie in front of the professor?" Draco shouted, but there was a smile in his eyes that showed success. John ignored the other party and gently pinched one end of the silver needle's big head with 2 fingers. The other hand suddenly reached into the mouth and bit the fingertips. Then, Under the surprised and uncertain gazes of the little wizards on the side, he drew a cross on the table with his bloody fingers. "For your safety, please stay away from me." John's strange behavior made the little wizards who were originally questioning his behavior stand back with their bodies honest. Even Hermione, under the signal from John's eyes, stood a little further away. "Mr. Konstantin, what do you want to do?" John smiled slightly, looked at Professor McGonagall, who had never encountered such a situation in class, and shrugged. "Professor, I am just answering your and Malfoy's doubts. The thing conjured by my transformation spell is indeed a needle," said. He ignored the looks of everyone around him and slowly closed his eyes. The hand holding the silver needle made several crosses between the eyebrows and the chest in front of him, and then he muttered a few words. Suddenly, he raised the silver needle in his hand and pointed it directly at the ceiling of the classroom. "May the Lord have mercy on you and forgive all your sins. No matter what sin you commit, I will forgive you and let you ascend to heaven." As the Bible was read in Latin, a high-pitched voice began to rise from John's mouth. Under everyone's shocked gaze, waves of slight golden current suddenly spread over the silver needle in John's hand. "Let your people find the door to the kingdom of heaven. In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen." Boom. Amid everyone's exclamations, it instantly transformed into a 2-meter-long golden spear. Like arrows from God falling from heaven, it instantly hit the blood-stamped cross that John had just drawn on the table. Fragments of the solid wood table were scattered everywhere, and a burning smell accompanied by thick smoke spread from the pile of debris. "Everyone," John sneered at Draco, who was already stunned. "Dear Malfoy, I would like to introduce you to the evil spirit exorcism ritual, the instrument of salvation, the forgiveness needle. If you or your family members need it one day, I can help you to pray for free." Chapter 30. A transformation class, without any suspense, became John's one-man show. The Transcendence Curse, which John had rarely used in exorcism for 2.5 years, instantly caused the other young wizards to focus on him. Until the end of the class, only Miss Know-It-All was the only one in the entire classroom who could barely make a match look like a needle. "Mr. Konstantin, come to my office." Professor McGonagall held his books and just walked out of the classroom. When he saw Ronald and Harry coming in a hurry, his ugly face became even more ugly. "And you too." Hermione, who followed John out, looked at Harry and Ronald, whose hair was still messy, and snorted dissatisfied. "I thought the two of you would just sleep all day so that Professor Flitwick could justifiably deduct points from Gryffindor. I didn't expect that I would still be able to see you. It's not bad." The sarcastic tone made the two people's already anxious hearts feel even more tormented at this moment. Even Ronald, who was used to talking back to Hermione, couldn't help but look at John pitifully at this moment. "John, it's over. I missed class on the first day of school. I will be expelled, right?" Being able to make this guy cry anxiously, John shook his head with a funny look on his face and reached out to pat the trembling shoulders of the two of them. "Sorry, I also want to help you, but I can't protect myself." Harry was surprised. "What happened? Did you also fall asleep in class?" Hermione curled her lips and glanced at John with both annoyance and anxiety, as if she wasn't worried about what was going to happen next. "Sleeping in class? I hope so. What happened?" John spread his hands and looked innocent. "It's nothing. I just showed the exorcism spell, and then threatened Malfoy to kill his whole family, and then he fainted from the fright." "Walter." Professor McGonagall's office. "Boom. How dare you? Mr. Konstantin, how dare you?" Professor McGonagall was almost furious. The elegance and calmness they had in the classroom were completely lost the moment the three of them walked into the office and closed the door. "John Konstantin, I always thought you were a very mature and stable child, and I have high hopes for you. How could you?" John blinked and raised a hand cautiously and innocently. "Professor, I'm sorry I have to interrupt. What mistake did I make?" Professor McGonagall seemed to think he heard wrongly. "Walter?" John slowly stretched out his hand and pinched his fingers one by one. "First of all, Professor, I arrived at the classroom on time and on time for today's class, right?" Ronald and Harry stood behind John. Professor McGonagall looked at the two of them coldly and said nothing. John spoke again. "Secondly, I must be very serious about what I teach you in class. After all, if I don't listen carefully to the theory of transformation spells you describe, and don't carefully watch you demonstrate the process of releasing magic, there's no way I can make that match change, right?" Professor McGonagall frowned, feeling something was wrong, but nodded anyway. "Finally, through my own method, I verified the effect of the items created by my transformation spell without causing any harm to anyone around me. and also proved all my gains from this transformation class. Actually, Professor McGonagall, I still don't quite understand why you scolded me like this as if you were asking for punishment. I still remember a month ago when you said goodbye to me. As long as I don't violate school rules at Hogwarts, I can be myself boldly. John took a deep breath, with a look of disappointment in his eyes that made Professor McGonagall feel a little helpless. So, Professor, can you tell me what I did wrong or where I violated school rules? McGonagall, Harry and Ronald, who were standing behind John, had their heads lowered. The admiration for John in their hearts was now like the wildly surging Thames River, out of control. After being silent for a long time, Professor McGonagall gritted his teeth. But you shouldn't threaten Mr. Malfoy either. He's your classmate. John frowned. Threat? In your eyes, are the skills and means that I rely on for survival so undesirable? McGonagall was stunned for a moment. Where do I have? That's what you think. The disappointment and sadness in John's eyes became a little more intense. Professor McGonagall, I can tell you very clearly that saving souls and doing things that priests do is how I make a living. I just expressed to Malfoy in a very ordinary way that I can accept employment from their family in this regard. Why in your eyes, for this act of trying to make some money in the wizarding world, do you think I am threatening them? Is it because Malfoy was able to feign in public that I am destined to be the guilty party today? Professor McGonagall. She looked stupidly at the extremely aggrieved John in front of her, and involuntarily replayed everything that happened in class today in her mind. Then she was surprised to find that she seemed to have really wrongly blamed John. He is completely a good boy who has truly shown his outstanding side, and has an amazing talent in the art of transformation. And just when she was at a loss, when I don't know how to give a reasonable explanation for my huge reaction just now. Harry and Ronald were burying their heads, but their shoulders were shaking. She instantly seemed to have found the best and most reasonable explanation. Mr. Weasley and Mr. Potter, could you please explain to me why you choose to skip class in the first class you enroll in, and it's also my class? Mr. Longbottom and John, who share the same dormitory with you, are able to attend classes normally. So, what on earth were you doing last night? The villain in John's heart instantly became bigger than him. It was at John's side that he received Professor McGonagall's order to leave and obtained a notebook on the advanced transformation spell from him. As soon as he opened the door, a figure stumbled and fell into his arms. Miss Granger, Professor Flitwick's Charms class is about to start, so are you going to miss class too? Chapter 31. Miss Granger, Professor Flitwick's Charms class is about to start, so are you going to miss class too? He looked up at John's playful expression that was half smiling but not smiling. Then he turned to look at Professor McGonagall, who was in the office, lecturing Harry with a cold expression. Before the latter's eyes could glance over, Hermione quickly retreated and left John's arms. Watching the other party come out of the office as if nothing happened, he closed the door again. Hermione couldn't help but blinked in confusion. How will Professor McGonagall punish you? Looking at the nervous little witch, John pursed his lips and sighed. He reached out and touched the other person's smooth face with regret. Such a reckless move made Hermione's heart suddenly lift. After all, the Malfoy family is one of the 28 pureblood families in the wizarding world. It is said that Draco's father is also a member of the Hogwarts school board, so Hermione's eyes instantly began to turn red. Looking at John with regret on his face and disbelief, he opened his small mouth at this moment, but he didn't know how to comfort him at all. You're going to be fired. John was silent, but the regret in his eyes became more intense and affectionate. Sorry, I can't sit with you anymore. Miss Granger, you smell so good. I think I will miss sitting with you in Transfiguration class in the future. You. Professor McGonagall, how could you do this? You are not wrong. John reached out and took the other person into his arms. In the past, this obviously overstepping move would inevitably arouse fierce resistance from the little witch. On the contrary, at this moment, Ro E, who was clutching the collar of the wizard's robe on her chest, was so hard that her joints were turning white. It was as if he was afraid that John would leave in the next second. The little witch's sobs made John feel ashamed, but at the same time he had no intention of stopping there. He reached out and suddenly picked up the other princess, and smiled slightly under the stunned gaze of the other party's beautiful eyes filled with tears. Miss Granger, I don't think Professor Flitwick would like the little wizard who is late, right? Hold on. I want everyone to know today that Miss Hermione Granger has been in love with me, John Konstantin, for a long time. The words even contained a bit of disgusting words, and when they fell into Hermione's ears at this moment, they gave her the illusion that this was John's last wish before being expelled, even though her heart was full of shyness and sadness. At this moment, he was biting his red lips, and his head was slightly buried in John's chest. "Set off. Miss Granger is here. Get out of the way." John's arms were like the safest harbor in the storm. Even though at this moment he was running up the stairs and corridors, and gusts of wind passed in front of the two of them, Hermione didn't feel even the slightest bump or sway. Along the way, some Slytherins, Gryffindors, or young wizards from Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff colleges saw this scene, and they all looked shocked and exclaimed one after another, "Oh my God, that's John Konstantin. Is he holding that muggle witch Hermione Granger in his arms?" "You, Konstantin-san and his friends look so strong. It's so fast. How long has it been? Why do I feel like I've known the two of them since childhood? Are they childhood sweethearts? Ah, look. There is a young couple here who is going to class." Lively cheers, accompanied by booing whistles, could be heard in the corridors of Hogwarts. Almost every wizard wherever John and the others passed saw him running wildly with Hermione in his arms. Hermione's expression as she gazed at John's face infatuatedly was caught on the spot by some nosy Ravenclaw seniors. When John rushed into Professor Flitwick's class with a gust of wind, the class bell rang behind him. Hermione, however, was still hugging John, looking at him dreamily. "Ahem, Mr. Konstantin, and Miss Granger, if you want to sit together, you can sit over there." Professor Flitwick never thought that one day he would be able to eat the freshest dog food from two first-year wizards. He cleared his throat and kindly reminded the two of them to pay attention to the occasion. This time, Hermione finally regained consciousness and screamed, jumping off John's body. Seeing the little witch covering her blushing face in embarrassment, running to a seat and burying her head, John had a smile on his face. Looking at each other with the short Professor Flitwick, the two of them gave each other an expression of approval that every man would understand. Professor Flitwick's first class was about the basics of magic spells and the required pronunciation of some simple spells. John already knew these by heart and didn't need to worry at all. However, even so, he had no intention of disturbing the little witch. While sitting quietly next to the other person, pretending to be listening carefully to the lecture, when the other person made some omissions in his notes, he also quietly corrected them in a timely manner. The harmonious scene between the two made Professor Flitwick, who was originally worried that the two would distract from the class, have a satisfied smile on his face. In the middle of the charms class, Harry, who was listless and seemed to have received a huge blow, came to report. After Professor Flitwick learned about the situation, he didn't criticize him too much. He told him that he should learn to study on his own after class, and if he had anything he didn't understand, he could take the initiative to ask him. He continued to teach his own courses. "John, you really hurt us." Ronald looked hopeless, which caused a slight smile on John's lips. He wasn't worried at all whether the two would reveal to Professor McGonagall that he brought a demon to school. However, judging from the looks of the two of them, they must have received a heavy punishment. Harry noticed John's questioning look and sighed softly. "Professor McGonagall asked us to start cleaning up several Gryffindor warehouses starting tonight, after dinner, for a month." So bad. The end of Professor Flitwick's charms class. There were no Gryffindor classes in the afternoon, so Hermione packed her things silently. At the end of the day, she didn't know what to do. "When I thought about John leaving Hogwarts soon, I also thought about the contact I had with him in the past few days. Although this guy is always annoying sometimes, when he is around, even being alone in Hogwarts away from his family doesn't seem so scary. John, why don't we ask Professor Dumbledore? I heard that he is the most powerful white wizard in this century. He will definitely not expel you because of Malfoy's father." "Walter? Expelled? Who said John was going to be expelled?" Ronald turned his head in confusion. "Hermione." John also looked innocent, but his eyes were full of smiles as he looked at the other person. "Miss Granger, do you really want me to leave?" Chapter 32. The sad expression on Hermione's face gradually turned cold. She turned to look at John, who dared to put on an innocent expression with her at this moment. Her eyes were like two knives, which made John, who originally thought the game was interesting, feel instantly chilled. Damn it, it's going to happen. Sure enough, the little witch seemed to have noticed something in an instant, and slowly organized her magic books and notebooks in front of her. He looked at John calmly. "So, Professor McGonagall never wanted to expel you from the beginning?" John coughed twice. I didn't say I was going to be expelled. Isn't this all your imagination?" Hey, Hermione, you're going to kill someone if you hit him like this? Oops. I don't know why, but at this moment, Hermione seemed to be exuding the terrifying demonic aura of Rat Demon Pete back then, and she held up a book as thick as a dictionary in her hand. It hit John's head directly. Seeing that the situation was not going well, Ronald instantly realized that he was talking too much, but he was already nervous. "John Konstantin, I'll kill you," Such words were shouted from the mouth of a little witch like Hermione, which showed how angry the other party was at this moment. The book in his hand, which should not be easy for the other party, seemed to have lost its weight at this moment. He was being held up by the other party, and he was running wildly after John. I didn't lie to you. Shut up. You liar, you up. Looking at the two figures in front of them, they looked like they were two young lovers who were just getting together more than an hour ago. However, after a spell lesson, they suddenly became so shouting and fighting. And it was the girl who called John Konstantin a liar from behind. In an instant, the steps of several Ravenclaw seniors who were about to walk towards the restaurant suddenly changed direction uncontrollably. Cole, I was obviously so worried about you. But you lied to me. Hermione kept chasing her wildly, and the eyes of everyone in the team of melon-eating seniors behind her shone brightly. Oh, could it be that John Konstantin was having an affair with another girl behind Granger's back? John yelled at Shu. Where did I lie to you? Did I answer you directly about my expulsion? I clearly said that Professor McGonagall wouldn't let me sit with you in the Transfiguration class. Wow, Professor McGonagall? It seems that even Professor McGonagall knew that John Konstantin was not a good person, so he separated Granger from him. No. I think Professor McGonagall doesn't want a muggle-born wizard like Granger to be with Mr. Konstantin. Hey, what you said makes sense. Just like that, at the door of the Gryffindor common room, John apologized to Miss Know-It-all sincerely and promised not to make silly jokes with her on such important matters in the future. The latter finally reluctantly let him go. Then, dining room. Look, Granger is so brave. Even if Professor McGonagall personally objects, she still wants to be with Konstantin. This little beachy is really good at seizing opportunities. Konstantin's achievements in the future will definitely be high. I won't give up. What? Why did the two of them appear together? Didn't Konstantin cheat on another girl? John, Hermione. Sitting at the Gryffindor table, eating lunch. Hermione and John were in an eerily quiet relationship with each other at the moment. Hermione's accusing eyes made John lower his head lower and lower. He had long thought that the scary witches hanging out at Hogwarts would be very gossipy, but he never expected that these people would be able to gossip to this extent. John had reason to believe that if it weren't for Professor McGonagall's powerful enough intimidation at Hogwarts, I am afraid that it is not impossible that the love between John Konstantin and Hermione Granger will be stolen by Minerva McGonagall. What a boring trick. The little witch snorted dissatisfiedly, but looking at John, who finally became inexplicably honest after being taught a lesson by her, a sense of accomplishment arose inexplicably. After she was truly sure that the other party was not going to be expelled, even though she didn't want to admit it, Hermione's first reaction was to breathe a sigh of relief. I'm going to the library this afternoon. A plain hint came from the little witch's mouth, causing John's lips to curl up in an instant. A hand quickly and skillfully placed on the other person's shoulder. What a coincidence, Miss Granger. I had the same idea. Harry opened his mouth on the side, and Harry, who had originally planned to ask John for help and let him go with them to clean up the warehouse, silently closed his mouth. He looked at Ronald, the fellow sufferer next to him. They all saw a sad emotion called abandonment. At dinner that day, John and Hermione were throwing food at the Gryffindor table. Perhaps it was because during the day, Princess John held her in the arms of the little wizard who directly declared sovereignty over the entire Hogwarts. Or perhaps today's pursuit of John, while holding a book, made Miss Know-It-all recognize the shamelessness of the man in front of her. Under the darkness, he completely ignored the strange looks from the people around him. During the day in the classroom and library, she enjoyed John's help with her studies. At the dinner table, Hermione would also very carefully bring John some of his favorite foods. Gryffindor Common Rest Area. Good night. Although there was still a trace of blush on her face, Hermione still hugged John generously in front of her two roommates. Watching Hermione enter the girls' dormitory area with a sweet smile and chirping, John returned to the dormitory and had just finished washing and changing his clothes. At this moment, Ronald and Harry, who smelled of dust, also came back. John, I feel like I saw Merlin waving at me. I will die. Ronald used a hoarse voice as if the oil in a lamp had run out, and let out a feeble cry. And just when John was about to express his sympathy and humanitarian concern, ding! The smell of demonic activity is found around the host. The breath direction is locked. Chapter 33. Ding! The smell of demonic activity is found around the host. The breath direction is locked. John's expression suddenly changed. In front of him, Ronald and Harry were lying on the table next to them, looking very depressed. Seeing John, who had already changed into his pajamas, he suddenly started to quickly change into his daytime clothes again. He also took out bottles of holy water and various exorcism tools from the suitcase. Both of them were stunned. "What's going on? John, what are you going to do?" While John quickly put the finger-thick holy water bottles into the buckles on the lining of his clothes, he solemnly took out a palm-sized spherical glass bottle with a golden flying angel statue as the bottle cap. "Pocket it. I feel the devil's presence." With one sentence, the two people, who seemed to have been drained of energy, instantly cheered up. "Walter? You mean now?" "At Hogwarts," Harry exclaimed, and Neville, who was half lying on the bed and holding a book, Basic Herbal Identification, in his hand, also looked over in surprise. John nodded. "I can feel its presence, now in the direction of the library." At this moment, in John's exclusive line of sight, a dark red outline of a target penetrating the wall has appeared in front of him. The location is exactly in the direction of the Hogwarts library, and it's still moving fast at the moment. "Then, are you going to exorcise demons?" Harry didn't know why, but he suddenly approached John excitedly and saw the latter nodding. "Can you bring me with you?" I can help," Ronald on the side also hurriedly said. "Me too." John's eyes swept over the two of them strangely. "What can you do? You even missed the only transfiguration class today that teaches the practice of magic." John shook his head. Without knowing the level of demons at this moment, he would naturally not take Harry with him. However, just as he was about to set off, Ronald on the side suddenly spoke. "Wait, John. We can help you look out. You know, maybe Filch is over there, but if that doesn't work, we can help you lure him away." Even the condition of leaving Filch away can be put forward. It can be seen how much Ronald wants to participate in John's exorcism at this moment. Harry, who is standing aside, also has a determined look on his face. After thinking for a while, John finally nodded reluctantly. "But as promised in advance, you must accept all my orders. I ask you to retreat, and you must retreat immediately, without hesitation." Suddenly, both Harry and Harry nodded excitedly. Then, the three of them turned their attention to Neville, who was sitting on the bed and watching the three of them loudly plotting on their night out. "Neville, you're going to keep it a secret for us, right?" John smiled, his smile full of warmth. Suddenly, Neville, who was about to say something, lay down on the bed and closed his eyes. "So, how are we going to deal with the demon later?" Harry was a little nervous and a little excited as he held his wand. Although he didn't know any spells yet, at this moment, he could only use this method to give himself a sense of security. John took out 2 bottles of holy water and handed them into their hands. "When you see an evil spirit in a while, pour this bottle of holy water on your head as soon as possible." The two of them were so nervous that their hands were shaking, but no one said they wanted to quit at this time. "My Lord Merlin. Harry, we will be the only wizards in the British wizarding world who participate in exorcisms. Do you think that if Professor Dumbledore knows about it, will we be included in the Prophet daily?" Harry shook his head. "I think it's best that we don't let Professor Dumbledore know. After all, you won't forget the way Professor McGonagall was angry during the day. We are Gryffindor's little wizards." Ronald's face suddenly tightened, and he quickly gave up the so-called illusion of being famous. "John, what are you doing?" After the two of them finished preparing, they saw John lying on the ground with half of his body under the bed and not crawling out for a long time. They both looked puzzled. However, when John got up, the two of them saw the big guy in John's hand. As a Muggle-born, Harry could hardly restrain himself from screaming. Fortunately, John had quick eyesight and quick hands and covered the other person's mouth. "Walter, is this a gun?" "John, why did you come with a gun?" Ronald looked at the devil-repelling Holy Flame M1887, with gorgeous golden patterns in John's hand with horror and excitement. He exclaimed, but his eyes were focused on it with passion. "Can't move even an inch." John let go of Harry, who had calmed down, and when he saw the two looking at him with exaggerated expressions, he smiled lightly. "Don't worry, this is just my exorcism weapon. When necessary, this thing may be more effective than the magic wand." Ronald looked stupid. "John, if Professor Dumbledore and the others find out that you brought such a thing to Hogwarts, you will be expelled." John was non-committal. "So we must not be discovered. At least we must not be discovered to have such a thing." Under the leadership of John, the 3 little lions quickly found their way out of their dormitories without disturbing the sleeping fat lady. Lo and behold, the Gryffindor's dormitory was thrown out. "Merlin, my God, are we traveling at night?" If the little lion of Gryffindor is naturally restless, then as a child of the Weasley family, Ronald, who has always been seen as timid by outsiders, also has an adventurous spirit that does not belong to his 2 twin brothers. As soon as I left the dormitory, I couldn't help but talk excitedly in a suppressed voice. John had no intention of paying attention to this. and quickly leaned against the walls and corners, running through the corridors of Hogwarts, following the target outline that appeared in his eyes. Soon they came to a huge window on the side of the library. John, shoo. John looked serious, and the system voice sounded in his head. Grade B. Hell Cannibal Book. Produce. Chapter 34. Grade B. Hell Cannibal Book. Production. Cursed and infiltrated by the unknown demonic breath, a highly mutated magic book is produced inside, which will devour all creatures, skin, flesh, bones, and blood that come close to it. Exorcist advice. If you don't enter the tiger's den, you won't get the tiger's cubs. Guys, we're afraid we've run into some serious trouble. John murmured. I have been exorcising demons outside for 2.5 years. It was only a month ago that I met a B-level demon mouse of sorrow in Diagon Alley. At that time, I had no choice but to use the Exorcist demon mouse in my hand. Holy Flame, M. 1887, barely defeated. But now, he never expected the first goal of exorcism at Hogwarts. There is even a B grade. Walter? What happened? John's expression successfully made Harry and Harry, who were already nervous, turn pale with fear. John briefly and quickly described the problem he was facing. Class B is no longer an evil spirit, but can be called a demon. If I can deal with this kind of guy alone, I can still deal with it, but I can't guarantee your safety. Ronald swallowed suddenly. So we'd better leave now? There was hesitation and confusion and fear in his voice, and he spoke tremblingly, but his eyes couldn't help but look at Harry beside him. John nodded and looked at the two of them. I think this is the best choice. No, John, I'm not leaving. Harry's firm voice made Ronald feel at a loss for a moment. The excitement when I just left the dormitory was finally forced to cool down when I was actually facing danger. Life's instinctive resistance and avoidance of danger made his legs want to leave on the spot. But, looking at Harry's reaction, his face-saving stubbornness finally made him stand firmly on the spot without moving an inch. We are friends. I know I may not be of much help now, but I have seen my uncle use firearms, and I have done so secretly. Ronald's eyes widened. Walter. Even John was surprised to see Harry, who was wearing big glasses and looking polite and even a little weak. The determination in his eyes made John look slightly sideways. Do you really want me to say that you really deserve to be the protagonist? Seeing that neither of them had any intention of leaving, John took a deep breath and took out 2 books from his arms, which looked like cowhide Bibles that had been prepared long ago. Go in a moment, and when you hear my order, you immediately start reciting the Bible in your most determined voice. Do you understand? Ronald and Harry looked at the English Bible and nodded hurriedly. Subsequently, with a squeak sound as the window was pushed open, John turned over and got in first. Behind him, Ronald and Harry came in. Open the holy water and pour it on your head. The 2 men hurriedly followed suit. Lumos. Ronald chanted a spell softly, causing John to turn around suddenly. When he saw the faint white light on the other person's wand, he couldn't help but look at the other person in surprise. Why are you looking at me like that? Come on, John, our family is all wizards. It seemed that John's reaction made Ronald feel a little bit of happiness in being recognized. His hand that was still trembling when holding the wand became a little more stable at this moment. Harry, on the other hand, looked at Ronald's effortless way of casting the lighting spell, but there was a flash of sadness in his eyes. But then, he clenched the Bible in his hand. As long as I study hard, I will soon be able to cast magic spells. John didn't know at this moment that in the original plot, it was Harry who gradually corrected his study attitude in the 2nd and 3rd grade. At this moment, because of Ronald's reaction just now, the desire to learn suddenly ignited in his heart. At this moment, John quickly led the 2 of them through the layers of bookshelves and came to a bookshelf area where wizarding history and travel notes were placed. Is the devil here? Except for a few Ravenclaws, no one comes to this area. John didn't speak, but his pace suddenly began to slow down. At the same time, a hand quietly took out a bottle of holy water from his pocket. A small silver cross bracelet on his wrist was also raised in front of him. In the sight, a red outline was extremely clear at this moment, and bursts of stomach-rumbling sounds were like those made by hungry creatures. The expressions of the 2 Harrys behind them suddenly tightened. Then, boo-hoo, just as the 3 of them turned around the bookshelf. In an instant, something like black vines poked out from the darkness. There were hundreds of densely packed tough vines, carrying a strong pulling force. Even John didn't react. In an instant, Harry and Harry behind him were suddenly dragged into the darkness. Ah, who was there? Filch was holding an oil lamp, and his rickety figure disappeared within a few breaths of John's shouts. He suddenly appeared in the library area and saw no one there, so he left angrily. And at the same time, John, Harry, and Ronald felt as if they were being forcibly dragged by these vines into a tree, hole-like place. The surrounding moist soil obviously had some strange smell, making the three of them look extremely ugly. As the three people's bodies fell heavily to the ground, everything that caught their eyes made the three people, including John, shrink their pupils. Like a bloody slaughterhouse, at this moment there are things like the black vines tied to their bodies, intricately hanging in the air above these vines. Bloody human arms, thighs, internal organs, and other things were hanging everywhere. Vomit. Ronald and Harry had never experienced such a huge visual impact. They were so frightened by this disgusting scene that they vomited. And the moment the three people appeared, humanoid monsters that looked like the goblins of Gringotts, but were shorter than those other goblins, suddenly swarmed in from all directions, holding bone-cutting knives and saws and the like. Come out. John looked ugly. Fake. Is this the cannibal house in the book? Duh. Chapter 35. GGG. The sinister laughter was like a buzzing swarm of bees, rushing towards John. Ronald looked at what was in front of him, and it was obvious that he had evil intentions. His eyes were as red as a demon's, and his face was as pale as paper. John, come on, come up with something. John's expression turned cold, and when he came back to his senses, he instantly let out a bright shout. The fire of heaven, armor me. Mercy, forgive my sins, holy fire spell. Wow. It was almost at the moment when these guys with murderous weapons were about to rush forward. John, Harry, and Ronald's bodies suddenly burst into intense golden fire. The holy water on Harry's body was like gasoline, carrying holy fire, which instantly spread throughout their bodies, burning the black vines that bound them to ashes in the blink of an eye. Get behind me. Start reading the Bible, John yelled, and at the same time, he started to wave the original silver cross bracelet in his hand. Under the action of inertia, the bracelet tightens into a straight line. The kingdom of heaven is noble, but the holy feather is sad to the sky. Believers are on the left side of the scale, and the Holy Father gives the gold of the soul. In the name of Jihad. Amen. Wow. The silver bracelet suddenly emitted a dazzling golden light, turning into a magnificent sword burning with fire. God, this is so cool. Ronald's eyes widened, and the Bible he had just opened froze in his hand. Boom. A sharp slash of the holy fire, as John waved the sword of the Holy Father in his hand, instantly killed a dozen dwarfs who rushed over and screamed in front of him. Cut into powder. Read the Bible. John's face was slightly ugly, and he spread bottle after bottle of holy water on his body and the sword of the Holy Father in his hands. The golden holy fire filled the air, burning all the black vines around them that were trying to regain control of them. The holy water in John's hand was also consumed rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. However, the dwarfs he killed showed no sign of diminishing at all and kept popping up again from all the corners around them. The two came to their senses after hearing John's order. In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. The earth was still formless and empty, and darkness remained over the abyss. But the Spirit of God moved on the waters. God said, "There is light." There was light. Although there are some stumblings, and perhaps due to the lack of matching experience, there are some differences. However, John could still feel the holy fire burning more intensely on his body as Harry and Ronald recited the Bible behind him, and in contrast, the holy water was splashed out. However, the consumption speed is significantly slower by nearly half. Great job. Keep it up. John gave an encouragement and began to swing the sword in his hand wildly, like a harvester burning with golden flames. In the blink of an eye, there were dozens more dwarf goblins. It turned into ashes on the spot. While he was killing the seemingly endless monsters around him, his eyes were quickly scanning around the environment they were in at the moment. Suddenly, amidst the screams of monsters, a slightly unusual and out-of-place sound reached John's ears. Is this the sound of turning pages of a book? He perked up and condensed another slash in his hand. After clearing a vacuum within 10 meters in front of him, his eyes instantly locked onto the source of the sound. I saw, above everyone's heads, a platform made of black vines. A strange magic book exuding bursts of gray and black smoke. The pages of the book are being moved by an invisible force, and there is no wind. With the sound of the pages turning, the monsters that had been cleared around John and the others emerged from various corners again. There is no need to hesitate at all. The magic book is coming. He pulled out the wand with his free left hand, and in a burst of light, the next moment, the strange magic book on the black vines flew towards John. The sound of the pages turning was like a magic book screaming in panic. Boo-hoo! A sharp sound broke through the air, accompanied by the dense vines, which instantly stabbed John's head and face as if they were frightened. However, in the name of God, exorcise the devil. The sword of the Holy Father, in his hand, suddenly began to burn fiercely. In the terrifying light, the flames exploded like an explosion, centering on John. Squeak, squeak, squeak. In the fierce light, the silver cross bracelet, the carrier of this sword of the Holy Father, in John's hand, shattered and turned into powder and floated in the air. And the vines and dwarf fairies that originally rushed towards him were like stains that had been wiped away. Amidst the screams, they all disappeared in an instant. The sound of the pages turning became more intense, the holy light dispersed, and among the rustling sounds around, another group of monsters were about to appear. However, John's face still showed the cold smile of the winner. With one hand, he pressed the Class B Hell Cannibal book in front of him to the ground, and the other hand pulled out a spherical glass vessel at some point. He opened the cap of the angel bottle made of gold, and the gurgling light golden holy water poured all over the Class B Hell Cannibal book in front of him. In an instant, a deafening scream of terror came from all directions in this strange space. John and the others only felt a powerful push suddenly acting on their bodies. Next moment, plop, several people still appeared in the Hogwarts library in the dark night. Successfully exorcised B-level demon *1. Reward, B-level exorcism treasure chest *1. Chapter 36. Successfully exorcised B-level evil spirit *1. Reward, B-level exorcism treasure chest *1 ding. It is detected that the target is perfectly captured alive by the host. Reward *2. Ding. You obtained B-level exorcism treasure chest *2. John's appearance was quite stable. After rolling on the spot, he immediately squatted down and observed the surrounding situation. However, oh, Ronald, you stepped on my hand. Harry, who was rolling into a ball with Ronald, let out a cry of pain, causing John's expression to change suddenly. He didn't even have time to pay attention to the reward sound coming from the system in his mind. When neither of them noticed, Harry suddenly took out Devil Mouse Jerry from his arms as if he was conjured out of thin air. Quick, quick, divert Filch and his cat away. The chubby Jerry instantly stood up on his front feet cutely and made a serious salute to John. Next moment, damn it, it's a stinky rat, Mrs. Loris, don't let it get away. It seems that I really should apply to Professor Dumbledore to clear out the rats in the library. If this continues, I'm afraid many magic books will be bitten. Hearing Filch's violent voice, Harry, who was screaming in pain, immediately covered his mouth. Ronald also quickly and carefully moved his body away. Wait until Filch's voice gets farther and farther away, until it finally disappears. The three of them breathed a sigh of relief. Ronald sat down on the ground, panting slightly in shock. However, when his eyes noticed the pitch-black magic book held in one of John's arms, he was instantly startled. John, don't worry, it is harmless now. At least in the short term, there is no need to worry about it going wild again. Hearing this, the two of them nodded relaxedly. After recovering for a while, the three of them immediately and cautiously left the library and walked through the corridors, until he carefully passed through the sleeping fat lady and returned to his dormitory. Only then did everyone relax completely. John, are you finally back? With the help of the moonlight, Neville got up from the bed in surprise. God knows how he spent his time just now. He was so nervous that he couldn't sleep at the thought of Professor McGonagall discovering John and the three of them on a night out the next day. But as his roommate, he would not stop it or report it to the professor. Fortunately, all three of them seemed to have returned safely. Oh, Neville, aren't you asleep yet? Ronald looked at the cowering Neville with some surprise, but John knew what the other person was thinking. Smiling, he stepped forward and patted the other party's shoulder and showed the other party the magic book he was holding in his hand, which clearly revealed an ominous atmosphere. Neville, relax. We are not idle people who can't sleep and wander around the castle to pass the time at night. Look, if it weren't for us, there might be some poor Ravenclaw tomorrow or someone else. The wizards of the academy will be eaten by this magic book. Neville looked at the magic book in John's hand in surprise. Some people don't understand what being eaten by this magic book means. Ronald and Harry excitedly told each other about their exciting experiences. The full sense of accomplishment made the two of them unable to sleep at this moment. And while the two of them were chirping and talking to Neville about the exorcism process just now, John entered his own devil sealing treasure box with the B-level Hell Cannibal book in his hand. With the sound of the heavy door being closed, in a vacant individual cell, silver chains completely imprisoned the other party. Looking at the B-level Hell Cannibal book, that was still struggling, John let out a long breath. TNND, it's actually a monster with its own special space and the ability to explode troops. You were almost forced to use your last trump card. In my mind, a somewhat playful German voice came. If the ancestors of your holy Konstantin family find out that you need the help of 2 wizards to deal with a mere B-level monster, I'm afraid you will be angry enough to survive. S-Class, Rat Demon. Peter is hidden in John's body, so he is naturally aware of the battle that just happened outside. John curled his lips. What makes you think that the last trump card I'm talking about will be you? He shook his head and returned to the dormitory. The two of them, Harry, were still talking nonstop, vividly describing what had just happened. John tidied up and lay down on his bed. System, open 2 B-level exorcism treasure boxes for me. Ding. You opened the B-level exorcism treasure chest. You have obtained the blessing spell Ode to the New Feather Fulling. You have obtained the healing spell Denial Disaster Elimination Curse. Bang bang bang. A sudden violent knocking sound, accompanied by vibrations coming from his arms, woke Harry up instantly. When his mind was still a little blank, a dark figure in front of him that was so gloomy that it made people's hair stand on end frightened him to the core. Teach, Professor. Harry looked at Harry, who stood up from his position in a panic, his body still shaking and unable to stand still. The little witch sitting next to John covered her forehead in despair. God, if I am guilty, please send down thunder and strike me to death. Why do you want me to be paired with 2 guys like this? The corners of John's mouth twitched. He and Neville Longbottom, who was sitting on the other side of him, looked at each other with helpless expressions on their faces. There was no doubt that Harry and Ronald were too excited and had insomnia again. Then in the morning, in order to prevent these 2 guys from missing class again, John and Neville dragged them directly to Snape's potions class. Snape had a gloomy old face, like a corpse that had been dead for many years. Harry's eyes, which were originally quite beautiful, like lilies, were now bloodshot due to insomnia. Potter, maybe instead of potions, you should learn how to make yourself a comfortable coffin. Chapter 37. Potter, maybe instead of potions, you should learn how to make yourself a comfortable coffin. Snape's gloomy voice was like a ghost crawling out of hell. The moment Harry actually tricked Lily's eyes like this, Ronald, who stood next to him and dared to fall asleep in Snape's potions class just like him, didn't feel any fire at all. I felt that Snape in front of me really wanted to eat him alive. Harry was still a little sleepy, but it was gone in an instant. Ugh, I'm sorry, Professor, it's because I didn't get a good rest last night. So should I personally prepare a bottle of highly concentrated water of life and death for you, Mr. Potter, and then find a good place near mountains and rivers in the Forbidden Forest and put you in a coffin so that you can solve the problem forever? Difficulties with not getting enough rest. The simple explanation did not elicit the slightest sympathy or forgiveness, but instead made Snape's face become more gloomy and stern. The cadence but dissatisfaction of the words was like a barrage of cannonballs, and like a whip waving left and right on Harry's body. The latter swallowed a sip of saliva, and finally wisely chose to give up his meaningless defense. Snape stared at Harry with cold eyes for a long time. Suddenly, Mr. Potter, since you can fall asleep in my class, you must have a reason to convince yourself, right? Snape folded his hands in front of his chest, and the black robe on his body made him look like a big bat with folded wings. Mr. Potter, answer me. Do you think my potions lessons are boring and meaningless and can be listened to or not? Potter shook his head. No, Professor, I didn't mean that. Snape nodded. In other words, Mr. Potter, you already have a clear understanding of what I am going to teach you in this lesson. Before Harry could answer, Snape's colder voice suddenly sounded again. Answer me. What do you get if you take narcissus root powder and add it to a mugwort infusion? Hermione, who was sitting next to John, her eyes suddenly lit up and she was about to raise her little hand. But at this moment, John quickly grabbed her. Can't you see that Snape is deliberately trying to embarrass and teach Harry a lesson? Don't express yourself at this time. The voice that only 2 people could hear made Hermione, who originally wanted to save as many points as possible for the Academy, suddenly grimace. He was so angry that he didn't say anything. The sunlight passing through several small windows in the basement fell on the little witch's chestnut hair. But nothing could eliminate the little witch's disappointment that the Academy was about to have points deducted again. Harry looked embarrassed and ashamed. I don't know. Oh, it seems that after you had insomnia and missed the Transfiguration class yesterday, you didn't think about going to the school doctor's office to ask for a solution. Otherwise, our famous freshman at Hogwarts would definitely know what the water of life and death is. Harry, next question. If you want to find a Bezoar, where do you start? Harry, I don't know. Hermione gritted her teeth and complained in John's ear in a low voice full of disbelief. You don't know this? As long as he has read the title of today's course, he will know it. What on earth is Harry Potter doing? Snape glanced lightly at the little witch who was lowering her head. It was obvious that he had finally heard the little witch's complaint just now. However, it seemed that this criticism of Harry Potter made Snape feel very comfortable. The latter didn't criticize Hermione for muttering under her breath at this time. The look he looked at Harry became even more dissatisfied. Not only did he not cherish the eyes Lily left for him, but he also completely lacked Lily's diligence and studiousness when she was at Hogwarts. He is completely a guy with a huge reputation, but no strength at all, and he acts recklessly and shamelessly. Just like his father, that damn James Potter. Snape's voice was so cold that Ronald beside him was so nervous that he could hold his breath. He was afraid that if he breathed too loudly, he would attract Snape's firepower. I don't know. Okay, I'll change to a simpler one. What's the difference between Aconitum scaphoides and Aconitum wolfsbane? Harry Potter pursed his lips, holding a quill in one hand somewhat helplessly. On the desk in front of him, there was another mark on the white paper that he had unconsciously made while sleeping. It's very dazzling at this moment. Sorry, Professor, I didn't know. Hermione had buried her head on the table in despair. How she wished at this moment that she was experiencing a nightmare right now, and as long as she woke up, everything that had just happened would be fake. However, it's so sad. Snape shook his head coldly. Suddenly, his eyes turned and suddenly locked on John, who was not far away at the moment, whispering to comfort the little witch. Mr. Konstantin. The ghost-like voice startled John and also frightened Miss Know-It-All, who was originally lying on the table, to sit up straight in an instant. Please answer the question I just asked. John nodded without even thinking about it. Mix narcissus root powder and mugwort infusion, and after 30 minutes of heating and full stirring, preliminary usable life and death water can be obtained after natural cooling. Bezoar is a stone taken out from the stomach of a ram and can be used to make an antidote. However, if it is a ram in estrus, the bezoar produced will not only have no detoxifying effect, but is also highly toxic in itself. Aconitum scapula and Aconitum wolfsbane are the same plant, but they are just two names for this medicinal material in the field of potions with different research directions. Since it is one of the main materials for preparing werewolf-dispelling potions, it is known as the potionist of this type of potion is called wolfsbane aconitum. John answered simply and neatly, and even half of the things he said were not in the potions textbooks in the hands of young wizards. The little witch, who was originally worried that John would not be able to answer well, now raised her head blankly and looked at the shameless guy who seemed to be glowing in front of her. Not only the little wizards around him, but also Snape himself couldn't help but take a deep look at John, who looked confident. Then he glanced disgustedly at the Potter in front of him, who was staining Lily's eyes. It seems that everyone is being touted as well, and not everyone is like you, Potter. It's such a shame. Like an old bat that suddenly spread its wings, Snape walked quickly towards the podium. Because Harry Potter and Ronald Weasley slept in class and had extremely lazy learning attitudes. 30 points from Gryffindor. As he said that, Snape paused and glanced at John, who was already sitting down. John Konstantin has a positive attitude towards learning. He not only previewed the content of the class in advance, but also learned more about the extended content. Gryffindor plus 10 points. Chapter 38. Following yesterday's Transfiguration class with Professor McGonagall, Harry and Ronald once again received a dejected record of Academy points. Ronald Weasley, Harry Potter, what on earth are you going to do? It's only the second day. Why did the Sorting Hat sort you into Gryffindor? When the explosive genius Seamus Finnegan ended the class, he angrily questioned both Harry and Harry. Suddenly, the little lions, who had already been unhappy for a long time, cast dissatisfied glances. The undisguised mockery and gloating of the Slytherin snakes around them made the little lions' dissatisfaction with Harry and Harry reach its peak. Haha, Harry Potter, I've wanted to tell you for a long time. You shouldn't be friends with guys like Ronald Weasley. At least, you should understand what kind of person can truly become your friend. If Harry Potter also had a system, a voice might be heard in his mind at this moment. Ding! Draco Malfoy mocked you and asked you to form a team, but it's a pity. At this moment, Harry felt nothing but strong ridicule from Draco. There was absolutely no sign that the other party was trying to be friends with me. Harry looked ugly. Malfoy, I don't need your advice on who I should be friends with. Compared with these, you should take care of yourself. Draco's face turned cold. You will regret it. Without saying a word, Draco immediately left the potions classroom with his two followers. When the little wizard was almost gone, Ronald, the fellow sufferer, grabbed his hair in distress. God, I'm afraid Professor McGonagall will find out what happened today soon. I have a hunch that my mother will send me a yelling letter soon. But why? John obviously doesn't get much sleep like the rest of us. So why doesn't he look tired at all? Harry shook his head. The first thing they need to consider now is to restore points to the college as soon as possible. In addition, this kind of thing must never happen again. At the same time, Snape was heading towards his underground apothecary room with a gloomy face, when suddenly there was a rush of footsteps behind him, accompanied by Konstantin's familiar voice. Professor Snape, wait, Professor Snape. Snape frowned and looked at John, who had obviously been chasing him all the way. Mr. Konstantin, if you feel that your performance in class is enough to redeem the points deducted by Mr. Potter and the others, I advise you to leave as soon as possible before I get angry. John shook his head hastily. Professor, you misunderstood. I didn't do it for this. Harry and the others slept in class. There is no problem with your punishment. Then what's the matter with you? John looked around and said something shocking. Professor Snape, I want to ask you to be my teacher. I want to learn potions. Walter. Snape looked John up and down, curved his lips with an unknown meaning, and shook his head lightly. Unfortunately, Mr. Konstantin, I refuse. With that said, Snape continued walking forward without looking back, but John smiled lightly and showed no intention of giving up. He followed the other party all the way to the door of the pharmacy room. Snape looked back coldly. Mr. Konstantin, has anyone ever told you that such meaningless entanglement is very impolite and can easily arouse the dissatisfaction of others? The meaning of threat and rejection is more obvious. But John suddenly stretched out his hand, as if he had been prepared for it, and took out a small jar from his arms. Sorry, Professor Snape, but I think after reading this, you would still like me to call you teacher. Snape looked at John, who looked confident. He reached out to take the jar, and when he saw the squirming things inside, he couldn't help but let out a soft hum of surprise. He quickly opened the door to the pharmacy room and walked in, without any intention of closing the door. John smiled slightly and followed naturally. The smell in the pharmacy is not good, and even the display is a bit messy. Various bottles and cans can be seen everywhere. What is this? It was rare to hear such a question from the mouth of the majestic half-blood prince and master of potions, Severus Snape. John had a huge smile on his face. He didn't say anything, but the meaning in his eyes was very obvious. He wants to become a disciple. Haha. Konstantin, don't you think that using a magical biological material that I have never seen before can make me easily agree to your request? Snape pushed the jar aside haughtily and disdainfully. However, Professor Snape, you know me. I am an exorcist. Although I am not very powerful, I can always find things that wizards cannot find. And I guarantee. John put his hands on Snape's desk. Besides me, I guarantee that it will be difficult for you to find another exorcist to help you obtain these materials. You said in class that you can teach us how to brew the magic potion of immortality, but even you, do you believe such exaggerated words? John had a strong smile on his face, and it seemed that he could not see the eyes of the old bat professor in front of him who wanted to kill someone. Gently push the jar that was pushed away by the other person and push it back in front of the other person. If you want to study immortality, you must at least study and understand what death is. And the closest thing to death is undoubtedly hell. Professor Snape, this thing you pushed away just now comes from NC level. Tomb, evil spirit. And what is contained in this bottle is the mouth part it uses to extract the soul of life. Snape. However, John had no intention of stopping the output. As an exorcist, he was using a devilishly seductive voice to slowly evoke Snape's hidden wish. Professor Snape, with your ability, as long as you study more demons, let alone brew a potion of immortality, even if someone close to you dies in the future, you can bring his soul back from hell and then recreate it, resurrection. Hear the resurrection of someone close to you. At this moment, Snape's breathing finally became heavier. But, Chapter 39. How many things like this do you have? When Snape asked this question, John's face suddenly showed a winner's smile. Don't worry, Mr. Snape, there's more to it than you think. Hearing John directly address him as teacher, Snape was silent for a long time, but finally did not refuse. However, he stood up and pulled out a parchment-like notebook from the row of bookshelves behind him, and suddenly threw it gently to John. This is a note I took 5 years ago when I started studying potions. I will give you 1 week. I want to see you successfully prepare the 5 potions listed above. You can give me the ingredients for the potion. Master, take it here. After saying that, he glanced calmly in the direction of the door. The meaning of banishing guests is self-evident. Regarding this, John was not only devoid of any anger, but also full of excitement. He bowed respectfully to Harry Potter, the absolute pure love warrior in front of him, and then quickly walked out of the door of the pharmacy. In the pharmacy room, after John left, Snape frowned and picked up the mouthparts of the sea-level tomb evil that was still squirming in the jar on the table. Sea-level, tomb evil spirit. That is to say, are there any higher levels of monsters above this? Can these things really allow me to see Lily again? What? You mean, you asked Snape to be your teacher? He agreed. At dinner at the end of the day, Hermione heard what John suddenly told her, and she almost choked on the black tea in her mouth. The coughs and exclamations were a bit loud, and instantly attracted the looks of the little lions around them, as if they were looking at monsters. Are you crazy? John, you must be joking, right? How did Snape target Harry in potions class today? Are you sure you didn't make a mistake? No one likes Snape. I'm sure of that. Snape is disliked by many people, even among Slytherins. Ha ha ha. John, your prank is meaningless at all. It's too exaggerated. No one will believe it. If I were you, I would definitely say that I asked Professor McGonagall to be my teacher. At least it sounds good. Somewhat credible. Listening to Ronald, Harry, and even the Weasley twins laughing in disbelief, there was no hint of joking on John's face. The laughter gradually subsided as John stared. Everyone was aware of an extremely absurd possibility. Reschet, did Snape really become your teacher? Did he agree? Fred Weasley looked at John as if he were looking at a monster. When the latter nodded calmly, everyone couldn't help but take a breath. However, not only did John not show any reluctance, his eyes were full of expectations for the future. Professor Snape is a well-known top potions master in the British wizarding world, and even in the European wizarding world. Although I have just entered Hogwarts not long ago, I think there must be countless people who want to become his disciple. Fred, George, and Harry, I know you don't like him, but please at least maintain the most basic respect for my teacher in front of me from now on. Everyone looked at each other. When the dinner was over, John took the little witch to the library again. The entire restaurant was like a chicken coop and a duck coop that were suddenly let go. The young wizards in each branch, without exception, were all intensely discussing John's apprenticeship with Snape. In Dumbledore's office, looking at the glassware in front of him, there was still a squirming, multi-tentacled organization like a squid. If Snape hadn't taken the initiative to tell him, Dumbledore, the greatest white wizard in the world, would have been completely unable to imagine that this thing was actually the tongue of a monster. Severus, so you are really ready to accept our Konstantin as your student? Snape looked calm. All this can only be decided after he passes my assessment of him. If he does not have the talent to become a potion, no matter how much research materials he gives me, I will not agree. This is not only a waste of his other talents, but also a blasphemy of my time. Dumbledore opened his mouth. If there was anyone in the entire Hogwarts who knew best what the person in front of him was going through every day, it was undoubtedly him, Dumbledore. He pondered and shook his head. It is your right to choose who will be your student, Severus. But what kind of person do you think our Mr. Konstantin is? Although the prototype of his Patronus charm turns out to be a holy angel, I still really want to know how you feel about him. Snape thought in silence for a moment, and finally seemed to have made a decision. A person who is brave enough to be radical, but also brave enough to give up. And I have an intuition, with him in Hogwarts, even if that person does appear in the future, it will be safe. Night, Gryffindor dormitory. John entered his devil-sealed treasure box. After solemnly taking out the well-hidden, Tut's cursed mirror, and confirming that the dog charm was on, John took a deep breath and slowly unfolded the potion's notes that Snape had given him. Heart-disturbing potion, Tanguis detoxification potion, eyesight brightening potion, Donka soothing potion, press injury potion. There were 5 potions in total, all of which were mid-level potions that he had never seen in Introduction to Potions. John secretly clicked his tongue. I should say, do you really deserve to be a potions master? Your Introduction to Potions seems to be different from others. Despite what he said, the curve of John's mouth gradually became a little abnormal. He pressed the note in his hand on Tut's cursed mirror in front of him. As a dim yellow light emitted from the bronze magic mirror, it penetrated the notes in his hand and reflected on John's eyebrows. A huge and mixed flow of information poured into John's mind out of thin air. In his mind, it was as if there was a Snape who was repeatedly experimenting with the ratio of these magic potions in front of him over and over again. The potion for disturbing the mind, the bitter chrysanthemum root, did not completely handle the dry water. It failed. Tanguis detoxification potion, the medicinal properties neutralized the imbalance and failed. The maximum temperature of the crucible of the eye-improving potion was maintained for too long, and the main ingredients were damaged, and it failed. Failure, failure, failure. Failure again and again seems to confirm the saying, failure is the mother of success. When the light of Tut's cursed mirror dissipated, John, whose complexion turned slightly pale, quickly regained his energy as the Zodiac dog spell exerted force on his chest. Professor Snape, you may just need a good student like me to strengthen you now. Chapter 40. In order not to make his behavior appear too scary, John didn't go to Snape for an entrance test right away. The next day, after finishing the boring history of magic course with Cuthbert Binns early, John rushed to Snape's apothecary room without stopping. After receiving confirmation from the other party's eyes, John was not polite and took 3 copies of all the potion materials he needed to prepare on the spot. Afterwards, he swaggered directly back to his dormitory and entered the demon sealing treasure box. If there is any place in Hogwarts that is highly secretive to John, demon sealing treasure box is said to be number 1, but even room of requirements ranks 2nd. The bitter chrysanthemum root is dried and crushed into ash, 5 grams of Brazilian green propolis, 14 uniform petals of cenifolia, and Redanian herbs with roots. John murmured to himself over and over again while quickly arranging all the herbs into categories in his hand. He also took out the herbal utensils he bought from Diagon Alley before school started. With the blessing of the dog charm, John, who was a tireless and emotionless herb processing machine, completed all the preparations in just a short time. As the bitter chrysanthemum root powder, as the herbal base was poured into it in batches, and then as the temperature continued to rise, other materials were added one after another according to the standard steps in the mind. A strange and complex smell began to permeate the space of the demon sealing treasure box. I don't know how long it took. When a pot of viscous liquid mixed with light purple and red appeared in front of John, as John quickly extinguished the fire in the crucible, it gradually cooled down. John couldn't help but simulate it again according to the steps in his mind. It shouldn't be a problem, right? The mind-disturbing potion is used to treat memory disorders caused by curses. The qualified finished product is purple-red, has a faint pungent cactus smell, and is bitter in the mouth. Bitter in the mouth. John looked at the purely hand-brewed, heart-disturbing potion in front of him that he had made himself. He looked back at the livestock in his prisons, which would surely expand even more in the future if he could not overcome even the small difficulties in front of him. Then how can I do it in the future, learn from evil, and learn skills to control evil? Damn it, I have the dog charm. Even the poison can't kill me, and I'm so scared. What a man, I'm so stuffy. Done, boom. In the blink of an eye, John completed the instant mental construction, and John did not dare to give himself a chance to hesitate and struggle. Suddenly, he blew the disturbing potion he had just put into the bottle in front of him into his mouth. Tons, tons, tons. There was a violent swallowing sound, and as John's brows knitted deeper and deeper, in just 3 or 4 seconds, a full 500 milliliters bottle of disturbing potion entered his stomach. There was a strong nausea and retching, accompanied by a strong feeling of bitterness being released from the tongue and throat, and even all the mucous membranes inside the mouth, making John reluctant to roll his eyes and spit it out on the spot. He resisted the urge to retching. He quickly picked up the quill on the side and wrote it down in the blank notebook. Poison for disturbing the mind. Take 500 milliliters. Within a minute, the intense bitterness and tingling sensation in the head began to gradually intensify, temporarily presumed to be a side effect of taking it in a state of amnesia and confusion. 3 minutes later, I started to feel slight cramping in my abdomen. My heartbeat accelerated, and my thoughts became more and more jumping. 5 minutes. Symptoms of temporary physical weakness appeared. It is speculated that the drug is activated and requires the consumption of the wizard's energy. In 10 minutes, all symptoms begin to gradually dissipate and brain activity increases. In 30 minutes, all abnormal conditions such as abdominal pain disappeared, and the medicine took effect quickly. The quill in John's hand paused for a moment, and then, as if he suddenly thought of something, he suddenly picked up another blank notebook and started writing furiously. Test on the improved version of the taste and efficacy of the distracting medicine. Mr. Konstantin, do you know what you are doing now? Or have you forgotten the strict rules of the potion itself because you are unable to mix it to produce a qualified potion? I don't remember mentioning cherry peel and sage in my notes, let alone the salivary bacteria of the Garros lizard. What on earth are you doing? On this day, when I saw John walking in excitedly, it was as if he had not seen him, the owner of the pharmacy room, at all. John began to rummage through the cabinets, and in front of the cabinets with marked materials, John began to loot like a robber. Even Snape, who had a certain tolerance for him, finally exploded completely at this moment. Having just experienced another ineffective exploitation of Tut's cursed mirror, John's mind was filled with ideas for improving several potions. Suddenly hearing Snape's furious growl, John couldn't help but turn around. "Teacher, are you calling me?" Snape. He has never taught any disciples in the real sense, but he has taught many young wizards about potions. He thought that he would be able to deal with some stupid actions of young wizards calmly. Looking at John, who had not yet realized his mistake, Snape was rarely truly angry. "John Konstantin, before I officially recognize you as my disciple, please call me Professor Snape or Dean Snape. Today is already the 5th day that I asked you to make the potion. You come to me every day to get the materials, but, Konstantin, not everyone has the talent for potions." John came back to his senses and instantly understood the reason for Snape's anger. Suddenly a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Mr. Snape, I'm sorry. If you were talking about simply preparing the 5 potions in your notes, I think I have succeeded." As he spoke, he fumbled around a few times and took out 5 small bottles of different sizes. "This is the potion you asked me to prepare. Please check it, teacher." Shock flashed across Snape's face, and he took a deep look at John. Then he picked up the bottles in his hand one by one and began to check them one by one. In just a moment, as a master of potions, he had already obtained all the answers that were qualified, and the configuration process was very standard. "Then what do you do with these materials?" John laughed dryly. "The potion tastes a bit bad." "Snape? Bad taste? What does this mean?" His expression turned strange in an instant. Chapter 41. You mean taste? Although what John just said was very clear. At this moment, Snape was still frowning, with a strange look on his face like he was looking at a monster, and he asked again and again. John nodded sheepishly. "Have you tried it yourself?" Snape's voice rose several decibels higher. John touched his nose and nodded sheepishly. "Snape?" For a being like Snape, who could be indifferent to the life and death of everyone except Lily and half Harry, he couldn't help but open his mouth at this moment. I had the urge to ask John, "Is there something wrong with your brain? Do you need to go to the school doctor's office?" Eventually, the question turned into a question with a bit of a sigh. John shook his head. With the dog charm, his physical condition could only be said to be extremely good. If he wanted, he could even find a vampire, hold each other's necks, and bite each other to see who would suck the other to death first. As if it were a treasure, John suddenly took out a small booklet with dense notes from his arms and handed it to Snape expectantly, regardless of the fact that the other party is a pure love warrior. Looking at Snape's attainments in potions alone, John felt that if there was anyone in this world who could help him develop materials produced by evil spirits and make them into potions and the like. Apart from the other party, the only one John could think of was Nicholas Flamel, who had made the Philosopher's Stone, but was now so old that his bones would break at the touch of a touch. Snape flipped through the pamphlet John had given him. When you see words such as, "It tastes spicy," you will have strong abdominal pain and gastric bleeding 10 minutes after taking it, and the efficacy of the medicine is doubled after adding Scotch straw mushroom spores, but it will be accompanied by strong hallucinations. The way Snape looked at John couldn't help but become even more horrified. It seemed that he could read the meaning in the other person's eyes. John chuckled, looked around, picked up a small knife from the table nearby, and without Snape reacting, made a small cut in his palm. Then he took out a Bible completely bound with gold foil from his arms. With the Latin tune in his mouth, mixed with the faint golden light emitting from the Bible in his hand, he began to chant. Then, when John showed his palm to Snape again, the knife edge had long since disappeared. Not even a trace of scar was left. "Teacher Snape, please believe me, I am not a brainless idiot." John's appearance still looks like that of a first-year wizard, but what he has done since the beginning of school has already surpassed Snape, McGonagall, and others' understanding of first-year wizards. Snape did not continue to look at the back of the booklet. Even with his strong heart, he had to find time to relax a little. "John Konstantin, test the medicine on yourself? You can do it." However, it was precisely this kind of young wizard who dared to take risks for the sake of potion research and also had a strong talent. Snape could no longer refuse the call of teacher to him. "The treatment method you just used was the Exorcist treatment method?" John nodded. "It's called Daniel's disaster spell, and it's one of the few exorcism spells I've mastered." Snape nodded and placed the booklet that John had been studying during this period on his desk. He looked down at the little wizard in front of him, who was many times better than when he first entered Hogwarts. He pondered for a long time. "After all, I made a decision in my heart. Starting from tomorrow, I will let the house elves set up a special potion room for you next to my potion room. In addition, I will explain to Professor Dumbledore what I want to study with you next, so." Snape said nothing more after that, but John understood it instantly. From now on, he no longer has to continue to be a freedom fighter, hiding in secret spaces and conducting all kinds of horrific research. Certainly, John would still not study the research that should be kept secret with Snape. When John shared this surprise with the little witch who had devoted himself to the battle for the throne of academic supremacy during this period, Miss Know-it-all's eyes were filled with incredulity and disbelief. "You mean, you will have your own medicine room in Hogwarts in the future?" Even though she had only been in school for less than a week, Hermione still had a basic understanding of how difficult this matter was, which was why when she saw this annoying guy in front of her, baring her teeth and smiling proudly, the words of blessing came to my lips, but they couldn't come out. He snorted softly. Holding the potions book that he had just borrowed from the library, he walked towards the restaurant. Today is the weekend, and Gryffindor happens to have no classes. However, with a big mountain like John waiting for her to conquer, Miss Know-it-all has no intention of resting at all and spends her time studying and strengthening herself. That's what she's been doing these days. Regarding the other party's diligent attitude, John did not feel neglected. On the contrary, he had nothing to do at the moment. John immediately patiently stood by the other party's side and acted as a considerate assistant, or asked for some snacks from the house elves, or when you see something Hermione doesn't understand, immediately answer it from the side. With this combination, Hermione originally thought it would take at least a week or two to study and understand. But in less than half a day, she was basically understood. Mudblood and Mudblood, it's really a perfect match. In the distance, at the Slytherin dining table, Draco stared at John, who was not paying attention to him at all, with a look of jealousy and dissatisfaction. When I thought about being frightened by that D that day in the Transfiguration class, I fainted on the spot. Draco felt his face turn red. A voice with a bit of contempt and disdain sounded from his ears. Turning his head, a girl with short ear-length hair, and although she was immature, it was clear from her eyebrows that she would grow up to be a beautiful woman, slowly sat down next to him. "Malfoy, are you just going to kill him with your eyes here? If that's the case, then I'm really going to be disappointed in you." The short-haired snake glanced at the angry Draco. "He's only one person, and you have the whole Malfoy family behind you." Chapter 42. Pansy Parkinson. The eldest daughter of the 28 pureblood family, the Parkinson family, is also the only descendant of this generation. Even when she was young, she now had an exquisite face that combined Wuxia and Western styles, short black hair, and a pair of dark pupils that always shone with malice and disdain. The first thing people will always think of is that she and the Slytherin flag flying above her head are particularly suitable. Draco frowned. "Even if I want my father to take action, there must be at least a decent reason, right? Do you think I should use such a lame and embarrassing reason that I was frightened and fainted by the other party to let my father take action? Putting pressure on Dumbledore. Haha, there is no reason. Can't you create a reason?" Pansy Parkinson looked at John, who was currently chatting with Miss Know-it-all about something happy, with a smile on his face, and a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. "How dare the 8 holy descendants of the Holy See be said to be more noble than our 28 pure-blooded families?" As if feeling something, John, who was putting an arm on the little witch's shoulder and gently stirring a strand of her hair with his fingers, suddenly turned his head and looked in the direction of his gaze. What caught my eye was Draco's somewhat panicked and angry gaze, and, "Who was that?" Hermione also noticed the look in Pansy Parkinson's eyes that made her extremely uncomfortable. John smiled lightly. "Slytherin is the most popular branch of pureblood wizards. It contains the vast majority of young wizards from the 28 pureblood families, and it is precisely these descendants of pureblood families. Except for a very few young wizards, who looked pretty good, the rest were not even as good as Draco's 2 followers, Goyle and Crabbe. As for the exquisite girl in front of him, who was rare in Slytherin, John immediately realized the identity of the other person in his mind. Pansy Parkinson. Naturally, he noticed the hostility in the other person's eyes, but he was not interested in paying attention to why the other person looked at him like this. Some pure-blood little wizards in Slytherin are always very close in their thoughts to their crazy parents. John, on the other hand, had no interest in caring about neurosis. He raised a glass of lemonade from the house elf in his hand and raised it to the other party. Pansy was stunned for a moment, but then she showed the graceful gesture that a wizard noble should have and slowly raised the water glass in front of her. "What are you doing?" The discomfort in the little witch's heart became more and more obvious. However, when John saw Pansy opposite him raising a glass to drink water, a bad smile suddenly appeared at the corner of his mouth. Suddenly, the water glass in front of Miss Know-it-all was forced into her hand. Then, "Oh my God, John Konstantin, what on earth did I see?" George Weasley, who was distracted and dealing with the charm's homework in front of him, raised his head unconsciously, but his eyes widened instantly. I saw the young couple, John and Hermione, who were already well known throughout Hogwarts. They actually held their cups, arms intertwined. He acted as if there was no one around him, like an adult wizard, pretending to be drinking with him. An exclamation made her head go blank. Hermione, who was stiff and didn't know why she had to cooperate with such actions, woke up instantly. She quickly retracted her arm. When she blushed and buried her head deeply in a magic book in front of her, she couldn't help but lick the water stains on the corner of her lips with her little tongue. It was obviously just ordinary water, but it had a sweetness as if honey had been added to it. Even though he was discovered by the people around him and started to boo him like crazy, John didn't look embarrassed at all. He put his arm back on the little witch's shoulder in a place that belonged to his palm. Another toast to Pansy at the Slytherin table. No, I won't do this with you. Draco noticed Pansy's pretty and gloomy face, the look in his eyes, and he immediately shook his head like a rattle. The latter's already ugly face turned even colder after noticing John's provocative eyes. Umph. Draco Malfoy, sometimes you really need to take a good look in the mirror. Bang! Seeing Pansy throwing the cup and leaving immediately, Draco couldn't help but look at John again in the direction of Gryffindor, and his eyes began to flicker. I was already thinking about Pansy Parkinson's words just now. That night, in the demon ceiling treasure box. Harry and Ronald are both doing very well these days. What's good here is not only that they perform well in the classrooms of various professors, but also that they have become diligent tools behind John, like Draco's Goyle and Crab. Oh, John, I feel like I'm going to suffocate. This guy stinks so much. Ronald said this, but he was still holding a net with a long pole, facing the monster with human limbs imprisoned by chains and a head like a cauliflower in front of him. On the dense grass above the opponent's head, it keeps shaking. Amidst the bursts of buzzing sounds that made people feel extremely uncomfortable, a group of strange little bugs entered the net one after another under the golden light of the holy fire. Not far away from him, Harry gritted his teeth and used pliers to cut off the mouthparts of the sea-level tomb evil spirit in front of him. But at this moment, John stood with his arms crossed in front of the sealed cage that held the Class B Hell Cannibal book, frowning in thought. As an inspiring exorcist who supports justice in the world, John feels that there should be no conflict with working part-time as a ruthless demon slave owner on this path of justice. It is precisely because of this that all the evil spirits he captures and imprisons alive, they all have to pay enough rent in their prison. TSK, 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 what a shameless guy. God must be blind to lend you his power. In his mind, S-Class rat demon, Pete's irritable German voice sounded. John curled his lips. Pete, my friend, I think you are the least qualified to say such a thing, right? You enjoy the supreme presidential suite and can experience this wizarding world with me, but so far you haven't even paid any rent. Peter snorted disdainfully, but looked at John and was about to take out the holy water from his arms to add some strength to the Grade B Hell Cannibal book in front of him. After all, he couldn't stand it. That's enough. Instead of just asking the disobedient devil to drink holy water, why don't you try throwing some books to this guy? I think this guy can surprise you. Duh. Chapter 43. I never thought that the guardian spirit, S-level rat devil, Peter, who has been living in his body but has never been used, can actually give me advice in this regard. Following the other party's suggestion, John immediately bought some books that he no longer needed, such as Introductory Herb Identification, History of Magic, The Rise and Fall of the Goblin Tribe, and Hogwarts, A History of the School. They were all moved from the dormitory into the demon ceiling treasure box. John, what are you doing? Ronald and Harry, who had some dirty faces, both came closer. Regarding the B-level Hell Cannibal book that they were personally involved in, the two of them would always follow John when he came into this space to take a look. It was as if what they saw in front of them gave them a greater sense of accomplishment than any Quidditch trophy. John didn't speak, but suddenly he threw all the books in his hands directly into the cage. Next moment, wow! Black vines that were very familiar to all three of them stretched out from the Class B Hell Cannibal book in front of them, but the speed was significantly slower than before sealing the other party. Like a tentacle, he slowly picked up all the books John threw in and put them into his body. Several people looked at the pages of the book that began to turn by themselves and waited quietly. Give it some more white paper. Peter's voice sounded, and John immediately obeyed. But just 3 or 4 minutes later, there were bursts of crashing sounds. The white papers that had been dragged into the book by the vines flew out of the pages one after another. However, at this moment, it is already filled with dense words. Walter? Oh my God. This is amazing. John, look, this is actually a paper on the history of the goblins assigned by Cuthbert Binns. John, this couldn't be what it was written on, right? The two of them, Harry, picked up the paper on the ground and just glanced at it. The two of them couldn't help but take a deep breath. When John heard this, he couldn't help but quickly took out the pages full of writing and read them. Since he was always in the library with Miss Know-It-All during this time, enjoying the joy of teasing each other, along with it, many of the books that Miss Know-How had borrowed. John also watched them all. The more John watched, the more excited he became, and the world before time travel suddenly appeared in his mind, a digital tool that emerged in that era. AI writing. The content on the pages of the book in his hand at this moment has not only been reorganized and analyzed based on the basic materials he gave him, but it is also rational and well-founded. It also added some obviously fresh content, such as the decline of the goblins and the in-depth analysis of the conflicts between wizards. The three of them looked at each other, and a bold idea suddenly appeared in their minds. Ronald was excited. John, do we no longer have to write long and smelly homework like History of Magic? Harry had some doubts. John, are everything written on this really correct? But John looked at the Belevel Hell Cannibal book, with its pages still clattering in front of him, wondering if this thing was really powerful enough. Couldn't he easily start becoming a media boss in the wizarding world? John couldn't help but have a strange smile on his face. Very well, Mr. Peter, you are a very good citizen. S-Class, Rat Demon Peter in John's body. Why does this kind of weird praise sound like something is wrong? John, who instantly had a goal, and Harry, who could only focus on lengthy homework for each course, immediately took action. In Snape's pharmacy, he stared blankly at the potion in front of him. The color and smell were slightly different from the original, disturbing potion, but it was obviously much more effective, and the smell and taste were much better. Some of them didn't understand John's thoughts. You mean, let me help you negotiate with St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries about the long-term supply of this potion? Konstantin, are you short of money? John's eyes widened. Mr. Snape, I think I need to correct something. I am not very short of money. Before I entered the wizarding world, I never thought that I could be associated with poverty. Snape. He had heard Professor McGonagall talk about the situation when he met John, about the castle of Konstantin that seemed to have been inherited for a long time, but was full of dilapidated and abandoned atmosphere. John Konstantin was all alone and helpless. Obviously, sometimes women, even powerful wizards like Professor McGonagall, will always use their emotional side to subjectively fantasize about a process for the person in front of them. The corner of his mouth twitched, but he did not refuse. With your strength, long-term supply is not realistic, and I am your potion teacher, not your potion material warehouse. When he said the last sentence, Snape's face turned a little darker. It had been some time since John was formally accepted and recognized as a disciple. And John has indeed shown a potion talent that can no longer be described as dazzling, but it is what makes Snape, a master of potions, feel a little headache. This guy really likes to tinker with some weird formulas and potions. And I always like to try medicine on myself. After making an agreement with Snape, John followed up with the other two. He had also completed the final improved formulas and samples of the eye-brightening potion and soothing potion, handed over to Snape. In the following days, John lived a relaxed and contented life, accompanying the little witch every day, either in the library or in the old castle of Hogwarts, leaving the footprints of the two of them. Except when they go to their dormitories at night, or when John goes to study potions, the two of them are not together. At any other time, almost all the young wizards at Hogwarts had never seen the two separated. Except for the Transfiguration class, of course. Ah, Mr. Konstantin, please don't turn the desk into a coffin. And let Mr. Malfoy out quickly. Chapter 44. When the lid of the coffin in front of him was opened by John, Draco was struggling inside in horror, and Draco, who was so frightened that he had runny nose and burst into tears, felt as if he was about to suffocate and suddenly got some fresh air. Breathing heavily, John sat aside with an innocent face. Malfoy, why did you walk into the coffin for no reason? Aren't you worried about being hit by the lid of the coffin? Draco was dragged out of the coffin by Goyle and Crabbe. Her long blonde hair, which had always been meticulously combed, now became messy. Seeing John was like seeing a demon. You were the one who pushed me just now. Otherwise, I wouldn't have walked into the coffin by myself. John even showed his hands innocently. Malfoy, please at least provide enough evidence when speaking. You know, everyone saw it. I was even standing in front of you, and the coffin was between you and me. I pushed you. Haha, Malfoy, do you think I'm easy to bully? When he saw John's face suddenly turned cold, and he directly took out his wand. Draco, who originally wanted to defend himself, turned pale instantly and hurriedly backed away. And that's about it. Professor McGonagall's angry voice could already be heard. Mr. Konstantin, immediately, now, put away your wand. You will never take out your wand in my transfiguration class without my permission in the future. Professor McGonagall watched with a headache as John obediently put the coffin in front of him and returned to the desk, and then watched him put away his wand honestly. But there was absolutely nothing else I could do at this moment. The topic of today's transfiguration class is transform the desk into other objects of similar size. The more beautiful, the better. Then, under circumstances that no one expected, Professor McGonagall ordered him not to sit with Miss Know-It-All in the transfiguration class, but he turned around and sat directly among the Slytherin snakes, and luckily chose John next to Draco. The table in front of them was transformed into a coffin with exquisite patterns and linings, and even the emblem of the Malfoy family. Seeing Draco, who was so frightened that he was about to cry, Professor McGonagall looked around at the rest of the classroom with a headache. At this moment, this small transfiguration classroom was already full of little wizards. The only seat was on the little lion's side. Look at the empty seat, one on the left and one on the right. Harry and Ronald are like door gods. Based on their relationship with John, if Draco were allowed to sit in that position, there would be no need to continue today's transfiguration class. But look at Draco, who is obviously unwilling to return to his original position, sitting at the same table with John, no matter what. Professor McGonagall finally sighed. John Konstantin, return to your place. So far, after Draco Malfoy enjoyed John's wizard robes turned into funeral suits, quills turned into mourning white flowers, white paper turned into a black and white portrait of himself, and desk turned into a Malfoy family coffin. Under the fearful and angry gazes of all the little snakes, John returned to his Miss Know-It-All. John, you are so awesome. I think that guy is about to pee his pants. Ha. I hate Malfoy too. He is always so self-righteous. Different from the excitement of the two younger brothers Harry and Ronald, Miss Know-It-All, whose shoulders were once again occupied by John's palm, was worried. John, didn't you say that Malfoy's father is the school governor of Hogwarts? He won't. Of course he will. John nodded without hesitation, but there was no trace of worry or fear on his face. The 28 pureblood clans, a group of people who, apart from a little money and the ancestral home assets of the wizarding world, do not even have any truly exclusive inheritance of wizarding spells or special abilities. How dare he call himself a wizard noble? John turned back and glanced lightly at Malfoy, who had just sat down. The latter's body couldn't help but tense up instantly. Today, he has already been deeply imprinted with a fear of John Konstantin because of the transfiguration classes these days. Professor McGonagall has just announced the end of class. Malfoy and his two younger brothers were the first to rush out of the classroom door, as if escaping from the cage of a beast. Dinner time at Hogwarts. Professor McGonagall was looking troubled, and in a voice that only two people could hear, he was telling Dumbledore what happened while he was away from school, especially when it comes to John. Albus, I have to admit that I was definitely deceived by Konstantin. He alone is as good as the two Weasley twins. Dumbledore smiled faintly and glanced at the Gryffindor table. His eyes first lingered on John for a moment, and then he nodded secretly after seeing Harry, who was obviously much more confident than before. There is indeed something that John deliberately conceals, and he naturally knows this. But there is Snape as John's potions teacher, as a supervisor and teacher, and at the same time, the other person is a person with the Patronus charm. Dumbledore wasn't worried about the damage John might do to Hogwarts. While Dumbledore was comforting Professor McGonagall, a flapping sound of wings suddenly came from outside. Then an owl with a letter in its mouth flew directly to the Gryffindor dining table. When the letter fell into John's hands, the little wizards around him couldn't help but look at it curiously. John, didn't you say that you were the only one in your family? Who gave you this letter? John looked in the direction of the pure love warrior, but the latter quietly left the restaurant without knowing when. However, when he opened the waterproof wrapping on the envelope, he saw the logo of St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Maladies printed on the envelope. A glimmer of expectation could not help but shine in his eyes. St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Maladies Dean Jonathan Bohan, UK Director of the International Federation of Magic, Level 2 Magician of the Order of Merlin. Dear Mr. John Konstantin, we have received your letter and the potion that came with it. In view of the recommendation of your teacher, Professor Severus Snape, we have carefully identified the potion. The little witch came over curiously. Since she didn't carry John behind her back when she received the letter from her parents, She didn't have any scruples, but the next moment. Walter, 50,000 gold galleons. John, your potion formula sold for 50,000 gold galleons. Chapter 45. The moment she couldn't help shouting these words, the little witch instantly realized how reckless her behavior was, and couldn't help but cover her mouth in a panic. It was as if I could take back what I just said. However, the good thing is that John has never been someone who likes to hide himself in this regard. Burying money in a cellar is not rich. If the whole world knows that you are rich, then you are rich. John smiled faintly and touched the hair of the somewhat guilty little witch. Don't worry, it's nothing. Just know it. In fact, I don't intend to hide anything. At this moment, his words seemed to be a flame that instantly ignited all the excitement of the little lions around him who were still somewhat doubtful. Ronald was so shocked that he threw away the chicken legs in his hand. Even Simo, the demolition genius who was almost hit by the opponent's chicken legs, didn't care about these things at the moment. John, did you really earn 50,000 gold galleons? 50,000? Oh my God, my father can't make so much money in a year. Then wouldn't John be able to buy a lot of Nimbus 2000? Hey, I heard that John has just been accepted as Professor Snape's student not long ago, and he can actually research new potion formulas? On the professor's seat, looking at John who was surrounded by the little lions, Dumbledore let out a gentle and generous laugh. Minerva, you have seen it. It is obvious that our Mr. Konstantin is not as out of place as you imagined. Minerva, how can you take the time to get to know him? Dumbledore's wise eyes looked solemn through his glasses. Minerva, don't look at him from the perspective of a wizard. Try to understand him from his perspective. Although he is indeed studying at Hogwarts now and learning the magic of our wizards, but it is undeniable that the world needs our Mr. Konstantin more than the wizarding world. Professor McGonagall couldn't help but remain silent, looking at John who was laughing loudly in the crowd, and could even be said to be a bit wild and deviant at a young age. I couldn't help but think secretly in my heart. Could it be that I was always too harsh and narrow-minded towards John? Who would believe such a trick? This guy must have stolen Professor Snape's research results. He is a muggle and has only been exposed to potions for a long time. On the side of Slytherin Academy, Draco looked at John who was surrounded by stars, filled with praise and admiration. Gritting my teeth with hatred. As if he suddenly thought of something, he stood up suddenly and walked out of the restaurant. Behind him, Crabbe and Goyle, the loyal troll brothers, hurriedly picked up 2 sandwiches and followed. Pansy Parkinson looked at this scene, staring at John with a pair of dark eyes. There is no doubt that Draco is not the only one who questions John's potions talent. She is also one of them. Once I expose you, I will ask Professor Dumbledore to fire you ********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* surrounded by everyone, returned all the way to Gryffindor's rest area. This is simply unbelievable. John, you have only been studying potions with Professor Snape for less than a month. How did you do it? Ronald didn't even realize that in the past, when he called Snape, he always addressed him without the suffix of the honorific, and he couldn't help but become much more polite today. Harry stood beside his bed, holding enviously the letter written to John from St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Maladies. He had read this letter no less than 10 times, all the way from the dining room to his dormitory. John smiled lightly. I've told you a long time ago. I won't say whether Teacher Snape is easy to get along with or not. However, in terms of achievements in potions, he must be a top-notch existence in the entire Europa. Neville on the side said nothing, but he could not hide the envy and yearning in his eyes. John, what are you going to do with such a large sum of money? The latest Nimbus 2000 only costs 1,700 gold galleons. Harry, how many Nimbus 2000 can you buy with such a sum of money? Oh. Harry remained silent and looked at John with shyness and admiration. He looks like a loyal little fanboy. John raised his hand to signal Ronald to calm down. Haha, there will be one in Nimbus 2000, but not now. John looked at his second General Enha meaningfully. Are you interested in doing a big business with me? Have you forgotten the book about how we exorcised demons and conquered them together? Suddenly, the eyes of the two people who were still a little confused about what John was going to do suddenly lit up. At night, the other little wizards had basically gone to bed. At this moment, in the dormitory where John was, the 4 people, including Neville, were very busy. Under John's initiative, he already had a yearning for their small group. Neville, with a few words of persuasion from John and the assistance of General Enha on the side. Finally, he nodded and chose to complicit with them. Demon Sealed Treasure Box, in the space. John, the best-selling book on the market right now is definitely Gilderoy Lockhart's book. My mother is a big fan of his. I heard my grandma say that books on herbalism, divination, and the study of magical animals are very expensive. John, do you think we can sell those books from the Muggle world to the wizarding world as well? As the saying goes, 3 cobblers are as good as Zhuge. After John took the initiative to invite several family heads to the group, even Neville, whose brain was a little slow due to memory damage, tried his best to help John think about the future development direction. John wrote them down one by one with satisfaction. He looked at the nearly completed project plan in his hand, his eyes filled with excitement. Whether I can continue to be cool in the wizarding world depends on whether the project in front of me can be completed. Just when John was preparing to rely on his exclusive secret recipe to become the top media and publishing tycoon in the wizarding world in the future, the sound of the system suddenly sounded without him expecting it. Ding! The smell of demonic activity is found around the host. The breath direction is locked. Chapter 46. The system's sudden alarm made John's face, which was full of smiles a moment ago, instantly turn gloomy and serious. Harry, Ronald, get your wand. Bring the holy water. John's words first stunned Ronald, and then, when they realized what happened, they both stood up suddenly with a swish. Ronald's eyes widened in excitement. There's another demon? John nodded. In his eyes, a red outline appeared, and the direction it appeared was. This time the devil appeared in the Slytherin dormitory area. It's back to dinner time. Seeing John being pursued by so many people, Draco, who was filled with unwillingness and anger, took his 2 younger brothers and left the restaurant early. And he took the initiative to go to Snape's pharmacy and complain. When he said the words, "Professor, John Konstantin stole the potion you developed and defrauded St. Mungo's hospital for magical maladies and maladies of a large sum of gold galleons." Inevitably, he received a severe scolding from Snape. He was scolded by Snape and was directly labeled as jealous of John Konstantin. He also mentioned Draco, who was cleaning the apothecary the next day. The entire journey back to the Slytherin dormitory was filled with anger. Why does everyone seem to think that B***************** D is a good man? Damn it, Crab, you said that B*********** D John Konstantin. He must be the devil, right? Even Professor Dumbledore must have been deceived by that devil. Draco grabbed his younger brother Crab, who still had traces of breadcrumbs from eating a sandwich on the corners of his mouth. At this moment, Draco suddenly grabbed him, and he was suddenly shocked. He first glanced at Goyle, who was as stupid and big as himself. Then he nodded hurriedly. Yes, I also think there is something wrong with that guy John Konstantin. The Sorting Hat said he is a spy of the Holy See. Gore on the side also nodded repeatedly. Draco let go of the other person with satisfaction and walked towards his dormitory while muttering to himself. The Holy See, yes, the Holy See almost destroyed all wizards in ancient times. No one knows how to deal with us wizards better than them. John Konstantin, this be *********** D, must have been sent by the Holy See to break into the wizarding world. The spy inside. Draco seemed to have a sudden enlightenment and figured it out all by himself. The speed of returning to the dormitory couldn't help but be a little faster. Back in the dormitory, Draco was still chattering about some of his fantasies about the Holy See's plan to destroy the wizarding world, completely describing John as an attempt to gain the recognition of the entire wizarding world. The shameless liar who then led the entire wizarding world into the trap of the Holy See. Crab, do you think I'm right? Draco was talking enthusiastically, and when he turned around to look, he found that his younger brother Crab had fallen asleep at some point. The corners of his mouth twitched, and even Draco had to admire this idiot who never suffered from insomnia or constipation. Suddenly, the sound of rushing water came from the bathroom. Hey, Goyle, did you hear what I just said? John Konstantin must be... He had just walked into the bathroom, and before he could finish his proud words, when Draco saw clearly the reflection in the mirror in front of Goyle, his whole face instantly turned pale with fear. A scream of terror, accompanied by the complete collapse of facial muscles. There was a click, and Goyle, who was standing facing the mirror with his back to Draco, suddenly twisted his head and arms 180 degrees backwards. His hands, stiff but unshakable like iron pincers, instantly strangled Draco's neck. The height difference between the two made it easy for Goyle to lift Draco up. Damn Malfoy. Damn Parkinson. Who do you think is the idiot? The roar was not an angry roar from Gower's own voice at all. It roared out from the other party's mouth stained with dark blood. A pair of eyeballs made entirely of whites and terrifying bloodshot eyes made Draco's eyes almost pop out of their sockets in fear. Zerchet. Goyle. Roar. The chubby crab, who was awakened by the silence, sat up from the bed. As soon as he saw the scene in front of him clearly, the next moment, Goyle's terrifying head turned towards him again, turning 90 degrees. With a terrifying roar, a sonic airflow that instantly shattered all the furniture and things around him suddenly hit Xiaopan's body. The latter is like a doll in a hurricane. Without any chance to resist, he flew out of the dormitory door in an instant. Ho ho ho! The pain of suffocation and being strangled in his neck quickly made Draco's eyes bloodshot. His feet were weakly struggling in the air, trying to escape from the terrifying gore in front of him. However, the brain gradually becomes dull, and the breath of death spreads throughout the body. Finally, he gradually began to despair. I am Goyle Gregory. My Gregory family is also a pureblood family. Malfoy, why are you shouting at me? The terrifying and deafening roar woke up all the little wizards in the Slytherin dormitory area. And when some doubtful little wizards came out of the dormitory, next moment, boom, Draco's body flew out like a broken sack. Then, Gao Air nearly doubled in size, and the terrifying figure like a terrifying giant came into everyone's eyes. Ah! A piercing scream came from the direction of the Slytherin girls' dormitory. Goyle, who was about to walk over to deal with Draco, paused momentarily. Then, the terrifying figure immediately roared like a mad beast and rushed towards the Slytherin girls' dormitory area. The other side, John and the others, who were still hiding and hiding, worried about being discovered by Filch or the figures in the paintings hanging around them, suddenly changed their expressions when they heard the terrifying roar. John could no longer care about anything else and suddenly started running quickly in the dark corridors of Hogwarts. I can't control that much anymore. We're afraid we're going to have a tough battle this time. His expression was extremely ugly. As we get closer and closer to the red outline of the target in our eyes, a strong and pungent smell of sulfur is already filling the air. Chapter 47. The dormitory area of Slytherin College was already in a mess. The bookshelves, displays, and broken glass were scattered everywhere, as well as some small Slytherin snakes that had no time to dodge and were caught by the madly charging Goyle. The senior wizards reacted quite quickly. Everyone, stay calm. The 6th and 7th graders will fight with me, and everyone else will evacuate immediately. At this moment, the Slytherin prefect, who had not yet had time to change into a wizard robe and was only wearing pajamas and holding a wand, was facing Goyle, who looked like a giant monster, but was even more ferocious than the giant monster. My calves have already begun to tremble. But the final dignity of being a prefect made him not allow himself to choose to escape at this time. Collapse. Call out. A spell hit Goyle accurately in the narrow corridor of the Slytherin women's dormitory. However, the latter didn't even have the slightest wave or obstacle at this moment, and it was the effect of the magic spell that was instantly dissipated. Ha ha ha. I am the most powerful. Power. I am the strongest pure-blooded being. Goyle roared ferociously. On one side of the corridor, a little Slytherin which just ran out of the dormitory. The next moment, she looked like a rag doll hit by a train. He was knocked out instantly. Damn it. Hold on. Split into pieces. The upside-down golden bell. The floor is slippery. All kinds of spells trying to hinder and restrict the monster in front of them were all on the other side, without any effect. And looked at Gore, who was almost in front of him. Everyone's face was completely pale. Boom. An arm that was as thick as 2 people's arms swung across suddenly, instantly sending 7 or 8 people in front of him, including the Slytherin prefects, flying away on the spot. It hit the far end of the corridor hard and lost all movement. Ah! A sharp scream followed Gore's pale eyes, turning his head to look at a female dormitory nearby. A harsh sound came. Gore seemed to have suddenly found a target. Pansy Parkinson. ****ch. You always like to look at me like I'm an idiot. I'm going to make you look good today. Ah. Pansy's mind was completely blank at this moment. She had always flaunted herself as shrewd and intelligent in the past, and had always regarded beings like Goyle and Crabbe as a disgrace to Slytherin. At this moment, it was finally revealed that he was just a first-year wizard, except that his image and verbal communication skills are better than Crabbe's. There isn't even a big substantial difference. In front of this Goyle, at this moment, Pansy had no chance or hope to resist. There was already a wall behind him. 2 of the 3 roommates ran away early, and another was so frightened that he fainted on the spot. Goyle, please no, don't kill me. Pansy cried and begged for mercy. However, this pitiful appearance made the evil smile on Goyle's face become even stronger. Hold your hands together and raise them high above your head. The terrifying murderous intention made Pansy cover her head in despair. Son of a B****ch, die. Boom. There was a violent roar that frightened Pansy Parkinson's body to tremble instinctively, as if her body was instantly covered with a layer of hot liquid. She looked up blankly, and the one who was about to smash her to death, like a giant monster, was about to touch the ceiling of the dormitory. Above his chest, a terrifying hollow hole appeared. Black blood splashed out from the hole, splattered all over her. A familiar voice came to my ears, but my mind was completely blank, and I couldn't remember who the owner was. The fire of heaven, armor me. Mercy, forgive my sins. The bright holy fire seems to have the magic power to instantly dispel fear and despair. Following the familiar figure of John Konstantin, a silky and smooth shovel turned and passed under Gower. Pansy only had time to see the opponent suddenly raise a gorgeous weapon that looked like a musket. He instantly focused on the ferocious face of Gower. Boom! A roar with considerable recoil erupted from the muzzle of the demon exorcist Holy Flame M. 1887. The golden firelight instantly hit Goyle's face. John's body suddenly leaned back and collided with Pansy behind him. He didn't even have time to care about the situation of the other party. John's young face was filled with the solemnity and coldness of an iron-blooded veteran at this moment. Hold me. Pansy never thought that one day she would be holding a dirty muggle, and a Gryffindor muggle at that. But, looking at Goyle, who was leaning down in front of him and howling in pain behind him, he looked like a demon. John Konstantin, who looked like a savior. The little girl's arms with several scratches wrapped around the other person's neck. The body sores. Like being surrounded by a generous and warm wind, Pansy prides herself on being shrewd, powerful, and of noble birth, and the people she likes in the future will inevitably have noble status and wizard blood. At this moment, he was held by John in a daze, and he rushed out of the hell-like dormitory in an instant. Teacher Snape, be careful. Goyle is possessed by a demon. Very dangerous. Looking at the teacher Snape who appeared in an instant, John shouted anxiously. In his mind, the system had already told him how powerful the demon possessing Gore really was. S-level, jealous black mirror demon. Produce, exorcist advice. Take life and death lightly. Do it if you don't accept it. Chapter 48. S-level, jealous black mirror demon. Generation. Representing one of the 7 deadly sins. The 7 demon kings of hell are jealous of Demon King Leviathan's believer demons. They can enter the human world without any obstacles through the link between mirror images and human jealousy, and forcibly possess humans. Exorcist advice. Take life and death lightly. Do it if you don't accept it. When John saw the exorcism advice given by the system, he was so angry that he didn't curse. Why don't you just ask me to go hard on you? Roar. Snape was still dressed in a wizard's robe like a big black bat, and John didn't know if he was wearing clothes to sleep or if he was still awake at this hour. He came over so quickly. However, Snape was completely shocked by the appearance of Goyle at this moment. But when he saw little Slytherin wizards lying around who didn't know whether they were alive or dead, he still waved his wand without hesitation. Sectum Sempra. Uft. There was a clear sound of flesh being cut apart, followed by a scream from Gower. It split instantly from the opponent's thigh. Black blood splashed out instantly. However, the wounds, which were at least deep enough to show the bone, began to heal and disappear quickly after appearing for no more than an instant. The sudden change made even Snape, a half-blood prince and proficient in defense against dark magic, unable to survive. They were all caught off guard at this moment. Goyle, who was attacked by the opponent, was already furious. Like a gorilla that was wreaking havoc in the Slytherin dormitory area, he leaped towards Snape and hit Snape on the head. At the critical moment, 3 glass bottles suddenly flew towards each other amidst 3 whizzing sounds in the air. The moment the holy water in the glass bottle splashed out and splashed on Gore, there was a pungent smell, accompanied by a sizzling sound like barbecue, and Gore screamed. John, who didn't even have time to send Pansy away in his arms, hurriedly chanted a spell loudly. The fire of heaven, armor me. Mercy, forgive my sins. Roar. Golden flames instantly burst out from the holy water, like tarsal maggots, and quickly spread all over Goel's body. It also caused the latter to stumble and fall directly from midair. Yes, General Enha, who was still holding several bottles of holy water in his hand, waved his arms excitedly. The holy water just now was thrown out by the 2 of them. Neville, standing behind the 2 of them, his body trembling nervously, was also one of the participants in this operation. The moment Gower landed, Neville immediately followed John's order and quickly and nervously began to read aloud from the Bible in his hand. In the beginning God created the heavens and the earth. The earth was still formless and empty, and darkness remained over the abyss. but the Spirit of God moved on the waters. God said, "There is light." There was light. The sounds of chanting the Bible began to become a little more orderly as General Enha joined them later. But at this moment, Gao Er, whose whole body was filled with holy fire, was becoming more and more irritable. Swish, swish, swish. Several figures appeared here one after another. It was none other than Professors Dumbledore, McGonagall, Flitwick, and Sprout who were belatedly arriving. And of course, Quirrell, who was now Professor of Defense against the Dark Arts at Hogwarts. I got here at the last minute. When I saw this one in front of me, even the face almost became unfamiliar, and I couldn't recognize the troll that looked like Gower. Quirrell couldn't help but feel his calves begin to tremble. The things that his master said may bring huge benefits to him in the state of a remnant soul do not seem to be able to allow him, Quirrell, to get any benefits at all. What is this? This time Quirrell's vibrato and stuttering were real and real feelings. Dumbledore, who had an ugly face, immediately looked at John, who was still holding Pansy Parkinson in his arms, who was obviously in shock. "Mr. Konstantin, you can appear here. It seems that you should know best." John gritted his teeth. Goyle is possessed by a demon, and a high-level demon at that. When hearing such an answer, even a being like Dumbledore could not help but have a trace of worry and hesitation in his eyes at this moment. Roar! The terrifying roar set off a terrifying sound wave. Streams of black and rich demonic energy began to spread from Gao Er's body, and wherever the demonic energy swept over, even the holy fire under the blessing of the Bible. It also began to become shaky, and its light faded. Seeing this scene, Snape waved his wand again. Stupefy passed out. The cursed light struck Goyle, and then disappeared. It has no real effect at all. Seeing this scene, all the professors, including Dumbledore, couldn't help but feel startled, and an ominous premonition emerged in their hearts. Snape waved his wand again, and the ominous dark green light made Quirrell behind him shrink his pupils. Next moment, Avada Kedavra, Avada Kedavra. As one of the 3 unforgivable curses, it was obviously inappropriate to release the death curse from Snape, a professor at Hogwarts. However, no one said anything about the current situation. However, roar! Seeing that the death curse still had no effect after being hit, even Dumbledore's expression became serious. John gently put Pansy down, and he took off the ladder's arm around his neck. "Get out of here quickly." After a brief explanation, John turned and walked towards Goyle, whose holy fire had been completely extinguished. But he had no idea that at this moment, a ray of holy light gradually rose up on his body, and his back was in Pansy's eyes. Like a knight. Chapter 49. John held the devil-repelling holy flame M1887 in his hand and quickly loaded ammunition into it. At the beginning, there were only 30 rounds of special exorcism silver bullets. Today, there are only about 20 rounds left. And looking at Goyle, the demonic energy was already billowing in front of him, making the surrounding air become cold, like a dementor from the wizarding world. Even John couldn't help but beat a drum in his heart at this moment. Different from the S-Class rat demon Pete that he met in Diagon Alley, the guy in front of him is a real S-Class demon in his prime. "Professor Dumbledore, if I survive today, I will accept the punishment of the Academy, even if it means expelling me." As he passed Dumbledore, John spoke calmly. The determination and calmness in his tone caused Professor McGonagall, who was originally shocked when he saw the shotgun in John's hand, to swallow the words that were on his lips. Snape, who was John's teacher and the headmaster of the college where Goyle belonged, looked ugly. "John, what's going on with this guy?" John paused in his steps, but he was still in his first year of school. At this moment, the position was in front of Dumbledore and the others. In front of the small figure was Goyle, with a ferocious smile and a body like a giant monster. John took a deep breath. This guy is an S-Class demon, one of the 7 demon kings of hell, and a subordinate of the jealous demon king Leviathan. Just one sentence, and the existence of the myth involved made all the Hogwarts professors, including Dumbledore, feel like they were facing a formidable enemy. Quirrell, who was standing at the back of the crowd, was so excited that his hand holding the wand was shaking violently when he heard that the demon in front of him was actually directly connected to the demon king of hell. Master, there is hope. Even if we don't use that damn magic stone, we still have hope of resurrecting you." He was thinking in his mind, but at this moment he didn't dare to communicate with Voldemort behind his head in front of Dumbledore. Exorcist Gore looked at the little John in front of him, his big pale eyes turned in different directions unconsciously, and he let out a roar that didn't sound like a human voice. John took out his last bottle of papal wine from his arms. In front of everyone, he just swallowed it. A bottle of holy water was sprinkled all over his body from his head, but the demon who saw his actions showed no intention of stopping him. Behind him, Dumbledore's voice came as he realized what John was about to do. "Mr. Konstantin, what can we do for you?" John's expression changed. "Professor, the wizard's spell may have some effect on the evil spirit level guy, but it is of no use to the B*********** D in front of me who has reached the demon level." Goyle opened his mouth wide, revealing his black gums that looked like barbs. The smile was full of pride and ferocity. "But I think if I can use the transformation spell to transform as much silver, gold, and wine as possible, it should be able to have a certain effect." Besides, John seemed to have thought of something. He glanced around and saw broken glass and mirrors everywhere. "Professor Dumbledore, this guy is the Black Mirror Demon among demons. He can quickly travel back and forth through the mirror." Dumbledore nodded in understanding. The white beard raised automatically with the Elder Wand in his hand. He looked at John, who was exuding a strong fighting spirit and looked more like a knight protecting the world than a first-year wizard. For some reason, he felt like he had fought side by side with Grindelwald. "Mr. Konstantin, do what you have to do and leave everything else to us." A smile appeared on John's lips. This is Dumbledore. If he were the principal of another magic school, even if he didn't have the ability to solve the problem, he would definitely not be able to put all the treasures on him, a first-year freshman, in front of everyone. Transfiguration. When Professor McGonagall, Dumbledore, and Flitwick all joined forces to release the same spell, John couldn't help but be shocked by the scene, which was like the creator twisting all things. "I saw that all the places swept by their wands, whether it was the floor or display furniture, all quickly turned into a metallic silver and gold color. With a move of Dumbledore's wand, a wall on one side of Slytherin's dormitory instantly cracked. Crash! The turbulent water of the Black Lake instantly poured into the snake courtyard rest area built at the bottom of the lake. However, with the waving of Dumbledore's wand, these currents turned into a fierce vortex in the blink of an eye, and the turbid lake water began to gradually change color. When a refreshing sound of wine spreads, Gore instantly became furious and let out a fierce roar and slammed his ferocious fist towards John, who was in the way. K the Exorcist. John raised his gun with a cold face. "My name is John Konstantin, idiot." Boom. Devil-repelling holy flame, M1887. The flames burst out and hit Gore's fist hard. Under the control of Dumbledore, the surrounding wine vortex surrounded the two men. Although it had not been blessed by any Holy See ceremony, it was even transformed by Dumbledore using the water of the Black Lake. However, under such an environment, it also provided John with a buff invisibly. The recoil of demon-repelling holy flame, M1887, seemed to disappear in John's hands at this moment. Just when Goyle screamed and took back his right hand that had been blasted to pieces with only one wrist left, John's gun barrel had already accurately turned the opponent's. Boom, boom, boom. The idea of saving special silver bullets has long been forgotten by John. When more than 20 rounds of special silver bullets were fired wildly by him, the Gore in front of him had already had his limbs broken off by him, and he lay half-lying on the ground in a decadent and miserable state. But John hurriedly threw aside the devil-repelling holy flame M1887 in his hand. With a quick step, he instantly stepped on the opponent's chest. A golden cross was pressed firmly against the opponent's forehead, covered with veins like a branding iron. "The Holy Cross commands you. The six-pointed star is here to command you. The gods command you here. Stay away from here. Disappear." Chapter 50. Zitzizi. It was like a hot iron pressing on a piece of pigskin. The terrible burning was accompanied by an almost blinding smell of sulfur that filled the air. John stepped on Goyle, who had fallen to the ground, and recited the exorcism incantation loudly. However, bursts of light and darkness appeared, like a ferocious demon hidden under Goyle's face. But it struggled and twisted a few times. Gore, who seemed to be about to regain some consciousness, and his eyes seemed to have normal pupils, suddenly burst out into a hysterical roar at the next moment. "The devil is here. Human beings, please kneel down and bow down." A horrifying roar shook John's face so much that he started to tremble, and the terrifying aura erupted by the demon in front of him was like a hurricane, knocking him off his body. John, watching the small figure being pushed directly to the ceiling, and then being pulled by a force, it suddenly hit the wall next to it. Everyone was startled, and Dumbledore, who originally thought it might be the end, hurriedly waved his wand. The surging wine seemed to turn into a red tornado, and suddenly hit Gore who was struggling to recover. Dumbledore was already using all his strength at this moment. The wand in his hand was waving downwards, as if he was swinging a giant hammer violently. Boom, boom, boom. The fierce torrent of wine bombarded Gore over and over again. However, the latter seemed to be completely unhindered by this aspect, laughing wildly, like the muffled thunder erupting in the Slytherin dormitory area. What a pathetic guy. The wizard is trying to use the power given to you by hell to deal with your master. Goyle's words made Dumbledore and other wizards present dumbfounded. The wine under Dumbledore's control seemed to be able to simply slow down the recovery speed of some Goyle injuries. It actually did not cause any substantial harm to the other party. Snape has released Shadowless Blade over and over again, and now it seems that his spell can still cause some damage. As for everyone else, Professor McGonagall gritted his teeth, and the skirt of his dark green wizard robe was covered with stains. Transfiguration. The silver floor began to twist and suddenly turned into shining silver chains, which suddenly penetrated the water, turned into wine, and instantly bound Gore's body, one after another. And Harry and the others, who were standing behind Dumbledore and the others, were chanting the Bible nonstop, and their voices were getting louder and louder at this moment. Everyone used all their strength to suppress Gower, who was clearly in the upper hand at this moment. Even for Quirrell, the black magic in his hands was always changing the way it was directed at the other party. However, ha 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 ha, Goyle laughed and looked at all kinds of wizards, with undisguised contempt and ridicule in his eyes. It's like staring at a group of ants trying to shake the dragon. John Konstantin, a familiar last name, huh? I remembered it. The demon-possessing Goyle looked at John with his pale eyes, watching as the latter struggled to get up from the ground with blood on the corner of his mouth. I can no longer feel the aura of your 8 holy descendants from the human world. Just with a little you, there is no way to stop us from occupying the human world and becoming our dinner plate. Ha ha ha. Human souls, including yours, will follow me into hell. Crack. Professor McGonagall's face began to turn blue and white with anxiety as he looked at Goyle, whose legs had recovered. But with just one step, all the silver chains bound around him shattered. Come out, John. Come on. However, John seemed not to hear it at this moment, and his slightly rickety body gradually straightened up. A pair of eyes that seemed to be relieved, but also looked at the other party with a bit of heart-wrenching sadness. A wry smile in his mouth. From the moment I saw you dirty guys officially embarking on the road of exorcism, I knew that choosing between heaven and hell was destined to be my ending. John panted slightly, and the blood of God effect of the holy see wine in his body had begun to fade. Especially after knowing that those old guys in the Holy See are all a bunch of bastards. I am even more convinced of this. John's words made Goyle feel unprecedented pleasure, as if he thought this was John's word of surrender, as the last chain on his body was broken. Gore tore up the wine and water curtain in front of him in an instant. Under the explosion of rolling demonic energy, the water curtain instantly exploded into splashing water droplets, suddenly pushing all the wizards, including Dumbledore, away. Seeing this scene, the Slytherin snakes, who had no chance to escape, were even more desperate. Pansy's body seemed to have been motionless from the beginning, stiffly maintaining the same movements as when John put it on the ground. Her dark eyes were staring at the embarrassed John unblinkingly. If she had seen John like this before today, she would have happily stepped forward and ridiculed him. But at this moment, a strong feeling of shame and distress made her heart feel suffocated. In the field, John raised his head and looked at the huge palm that was grasped by the billowing, filthy, demonic energy. He glanced at the mess around him and the hundreds of Slytherin wizards who were in urgent need of treatment. The determined and crazy look in his eyes made Gower feel shocked. I'm John Konstantin, and I'm an exorcist. Do you know what an exorcist is? *****. Suddenly, a sharp claw suddenly penetrated through Gol's chest. Black blood splattered all over the floor. However, a tall and thin S-class rat devil, Peter, who was dressed like a classical opera actor, suddenly appeared behind Goyle. Everyone was shocked, and the S-class Black Mirror demon, a demon of the same level, became furious instantly. Danby *********D. He actually fell to acting as a hyena of the Holy See. On the other side, John suddenly took out the cross from his chest, pulled out the lower part, and the cold blade appeared. Chapter 51. Peter smiled bitterly. Obviously, there is no discrimination among the demons in hell. In addition to high-level demons, There are various contemptuous titles such as ants and cannon fodder for low-level demons and evil spirits. For an existence like S-class Black Mirror Demon, with the jealous Leviathan of the Upper Demon King as its master, for a creature like Pete who is in the human world because of being contaminated with demonic energy, or receiving a gift from a passing Demon King that gives him strength. Exist. They are all given names such as B******************** D and Foreigner. John, I must make it clear to you that my current strength has not even recovered to 30%. Although this guy and I are at the same level, but... John interrupted the other party directly. The tone was full of madness that chilled the hearts of everyone present. Give me 3 minutes. Everyone who was suddenly shocked by Peter's appearance did not have time to breathe a sigh of relief after confirming that the other party should be a friendly force. Dumbledore and the others saw John pointing the cross-shaped blade at his chest. He was instantly shocked. What are you going to do? Stop it. McGonagall was so shocked that he rushed to stop him on the spot. However, Goyle, who had already started fighting madly with Peter, did not give anyone a chance to step forward. In comparison, John, the man of the contract, is here, and Pete is almost fighting with the original body. Black Mirror Demon is possessed by Gowl and cannot display its full strength at this moment. But even so, the two sides have just started fighting. The fierce collision and tearing roar shattered everything around them crazily, pushing Dumbledore and the others away. Wine and chains were splashed everywhere, and the transformation spell on his body was broken, making the already unbearable scene even more messy and like ruins. And it was precisely in the ruins where demons were raging, at a time when great white wizards like Dumbledore were at a loss. John Konstantin's immature, but full of determination as if he was ready to die, was like a ray of heavenly sunshine that cut through the gloom. May the Lord listen to my prayers. May the Lord have mercy on the suffering. May the Lord forgive my cowardice. May the gates of heaven welcome the wandering souls of the martyrs. I, John Konstantin, offer my flesh and blood on the scales of death. The mud will return to the pit, and the free bird will return to heaven. As the lyrics from John's mouth reached everyone's ears, the ferocious face of S-class Black Mirror Demon, who was fighting fiercely with Peter, suddenly changed drastically. Madman, how much divine power do you think you can ask for with your little life? John Konstantin, follow me to hell. John stared at the other person coldly with his eyes and kept chanting curses. As his tone became more and more high-pitched, the golden cross dagger stopped in front of his chest suddenly began to buzz. A heartbreaking sound, like cutting flesh, came from the hand holding the cross. The bright red blood gathered into a thin stream, dripping down his arm and onto the ground under the shocked and anxious eyes of everyone. The blood seemed to be alive, spreading rapidly on the ground, drawing a religious-style magic circle pattern centered on the place where John stood. Boom! Peter, whose strength had not yet fully recovered, was punched hard by Gore, and then flew away without waiting for the opponent to get up. After breaking the transformation spell, a broken mirror suddenly appeared in front of Peter. Next moment, when the mirror fell to the ground, Peter's figure had disappeared, leaving only the fierce collisions and curses coming from the mirror on the ground. Goyle stepped towards John's direction. Gow Air looked ferocious. The soul of a person who commits suicide cannot enter heaven. John kept singing. Go through suffering until the blood runs out and the breath is swallowed, safely released to heaven. If I could do this, when the world shall pass away according to the will of the Lord, standing before the judgment seat of my God and my Savior, I can be calm and fearless, waiting peacefully for him to call my name. A sneer of rejection appeared at the corner of John's blood-stained mouth, and at the moment Goyle roared angrily, he punched him again. The last calm sigh, accompanied by the anxious exclamations from Professor McGonagall and others outside the battle, instantly seemed to be the only remaining voice in the world. Amen. No. Boom. Goyle's terrifying attack was accompanied by splashes of bricks and stones on the floor, and it hit John's small body hard under everyone's gaze. The golden cross dagger had already been pierced into the latter's chest. Blood gushed out from the knife edge. John. Professor McGonagall was shocked and was about to rush to rescue John. However, he was instantly pressed to the ground by a sudden and terrifying sense of oppression. He could only look at the position of the deep hole that had sunk in with difficulty. The older cat lady was looking at John, whom she had personally brought into the wizarding world. In such an almost tragic way, he was buried in front of himself. Under the double torment of self-blame and pain, his tears finally became uncontrollable at this moment. Pansy opened her mouth stupidly, looking at John, who was already punched into the ruins by Goyle's fist, and his mind went blank. John said, "Get out of here quickly," at that time, as well as the other person's handsome and resolute face. Like a virus, it completely spread in Pansy Parkinson's mind at this moment. John, Harry, Ronald, and others were also shocked. And it was precisely at this moment that a familiar sound like wind chimes suddenly came faintly, accompanied by the sound of Sanskrit singing in the church. Chapter 52. Waves of ethereal and melodious sounds, like the gentle singing of angels, suddenly sounded in the ruins of Slytherin's dormitory. Just a moment ago, Gower had a proud and ferocious look on his face. The next moment, waves of resistance began to come from beneath the fist that struck the ground, which frightened him. Threads of free golden light were like fine threads. Appearing out of thin air from the surroundings, they blinked towards the direction of the deep pit and gathered together. In just a few breaths, they gathered into a bright ocean of holy light. May the Lord listen to my prayers. May the Lord have mercy on the suffering. May the Lord forgive my cowardice. May the gates of heaven welcome the wandering souls of the martyrs. John repeated it like a murmured prayer, causing Professor McGonagall and others, who were almost desperate, to get up from the ground in excitement. Even Dumbledore couldn't help but look expectantly in the direction where the golden light was gathering. As the golden light gradually expanded, a figure dressed in silver with golden religious patterns, gorgeous and full of sacred solemnity, slowly stood up. The holy light wrapped around the opponent's body is like an invisible protective spell. He was easily pushed up by that person. So that's John. Why did he become so big all of a sudden? Above the original position of John, the figure that stood up again was about 1.8 meters tall. He is completely within the height range of an adult male. May the Lord listen to my prayers. May the Lord have mercy on the suffering. May the Lord forgive my cowardice. May the gates of heaven welcome the wandering souls of the martyrs. John's voice, a soft prayer coming from the masked knight's helmet, sounded to the Goyle in front of him at this moment, like a demonic sound. Amidst the painful roar, a black shadow was visible to the naked eye, struggling crazily in Gore's body. The original golden cross dagger in his hand turned into a dark golden dagger at some point. As John's figure rushed forward instantly, it pierced into Goyle's body. Unlike the previous injuries that could be recovered quickly after being attacked by Dumbledore and the others, the golden holy light began to spread crazily on the wound on Goyle's leg like tarsal maggots. And it was precisely with the appearance of this wound. Everyone clearly discovered that the demon existing in Gao air was struggling even more crazily. John kept swinging the dagger in his hand. The shock of the rich holy light, along with the repeated spells in John's mouth, made Gower, who was unreasonably strong before, instantly fall into a suppressed situation. After a while, the physical body of Gower finally couldn't bear it anymore. Finally, there was a roar, and he fell to the ground on his back. John stepped on the opponent's chest with one foot, wearing a silver boot. John Konstantin, do you think you won? Do you think you can really defeat me? I am immortal. But you will die soon. The devil's voice with its own reverberation effect reaches everyone's ears. Female professors like McGonagall and Sprout, who had a special admiration for John, couldn't help but burst into tears when they heard this. They covered their mouths in pain and let out bursts of sobs. And even Dumbledore, looking at the messy Slytherin dormitory area around him, felt an unprecedented sense of powerlessness. This feeling of powerlessness with no hope at all was something he had never experienced before when facing his best friends, the first Dark Lord Grindelwald and Voldemort. John was silent. However, it was precisely this silence that made the demon in Gore seem to find a target for attack instantly. John Konstantin, you have never tarnished the name of your ancestors, but you who used your life as a sacrifice and were martyred to deal with me are destined to be unable to enter the kingdom of heaven. No matter how many people you save, you can also eliminate the existences from hell like us. You're going to die soon. Ha ha ha. Looking at Gol, with his mouth open and laughing, his mouth was covered with black blood, and even his gums exuded a foul odor. John still said nothing, but under the latter's gaze, he suddenly took off a glove made of fine silver chains on one hand. The moment the gloves were separated from John's body, they instantly disintegrated into dots of golden light and dissipated in midair. The next moment, John suddenly cut his finger with the dagger in his hand. Stained with his own blood, he suddenly drew a scarlet cross symbol on the chest of Gore. A somewhat sarcastic voice came from behind the masked helmet. I committed suicide and was martyred. It is true that I cannot enter heaven, but who told you that you would also go back to hell? Goyle was instantly shocked. An ominous premonition arose in John's heart following his movements. "What are you up to?" John smiled coldly and suddenly waved to Harry and the others who were stunned not far away. "Harry, you guys come here. This guy can't resist for the time being. We must save him now." Harry and the others who were suddenly called came to their senses instantly. Even the timid little lions like Ronald and Neville rushed in front of John without hesitation after hearing John's call. "I don't have extra time to explain anything. Let's start now and recite the Bible in your most pious voice." As John spoke, he began to make crosses between his eyebrows, chest, and sides with his hands. "May the Lord have mercy on you and forgive all your sins. No matter what sin you commit, I will forgive you and let you ascend to heaven. Let your people find the door to the kingdom of heaven." After hearing the spell in John's mouth, the demon who was completely suppressed by him finally became obviously anxious. The demonic language that was incomprehensible to the people around him, but full of anxiety and anger, came from the mouth of Goyle. "I am a citizen of hell, and I am a believer of the devil. Just humans, please kneel down and worship." Devil's language, the demon's fierce roar, the solemn incantation from John's mouth, and the sounds of Harry and others reciting the Bible surrounded by a triangle. The scene at this moment seemed to have formed an invisible battlefield of faith. The sizzling, golden current began to burst out as John raised the dagger in his hand above his head. The devil's voice became more and more panicked. "In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen." The dagger in John's hand suddenly stabbed down. Chapter 53. The dagger instantly pierced the blood-stamped cross on Gower's chest. As the high-pitched salvation spell ended, in the sight of Gower at this moment, behind John who suppressed him above the ground, a bright golden holy light filled the air. The ceiling that was supposed to exist also became strangely transparent at this moment. The golden light from the outside world pierced the dark night sky of Hogwarts appeared. A series of golden steps spread all the way from the kingdom of God at the end of the horizon to in front of him. The intense burning sensation made him start to scream in agony. If for others, the process of being guided by the kingdom of heaven and led to heaven will be the deepest redemption and innovation of the soul. Now, this kind of thing that others can only dream of has become the most terrifying torture in history for S-Class Black Mirror Demon. He is not a believer in God, let alone a creature that exists in heaven. "Ah, I am a citizen of hell and a believer of the devil." He wailed in pain and wanted to struggle, but with the marks of the holy light soared all over his body, he couldn't even move a finger of Gower at this moment. As the holy light spread from behind John to his front, streams of black smoke with ferocious evil spirit faces were suddenly forcibly pulled out of Gore's body by the holy light amid bursts of struggling and begging for mercy. And along with this black smoke representing the devil was taken away from heaven. The knight's armor on John's body also began to gradually break into pieces one after another, turning into bursts of golden light. Helmets, breastplates, gauntlets. A young man with black hair and a handsome face, but also a bit unruly, appeared in front of everyone. However, it takes no more than breathing. At this moment, the young version of John Konstantin began to shrink rapidly. In the end, in just a blink of an eye, it returned to its original appearance. Harry had quick eyesight and quick hands. The moment the demon was taken away by the golden light above his head, he hurriedly reached out to help John. The latter looked pale. There was a relaxed smile in his eyes that almost made everyone burst into tears. Ronald on the side suddenly exclaimed, "John, your hair." At this moment, Dumbledore and the others who also rushed over all looked moved. The frail John's hair color, which originally revealed a noble temperament in the dark, began to turn gray quickly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Then, gradually became pale. Snape stepped forward and grabbed one of John's arms. After a moment's notice, he realized that he had never cried since Lily Potter was killed by Voldemort. At this moment, he was actually looking at his disciple, and his tears gradually turned red. Ding! Successfully exorcised S-Class Demon *1. Reward: S-Level Exorcism Treasure Box *1. The voice of the system sounded in my mind. Under the puzzled gazes of everyone, John suddenly gritted his teeth and stood up. The appearance of S-Class demons will produce a large amount of residual demonic energy around them, and those who have been harmed by them will become the main targets of evil spirits in the future if they are not dealt with. John scanned the crowd and suddenly saw Pansy Parkinson, who was standing among a group of embarrassed Slytherin snakes, but looked out of place because of her appearance. "Ms. Parkinson, please come here." Pansy, who was suddenly called, was suddenly shocked. Looking at John, whose hair had turned completely white at this moment. She gritted her teeth and resisted the urge to cry. Walked in front of the other party. "I'm sorry for getting you involved in such a terrible thing." John gently placed a hand on the top of the other person's short black hair and spoke sincerely and with a bit of self-blame, causing the tears that the latter had been holding back to finally burst out of his eyes at this moment. Whoa! Under the gaze of everyone, John held the other person in his arms. Pansy, who had always looked like a bad guy and looked like a little Slytherin snake with evil thoughts to everyone, finally fell into John's arms. Burst into tears. John gently stroked the other person's short black hair with one hand and held the previous golden cross with the other hand. The blessing spell Sinew-Failing Ode, obtained from the exorcism treasure box some time ago, and the healing spell Daniel's disaster spell. A soft chant came from his mouth. As the light of heaven above the head was about to pass away at the last moment, bursts of golden light points gathered, and in the sound of John's singing, a holy figure that everyone had seen before emerged. The guardian angel that John had inexplicably summoned when he used his wand for the first time on the day he entered Hogwarts. At this moment, he appeared in front of everyone again, but in a way that no one present was willing to do. With bursts of Sanskrit chants filled with blessings and healing, he flew past the ruins of the Slytherin rest area. The faint golden light emanating from it enveloped the injured or unconscious Slytherin wizards. Draco Malfoy, Crabbe Vincent, Pansy Parkinson, and those senior Slytherin wizards who were previously affected. And, at this moment, the body has returned to its original size. The body is covered with injuries, and the unlucky guy is in a deep coma. Gore Gregory. Under the healing light, the little snakes who were seriously injured and their breathing was a little weak, their faces became a little more ruddy with life. However, the price of all this was, John's body gradually began to weaken and finally slipped directly from Pansy's arms and fell to the ground. The two women present, Professor Sprout and Professor McGonagall, screamed in shock. "Quick, take him to the school doctor's office." However, without the need for anyone to greet him, Snape, who was already anxious and wanted to interrupt John's behavior just now, picked him up. Then he transformed. Chapter 54. Such a big thing happened in the Slytherin rest area, and it caused such a big commotion. At this moment, the other young wizards in Hogwarts have been alarmed. Gryffindor Common Rest Area. A famous man put on a wizard's robe, and the little lions with some frightened faces gathered here anxiously, and some of the people in the same dormitory even gathered together. He was chattering and discussing the roars like wild beasts and the roars like explosions that he had just heard in his sleep. Hermione kept looking around in the crowd, looking for John. However, after looking around for a long time, not to mention John's figure, not even Harry and Ronald, who were in the same dormitory with him, were seen. Suddenly, an ominous premonition could not help but emerge in Hermione's mind. No, it's definitely not. The place where the sound came from should be Slytherin's resting area. Could it be that he slept too hard? Hermione kept looking towards the entrance to the stairs of the boys' dormitory with a slightly flustered face. However, at this moment, the prefect Percy Weasley, who was in charge of going out to investigate and inquire about the situation, ran back quickly in a panic, with an obviously pale face and the duo-cropped look. Suddenly, some young wizards who had already had a premonition of something bad became nervous. "Percy, what happened outside?" Fred urged anxiously. However, this time, before Percy could speak, the old man in a painting hanging on the wall suddenly let out an exclamation. "Walter? Slytherin has been attacked by a demon. Sir Spear, I warn you, don't use this trick on children to make fun of me. I want to rest." Everyone turned their heads. But in the painting next to the old man, Sir Spear, who always likes to ride on a white horse and wink at the little witch passing by, is completely invisible at the moment and has already 940 hid behind the white horse. Under the belly, hearing the old man's doubts, he let out a sharp scream full of collapse. "I swear, I just happened to go to meet some of my friends in the Slytherin rest area for tea, and I saw with my own eyes that Dumbledore had also passed by. Oh, by the way, there is also the Gryffindor boy from the Vatican. That boy is fighting the little Slytherin who is possessed by a demon." "Walt!" Hermione rushed over in disbelief. "Who did you say just now? Is it John Konstantin?" Sir Spear cowered under the white horse in panic. While looking around, he heard Hermione's question and nodded hurriedly. Yes, that's the name. I heard the devil's voice. It was also calling that boy's name. God, there are really devils in this world." When hearing the bad news that she didn't want to believe, Hermione's face changed color instantly. The next moment, without giving the prefect Percy a chance to stop him, he rushed out of the rest area in an instant. "Granger, damn it. Everyone stay here. This is Professor McGonagall's order. Come on, go back to the dormitory. Percy wanted to stop him, but looked at the little lions around him who were also a little flustered by the news. At this moment, he can only stay here temporarily and maintain the overall situation. The other side. Hermione ran out of the Gryffindor rest area and rushed towards the Slytherin rest area without any hesitation. However, she didn't get there yet. He was shocked and speechless by the sight of a large group of Slytherin wizards coming towards him. Hundreds of little snakes were either supporting each other or simply being carried on simple stretchers. Many of them were still wearing pajamas, and dozens of clearly injured places could be seen. Although there seemed to be no death, the bloody appearance frightened Miss Know-It-all, who was already a little flustered at the moment, even more out of her mind. She staggered a little and put one hand on the handrail of the stairs beside her, while a Slytherin wizard was blocking her way. Where is Konstantin? In the past, the person in front of her would definitely not answer Hermione's questions, and might even make some mocking remarks. However, at this moment, she looked deeply at Hermione. He fought with the demon possessing Gore and seemed to be seriously injured. Professor Snape took him to the school infirmary, watching Miss Know-It-all leave in an instant. The little witch in the snake farm thought about the whole process she witnessed today, including the final scene where Konstantin sacrificed himself to save everyone. She would probably never forget the angel flying in the Slytherin rest area. When Hermione ran all the way and almost fell down the stairs several times, she rushed to the school doctor's office as soon as possible. She was still at the door when she heard the obviously anxious voices of Madame Pomfrey and Professor McGonagall inside. "Oh my God, this child. His life is passing quickly. We must provide first aid. Bobby, we all know this. Don't hesitate any longer and give him first aid as soon as possible. Professor Snape, John is your student. Are you just responsible for standing here? I'm thinking, don't disturb me. The injury on his chest is gone. We must figure out why his life force was lost. No time. Minerva, you need to calm down. In addition to John, there are many little wizards out there who still need us to stabilize them." Hermione pushed the door open. As soon as he came in, he caught sight of John, who was lying on the hospital bed for examination, surrounded by Snape, Madame Pomfrey, and Professor Sprout. And outside them, Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall, all with stains on their wizard robes, were also here. "Miss Granger, no, I'm sorry. Mr. Konstantin cannot accept visits now, and this is the most urgent period for Hogwarts. Don't stay here, go back to your college." Professor Flitwick stretched out his hand to stop the other party, with a serious face that a first-year freshman like Hermione had never seen on the other party's face. "Professor Flitwick, please tell me what happened. What is John's current situation?" Hermione's voice was filled with sobs and tears. When she saw John's pale face and his hair that was completely mixed with the white of the pillow, her whole body was on the verge of collapse. There was a sound of footsteps, and then came from behind Hermione. Harry and Ronald pushed the door open and walked in. The moment they saw Hermione turning to look at them, the three of them couldn't help but panic for a moment. Harry raised his hands instantly. However, he still couldn't escape the result of being grabbed by the collar angrily by Miss Know-It-all the next second. "Harry Potter, what happened? You and John are in the same dormitory. You must have been together when it happened. Tell me." Outside the school doctor's office, the three of them, Harry, who was cowering, and Hermione, who had an angry look on her face and whose chestnut hair seemed to be about to turn into flames, honestly told what happened. Hermione's little face was extremely gloomy. A pair of small white jade hands clenched tightly. "So the two so-called insomnias you two had before were all because of this kind of thing? Demon. And you, and that be D. John, have been hiding this from me?" Hermione asked dissatisfiedly. She could not accept under any circumstances that as the other party's recognized little girlfriend at Hogwarts, she knew nothing about such dangerous things. Seeing the angry Hermione, her eyes were about to turn red, and she was about to cry on the spot. Harry and the other three waved their hands hastily. No, Hermione, of course not. John wants to tell you." Ronald hurriedly made a gesture of swearing. "Yes, I swear. John has his own plan. He said he is going to set up an exorcism society at Hogwarts. Once Professor Dumbledore agrees, he will tell you." Neville nodded. "Hermione, you should believe us, so I think you should believe me." General Enha turned his head with a strange look. "Is this guy also possessed by a demon?" After briefly struggling with this matter, Hermione continued to look towards the school doctor's office with worry. Snape brought a lot of things back and forth from his apothecary. However, every time he came out, his face was uglier than before. And then Slytherin's injured little wizard was sent to the school doctor's office, which made the already small school doctor's office become crowded and chaotic. What are you doing here? The sudden appearance of a figure made Hermione instinctively alert for some unknown reason. The look in front of her was still the same as before, and the eyes were still so annoying, but somehow it always made her feel like a little Slytherin snake, Pansy Parkinson, who was going crazy inside. Hermione felt like she was being watched inexplicably. On the side, General Enha had already chosen to evacuate quietly in a tacit understanding. As participants in the entire battle today, they knew very well what had happened to the little Slytherin which in front of them. I'm injured and need medical treatment. Do you have to take care of this? Miss DeQuan. Walter. What did you call me? Miss Know-it-all's almond-shaped eyes widened, and the inexplicable intuition in her heart that she was close to the truth made her clench her fists. However, Pansy Parkinson in front of her sneered disdainfully, ignored Hermione in front of her, and immediately headed towards the school doctor's office. In front of the hospital beds one after another, the most injured people present were undoubtedly Draco Malfoy, who was attacked first, and Ben Crabbe. As for Goyle, the unlucky man who was possessed, Dumbledore finally agreed to Professor Flitwick's proposal for individual treatment just in case. All that's left is a senior Slytherin wizard. These people all had at least broken bones or damaged internal organs. Injuries like Pansy Parkinson's, which only had a few cuts on their arms, could be dealt with by just applying some medicine. I simply don't have the conditions to enter the school doctor's office now. And that's exactly what happened. Miss Parkinson, please go outside and turn right for the injury on your arm. Professor Sprout will treat you over there. Madame Pomfrey was busy pouring a bottle of potion into John, and then she opened her eyelids to look at her pupils, and then spoke to drive him away with obvious displeasure. However, Pansy Parkinson glanced at a corner next to the cabinet beside John's bed, but under the astonished gaze of Hermione on the side, she directly folded her arms on her legs and squatted there. I won't disturb you. I'll just wait here for him to wake up. Hermione. If, for the first time, Hermione couldn't feel the slightest joy because she had a premonition that she was right about something. She opened her mouth, but when she saw Madame Pomfrey's expression turned ugly, she finally gritted her teeth and swallowed the words again. Glancing at the other side of John's bed, in the same symmetrical empty seat, Miss Know-it-all glared fiercely at the little Slytherin who was squatting in the corner without looking up at her. Angry, he also squatted on the other side. Outside, Professor McGonagall's face was solemn. The situation has been calculated. The number of injured young wizards in Slytherin Academy has reached 176, of which 32 were seriously injured. Fortunately, the last one was John. The healing exorcism spell controlled the injuries of these people. Albus, this time things are too big, I'm worried. Professor McGonagall didn't say it clearly, but the worry in his eyes could not be more obvious. The little wizards in Slytherin are all basically from wizarding families, and there are quite a few of them, like Draco Malfoy, who come from prominent families. And coincidentally, during this demonic attack, several wizards who also came from the 28 pureblood tribes were also injured or frightened. Dumbledore nodded, but there was no trace of worry on his face. He stretched out his hand and waved to Harry, who was leaning anxiously with Ronald at the corner of a corridor not far away. When the latter ran over quickly, he squatted down gently. Harry, what kind of person do you think Mr. Konstantin is? Harry was stunned for a moment, then answered immediately without hesitation. John is my good friend, best friend. Best friend, Harry nodded. Yes, Professor. Harry's voice was decisive. John is very good, and at the same age as me, he is already doing great things. Ronald and I both participated in an exorcism in the library. Harry briefly recounted the last time John led them to perform an exorcism. Professor, I hope you will find a way to save John. He is such a brave, kind-hearted person who is willing to sacrifice and take risks for others. He should not die like this. In a little exorcism, he can still do many things in the future. Dumbledore looked at Harry, who also had a bit of moisture in his eyes and whose voice was full of sincerity. He murmured Harry's evaluation about John. Brave, kind, and willing to sacrifice himself for others. Harry, if I were Mr. Konstantin, I would definitely do it for you and Mr. Weasley, and happy to have friends like Mr. Longbottom. Professor McGonagall on the side quietly turned his back and wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes. After all, Harry and the others had only known John for less than a month at most. However, in such a short period of time, John had relied on his personality charm to make the two of them and Neville join the dangerous driving force without hesitation. Among the demons, Albus. McGonagall wanted to say something else, but Dumbledore nodded. Minerva, I understand what you mean. Don't worry, I will handle it. As he spoke, Dumbledore seemed to suddenly sense something. A pair of eyes with a bit of coldness under the refraction of the lenses suddenly looked towards the corridor beside him. His brows were furrowed. "What's wrong?" Professor McGonagall glanced doubtfully in the direction Dumbledore was looking. Dumbledore hesitated and shook his head uncertainly. "No, it's okay. Maybe I'm too nervous." In the scene that no one could see, a figure in a white suit, humming a tune, stepping on a pair of leather shoes and dancing from time to time, quietly appeared in the city of Hogwarts in the corridor of the fort. He passed by little wizards and professors. Everyone seemed to be unable to see him. And soon, like a ghost, this figure walked through the door of the school doctor's office and walked into it. "Wow, wow, 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 Konstantin. Another Konstantin, he." The man let out a breathtaking laugh and murmured, but his body was like a void of light and shadow, being passed through again and again by the busy Madame Pomfrey. "Little guy, it seems you are going to help me realize my final collection." Chapter 55. The gloomy voice was not too quiet. However, at this moment, whether it was Madame Pomfrey who was busy, or the Slytherin wizards on the surrounding beds, or Miss Know-It-all and Pansy, the little witch of the snake yard, who were staring at each other like cockfighting cocks. Not only did he not see the burly guy in front of him, but he couldn't even hear his voice at all. John, who had been sleeping, was suddenly startled by the cold breath. This stinging and threatening feeling, like his soul being thrown into an ice cellar, allowed him to get rid of the sequelae of ear enlargement caused by high-load exorcism casting. His eyes suddenly opened. Sharp perception. The man looked at John, who suddenly opened his eyes on the hospital bed. The smile on his face seemed to be seeing the flower he had carefully cultivated finally blooming on this day. However, after waking up, John looked at the guy in front of him with a horrified look and a wry smile. Even though it was just the first meeting. But the crisis of soul instinct and the strange situation around him at this moment made him blurt out the identity of the man in the white suit in front of him almost instantly. Number 3. Konstantin, it seems that your whole family and I are very close to each other. Satan smiled, but his exposed gums were sharp and terrifying. A pair of predatory eyes that seemed to have nowhere to hide the secrets deep in the soul were constantly looking at John's body. He pulled a chair next to John's bed. Such a change in the behavior of the surrounding people still did not attract the attention of anyone around him. John slowly sat up and looked at the place where he was lying just now. A self with eyes closed and pale hair was lying there quietly. As if noticing the hesitation in his eyes, the smile on Satan's face became more intense. "In fact, I still don't understand that you, Konstantin, would be so devoted to that annoying god. You are like this, and your old guys who don't know whether they are great-grandfathers or grandfathers are also like this." Satan looked regretful and aggrieved. It's like a child who sees a toy he likes in a shop window while shopping, but can't get it. He pursed his lips. "I have even gathered the other 7 families of the 8 holy descendants, but you, Konstantin, are really a tough nut to crack." John's pupils shrank slightly. He felt as if he knew some incredible truth, a truth about his life experience in this world. It seems that Absolute John is destined to follow him out of the world today and return to hell to complete the last piece of the puzzle of his Holy 8 Descendants collection. Or maybe Satan at this moment is simply bored and happened to meet John, the descendant of his old friend. Out of interest, we chatted a few more words. "You must not know that I have always been paying attention to you. In fact, when I learned about the last Pope Templar in your family. Oh, by the way, this thing in your hand, that's what he left behind. But it seems that besides leaving this thing behind, he destroyed all the Konstantin family's accumulation of exorcisms." Having said this, Satan waved his hands with regret. "He's just such a killjoy and always will be." John looked solemn. "So he cleared away all the things related to exorcism and the Holy See in our Konstantin family, just to prevent me from going down this road?" Satan showed an exaggerated smile with satisfaction. A grin that almost reached his ears suddenly came in front of John, and a pair of somewhat nervous eyes rolled around John's body. "So you can know how happy I am when I know that you successfully completed the first exorcism in your life with your own understanding? Ha! Wow. My palace still has the image of when you successfully exorcised that poor little evil spirit that was only level 0. Satan laughed, as if he had finally caught a fisherman who was satisfied with his catch from the vast sea. He shook his head, as if he was mocking, but also as if he was simply a little self-excited. That disgusting Konstantin will never imagine until his death that he has completely destroyed the inheritance, and you can still successfully embark on this path of becoming God's disgusting plaything. Poor little John, so young. Satan glanced at the 2 little witches who were at John's bedside, glaring at each other. It's so pitiful that love hasn't even had time to sprout yet. Seeing John, whose soul was still very immature, looking obviously at a loss at this moment. The smile on Satan's face slowly faded away. It seemed like he was thinking of the tug and fight with each other's ancestors over the years. Suddenly shrugged. Forget it, poor little John. Considering that you are still so young and as stubborn and simple as your ancestors, do you have any other wishes before following me to hell? Only one. Looking at Satan, who looked like, I'm so generous, John slowly came back to his senses. He pondered for a while, then slowly turned his eyes to Miss Know-It-All, who was glaring at Pansy Parkinson angrily. He opened his mouth and was about to say something. Suddenly, he raised his two arms, pointing one to the left and one to the right at Miss Know-It-All and Miss Parkinson, the Slytherin Viper, who seemed to have something wrong. I hope you will bless the two of them to become a being like Merlin in the future and be free from illness and disaster and live a long life. Satan immediately pointed at Satan in front of him with a funny look on his face. Little John, haha, you are still a cunning guy, cunning and greedy. I suddenly discovered that you seem to be obviously different from your stupid ancestors. Fine. Satan likes to lie, but he never lied to Konstantin. As Satan in front of him closed his eyes, as if he was thinking about something, within 2 or 3 seconds, the latter opened his eyes instantly. It's over. Then, let's go, no date. As he said that, he didn't give John a chance to struggle and resist. He grabbed one of the legs of his soul, who was lying on the hospital bed at the moment, and pulled hard, causing John to fall off the bed in a panic. The leisurely whistle, accompanied by the nurse's scream that Satan had heard countless times, and the nurse's scream that could often be heard in the hospital calling for life, sounded from behind. Mr. Konstantin, what's wrong with you? Madame Pomfrey exclaimed, looking at John Konstantin, whose body suddenly began to tremble on the bed, holding a potion bottle in his hand, even though she was not low in medical skills. At this moment, facing John, who looked like this, he was completely helpless. I could only keep shouting towards the outside. Dumbledore's figure instantly appeared at the door. When he saw his body on the hospital bed, he twitched unconsciously. John was still clutching the golden cross in one hand, and a look of regret flashed across Dumbledore's eyes. Professor Dumbledore, please help him. Oh, Professor, you are so powerful. You must have a way to save John, right? Looking at the anxious Hermione and Pansy, Dumbledore gritted his teeth in thought and suddenly walked towards John's hospital bed. However, when passing by the aisle in front of him, Dumbledore couldn't help but look to one side with a slight frown. There was a strange feeling, as if someone was passing by. Dumbledore was a little distraught. However, what he didn't expect at this moment was that Satan roughly dragged one of John's thighs with one hand, whistling a pleasant whistle, and was walking towards the outside of the school doctor step by step, as if going shopping. Dumbledore took out an unattractive glass stone from his arms, as if he had made some kind of determination. Under the watchful eyes of Madame Pomfrey on the side and several Hogwarts professors who had just arrived after hearing the news, they were about to put it between John's eyebrows. Merlin, that's the Philosopher's Stone. Professor Quirrell's excited exclamation made Snape on the side take a deep look at this defense against the dark arts guy. The Philosopher's Stone is the pinnacle work of the master alchemist, Nicolim. It is not only the Philosopher's Stone that can turn stones into gold, but also an important material for making the elixir of life. The rest, only Dumbledore and Nicholas Flamel know. There is another way to use the magic stone, which is to directly cure all diseases and injuries on the user. Give it a new lease of life instantly. However, the moment Dumbledore was about to press the Philosopher's Stone in his hand to the center of John's body, buzz, a bright golden light, accompanied by waves of familiar wind chimes, suddenly emanated from around John. To be precise, it should be coming from the golden cross in John's hand that he was counting on from beginning to end. What happened? Everyone exclaimed and gathered around in surprise. And who also realized something was wrong at this moment was Satan, who was about to drag John's soul out of the school doctor's office. He turned back and looked at everything that happened on the hospital bed. The proud look on his face gradually solidified and faded. What the hell? You should be dead. Angrily, he began to pull John's thigh with even more terrifying force. This breath caused the temperature in the entire school doctor's room to turn cold instantly. Dumbledore suddenly looked towards the door of the school doctor's office. A pair of old eyes actually glowed as sharply as an eagle at this moment. Air. A terrifying force was like a mountain suppressing John's soul. At this moment, the ground in the school doctor's office collapsed. At this moment, Satan, after pulling for a long time, made no progress at all. No, this is impossible. You should indeed die. As a martyr, your soul should belong to me. Satan was so excited and happy when he got the last piece of the puzzle called Konstantin. The face of the opponent who was slapped at this moment was so gloomy and terrifying. Da. The angry Satan roared ferociously, and the original human head turned into a devil's skull in an instant. The dark pupils filled with the devil's aura reflected strong murderous intent. On top of the cross, the dog talisman, embedded in it that everyone ignored, has begun to operate at full speed. Waves of life force that even Satan could not sense surged into John's body like a torrent. But in the blink of an eye, under everyone's gaze, John's pale face was lifeless. The hair gradually began to appear darker, and then gradually turned dark. Dumbledore and Snape's eyes widened in disbelief. But at this moment, the little witches standing beside John's hospital bed suddenly cheered in unison. Great! Asterisk 2. After a brief, awkward, and angry silence, the two quickly snorted at each other and looked at Konstantin again. It seemed as if Konstantin would wake up directly in the next second. At this moment, John's physical body suddenly began to emit a strong breath of life, which was finally discovered by the angry Satan. He looked at the golden 10 in John's hand. Word frame. He couldn't help but angrily face the sky outside the window and roared like a demon king. This soul belongs to me. As the vitality of John's body becomes stronger and stronger, the bursts of holy light emanating from the cross in his hand are like being drawn from heaven, gradually pulling John's soul, pulled by Satan. Pull in the direction of the body. John slowly turned back, looked at Satan, who was almost about to explode with anger, and slowly raised a friendly middle finger with one hand. At the same time, the lips silently gave the other party a mouth shape that directly hit the target. SB. Satan instantly understood that he had been tricked, and a raging fire of hell karma rose up all over his body. The devil-like scarlet skull looked at the demon who was about to fly back to his body. John in. Suddenly his eyes glanced at Hermione and Pansy beside the hospital bed. Even if you survive this time, I will never give you the chance to enter heaven. A scarlet ghost hand, carrying a demonic curse full of evil, was stamped on John's body without John's soul being able to stop it. The moment John's soul was pulled back to his body, suddenly, a strong and restless emotion filled his perception. Satan's vicious, angry laughter echoed in his mind. Ha ha, little John, as long as you occupy one of the 7 deadly sins, you are destined to miss heaven. You are the last piece of the puzzle that belongs to me. Little John, we will be able to meet again soon. John fake, you despicable guy. You actually used this trick on me. Time flies, and it is 3 days. When John woke up completely, the first thing that caught his eye were the 2 little witches lying on the left and right next to his hospital bed. One is familiar. There is a thick magic book under her body. Her thick chestnut hair almost completely buries her upper body. Miss Know-It-All, like a hibernating squirrel. As for the other side, John looked speechlessly at Pansy Parkinson, who was holding one of his hands and resting her face in his palm. His expression gradually became weird. However, what made him feel even more embarrassed than ever was that under the pure white quilt, a small tent began to rise slowly at a speed visible to the naked eye. What a beast. Satan, Satan, you are such a beast. The body I have today is less than 12 years old. 2 little witches, one on the left and one on the right, attacked each other, especially Pansy Parkinson, a little viper whose face was surprisingly smooth, which inevitably made John feel strange. Idea. Form is emptiness. Emptiness is form. In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. The earth was still formless and empty, and darkness remained over the abyss. But the Spirit of God moved on the waters. God said, "There is light." There was light. After a long while of calm in his heart, John gradually became aware of the awkward tent that was gradually calming down. Just when he was a little confused about what gesture he should take to show that he was awake, there was a sound of footsteps, and the door of the school doctor's office was pushed open. The figure of Second General Enha suddenly appeared in front of him. Looking at John, who was looking at them quietly with his eyes open, even Harry and Ronald rubbed their eyes in unison. Next moment, John, you finally woke up. Oh my God. You can never imagine that Professor Dumbledore almost declared war with the Ministry of Magic because of your affairs these days. John, why don't I remember when my last name was changed to Potter? Duh. Chapter 56. A shout of surprise from Harry and Ronald. In an instant, the 2 little witches who were sleeping next to John's bed woke up at the same time. Hermione, John, you're finally awake. Pansy, John, you finally woke up. John, with a strange look on his face, he felt the 2 little witches on his left and right suddenly rushing into his arms. The evil spirit that had just been suppressed in his heart suddenly started to overturn. Suddenly, hey, you 2 ladies, you pressed my wound. A feigned cry of pain had an immediate effect. The two people who were still pressing on him instantly jumped up. The same panic expression made Ronald on the side couldn't help but tug on Harry's wizard robe. He made a questioning expression like, "Why don't we withdraw first?" Hermione stood up and asked hurriedly, fearful and nervous, "How are you now? Where did it hit you just now?" John's haggard appearance made John feel a slight warmth rising in his heart, but the next second passed. "I'll call Madame Pomfrey." Looking at Pansy Parkinson, who ran out in a hurry, John immediately noticed something was wrong in Hermione's eyes and hurriedly coughed twice. "Hermione, I'm fine. How's the Slytherin resistance going now? I remember there were a lot of people injured." Hermione couldn't help but snorted resentfully when she heard John asking how the injured Slytherin wizards were doing as soon as they woke up. "Of course they are fine. Even the last few injured prefects are already alive and kicking. Moreover, I can't even see that they were even a little frightened by this incident." There was obvious dissatisfaction in Hermione's voice. Harry on the side also spoke hastily. "Goyle is still lying in bed, but Professor Dumbledore asked him to take care of him alone." As for the others, as if they had thought of something, the expressions on Harry's and Ronald's faces were extremely ugly. "Draco's father reported to the Ministry of Magic that you were raising demons in Hogwarts, and said that Hogwarts became what it is today because of you. He demands that Professor Dumbledore expel you immediately." Hearing this, Miss Know-It-All, who didn't know the news yet, immediately screamed anxiously, "Walter, if it weren't for John, that be asterisk 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 D. Malfoy would have been hammered into a pulp by Goyle. How could he do this?" The little witch was very angry, and her mood that had just improved because of John's awakening now completely deteriorated. John smiled and took the little witch's little hand. "It's okay. I've been mentally prepared for this kind of thing." There was a faint smile on his face, and his calm look made it impossible to tell that he was angry or sad at the moment because of the news. And that's exactly what happened. My family knows their own affairs. Whether it is raising demons or supernatural events that caused demons to invade Hogwarts, these are real facts. John reached out and took today's latest issue of the Daily Prophet from Harry's hand. Looking at the eye-catching title above, I was slightly lost in thought. Wisengamot, Albus Dumbledore denies the cause of the Slytherin demon case and reiterates that John Konstantin was not responsible for the disaster. The animation on the newspaper shows that at this moment, Dumbledore is facing reporters from wizarding newspapers from other countries around the world who are frantically surrounding him. However, Dumbledore in the newspaper still looked like he firmly supported John. John couldn't help but smile bitterly and shook his head. "John, don't worry. Both Professor Dumbledore and us believe in you." Hermione was worried that John would do something stupid at this moment, so she comforted her in a low voice. But a voice suddenly came from behind. "I believe you too, Pansy Parkinson." Seeing this guy, Miss Know-It-All's face suddenly became alert. She snorted coldly and stood in front of him. "John is awake now. Miss Parkinson, you can leave here. Haven't you noticed that all the people present here are Gryffindors?" Ronald swallowed, not wanting to be dragged into this kind of struggle that they couldn't understand. However, Pansy Parkinson, who was no less arrogant than Miss Know-It-All, paused briefly on the opponent in front of her, and then quickly looked at John on the hospital bed. "I believe in you, and it's not just me. Many people in Slytherin are willing to believe you. You may not know it yet, but Draco Malfoy's popularity in Slytherin is extremely poor. Even Crabbe has stopped talking to him." Hearing this, John was stunned for a moment, then smiled and clicked to buy. "Thank you, Miss Parkinson. Your actions at least look a bit like wizard aristocrats now." Hearing John personally admit their so-called wizard aristocracy status that they have always advertised, she pursed her thin red lips and suddenly burst into a sweet smile under the surprised gaze of General Unha. "In fact, your performance that night was worthy of the name of Holy Konstantin, Mr. Knight." As he said this, he was drunk and unprepared. Pansy Parkinson suddenly dodged and bypassed the opponent. Then, under the dull eyes of Second General Unha, she suddenly came to John and leaned down. The thin, fragrant kiss with a hint of citrus made John stay in place for a moment. At this moment, Pansy was already screaming in shock at her impulsive and bold move, but on the surface, she tried her best to maintain her cold and elegant persona. Slowly, Hermione straightened up under the gaze behind her, almost wanting to curse. He smiled slightly, glanced at Miss Know-It-All behind him, said a word to the stunned John, and then turned around and walked towards the door of the school doctor's office. "John Konstantin, I will let you know who is really suitable for you." "John." Just when Pansy Parkinson walked out of the school doctor's room, her legs were weak and she leaned directly against the wall beside her, blushing and covering her face, whining. In the school doctor's office, John, who was stared at with death by Miss Know-It-all, could only spread his little hands with an innocent look on his face. Miss Granger, you know me. If I really have any intention towards her, with my strength, she will definitely not just kiss me. Hermione. Just when Hermione was about to deal with the arrogant Konstantin, Madame Pomfrey, the head of the school doctor's office, came to the rescue in time. There is such a heaven-defying existence as dog talisman. John had no injuries and was still in a coma when Madame Pomfrey poured a lot of healing and restorative potions on him one after another. Soon there was confirmation of complete health from Madame Pomfrey. At the same time, British Ministry of Magic, in the minister's office. Cornelius Fudge, who had just finished another discussion and returned to the minister's office from the conference room, had not even had time to get angry as soon as he entered the door. At this moment, Dumbledore walked in and slammed the door shut. Fudge, you really should take a closer look at what Lucius Malfoy and the others are doing. No little wizard suffered any loss in this accident, and I believe that the vast majority of Slytherin wizards will also choose understand and thank Mr. Konstantin instead of blaming him. Fudge snorted. Professor Dumbledore, I have no opinion on your understanding and gratitude, but please don't completely ignore the few people you mentioned. Mr. Malfoy was so angry that he broke several of our tables because his son almost died. And there are so many parents of little Slytherin wizards that they're almost tearing down the Ministry of Magic. He had a cold face, and although his eyes were still evasive and unconfident when facing Dumbledore. But under the same pressure on the other side, he had to continue to insist on his demands at this moment. Professor Dumbledore, I respect you. There is no doubt that you are a very outstanding and great person, but please don't continue to waste time on that little exorcist. At least you should think about it. I rejected Malfoy's proposal on the spot to imprison the child in Azkaban. Dumbledore's face was ugly. The height difference between the two made him, who was already quite intimidating, feel even more oppressive in front of Cornelius Fudge, a small man. He stared at the other person for a long time. Under Fudge's disgusting gaze, as if he had eaten a fly, he shook his head. It's a pity, Mr. Minister. At least now I am still the principal of Hogwarts, and while I still hold this position, I will never allow Mr. Konstantin to be shamelessly expelled. If a person is willing to sacrifice himself to save others, he will eventually be driven out in the wizarding world and in our Hogwarts like a wild beast. This will be a shame to the wizarding world. A shame to Hogwarts. It would be an even greater disgrace to me, Albus Dumbledore. Fudge's eyes widened. Dumbledore, we have been arguing about this matter for too many days. It's time to end. No one died, and the exorcist can continue his work in the future. No one wants him. Fate, Dumbledore roared. But you have to kill this child from the soul level. Not to mention Cornelius Fudge, the new minister who had just taken office not long ago. Even the previous minister of magic, Dumbledore in his memory, must not have been as angry and gaffy as he was today. At this moment, the other party's once kind and wise image has disappeared, and he is like a warrior who is always ready to choose to release his wild nature in order to defend the truth. What are you going to do? Dumbledore looked at the other person deeply, and he gently pressed one hand on the shoulder of Fudge, who was already stunned. Fudge, help me tell Mr. Malfoy that this matter can only have two results. One, he pretended that nothing had happened, dropped all charges against Mr. Konstantin, and wanted to save Mr. Konstantin's reputation in the Daily Predictor. The other, as the principal of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, I guarantee that it will not be John Konstantin who leaves Hogwarts, but his son Lucius Delacroix Malfoy. He saw Fudge looking at him blankly, as if he was completely frightened. Dumbledore took a deep breath to calm himself down. He calmed down his angry aura slightly, and reached out to touch Cornelius Fudge's clothes in front of him. Fudge, I'm not kidding. I, Minerva, Severus, all of us were present at the time, and our magic was on that demon, even to cause no substantial harm. Without Mr. Konstantin, even I could only issue an urgent order to bring the young wizards to evacuate Hogwarts at that time. What would happen next? We are no match for that demon. So can your orders from the Ministry of Magic be enough? After patting the other party's shoulder, Dumbledore turned around and walked out of the office. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. As soon as Dumbledore returned to school, he called all the key people in this incident into his office. John, Harry, Ronald, and Neville. In the office, the deans of the four branches, Professor McGonagall, Professor Flitwick, Snape, and Professor Sprout, also looked at them with solemn expressions. Mr. Konstantin, before I formally ask you, I first hope that you can rest assured that regarding the accusations made by the Malfoy family, I will not let them get their wish, and I will never let them succeed. Wouldn't you agree to have you expelled from Hogwarts? Dumbledore's eyes behind his glasses were terrifyingly serious at the moment. But I also hope that you can answer me honestly when I ask you questions next. John nodded, and at the same time, he was inevitably a little moved at the moment. Mr. Konstantin, first of all, I hope you can explain to me, how did you know that Mr. Gregory was possessed by the devil at that time? John pondered for a moment without giving a direct answer. Professor Dumbledore, regarding this matter, I have only one answer: talent. If you don't believe it, I can show it to you now. Let you see with your own eyes the world I have seen since I was a child. Hearing this, everyone present could not help but show surprise. Even Snape, who had been crossing his chest like an old bat with its wings folded, couldn't help but put down his hands at this moment and looked at Dumbledore sitting in the headmaster's seat. John held out his hands. Take my hand, Professor, and your doubts will be cleared. Dumbledore stood up slowly, without hesitation, and held one hand with John. The other professors also extended their hands, and soon everyone formed a circle. Professor, you can take me anywhere next. Dumbledore nodded and transformed in the next instant. When everyone appeared again, they were already in a place in the forbidden forest of Hogwarts. The rustling insects all around are accompanied by creatures like snakes and rats, and the sounds of magical animal activity. Harry and the others who were brought along couldn't help but become nervous. John ignored everything around him and slowly closed his eyes under the gaze of everyone. Not 5 minutes later. Zerechet. A curse word came out of Ronald's mouth. The stern Professor McGonagall was about to teach him a lesson when suddenly his eyes were fixed in the direction Ronald was looking at. There were 3 or 4 people with disheveled hair and a smell of decay all over their bodies. The figure, like a zombie, was wandering among the woods. The dark and cold aura suddenly caused everyone to shiver as these figures looked at each other. Just when Ronald was so frightened that he turned his head to the side, a ferocious grimace with black hollow eyes and a pitch-black mouth suddenly shouted, almost reaching his feet. The face appeared in front of him. Looking at the panicked Ronald and Harry, as well as the confused Dumbledore and others. The expression on John's face was extremely dull. He looked at his side, the same grimace that was smiling ferociously at him. Introduced lightly. These are wandering souls. You can understand them as ghosts who are bound to one place by some obsessions after death. Others are people who died in vain because of strong unwillingness. Specific existence formed. As long as they are not violated, they are generally harmless. McGonagall looked at the dull-looking John with an expression of disbelief and full of pity. God, John, you've been able to see this since you were a kid. John nodded and looked at Dumbledore, who had an equally complicated expression in front of him. These are ordinary wandering souls, but when the wandering souls are contaminated by uncleanness, they will become dangerous things, that is, evil spirits. D level and C level are called evil spirits, B level and A level are lower-level demons, and level 5 are upper-level demons. Professor Dumbledore, I know what you are worried about. Yes, they will come back in the future. Chapter 57. The terrifying and disgusting wandering spirit, although harmless, was still staggering over after discovering that Dumbledore and others could see them. The face changes into various terrifying expressions, accompanied by blood and roars. Frightened in front of everyone. Even wizards like Dumbledore and Snape, who have stronger psychological qualities, can't help but make evasive movements with their heads when these guys approach them. Professor Flitwick, the shortest among them, was already facing 3 or 4 wandering souls surrounding him and was cowering at a loss. However, looking back at John at this moment, 2 disgusting guys almost touched him face to face, but there was no ripple in his eyes, until it was obvious to everyone that they no longer had any doubts about the previous so-called problem. Only then did a faint power of holy light suddenly rise from John's body, instantly driving away the wandering spirits around him. These wandering spirits are natural existences in the human world. Once you truly understand the nature of the other person, these things are no longer worth being afraid of. What should really cause concern are the demons that have escaped from hell or been summoned. If they are not eliminated or driven back to hell, they will go crazy and cause death. Dumbledore nodded slightly. At this moment, when he looked at John again, who was only slightly taller than Harry and the others, his eyes were already looking at a person at the same height as himself as an equal. Very good, Mr. Konstantin. Now all of us believe in your natural ability in this area. It seems that what the fat monk said about your family background is also true. So, can you explain the demon you summoned at that time? John's mouth twitched slightly, and he sighed. Then, with a surge of darkness behind him, the figure of S-class rat demon. Peter instantly appeared behind John in the form of a black shadow. However, Today's Peter is obviously stronger than before, both in terms of the aura he exudes and the sense of oppression he brings to Dumbledore and others. This is Peter, the demon I conquered in the underground rat hole in Diagon Alley before school started. The situation is quite special. As he spoke, John recounted the story of his exorcism in Diagon Alley. Of course, he could just omit the part where the Death Eaters came to the door and were killed by him. Hear the words. Professor McGonagall on the side could not help but exclaimed, "Walter John, why didn't you tell me at that time? How could you, a child, do such a dangerous thing?" John shook his head, with a calmness in his eyes that seemed to have seen his future. Professor McGonagall, unfortunately, in the world of exorcism, there is no such thing as a child. S.I. More emotional witches like McGonagall and Sprout looked at John in front of them. In his mind, he thought of everything the other person had experienced since childhood. Those wandering souls just now were invisible to them on ordinary days, but for John, they were always present and could be seen everywhere. At this moment, even Dumbledore couldn't help but sigh. He bent down and patted John's shoulder solemnly. "Sorry, Mr. Konstantin, I apologize for my doubts about you just now." Hearing this, John couldn't help but look at the old man in front of him with sincerity in his eyes. Albus Dumbledore, so, is he really worthy of being the white wizard who can defeat Grindelwald, who has such terrifying charisma and strength? He smiled and shook his head. Later, after experiencing a big war, John basically lost the need to hide what he had hidden. After he told the story about his demon-sealed treasure box again, Dumbledore did not hesitate on the spot and agreed to his and Snape's research on these monsters. Of course, as John's potions teacher, Snape also officially shouldered the task of monitoring John's monsters from this moment on. When John showed up lively at the Hogwarts dinner that day, everyone who saw him stood up. The enthusiastic applause of "wow" and the adoring and curious eyes of the people around him. All of them illustrate the efforts made by Professor McGonagall and the others during his coma. Dumbledore, who was sitting on the principal's seat, also stood up and applauded. When he looked at John with a pair of wise and loving eyes, he was full of encouragement and recognition. John Konstantin, so handsome. The excited shouts of the Weasley twins made the already excited young wizards around them shout out loud praises and adoring respects. Being looked at by pairs of fiery eyes, even John felt a little at a loss at this moment. Not to mention, Harry, Ronald, and Neville were following him right now. Especially Ronald, whose little face was now as red as his hair. When John maintained a somewhat stiff smile and waved, "Gee," as he sat back in his Gryffindor seat, the little witch tilted her head. "Lord Knight Konstantin, you really should see how crazy those girls are now. But if Ronald wants you to take pictures during this period, I advise you not to." Seeing John's confusion, Hermione couldn't help but purse her lips and let out a low laugh. "George and Fred are plotting to use some of your photos to sell to little witches and let them hang them above their beds." Suddenly, John thought of such a crazy picture. In particular, some little witches with relatively distinctive looks would see their own handsome and cheerful faces every time they opened their eyes, and John couldn't help but shudder. His eyes were alert and somewhat warning, and he glanced at Ronald, who was also surrounded by several lion cubs. It seems that this little brother still needs to go through more difficulties and sharpen himself. He even dared to have the idea of selling his own boss's film. Ajajaj. Amidst the clear sound of tapping, Dumbledore smiled slightly and made a downward movement with his hands. Suddenly, the little lions who were still very excited finally calmed down. However, even so, the proud smile on everyone's face at this moment cannot be suppressed. Everyone knows that a few days ago, a very terrible attack occurred in the Slytherin rest area. What attacked us? Even now, many people still don't believe it. At the Slytherin table, some little snakes who still had consciences and bottom lines cast grateful glances in John's direction. When Draco Malfoy saw this scene, he felt secretly resentful and full of unwillingness. "Don't be discouraged. This damn B************** D will never be easy. Dumbledore will never be able to save him." Marcus Flint, captain of the Slytherin Quidditch team, was also one of the people who was almost taken away by Goyle that night and almost lost his life. At this moment, apart from him, a dozen or so Slytherin wizards, who were basically seniors, were all sitting on either side of Draco. There are several empty seats between them on the other side. Pansy Parkinson, Goyle Vincent, and other little snakes who once should have surrounded Draco have now drawn clear boundaries with each other. Draco heard this and nodded, but he was anxious in his heart as to why this D was not only not taken away by the people from the Ministry of Magic and imprisoned in Azkaban, but was actually able to enjoy the adulation of so many people in Hogwarts. Even Draco turned his head and looked to the other side angrily. The one who used to follow him all the time. And he even accidentally heard that his parents and the Parkinson family were trying to reach some kind of marriage. Pansy Parkinson was supposed to be the person who was always around him. But now, he had a smile on his face when he looked in the direction of the Gryffindor table. When it fell into Draco's eyes, it was more than just a glare. In front, Dumbledore's voice could be heard clearly throughout the entire auditorium. Thanks to Gryffindor House, Mr. John Konstantin was brave and fearless, fighting demons, and willing to spend his life casting forbidden spells to save hundreds of injured little wizards. I decided to give Gryffindor 200 points. 200 points. When everyone heard this sound, Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff's little wizards were stunned on the spot. It's only been about a month since school started. Gryffindor directly added 200 points. Even if there were points deducted by Harry Potter and the others, this gap was no longer something that other colleges could catch up with. However, even the little lions here at Gryffindor Academy were at a loss for words because of this huge surprise, and they were unable to react at all. A burst of congratulatory applause came from one side of the auditorium, from the direction of Slytherin's table. Papa. Everyone looked at this with strange eyes. Normally, the little snake should be the most difficult to deal with Gryffindor. Normally, Gryffindor wizards would lose points, and Slytherin wizards would have extra meals at night. And once Gryffindor gets extra points, he will be lucky enough to be sprayed with venom by Slytherin snakes when he meets him on a daily basis. But today, even the most Buddhist Hufflepuff little badger had not applauded yet, but these little snakes from Slytherin were the first to applaud Gryffindor. The corners of John's mouth twitched. At the waist of his wizard robe, a secret little hand exerted slight force without anyone noticing. Miss Know-It-All has a cute smile on her face, but her eyes are full of naked threats. Like the one who locked John in a dungeon and held a whip, ahem. Damn Satan. Mr. Konstantin, look, Miss Parkinson looks at you as if she wants to eat you. The soft words like a cat's coquettishness, along with the hot breath coming out of Miss Know-It-All's little mouth, made the hairs on John's ears stand up immediately. John's expression was a little stiff, but at this moment, something like a lowly skirt or a maid outfit appeared in his mind. Miss Granger, you know me. I have always been intolerable to creatures like snakes, except Medusa. If one day a competitor does appear in front of you, then I can assure you with great confidence that she will definitely not be a Slytherin wizard. If there is a Medusa, you are not worthy of being her opponent. Fark. Damn Satan, get out of my head. Dumbledore's voice continued, but at this moment John felt that he only felt I can't sit still. I silently recited the Bible in my heart and dodged the eye attacks of the two little witches. In addition, due to the outstanding and brave performance of Harry Potter, Ronald Weasley, and Neville Longbottom, as well as their greatness in not abandoning their companions and daring to face the enemy together, great will Gryffindor Academy, another 150 points. Slytherin Academy, young wizards, their clapping movements, and the respectful smiles on their faces that were offering John Konstantin at this moment, froze at this moment. Crabbe Vincent looked at the smart Pansy Parkinson beside him with some confusion. Parkinson, what should we do now? Should we continue to applaud? The smile disappeared from Pansy's face, and the snake-like coldness reappeared. He glanced at Crabbe, who was a little stupid, and thought of Goyle, who was possessed by the devil that day. Those words directed at oneself. In the end, she swallowed back the words she was going to call the other party a fool. Would you like to give that idiot red-haired Weasley a round of applause? No, of course not. That guy isn't even smarter than me. Pansy, when dinner is over, I originally planned to find my pure love teacher, Professor Snape, and ask when the purchase price for the potion formula from St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Maladies would be given to him. At this time, Pansy, who had been waiting for him for a long time, came over with dozens of Slytherin snakes. Thank you, John Konstantin, for saving my life that day. Sincere, but not very sincere. A little wizard from the snake yard, who showed respect but still seemed to have a very unsatisfied look in his eyes, extended his hand to John to thank him. Seeing a smile on the other person's face, John shook hands with the other person because of the principle of not hitting the smiling person. Later, when each little snake thanked him one after another, Pansy smiled and took a step forward, ignoring Miss Granger, who was staring at her warily. He took out something like a business card from his pocket. My mother asked me to pass this on to you. You will learn potions from Snape. In the future, whether it is potion materials or selling potions, you will definitely need to find a way. Our Parkinson family has a store like this in Diagon Alley. As long as you take this, they will give you the most satisfactory conditions. John stared blankly at the 10 crucibles and cards with snakes wrapped around them in front of him as symbols. Looking at Pansy Parkinson, who looked arrogant at the moment, but obviously expected that he could accept her kindness. He thought of the eldest lady play inexplicably. Fark. John's face became a little gloomy. This strangeness in his body was really disgusting. Seeing that John's face was not good-looking, Pansy, who was still a little confident at first, was now a little worried and nervous. She seemed to have thought of something. He looked at Miss Know-It-all and handed the card to her. Konstantin's future achievements will definitely be high. If you are really smart, Miss Granger, I think you should understand what exactly you should do. The arrogant, princess-like aura matched with the other party's vicious style and charming temperament. At this moment, it was Miss Granger, Alexander, who was only born as a muggle. After hearing the other party's words, he thought for a moment that John really needed a way in this area. Even though he was full of reluctance, he finally reached out and took the hand from the other party. Card. Pansy suddenly laughed with pride in her heart. Today's winner is, after all, Pansy Parkinson. Miss Viper, who was well aware of her mother's true heritage, achieved her goal. She looked deeply into John's eyes with a smile, without concealing her purpose, and then gave him a decisive reply. A crisp back view. John sighed in his heart that she was indeed a girl from a wizarding family, and she knew a lot. He noticed Miss Granger, who was bowing her head and saying nothing, obviously a little disappointed. He reached out and touched the other person's hair, but there was no comfort. But he suddenly mentioned another thing. Miss Granger, I am planning to apply for the establishment of a society with Professor Dumbledore recently. I have already thought of a name. It will be called the Konstantin Exorcist Society. Establishment will inevitably require a lot of preparation work, and it will also require management in the future. Besides our eye-smart Miss Granger, I really can't think of anyone else who can help me. Hermione. HP plus 100%. Chapter 58. Night falls. There was no one in John's dormitory, but from the demon-sealing treasure box that was placed on the ground and had its entrance opened, there was an excited and somewhat apprehensive loud discussion from General Inna. John, can we really do this? Can the book written by this guy really be sold? Harry, just tell me whether you think this content is exciting or not. John, how do you know so much? Besides, if Professor McGonagall knew these things, she would definitely be mad. Stupid. Of course we can't let the professors know. Now, in front of the sealed cage where the Belevel Hell Cannibal book is located, a total of 4 people in John's dormitory are busy here at the moment, picking up the pages that have been spat everywhere by the Hell Cannibal book on the ground. Then they were rebinded according to the coding of the pages. There was a big smile on John's face. He and Neville were responsible for sorting the different pages of their books, and then Ronald and Harry would then bind the pages according to the page numbers. Since tomorrow happened to be the weekend at Hogwarts, there were no classes and there was no need to worry about oversleeping. The 4 of them all worked hard and vowed to create a literary miracle that would shock the wizarding world on this night. Ronald moved quickly with his hands, stacking books with white covers on top of each other. Vaguely, you can still see the titles of these books on it. The Lord of the Rings, The Hobbit, A Song of Ice and Fire. They were all popular in John's previous life and happened to be very familiar with some Western works. With AI writing as a tool, John directly fed a large number of Belevel Hell Cannibal books, such as chronicles and prose books of this world that were used as basic data. And the fact is that the ability of the Hell Cannibal book is really ridiculously strong. John couldn't suppress the smile on his face, and he couldn't help but look at the pile of black-covered books aside that Harry was in charge of binding. The wizard isn't a pond, young Lady Alice. Young Binns, seeing John looking over Harry's eyes, which clearly showed nervousness and confusion, couldn't help but dodge. John, let's forget it. If Professor Shing knew that we were actually selling this kind of thing, we should all be imprisoned in Askelworks. Bar, if you need money, I can provide some. Looking at Harry, who was full of desire to survive, John glared at him angrily. Look at your achievements. Thanks to your grandfather, he was still doing big business in the wizarding world. Who said our association sold it in person? John had a sneer on his face. How could John do such a dirty thing himself? It was even impossible for Ronald and the others to do it. Don't worry, I have already thought of a candidate for the future sales of these things. The things we publish in the future, Konstantin Exorcism Society, will all be in Ronald's hands. Even these are enough for our early needs. After packing up these things, it was already 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning. Harry and the others didn't even have time to wash up. As soon as they touched the pillows, all 3 of them fell asleep like dead pigs. John smiled faintly, took one last look at the 2 lists of books, one light and one dark, and put them away with satisfaction. System, open that $level Exorcist treasure box for me. As the night falls silent, John gave an order, and in an instant, A gorgeous treasure box that only he could see, blooming with bright golden light, suddenly appeared in front of him. With a click, the treasure chest opened. A voice immediately sounded in John's mind. Ding! You opened the S-level exorcism treasure chest. You have obtained sacred heritage, precious blood of Uriel. When the light dissipated, a golden jade-like object the size of a table tennis ball fell into John's hand. John was immediately shocked by the information about the thing in his hand, and his mouth opened wide in shock. Sacred heritage, precious blood of Uriel. It condenses the inherited power of the holy Archangel Uriel. After using the fusion, you can obtain the light of God, Archangel Uriel, open the door to hell, and master the power of hell. Fire, the ability to possess the eye of truth. John sighed and sat up from the bed. At this moment, in his mind, the guardian spirit, S-level rat demon, Peter, who had signed a contract with him, was awakened from his deep sleep by the golden jade in John's hand. Damn, what is this? Where on earth did you get such a thing? Peter's irritable and obviously frightened German was directly ignored by John. Without any hesitation at all, John directly put the treasure in his hand into his mouth. The moment Baloo entered the room, bright golden light suddenly began to emit from John's mouth, nose, and other facial features. An aura full of chilling majesty began to spread throughout John's body along with this golden light, a new improvement targeting every cell in the body, and even targeting John's soul. Amidst the snoring of Harry and others. Start quietly. The next day, when John arrived at Dumbledore's headmaster's office early in the morning, as soon as he entered the door, he saw Dumbledore, who was casually wearing a moon-white wizard robe and teasing Phoenix Fox. Mr. Konstantin, your efficiency is much faster than I thought. I thought you would go to the Black Lake with Miss Granger or Miss Parkinson to see the scenery of Hogwarts or something. You are so young. Please don't waste your good time on these papers. John could see that Dumbledore was obviously both welcoming and unwelcoming to his arrival. Not only little wizards like weekends. However, considering that he teased Satan and gave others the middle finger, the frequency of demons appearing in Hogwarts will definitely only become more and more frequent in the future. John also had to speed up the construction of his exorcism team. Even God dare not say that he can deal with the devils in the whole hell alone. John will not feel that he is invincible just because he has a system. I'm sorry, Professor, but this matter is really important, so? What could Dumbledore say? Who wouldn't like a young wizard who is upright, hardworking, and always likes to nip problems in the bud, and always likes to fight everything on his own as much as possible? He took over the application for the establishment of the Konstantin Exorcist Association from John. He just casually glanced at the information above and readily took out his seal as the principal. And Dumbledore was chattering away, saying that young people should do more things they like, and at the same time saying that the little wizards seemed to be avoiding him recently, which made him very hurt. On the other hand, Fox, who was on the desk, had been curiously looking up and down John's body since John came in. It can be seen that there seems to be something in you that is attracting it, Dumbledore said, while handing the stamped application form back to John with a smile. John thought for a while, and suddenly thought of the Uriel blood he had just fused today. According to legend, Uriel is one of the 9 archangels. He not only has the ability to open the door to hell, but also can command the fire of hell and is responsible for clearing dirty souls in hell. Coupled with the Eye of Truth, which has the effect of breaking delirium plus 1,000 miles. Uriel is definitely one of the 9 great angels with a high combat power. John smiled and looked at Fox, who kept looking at him with his head tilted. There is already some speculation in my mind. Maybe it's because of the divine power. This kind of power can always arouse the favor of others. Dumbledore nodded without thinking much. However, John had just exited the office, but what he was thinking about was the hell fire that he could mobilize and use after fusion today. The Phoenix will also be reborn from Nirvana, and the fire of hell happens to be a combination of death and fire. He shook his head and temporarily put the matter behind him. The Phoenixes in this world are still too weak after all. Just like those beings who are crowned dragons, they all exist in appearance. And Fox is really ugly. Like a real turkey. Now the accusation against John initiated by the Malfoy family has not ended yet, but after knowing the attitude of Dumbledore and other professors at Hogwarts, John didn't take this matter to heart at all. If even a being like Dumbledore, who has great prestige and strength in the wizarding world, can't save him, then, as an exorcist, he can't return to the Holy See and find those corrupt and depraved guys to recruit reinforcements, right? John, although Professor Dumbledore has agreed to this, I still have to remind you, don't waste time on money. You have more talents worth exploring and improving. Professor McGonagall looked at the application submitted by John in front of him for renting a tower in Hogwarts as the residence of the Konstantin Exorcist Society. While I was very happy to give my approval, I couldn't help but worry about reminding E. Hearing this, John smiled and nodded. Professor McGonagall, please rest assured, I just need to do something and happen to need startup funds. Professor McGonagall nodded slightly and said nothing more. Naturally, she was not worried that John would do something bad to Hogwarts or do something evil. She just hopes that the other party can have a better choice. A weekend, as John's reward of 30,000 gold galleons from St. Mungo's Magic Hospital for injuries arrived. John immediately borrowed a large number of Hogwarts owls and placed orders at various magical furniture or wizard office supplies stores in Diagon Alley, just like he did online shopping in his previous life. It's not just that. When a reply from Floor Blossom Wizard Printing Company was delivered to John, the smile on John's face could not be suppressed all day long. Mr. Konstantin, please at least pay attention to your expression management and look at the eyes of the people around you. What kind of content can the stammering Professor Quirrell teach in the defense against the dark arts class? In fact, Quirrell still has good real qualities, but his deliberate stuttering made John and the other little wizards in his class seem to have the same subway old man face, JPG. John glanced around, and sure enough, all the little wizards around him turned back to look at him in surprise from time to time. Even Quirrell, who was standing in front of the stage with a chameleon in his hand, was looking at him with a strange and confused look on his face. He had been brilliant since class. John with a bad smile. If it weren't for the little wizard around him, everyone would obviously be extremely disgusted by his stuttering. At this moment, he really had to doubt whether he had spoken well. John restrained himself a little, waited until everyone's eyes moved away from him, and then whispered into the little witch's ear. Dear Secretary Granger, I have completed all the preliminary procedures, so are you ready to officially take up the post? The little witch was obviously shocked by his words. Even regardless of the fact that he was still in class at the moment, he first turned his head and glanced at the trembling chameleon still holding it on the podium, telling him about the magical phenomena on his body, and then turned his head with a full face. He looked at the proud John in surprise. Walter, are you telling the truth? I mean, are you really going to set up that exorcism society? John snorted. What? Aren't you willing? Hogwarts will inevitably suffer more demon invasions in the future, and there may even be multiple supernatural events happening at the same time, but I am only one person. I need a team. A very strong and disciplined team. Hermione clicked her tongue. Were you sure it was a team and not an army? Zero. She looked down at a list that John pushed in front of her, and when she saw the order agreement signed with Floor and Blot Wizard Printing Company on it, if she hadn't reacted quickly, it would have been like that letter from St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Maladies. She shouted it out directly. 50,000 gold galleons. As a newcomer who had just entered the wizarding world, Hermione's knowledge of gold galleons and the currency of the wizarding world that she had established in Diagon Alley was now in front of John. It seems to have become fragile. When did galleons become so profitable? John smiled faintly, and General Enha and Neville, who heard the two talking in low voices, also showed a proud smile at this moment. Although they didn't know who Brigadier John gave those banned books to print and sell. But books like Lord of the Rings that can be sold normally are enough for them to earn a lot, although the money will belong to the society in the end. However, as the future patriarch of the Konstantin Exorcism Society, at the time of its establishment, Harry and others also believed that John would never treat them badly. Especially Ronald, the little wizard who was so poor in the Weasley family. He is already fantasizing about his wonderful life in the future. This is just the first one. Although Flourish and Blot's bookstore also recognized our books very much. After all, we are not as well known as Gilderoy Lockhart, and they are not as famous as Gilderoy Lockhart. At most, they only dare to conduct trial sales in the British wizarding community. When our book gradually becomes known to more people, the boss of Flourish and Blot's printing company will definitely not give up Jean Gallion. After saying that, he looked like he was entrusted with an important task and slapped the shoulder of the dazed little witch. So, Miss Granger, congratulations. From now on you have a job with a more glorious future than the Minister of Magic. Not to mention the complicated inner battle that Miss Know-It-All had because of this incident. This defense against the dark arts class has just ended. A group of young wizards left the classroom with their things, and John was also going to take Harry and the others to learn how to be an exorcist. Quirrell's stuttering voice sounded behind John at this moment. Come, Mr. Konstantin, please come to my office. Seeing the worried look in the little witch's eyes, John smiled and comforted her, and glanced at Quirrell with a meaningful look. Does this guy seem to be unable to bear it after all? In Quirrell's office, John held his nose silently and looked at the other person quietly, even with a somewhat reserved look. Very considerately, he helped him close the office door behind him. Professor Quirrell, please tell me if you have anything to say. There are only 3 of us here. Professor Dumbledore and the others have been very busy recently. One word. Quirrell, who had originally planned to find a roundabout excuse to elicit his purpose, instantly opened his mouth in shock. John stared blankly at his turban with a pair of eyes, and a strong chill filled his heart instantly. He got it. He actually knew that the master was in me. Noticing the sudden flash of murderous intent in Quirrell's cowardly eyes, John smiled faintly. Professor Quirrell, you can try to see if you can kill me by firing Avada Kedavra at me. Quirrell. 2. Chapter 59. Quirrell. Black energy billowed around John's body. The moment the tall and thin figure of S-class rat demon, Peter, appeared behind John. Quirrell, who was really thinking about this, suddenly thought of Snape's appearance when he cast the death curse on Goyle. Facing the demon in front of him, Peter, almost instinctively, kept retreating. Crack. Click. Looking at Quirrell, who knocked over the table and caused the bottles and books on it to fall to the floor, John couldn't help but shook his head speechlessly. Our Lord Dark Lord has always been so eclectic in his image and origin. This is the case for Quirrell now, and if the plot goes according to the future, it will be even more like this for the Death Eaters, Trolls, and Werewolves. How did you know? Quirrell looked at John in horror as he looked down on him from above. Witnessed with my own eyes that the other party saved such a powerful and terrifying Gau heir and sent them to heaven. Plus, there's the demon Pete behind him that Quirrell can't even think of a way to deal with. At this moment, John, in the eyes of the other party, was even more intimidating than Dumbledore himself. At this time, a low and somewhat angry voice suddenly came from Quirrell's head. Idiot. Stand up, I will talk to him next. Hearing the voice of the real owner, the Dark Lord, Tom Riddle, a smile appeared on John's face. Under his calm gaze, Quirrell, who was trembling as if his backbone had been ripped out because of the voice just now, stood up. Carefully and nervously, he took off the shroud-like turban on his head. Turn around. Dr. Voldemort had just taken a breath of fresh air and had not yet had time to speak. He was met with a curse full of disgust and contempt from John. The lump was like unsolidified cement, squirming on the back of Quirrell's head, making the appearance of facial muscles, and successfully made John give up his dinner plan tonight. God, I have to say, Mr. Dark Lord, you are more capable of picking up and letting go than I thought. John had a look of disgust on his face, and the praise he spoke naturally did not contain any trace of praise. Voldemort, who had just shown his face, was very angry at John's disgusted expression. John Konstantin, how did you find me? John curled his lips and sneered. The first question was just as I imagined, without quality and knowingly asking. Perhaps in your eyes, your disguise and concealment are enough to deceive someone like Professor Dumbledore, but I am not a wizard in the true sense. Obviously, my identity as an exorcist plays a larger role. When did you say I discovered you, Mr. Dark Lord, in the state of remnant soul? John spoke with one honorific after another, but the words he spoke were like a resounding slap in the face. He slapped Voldemort across the face. The strange face, which was originally as gray as cement, instantly became a bit gloomier as John finished speaking. Then it seems that the disappearance of those 3 idiots was all your fault. John smiled slightly. I have to say, using Death Eaters as fertilizer, the garden of my castle will probably look better next year. Voldemort. Shivering Quirrell. So, Professor Quirrell, or Mr. Dark Lord, are you looking for something? If you want to recruit me to be a Death Eater, please think about whether you are worthy of the key and how much. Bundle. Snapped. Another slap fell hard on Voldemort's face. Taking a few deep breaths, Voldemort resisted the urge to recognize the damned demon in front of him. I hope you can help me resurrect. I know you have this ability. John didn't deny it and crossed his arms. Then what? What good can I do? When I take control of the entire British wizarding world, I can make you the Minister of Magic. Watching John turn his head to touch the door handle, it was obvious that he didn't even want to hear what was said next. Voldemort yelled hastily. Wait, what do you want? John sneered disdainfully. Mr. Dark Lord, if Professor Quirrell pressed against your unique face while sleeping, causing your brain to lose oxygen and your IQ to lose, I suggest you ask him to change his position. When you take control of the entire British wizarding world. John's chuckle, full of ridicule and contempt, made Voldemort understand what it is like to be ridiculed by a modal particle, which is often more than a whole long speech. Let's not talk about the Mr. Grindelwald who was called the Dark Lord just like you. At least he set his sights directly on the whole world. Where did you get the confidence to let me support you, the mud wrapped in footbands, to steal and master the British wizarding world maintained by Professor Dumbledore, who has helped and tolerated me a lot? Based on your current face, Satan will shake his head when he looks at it. Let's just call it a face? Huh. God. The world of Death Eaters is really crazy and pitiful. Voldemort. Are you a Slytherin Viper? Why can the words you say hurt someone to this extent? Even if I, Tom Riddle, cannot be called a complete human being as I am now, even magical animals have the right to be respected. John Konstantin. John smiled contemptuously. Call me Daddy. Call me Daddy. He looked at Voldemort, who almost seemed about to explode with anger, and pointed outside. Mr. Dark Lord, have you ever thought that as long as you scream and call Professor Dumbledore and others over now, your life will come to an end that you have to draw today? After all, I don't think Professor Quirrell has the ability to escape from me before. Looking at John, he looked determined. After Voldemort took a few deep breaths, I finally managed to calm myself down. I have to say, John Constantine, you are much more troublesome than I thought, and the things you know are indeed beyond my expectations. He stared at John in front of him. Tell me your conditions and how to do it, so that you will be willing to help me resurrect. John's face suddenly showed a Philistine smile that all the little wizards outside, not even Professor Dumbledore and McGonagall, had ever seen. Before that, Mr. Dark Lord, you must first show me whether you are qualified to be helped by me. You should have a lot of hidden Death Eaters now, right? In Quirrell's office. When John left, Quirrell re-wrapped the smelly foot wrap around his head. With a face full of shock, he was looking at the dozens of black-covered books on the table and the contents described inside. Full of surprise. Master, are exorcists so stressed? Why does John Constantine, a child, know so much? At the same time, Voldemort was still recalling the dirty words he just saw in his mind. It was also something that John took out, and he was so shocked that he was speechless. This kind of B******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** at the stake, is actually an outstanding exorcist favored by God. John Konstantin. UB*********D deserves to go to hell. Master, do we really want to sell these things? Quirrell asked, somewhat at a loss. Do you have any other ideas? 100,000 gold galleons. Huh. This guy really dares to speak. Although his heart was full of anger and aggrieved, Mr. Dark Lord, who was begging for help and had no choice but to take advantage of John, could only pinch his non-existent nose at this moment. I comforted myself in my heart. Hee, I misunderstood Wei Junjia. Why do you look like you're getting some huge benefit from Professor Quirrell? Hogwarts dining room. Hermione looked suspiciously at John, who was obviously in a very good mood, and couldn't understand why someone would stay in the same office for so long with a guy like Quirrell who exuded poisonous gas all the time. Still in such a good mood. With anticipation for the future in his eyes, John put a hand on the other shoulder of the little witch. His mischievous hand had recently found a new target to play with. Through Miss Granger's long chestnut hair, touching the other person's blushing earlobes. Miss Granger, you are a kind and beautiful little witch and an upright Gryffindor. How can you have such a big prejudice against poor Professor Quirrell? At least in my opinion, Professor Quirrell is a very good wizard. He just needs an equally good exorcist like me as a friend, John said with a smile. However, a familiar voice came from behind. An honest Gryffindor? So, Slytherin should be evil in Mr. Konstantin's eyes. What are you doing here? The little witch watched with vigilance. At this moment, Miss Slytherin Viper, carrying a dinner plate, came to the Gryffindor's side. Not far away. The Ravenclaw witches who saw this scene were like the prairie dogs that poked their heads out of the holes to watch the fun. Each of them had something stuffed in their mouths, and looked at Jen with eyes full of gossip. Merlin, this scene is so great. Pansy Parkinson steals love with a knife, but Hermione Granger is captured without a fight. Ha! They look like they could fight at any time. Hiss. Pansy Parkinson, a Slytherin wizard, is actually willing to be so bold for Konstantin. Look. She actually wants to sit at Gryffindor's table. Ravenclaw's gossip fire burned brightly, and Hufflepuff's little badger also enjoyed this mealtime special. And on the other side is the little Slytherin wizard. Draco Malfoy had almost scratched deep marks on the plate with the knife and fork in his hand. Get up, redhead, I want to sit here. Ronald looked at this arrogant, evil little witch angrily, with an unconvinced look on his face. Why? A silver nut. Ronald was even more angry. Parkinson, are you going to duel with my wizard? There was no ripple in the little viper's black eyes, and her thin red lips opened slightly. 1 galleons. Ronald, I haven't finished eating yet. 10 galleons. Ronald. It's broken. John. I suddenly remembered that I haven't finished my potions homework yet. John. Seeing how upright I was just now. Weasley, was born as a Gryffindor wizard and died as Gryffindor's bloody Baylor's Ronald. The next moment, under Miss Viper's money offensive, she chose to end her dinner righteously on the spot. John was speechless. Miss Know-It-All was even more dissatisfied and disdainful. Ronald Weasley, you traitor. Don't ever look at my homework again. However, the price of 10 gold galleons is simply too high. Ronald, who had long wanted to have a wand of his own, left the Gryffindor table without any hesitation or nostalgia. The Weasley brothers who saw this scene started to boo. Miss Parkinson, next time something like this happens, please come to me. Not only will I only charge you 9 galleons, but I will also give you a free cooling fan service. George pushed Fred's head aside. Miss Parkinson, I only need 8 galleons. Cole. George, you're disrupting the market. Fred, this is called love and consent. Miss Viper sat quietly next to John, not even looking at the 047 Weasley twins who were making a fuss over a few galleons. She had a pair of black eyes, closed the long eyelashes and narrow them into a pair of crescents. While dining elegantly, John responded with a quiet and sentimental smile. Mrs. Parkinson's first way to kill a man. Be proactive, but never overly proactive. Chirping will only cause unnecessary boredom. Release yourself at a non-offensive distance. Advantages and charm are the keys to truly taking the initiative. Hermione Granger, don't look at me like that. I'm not the steak on your plate, and I'm not here to have some boring fight with you. Pansy Parkinson's eyes only lingered on Hermione's body for half a second. It's back to John. Mr. Konstantin, I heard that you are currently cooperating with Flourish and Blot Wizard Printing Company. Although I don't know how confident you are, at least in the British wizarding world, Flourish and Blot the strength is still very good. Of course, I mean you are willing to give up some more benefits. Mrs. Parkinson's second style to kill a man. Never let the other party see your saliva. Changing a target that seems reasonable will not only make the other party relax their vigilance, but also make the other party relax their vigilance. Helping the other party alleviate the embarrassment of being in the presence of outsiders can also give yourself a chance to show your strength. There was sincerity in Miss Viper's eyes. But if Mr. Konstantin plans to make this business bigger, then I suggest you find 10 more companies in the UK and beyond. Companies with stronger external strength. John nodded. For some reason, the Viper lady in front of him, who was showing off her shrewdness and covetousness in every aspect, did not arouse his disgust at all at this moment. Of course, the aura exuding from Miss Hermione Granger at this moment is enough to create another S-class demon. Thank you, Miss Parkinson, but as far as the current situation is concerned, I don't need too much money. Of course, I will also consider your suggestions. Pansy smiled and nodded, saying nothing more. Under the strange gazes of the surrounding pairs of eyes, he calmly enjoyed his dinner. Then he wiped his lips gracefully. Get up slowly. Miss Granger, although I am not a person who is easy to get along with, I am not a person who will do harm to my savior, so I will say one last thing. Now, please don't look at me with that vigilant look. Both eyes turned to Miss Know-It-All, who was obviously caught off guard by Pansy's plan. The surprise and vigilance on his face were instantly noticed by the people around him. However, Pansy did not give the opponent any chance to retreat and bullied him again. I have written a letter to my mother. Regarding the accusations against the Malfoy family, I am willing to personally testify for Mr. Konstantin in the Wisengamot. Miss Granger, if you really like Konstantin, please don't regard me as your enemy. Pansy Parkinson, the green tea reversal spell that confuses right and wrong. Hermione Granger, HP, 100% today's winner. Viper Miss Parkinson, wins. Chapter 60. Miss Viper, Pansy Parkinson walked out of the Hogwarts Great Hall dining hall with wind, head held high, and a winner's smile on her face. And the opposite. Pansy Parkinson, how dare she slander me like this? Looking at Hermione, who was holding up the wall, her gloomy energy could almost condense into a rain cloud above her head. John was obviously at a loss at this moment. It could be that he enjoyed the overt and covert competition between the two girls just now, or that he was naive and didn't know how to intervene. No matter what, looking at Hermione at this moment, John wisely chose to let her be quiet. John, are you sure there's nothing wrong with this? Why do I feel like Hermione wants to tear Parkinson to pieces now? John looked calmly at Ronald, who appeared out of nowhere. Obviously, Ronald Weasley always started writing his homework at night, when he was challenging his limits and creating miracles. Compared to Pansy, I think, Ronald, you'd better avoid her for the past 2 days. Don't forget, she is a muggle. Sometimes during the transfiguration spell or other classes, she makes a mistake in casting the spell and misses it. Ronald originally had a proud face because of the extra 10 galleons. Instantly, it started to turn white. Walter. Will she kill me? When Harry watched Hermione leave, the figure looked exactly like the back of the boy who had been beaten up by his cousin Dudley and looked like a loser, and he couldn't help but shake his head in pity. Poor Hermione, and poor Ronald. As a first-year wizard at Hogwarts, even though John seems to be very leisurely every day, in fact, the little wizard's schoolwork is not easy. There are 5 subjects: astronomy, herbalism, history of magic, charms, and potions. Almost every one of them involves knowledge of early magic theory, and things like flying, transfiguration, defense against the dark arts, and defense against the dark arts. It is also a few practical subjects that are quite difficult to operate. Harry and Ronald, because of the influence of John, a person who should not exist, their learning attitudes are completely different from the procrastination in the original plot. After I was deducted 2 points at the beginning of school and received a lot of criticism. The brutal battle between John and S-Class Black Mirror Demon and the importance of strength made them have a very positive attitude towards learning every day, except for homework. After a month of preliminary understanding of magic and magic, John and the others were finally notified officially on this day that they were allowed to start flying lessons. Good afternoon, little wizards. Welcome to your first flying lesson. Every day I can see you little wizards in the stands of the Quidditch Stadium, and I think you are already looking forward to flying up on your broomsticks. Mrs. Hooch looked at the neatly arranged first-grade lion cubs and snakes in front of her. While sighing in my heart that there was another new face in a year, I immediately entered into my own teaching state. Now, everyone stand on the left side of your flying broom. As for the control of beliefs when performing magic, I think Professor Flitwick, Professor McGonagall, or Professor Quirrell have all made it very clear to you in the past month. She looked encouragingly at the little wizards present who were also impatient. Put your right hand directly above the broom and shout, "Up." Seeing Mrs. Hooch demonstrated in person, everyone followed suit and began to give orders to the broom in front of them. John is also looking forward to this process. Even though he was a time traveler, and he seemed to have more access to supernatural phenomena than little wizards like Harry, flying was still something he couldn't even imagine. However, just when he was about to control the broom and fly into his hands like Mrs. Hooch. Wow! Not even waiting for him to pronounce the sentence, "up," a terrifying force of wind suddenly came from one side of his body. The hurrah strong wind directly caught John off guard, causing him to stagger and run to the side, waiting until he turned back. At this moment, he was immediately stunned by Miss Granger, who was standing next to him. "Zereset," John muttered with dull eyes. At this moment, the other little wizards, as well as Mrs. Hooch, who was in charge of flying lessons, were all stunned by the scene in front of them. Hermione held one of her slender hands on the broom, but behind the broom in her hand, there seemed to be an invisible force, stirring up a terrifying spiral wave. It's like putting a skirt made of wind on the broom. The broom was trembling slightly in Miss Noatol's equally shocked and stunned eyes. It's like a propeller fighter plane waiting for the pilot to push the control stick and ready to take off. John's eyes were dull. This guy is so handsome. Before the second General Enha beside him could exclaim the same exclamation as him, another strong wind swept across, suddenly hitting the little snakes who were also looking at the situation here. It flew all over the place. Ouch! My hand! The little snakes fell to the ground and let out a cry of pain. However, the cry of pain was quickly stopped by another incredible figure in front of them. Pansy Parkinson. Draco, who was rolling on the ground with his body covered in grass clippings, looked at the figure holding a storm broomstick, like Hermione. At this moment, he felt that his head had completely lost the ability to think. There are still experts. When John saw this magical scene, and then saw Pansy's provocative and proud eyes directed at Hermione, he suddenly seemed to think of something. Damn it! Could it be that Satan's blessing has begun to take effect? When Satan came to take away his soul that day, he knew that he would not die at all, and that the other party could only return in vain. John performed and received blessings for Hermione and gift Pansy from the other party. But he never thought that this kind of blessing would be retained after he teased the other party. Unexpectedly, Hyunha Air will stand behind John. "Oh my God, this is so cool. Stop. Stop it quickly," Mrs. Hooch shouted anxiously. Even in all her years of teaching, she had never seen such an outrageous scene. Just by looking at the terrifying storm at the tail of the broomstick, you can tell how terrifying the speed will be when you ride on it. However, just when Hermione was about to put down the broom in her hand, as Mrs. Hooch said, Pansy, the poisonous snake in her sight, suddenly gave her a provocative look. Next moment, "Call out." Look at Pansy rising into the sky in an instant, swept by a violent gust of wind. Mrs. Hooch let out an angry roar. Parkinson, come down. Come down right now. Seeing this, Hermione suddenly gritted her teeth. She was severely afraid of heights and suddenly sat on the broom under Mrs. Hooch's changed expression. Professor, I'll call her down. Boom. Seeing that the gust of wind was even more violent than the last one, and Hermione, who was obviously much less skilled at controlling the flying broom, she rushed into the sky in the blink of an eye. At this moment, Mrs. Hooch could only anxiously monitor the movements in the sky. John raised his head and looked at the two people who were able to leave a light stream of air like a jet plane. He was a boy physically and mentally became a boy at this moment, full of excitement and excitement. What a blessing from Satan, what a broom, but Mrs. Hooch had disappeared from his sight. At this moment, all he had in the world seemed to be the broom in his hand and the clear blue sky that morning. I'm going to ask Hermione to come down. John was riding on the flying broom, and the idea of flying into the sky just arose in his mind. The next second, call out, damn it. The huge speed of advancement, along with a strong tearing and butt-pushing sensation from his body, left John with only time to let out a hasty scream. The next moment, the dazzling light minister was like a shooting star chasing the moon. John was like a rocket, soaring straight into the sky. John's face began to distort and gradually transformed into the appearance of Voldemort's remnant soul. Fortunately, at the critical moment, a faint golden holy light suddenly rose up in his body. The out-of-control facial features finally regained their composure. Yeah, looking at the sky, John had no intention of chasing Hermione and the two. Instead, he was flying alone over Hogwarts, flying happily without hearing Mrs. Hooch's warning below. As John's loyal little fans, General Enha and Neville. Without Mrs. Hooch noticing, she was riding on her broom. Wow! Hearing the call from behind, Mrs. Hooch turned around. Immediately afterwards, his expression changed drastically. Mr. Potter, Mr. Weasley, what are you doing? Come down here. However, before she could stop General Enha on her side, Neville, who was riding on his broom and was still a little confused, was already amidst the exclamations of the junior masters. Gradually it flew to a height of more than 10 meters. Mr. Longbottom. Neville's face turned pale. What should I do? I can't stop. Oh! As soon as he finished speaking, the flying broom accelerated instantly, carrying Neville, who was screaming, directly towards the sky towards the storefront, followed by two whooshing sounds breaking through the air. Unha air will follow. Principal's office. Dumbledore, who was discussing with Snape the details of John's research on evil spirits, heard the sound coming from the window and couldn't help but stand up and walk to the window. When I saw John, who was the most dazzling person in the sky and had the most unrestrained laughter, Dumbledore couldn't help but smile a little. Not slightly. It seems that our Mr. Konstantin really likes the sky. Snape's face darkened. I'm afraid I also like to break the rules. Dumbledore smiled lightly, non-committally. If John and Harry were just having fun in the sky, Hermione's side was completely their own sure field. Pansy Parkinson, get down at once. Mrs. Hooch is already angry. Pansy didn't bother to look back, and her short black ear-length hair blew open, revealing her delicate face that was not inferior to Hermione's. However, the face at this moment was full of viciousness and sneer that John had never seen before. What? Is Ms. Auror Granger coming to take me back? I think you can't do it. As soon as he finished speaking, there was another accelerated dive. Hermione's face was already pale, and she was even more angry when she saw this scene. However, when I looked up, I saw that it was like playing tricks on her. Like a cobra maneuver, Pansy flew behind her, with a cold and malicious smile on the latter's face. Hermione shuddered for a moment. Seeing the other party suddenly speed up and crash into her, Hermione instinctively started to speed up too. Boom! Amidst the fierce sound of breaking the air, the two of them suddenly changed from Hermione chasing Pansy to Pansy chasing Hermione with an evil look on her face. What are you up to? Hermione anxiously wanted to slow down and land, but instead of slowing down, Pansy turned towards her and was about to hit her, forcing her to give up again and again. Hermione Granger, leave Konstantin. You are not suitable for him. Pansy's cold voice reached Hermione's ears in an environment where only two people could hear it. After hearing this, I heard that John was involved. Somehow, Hermione, whose body was already weak at this moment, suddenly felt a surge of strength emerge from her body. Beachy, I knew you had no good intentions. A violent storm began to erupt from behind Hermione's broom. The chase between the two began to become more dangerous, and John, who finally realized something was wrong between the two of them, suddenly changed his expression. This crazy woman. Knowing what kind of character Pansy Parkinson was, John understood what this guy was going to do almost instantly. The broom with a beam of golden light began to accelerate towards the two people. The sound of John flying over behind him was noticed by Pansy early on, without any hesitation at all, as if he immediately noticed the poisonous snake that had lost its hunting conditions. Pansy immediately gave up the chase and began to slow down quickly. "Mr. Konstantin, are you here to see me?" Pansy had a smile on her face that showed no trace of embarrassment. Although she knew that her behavior might have been seen through by John, she did not show any hint of embarrassment at this moment. John snorted coldly, the warning in his eyes undisguised. "Pansy Parkinson, you passed." Miss Viper spread her hands and apologized decisively. "Sorry, please be careful next time." John looked at the other party's skillful movements coldly, and then looked at Miss Know-It-All who had landed in a small garden of Hogwarts in the distance. The latter got off the broomstick at this moment. He couldn't even stand firmly. His hands and feet were so weak that he was about to throw himself to the ground on the spot. It's not clear why, but that mother was clearly tricked by this vicious woman. "Hermione, how are you?" John hurriedly stepped forward, and while holding Fong, Zhao Moheo, in his arms, he gently pressed his forehead with one hand. "Immediately start reciting the blessing mantra, Xin fulling ode, to soothe nervous emotions." In the faint golden light, Hermione's small hands tightly grasped John's coin robe. "She is the daughter of the Parkinson family. Do you think this is her first time using a broomstick? Why is she so stupid?" Hermione's still trembling face was filled with shock and tears. I don't want to lose you." The trembling voice, coupled with the pitiful and frightened appearance of Choo Choo, made John's heart soften instantly. And Pansy Parkinson was slowly falling from the sky at the same moment. When he heard this answer, something bad suddenly flashed across his originally proud face. Sure enough, the next moment, John's cold eyes turned back, instantly frightening her and making her feel like she was out of her mind. He surrendered with both hands, and his original pride suddenly turned into sincerity and guilt. "I apologize. I admit that I was impulsive. I accept the punishment." John, the corner of his mouth twitched, and looking at Pansy who suddenly looked like meat on a hob, he didn't know what to say for a moment. Suddenly, "You accept the punishment, right? If so, then I won't bully you. Hermione has been so frightened because of you, so you can be her maid for a month. Even if it is in front of the whole school. Walter? *2. You want me, Pansy Parkinson, to be a maid for this muggle? How can you be so vicious?" Pansy became anxious. She looked at the fleeting smile on Hermione's lips in John's arms, and then looked at John's unquestionable eyes. "I actually had this ridiculous delusion that the clown was actually myself." John, who was standing at the door of Professor McGonagall's office, was a little surprised when he looked at Hermione, who was humming a pleasant tune and leaning against the wall casually. "Are you not shaking now?" Hermione smiled. "Your exorcism spell worked very well." John nodded, but he didn't know why, but he always felt something strange. Chapter 61. "Miss Parkinson, you were so reckless. Do you know how dangerous what you did today is? If you accidentally hit the castle, or simply accidentally fell from the flying broomstick, at such a terrifying speed, even God can't save you." "God can't save me, but Konstantin can certainly." "What did you say?" Standing outside the door, John couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed when he heard Professor McGonagall yelling again. He glanced at the little witch without trace. "I was just about to breathe a sigh of relief when I realized that the other party didn't seem to hear the Viper Ms. Parkinson's plea for suicide in the office at all. Suddenly, "John, do you know? Pansy Parkinson likes you. She told me this herself. She asked me to leave you." The little witch suddenly said something shocking, which made John's heart suddenly lift. However, this time Miss Know-It-All obviously did not intend to get any reply or promise from him. One foot, wearing white socks and black leather shoes, tapped its heel on the floor unconsciously. John looked at each other blankly. Her somewhat fluffy maroon hair was still stained with some grass clippings. However, under the dusk sunlight shining in from the corridor window on the side, her crimson face seemed to be in a trance. Those bright and tough eyes made John's heart skip a beat. "I told her that she wanted me to give up unless she killed me." "John, what a straight shot. I didn't expect this from a novice like you." With a click, Miss Viper, whose eyes were red, seemed to have been drained of energy by an evil spirit, and walked out with a dull look in her eyes. "Miss Granger, come in." Professor McGonagall's voice sounded. Hermione Granger, I underestimated you. It turns out that you always said you were afraid of heights, and you were just pretending." Miss Viper was dissatisfied. Now that the matter was over, after repeatedly recalling what happened today, she felt more and more that something was wrong with Hermione, especially the fleeting and cunning smile on Hermione's face when she fell into John's body at the end. Pansy dared to bet on her future husband. If she was wrong, she would marry a troll in the future. The muggle in front of her was obviously not the fragile little girl who could easily offer her beloved man to her, as her mother said. However, Hermione didn't wait for an answer as she was about to walk into the office. John spoke calmly. "You are wrong, Miss Parkinson. Hermione is indeed afraid of heights." Hermione turned her head and looked at John, who had no doubt in his eyes. She said nothing, but had a smile on her lips before entering Professor McGonagall's office. In Pansy's eyes, it was particularly dazzling. The office door closes. Only this time, Professor McGonagall's voice was obviously not as angry as when he faced Miss Viper, except for the faint sounds of communication between the other party and Hermione. John and Pansy, who were lying at the door trying to eavesdrop on something, could not hear the specific content of the conversation. "Miss Parkinson, you are very good, but I also ask you to understand that Hermione is a very important person to me. I don't care what you think. If something dangerous like this happens with her next time..." John's voice paused slightly. In the latter's stunned eyes, a hand suddenly spread out. Wow! A green flame, with a menacing aura that made the hair stand on end, instantly made Miss Viper's face turn white. It's like standing in front of the crater of hell, a huge threat that could be wiped out in the next second. Let the little Viper who originally wanted to tease John a little bit, decisively chose to shut up. Take a step back, raise your hands and swear, as if you are honest and obedient. "Okay, I will control myself from now on and will never hurt your first little girlfriend." The corner of John's mouth twitched. This feeling of being treated like Tang Monk's flesh. Even he didn't know whether it should be regarded as trouble or happiness. Of course, it may also be the trouble of happiness. Crap. The door to the office opened, and Hermione glanced at John in front of her with a bit of embarrassment, then silently bowed to Professor McGonagall. Without waiting for John, he trotted away directly. "Mr. Konstantin, do you need me to invite you in personally?" When Miss Viper saw this, she gave John a look of "you wish for it," and decisively ran away. In the office, Professor McGonagall was sitting in his seat, but after John came in, he just looked at him without saying a word, until John himself felt embarrassed. Then he took a deep breath and adjusted his glasses with a tired face. "John, I will not interfere with your emotional affairs, but I hope this will be the last time. In today's incident, whether it is Miss Granger or Miss Parkinson, something will happen to either of them. I think you will definitely suffer from this for the rest of your life." John nodded hastily. Seeing that John was quite honest, Professor McGonagall stopped holding on to this matter. "Mrs. Hooch is very dissatisfied with your behavior today. So you, Harry Potter, and all the other little wizards who did not follow Mrs. Hooch's instructions and flew at will be suspended from flying lessons for a week. While others are taking flying lessons, you need to follow Mr. Filch and clean the castle for a week." John. Professor McGonagall looked cold and showed no intention of discussing. John could only lament and nodded angrily. Seeing that John had no objection, the serious expression on Professor McGonagall's face softened slightly. However, the next moment, he suddenly seemed to think of something. "John, I'm afraid Hogwarts will welcome a group of Aurors from the Ministry of Magic in the past few days. Draco Malfoy's father is very dissatisfied with Professor Dumbledore's decision, so he asked the Ministry of Magic to send Aurors to Hogwarts. I will be stationed in CI for a while." John blinked. Some people didn't understand what the Ministry of Magic meant. So, they are preparing to capture the demon themselves. Even though Professor McGonagall was helpless, he could only sigh and buy a little bit. Right now, our Mr. Malfoy, who is in Hogwarts, is taking several other Slytherin wizard parents who have filed accusations against you to investigate in the restored Slytherin dormitory area. According to what they said, you deliberately possessed the devil in Gol Gregory's body through summoning. John was even more speechless. "If I really have such ability, I would rather let the opponent fall on a bed bug that I can crush to death with one kick, rather than 10 Goyles who can eat more than the monsters in one meal." He shook his head. "It doesn't matter what these guys say, this is Hogwarts anyway. As long as Dumbledore, the big boss, doesn't speak up, no one can expel him, not even the school board or the Ministry of Magic." This is the appearance of the greatest white wizard of the 21st century. Just when John was about to leave, suddenly, a rapid system prompt sounded suddenly amid his shocked expression. Ding! The smell of demonic activity is found around the host. The breath direction is locked. John's expression changed, and Professor McGonagall, who heard him say a dirty word inexplicably, couldn't help but frown and raise his head. But she wasn't even given a chance to criticize. John's weak words made McGonagall's expression freeze instantly. "Professor McGonagall, I'm right here, and you know what I did and didn't do just now. If I say that there is another demonic aura in Slytherin's rest area, Walt, Slytherin lounge area. Draco was currently taking his father with him to investigate around in his dormitory. Even the fat little crab, who didn't really want to get close to him now, was forcefully brought here by him. Father, Goyle and I came back from Professor Snape's pharmacy that day. Then I was sitting here chatting, Crabbe was sleeping there, and Goyle was washing up in the bathroom. Draco expelled John from Hogwarts in order to get his father to take action. Even though everything he experienced that day still scares him awake in his dreams at night, it has completely formed a psychological shadow. Draco still held on, trying to tell as much detail as possible. Act 0303. Lucius held the cane with the snakehead handle in his hand and carefully observed the bathroom for a long time, tapping here and touching there. After searching carefully for a long time for something that might be related to some evil summoning ritual, I found nothing. Draco, think about it again. Is there any special process? For example, before Goyle appeared strange, did you hear any strange spells or feel anything strange? Draco's face turned a little pale, and his mind was full of the ferocious face Goyle had when he was possessed that day. The pale eyeballs were covered with bloodshot eyes, the mouth was full of black blood, and the skin was bruised. Draco couldn't help but shudder just thinking about that scene at this moment. Seeing Draco being so fragile, Lucius's eyes couldn't help but flash with dissatisfaction and severity. Come on, Draco, you must cheer up. That John Konstantin must have cast some weird spell to summon the devil to your dormitory. There is always something unpredictable about the damn Vatican's method. Lucius casually placed it on the bathroom counter. He reached out and grabbed his son's shoulders, his stern eyes and anger that he didn't know were directed at his son Draco in front of him, or at Dumbledore who was blocking his accusation. Draco, who was already in an emotional breakdown and hesitation, gradually became paler. 00. Okay, Lucius, stop. Draco's body has not fully recovered yet. On the side, a middle-aged man with buck teeth almost identical to Marcus Flint, captain of the Slytherin Quidditch team, hurriedly pulled Lucius aside, who was inexplicably emotional at the moment. Is there something wrong with you? Lucius, Draco is your son. Prose Flint looked at Lucius in front of him with a puzzled expression. He didn't know why he was so irritable. His eyes were full of confusion and worry. Our enemies are Dumbledore and that boy named John Konstantin, who is a descendant of the Holy See. Watch your temper, Lucius. I don't want us to go back today because you have to have a big fight with your wife about this matter. Shelf? Lucius smoothed his hair, which was meticulously combed like his son's, nodded, and took a few deep breaths. However, for some reason, he couldn't help but picture his son Draco being choked by Goyle again and again in his mind. Behind the scenes were John Konstantin and Dumbledore laughing evilly. Ha! That's it. John, keep increasing your strength and let that fool Goyle strangle that little Malfoy to death. That guy Lucius Malfoy, I have long disliked him. Kill him quickly. Hey, don't worry, Professor Dumbledore. My methods are absolutely secret. Even Lucius Malfoy will never be able to investigate the cause of death of Draco, a fool. Shut up. A sudden shout frightened everyone else in the dormitory to tremble. Everyone looked at Lucius in confusion, as if he was having a seizure. Lucius, what's wrong with you? Father, your face looks a little ugly. While Pross supported Lucius, who was shaking a bit, he seemed to have thought of something and sighed after hearing Draco's words. Your father heard that you almost died in Hogwarts, and he was going crazy. In order to drive Dumbledore and that Vatican boy out of Hogwarts and avenge you, he has not slept for several days. Draco's eyes instantly moistened. Thinking of how useless I looked just now, I felt ashamed. Lucius shook his somewhat tired head. After hearing Pross's analysis, he just thought it was because he was physically tired. He forced a smile that was not pretty and comforted Draco, who was full of worry. Lucius looked in the direction of the bathroom. It's okay. I just need to wash my face and wake up. It seems that the investigation here still needs orders from the Ministry of Magic to come. Some of them are at the Egyptian Wizard Monument, have performed the task effectively. Perhaps they are the only ones who can see through that kid's tricks. Several people nodded. In the bathroom, Lucius splashed cold water on his face one after another. The cold feeling indeed made his somewhat groggy head gradually wake up. Prolos leaned against the door of the bathroom, comforting Draco, who was a little sorry. While looking inside from time to time, he was afraid that Lucius wouldn't be able to hold on and would faint in the bathroom. However, just when he turned back unconsciously, in the mirror, the reflection of Lucius washing his face again and again instantly made his hair stand on end. Waterfa! He almost instinctively let out an exclamation and instantly pulled out the wand from his waist. Lucius turned around in confusion, but the face he revealed when he turned around made Draco, who was still anxious to stop him, instantly turn pale. Father. Amidst the shrill and unbelievable screams, Draco's shadow memories that had just been dispersed seemed to be like a resurrected virus at this moment. Filled his mind again. In sight. Just now, his father, Lucius, who had been holding on to himself even though he was so tired, still wanted to vent his anger, now had something strange like snake scales on his face. A pair of golden vertical pupils full of cold and bloodthirsty luster. It made Draco's body feel like he was being targeted by a predator. However, at the same time, in Lucius's eyes at this moment, when he turned around, what caught his eye was Albus Dumbledore, who was full of vicious looks and was pointing his wand at him. And a black-haired boy was holding a bloody dagger. At the opponent's feet, the blood-stained blonde figure made the crazy devil in Lucius instantly let out an uncontrollable roar. Roar! Dumbledore, I'll kill you. A huge roar like a beast, accompanied by fierce collisions and the sound of an obvious fight. Let the little Slytherin snakes who have not yet recovered from the shocking incident a few days ago. They all became alert in an instant. Boom! A humanoid monster with 2 wings on its back, wearing a ragged and broken wizard robe, and covered in blue and purple snake scales, came into everyone's eyes. Zero. Duh. Chapter 62. Father. What's wrong with you, father? Woo woo woo. Draco shouted anxiously, but in the next second, his whole body was suddenly slapped and flew away by the monster in front of him that his father had transformed into. The body hit the wall with such huge force that Draco's vision went dark. A pain as strong as suffocation made Draco's head feel dizzy. He lay on the ground with difficulty, his handsome face pale and full of tears, but at this moment it became a little ugly because of extreme fear. In those pupils, he was baring his teeth and claws, furiously tearing and attacking Prose Flint who had fallen to the ground in front of him. The blood accompanied by the latter's flesh and blood and screams made Draco, who was now only a first-year student at Hogwarts. Finally at this moment, I rolled my eyes. He simply fainted. Roar! Lucius frantically tore apart the body of Prose who was screaming in agony in front of him. After a while, traces of internal organs were exposed under the ferocious flesh and blood tissue. Ho ho ho! Prose was covered in blood and had completely lost the ability to resist at this moment. Feeling life passing quickly from your body. Looking at the monster in front of him, it was almost impossible to see the original appearance of Lucius. A strong question couldn't help but emerge in my mind. There are really demons in this world? Father! A shrill scream made Prose, whose eyes were gradually weak and his vision began to dim, suddenly trembled, and a strong fear was like cold lake water. He, who was about to sink into the aura of death, seemed to be infused with a powerful belief in an instant. Marcus, go! The blood was blocked in the trachea, and the screams emitted made Marcus Flint, who was running towards him like crazy, instantly collapse emotionally. However, just when he took out his wand, an invisible gust of wind suddenly hit him without any warning. Uffed. Looking at the son whose chest was penetrated by an antler pendant from the Slytherin lounge. The hatred and anger in Prose's eyes instantly drove him crazy. However, his body, which had long been numb to pain, was now overwhelmed by the monster in front of him. Torn to pieces, Dumbledore and the other professors at Hogwarts, who had been on alert these days, rushed over as quickly as possible as soon as they sensed something was wrong here. When the tragic scene in the Slytherin rest area came into view, looking at the already hopeless Poulos and the weak Marcus Flint who was nailed to the antler's pendant, Dumbledore's face turned extremely ugly for a moment. Hurry and save people. Without his orders at all, Snape, the headmaster of Slytherin, rushed out first and blocked the entrance to the Slytherin dormitory area behind Lucius alone. The wand in his hand pointed directly at Lucius's head, which was almost like a lizard. Sectum Sempra. Uffed. Duh. Screams, accompanied by dark green blood and scales, splashed out from Lucius' head. The curse was obviously aimed at a fatal blow, but in reality, it could only leave a seemingly good wound on the monster in front of him. Then, at the moment Snape was about to release the curse again without hesitation, a sound that made his body tremble suddenly came from behind him. Snape turned around instantly, but his pupils suddenly shrank. With an expression full of disbelief, a figure that made him toss and turn in pain, every night he lived in the world was standing in front of him full of anger. Severus, why don't you come with me? You are indeed lying to me. You liar. No, Lily, So true. Lily's aura that was mixed with olive leaves, her appearance that was so clear and real that no trace of falsehood could be seen, and the other person's hatred that was enough to make Snape, like being cut into pieces by 1,000 cuts. Everything is too real. Call. A strong wind blew behind him, and Lucius's ferocious face showed bloodthirsty and pride. The sharp claws with a layer of horny nails and nails as sharp as steel knives were grabbing at Snape's back. However, on the monster's face, there was a proud and distorted smile before he could touch Corneli Fudge in front of him. Once dark green, the suddenly rising wall of fire made his body instinctively stop. John's clear voice spread throughout the audience. Our Father in heaven, hallowed be your name. Thy kingdom come, your will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread. Forgive us our debts, as we have forgiven our debtors. Lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from the evil one. The voice was solemn and solemn, like the rising sun penetrating the dark night with its scorching sun. The figures of John and Professor McGonagall finally arrived. In one hand, John was holding the demonic flame M1887 that was required to be submitted for review by the Ministry of Magic. In the other hand, rising was the wall of fire that separated Lucius and Snape with the same color. Flame. The Bible was sung from the mouth of John. Lily, who was in front of Snape, disappeared after a moment of distortion. When Snape came back to his senses, he looked at the roaring monster behind him. Instantly, he broke into a cold sweat. Mr. Konstantin, is it also possessed by a demon this time? Above Dumbledore's head, the Phoenix Fox was hovering, and when he saw John's appearance, especially the hellfire, rising from his hand, he let out several clear cries. Dumbledore asked with a solemn expression. At this moment, he was holding the Elder Wand, under the silver-white wizard's robe, out of sight of everyone. There is also a red magic stone hidden on the chest. At this moment, Dumbledore was completely in his strongest fighting form. That's no exaggeration. However, John looked at Lucius, who had a pair of flesh wings on his back and was covered in disgusting scales. But he shook his head with an ugly expression. No, Professor, I'm afraid our troubles this time will be much bigger than imagined. Walter, everyone was shocked. Is it more powerful than the S-class demon last time? John gritted his teeth. The red target outlines that had become so dense after he entered the Slytherin rest area in his sight made him feel a numb scalp. In sight, wherever there is a snake pattern or shape. Without exception, they were all marked by the system with the aura of devil. SS level, fallen charming angel Cetia, generation. When God created the world, the first venomous snake in the world tempted Adam and Eve to eat the forbidden fruit. It represents the collection of all the despicable evils in the world and is on the same level as the fallen resistance angel Satan. Exorcist advice, don't fight or fight to the death. The expression on John's face at this moment was definitely uglier than Gwan's. Professor Dumbledore, unfortunately, Lucius is probably just an unlucky man who was bewitched and controlled by the devil's breath. There is no devil in his body. Our real enemy is not him. The enemy is simply not comparable to the S-class Black Mirror demon. At this time, even Dumbledore was startled. That S-level Black Mirror demon, which they didn't even have much ability to cause effective damage to the opponent, was terrifying enough. Unexpectedly, the one who came this time was even scarier than that guy. Suddenly, even Dumbledore looked at the only exorcist among the people without hesitation. They completely regard John at this moment as the backbone of everyone. Dumbledore, John Konstantin. Lucius stared at Dumbledore and the others with a ferocious face and a pair of golden vertical pupils full of evil and cruelty. John maintained the hellfire in his hand. A faint golden color began to bloom above one of his eyes. Eye of Truth. And exactly the second after he displayed this ability, there were bursts of sinister sounds, like a poisonous snake spitting out a message. After everyone's bodies trembled instinctively, rang out in the Slytherin common room. Why do you have the power of that guy, Uriel? Everyone was horrified. And it was precisely at this time that a beautiful snake, which seemed to confuse all living beings and could arouse the evil of human nature at any time, appeared one after another from the surrounding places with the shadow of snakes. Got out. Sofa with snake-shaped armrests, carpet with snake pattern, hanging paintings, cabinets. As the Slytherin who pays the most attention to the so-called bloodline, in the rest area of his little wizard, the snake symbol has been used to the point of madness. And the result of this is, there were originally some empty public rest areas. In an instant, except for Lucius and John, there were figures of strange snakes with beautiful heads everywhere. Half of them stick out, and half of them seem to be hidden in the shadows. And as John's Eye of Truth was activated, these strange snakes turned into balls of evil energy that twisted like vines in his sight. This is a clone. John couldn't help but feel relieved. Fortunately, it wasn't a hell boss like Cecilia who came in person. If that were the case, John felt that he was blessed by the system and had the dog spell as an unlimited vitality supply warehouse. He is definitely no match for the other party. If S-class demons are called high-level demons, then SS-level existences would be called devils. However, John can almost conclude that the rating given by the system is definitely not the actual rating of fallen charming angel Cecilia. As a terrifying existence that has existed since the creation of the world, and has also single-handedly spread and made human beings have darkness and evil in their hearts. SS level is, at best, the rating of a clone of the opponent. A clone of Cecilia with a snake body and a sin-inducing face stuck in front of John. Under the watchful and bewildered gaze of everyone, they surrounded John and began to look at him carefully. Satan is so angry with you. Haha, your holy Konstantin family. Even if you are the only child like you can still play around with him. It's really fun. The corners of John's mouth twitched. So I should say praise? Seeing the other person doesn't seem to be straight, John couldn't help but take a deep breath as he accepted the offer. Miss Cecilia, why did you come to the human world this time? Even though the other person's face was so exquisite that it was impossible to compare with little beauties like Hermione and Pansy, but looking at the ever-expanding snake body, John was thankful that even though he was cursed by that D Satan in that area. But fortunately, in terms of XP, it has not been completely abnormal and has no bottom line. Although Cecilia's face made a gesture of charming and seducing her from time to time, John's expression remained unmoved. The holy light on his body became stronger and stronger. John's words of unintelligible amorous feelings made Cecilia shake her head. Twisting the snake's body, it was boring but suddenly seemed to think of some interesting game. John Konstantin, I'm afraid you don't know that the first patriarch of your holy Konstantin, who was also your first pope, the Templars, died in my hands. As soon as he finished speaking, John's pupils shrank suddenly. It's not that I have much sense of belonging or affection for my ancestor in this body. Under his gaze, the shadows moved. A Western-style long sword with a simple shape and covered with traces of battle, slowly rising from the shadows. Dumbledore and the others standing next to John looked at the long sword that was obviously in the style of the Holy See. The origin of this long sword was instantly understood. John's expression remained unchanged and he looked at the other person coldly, but the holy light filled his body, and the faint shadow of an angel began to appear. After receiving part of the power inheritance from Holy Archangel Uriel 033, John could finally take the initiative and drive this power from heaven. Cecilia seemed very satisfied with John's reaction at this moment. The densely packed, strange snake bodies around it began to shrink towards the darkness. Cecilia's voice, like a cat playing with a mouse, reached the ears of everyone present. John Konstantin, let me see how good you are. If you defeat this guy, you will be able to get back the sword that belongs to your ancestors. If not, ha 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 ha. I'm already very much looking forward to what that guy Satan is going to pay in exchange for your soul from me. You can never imagine how obsessed he is with the souls of your Konstantin family. The sound disappeared, but the next moment, a majestic force, like a torrent, began to surge through Lucius's body in an instant. Roar! It looked like even the tongue turned into a snake-like shape at this moment. Lucius, who resembled a large humanoid lizard with a pair of fleshy wings, felt slightly relieved in John's heart. In his sight, at this moment Lucius information has emerged. Level 8. Fallen Snakeman. Generate. Human wizards who have been contaminated by the power and soul of the charming angel Cecilia and are extremely aggressive and resilient. Exorcist suggestion. Seal the power of charming angel Cecilia in his body. Professor Dumbledore, you are responsible for leading others to evacuate. Let me and our Mr. Lucius have a good talk about the issue of faith, John said calmly. After confirming that the charming angel Cecilia would not take action, John no longer had any worries in his heart. With his strength, even if he fights to the death, he may not be able to cause harm to Cecilia, who is at the same level as Satan. However, Lucius Malfoy, who seemed to be a little carried away by the sudden power he gained, could not tell the difference between the king and the king. The muzzle of the devil-repelling holy flame M1887, with the holy light surging in John's hand, was pointed at the opponent's head. Mr. Malfoy, I heard that you have a lot of opinions about me. I think now is a good opportunity for us to get to know each other better. Roar! Boom! A sudden bullet with scorching flames was fired from the demon-repelling holy flame M1887. Lucius rushed over angrily. The sudden increase in strength made him completely unaware of John standing in front of him. What kind of existence has it reached? Devil-repelling holy flame M1887, a headshot, blasting half of the opponent's head into crumbs on the spot. The blood and bone residue splashed everywhere, and happened to splash on the face of Draco, who fainted not far away. The latter's eyes moved slightly. When he opened his eyes again, he saw the monster his father had transformed into. With a bang, his chest suddenly opened. Draco Malfoy. Chapter 63. Doubt, howling full of pain. John's demon-repelling holy flame M1887, which was almost reduced to a decoration due to the limitation of the special silver bullet, has never thought of it now. Because of the fusion of hellfire, his terrifying fangs rebloomed on John's road to exorcism. Boom! Another precise shot, at such a close range, instantly reached out towards Lucius' claws to catch him. It was blown off on the spot and thrown away. The severed hand fell in front of Draco, who woke up not far away, amidst Lucius' howl full of anger and disbelief. Looking at the familiar ring that was deeply embedded in the flesh of his finger, Draco finally came back to his senses with a jolt at this moment. "Stop! John Konstantin! Stop it quickly!" he yelled in panic. However, he was also physically injured, but it was difficult for him to even stand up at this moment. There was no image left, and he was screaming helplessly. John glanced lightly, but the other party ignored him. The devil-repelling holy flame M1887 in his hand started to glow again. Under the impact of this force, Lucius's body, which was bearing the suppressed aura of hellfire, and whose flesh and blood tissue was growing crazily, flew backwards in an instant. The Slytherin rest area, which had just been restored by the professors for a short time, became dilapidated again. The Slytherin snakes, under the personal protection of Snape and Professor Flitwick, lined up and quickly came out of the dormitory. When they saw Lucius' terrifying appearance, some of the little witches were frightened to the point of trembling. "Don't stay? Come on, everyone, get out of here." Dumbledore was holding the Elder Wand and shouted loudly when he saw this scene. At the same time, his eyes couldn't help but look in the direction of John. When he saw that the other party was able to completely suppress Lucius unilaterally, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. But when I thought about what was said just now by the fallen angel from hell, about the entanglement between the holy Konstantin family and Satan in hell, Dumbledore couldn't help but start to feel a little worried. If it is really targeted by an existence like Satan, Hogwarts may really not be peaceful in the future. And while Dumbledore was frowning in thought, a sudden exclamation, accompanied by rustling sounds all around, suddenly came from the Slytherin snakes. "Ah, snake! So many snakes!" Snape's expression changed, and with a wave of the wand in his hand, he instantly cut 3 or 4 venomous snakes that suddenly emerged from under the sofa into 2 pieces. Professor Flitwick and others also hurriedly released the curse. However, looking at the group of snakes that suddenly began to pour out in large numbers, everyone's expressions couldn't help but change instantly. John's eyes were sharp, and hellfire surged around his body. In an instant, it was the group of snakes summoned by Lucius around him, all burned to ashes. And the other side. Seeing this scene, Dumbledore waved his wand instantly, with a sharp cry from Phoenix Fox above his head. All of a sudden, like meteors and fire showers, dense firelight instantly shot out from Fox's body towards the surroundings. Cracking. Phoenix fire rain. Phoenix fire rain. The fire was as dense as rain, with a scorching temperature. However, under Dumbledore's exquisite control, it was like a school of fish in the sea. In an instant, he accurately bypassed the bodies of the little wizards and hit the poisonous snakes that roared out from the shadows. Everyone vacate the rest area immediately. In the fierce firelight, these little snakes who were forced to migrate again quickly ran outside quickly. And among the crowd, Miss Viper Pansy Parkinson saw John holding a musket and blasting at a monster, and a strange light flashed in his eyes. The little witch's thoughts are always strange, or in other words, the brain circuit of a girl in love is always strange. He saved me again. After everyone evacuated, the Phoenix Fox began to cry and fly quickly in the public area, hitting all the poisonous snakes it passed by. There wasn't even a chance to spray venom or open his mouth to bite. The next moment he was engulfed in flames. Albus Dumbledore. John Konstantin. I will never let you go. All of you will be destroyed. Hogwarts has been valued by the great demon god of hell, and it will soon belong to our pureblood family who believes in the demon god. Albus Dumbledore. Ha! Your death is coming. Lucius yelled, and his crazy talk caused Professor McGonagall and others nearby to frown in disgust. At this moment, he still had no sense at all, just like a mad dog. Mr. Konstantin, what are you going to do with him next? Dumbledore asked worriedly. and several others also looked at Lucius, who was clearly not abnormal. John shook his head and looked at Pross Flint, who was lying on the ground with his eyes open, and Marcus Flint, who had been captured by Professor McGonagall and the others, but could not be rescued either. Professor, 2 people have died now. We cannot end this matter hastily. John sighed with a headache. It seems that those guys from the Ministry of Magic need to face them personally after all. That night, even the dinner at Hogwarts hadn't started yet. Fudge, the Minister of Magic, had personally rushed to Hogwarts with a large number of Aurors from the Ministry of Magic, along with a group of important officials from departments such as the Department of Mysteries. Professor Dumbledore, I really didn't expect that we would see each other again just a few days apart. Fudge looked quite ugly this time. If we say that the last time a demon attack occurred in Hogwarts, there was too much damage and no one died. If he could basically minimize the major issue, this time, please take me to meet our little exorcist. Of course, we also need to see Lucius himself. Dumbledore said nothing and made a gesture of invitation. When everyone followed Dumbledore all the way through the long corridors of Hogwarts, turning countless turns and descending countless stairs. Finally, we arrived at a temporary underground prison in Hogwarts. The moment he saw Lucius in the prison, he was almost ready to ask Lucius directly, "What did Dumbledore do to you?" Stunned on the spot, John held a Bible and was accompanied by several of his followers. However, this time not only General Enha and John, but also Miss Know-It-All and Miss Viper are following here. Of course, Miss Von Schurching took the initiative. As for Miss Viper, she also asked for it, but John refused. But she gave Hermione a reason she couldn't refuse. "I am your maid now, and I, Pansy Parkinson, will keep my word for 1 week." John couldn't even figure out how strong his desire was to make this arrogant Viper lady say such words to Hermione. "I'm sorry to see you like this, Secretary Fudge." Looking at the little wizard with a golden cross pendant hanging on his chest in front of him, Fudge, who had seen John's photo, had some contempt in his heart before he came. I couldn't help but become nervous. At this moment, Lucius, in the prison, was still struggling crazily. John didn't block his mouth, so much so that he said words like, "Believe in the devil if you don't want to die, and the power of the wizard comes from being the great master of hell." Everything without hesitation fell into the ears of everyone present, including Fudge and the Ministry of Magic officials and Aurors behind him. Fudge shook John's hand nervously. Now, even he couldn't put the blame directly on John and Dumbledore in front of everyone. "Hello, Mr. Konstantin, but can you explain to us what is going on here?" John nodded and glanced at Dumbledore beside him. After John carefully explained everything that happened today, the few people following Fudge were recording while looking at Lucius, who was imprisoned in the prison with horror on their faces from time to time. "So, Mr. Konstantin, Mr. Malfoy, is this all he can do from now on?" John shook his head. "Of course not, sir. I just need time to extract the power of the fallen angel from his body and seal it, so that Mr. Malfoy can regain his sanity. It's just that I need to prepare some things for this process. For now, I can only keep him here." Hearing this, a Ministry of Magic official standing next to Fudge whispered something into Fudge's ear. "A long while. Ahem, Mr. Konstantin, since you have a way to deal with it, that is of course the best, but because of the specific circumstances of this matter, we still need to know from the sober Mr. Malfoy, so, Mr. Konstantin, you can continue to prepare for your sealing ceremony. But, Mr. Malfoy, we need to take him back to the Ministry of Magic for detention." John sneered in his heart, but Harry and others who had already placed great trust in John on the side gave up. "Walter, do you still have an exorcist in the Ministry of Magic?" Fudge looked at Harry, who looked angry, and squatted down slightly. "Oh, Mr. Potter, I'm afraid your understanding of the Ministry of Magic is not comprehensive yet, but I think there's no rush in this. We also have research cooperation with the Ministry of Magic in other countries, so Mr. Malfoy leaves it to us. You can very reassuring. A curse? This is not a curse. This is the power of the fallen angels from hell that snatched control of Malfoy's body." Hermione retorted dissatisfied, but John shook his head and held his hand to signal them not to get excited. He looked at Fudge, who looked businesslike in front of him, and then at Lucius, who was locked in a cage behind him and seemed to pose no other threat except that he looked more terrifying. "Smile lightly. Mr. Minister, if the Ministry of Magic has a solution, of course there will be no problem. But, because Lucius Malfoy is still very aggressive, and once out of control, it will definitely cause more casualties. The Ministry of Magic needs to give us a certificate of acceptance into captivity, night." In the Hogwarts Great Hall restaurant, what happened in the Slytherin rest area this afternoon inevitably became a topic of conversation among the young wizards again. This time it's Malfoy's father. It was really scary when Malfoy's father turned into a monster. It's their dormitory again. No, no matter what, I must apply for Professor Snape to change my dormitory today. It's too scary. Yes, it is said that the bathroom in Malfoy's dormitory is connected to hell. Goyle was like this, and Malfoy's father was like this at the time. What's pitiful is that Marcus and his father are all. The little wizards discussed nervously and worriedly. At this moment, outside the gate of Hogwarts, there was a prisoner transport vehicle temporarily transferred by the Ministry of Magic, wrapped in silver chains blessed by John with divine power. Lucius, who was wrapped into a rice dumpling, roared crazily. The snake scales on his body rubbed against the chains, making a harsh sound like scratching glass. Mr. Minister, you must sprinkle holy water on the chain at least 3 times a day, and you must do it carefully. In addition, the cross needs to be soaked in water for more than 24 hours. Only water can have the effect of holy water. John dutifully explained what he needed to pay attention to when imprisoning Lucius. The record keeper on the side took notes carefully. When the carriage flew into the sky with the Aurors driving it, the mighty team from the Ministry of Magic disappeared into the night sky. John shook his head helplessly. Mr. Konstantin, I know what you are worried about, but I think Fudge should be very aware of the consequences in this kind of matter, and they will definitely take strict measures. The format is as per your request. John nodded, but he couldn't ignore the bad feeling in his heart. Oh, Ministry of Magic, I hope you do have some real skills. John is not a fool who treats people without limits. Even if exorcism and saving people's lives can indeed bring him spiritual pleasure and system treasure chest rewards, he will always be very positive. But he could feel the hostility towards him from the wizards around Cornelius Fudge just now. They don't know each other, and the reason why these people have a bit of contempt for themselves is secretly and openly. John can also figure out the reason. Age and relationship with the Holy See. When John and the others appeared in the restaurant, the little wizards from the other 3 branches had almost left. Only at the Slytherin table, these little snakes were frightened by what happened today. They don't want to go back to their dormitories, Zhao. The deaths of Flint and his son this time also made the professors unable to safely let these little snakes return to their original dormitories during this period. Just when Snape and Professor McGonagall were allocating a new dormitory area to Slytherin, a figure that made John somewhat unexpected came to his dining table. Konstantin, Draco Malfoy's face was pale, and one arm was hung in front of him. It was obviously broken. John raised his head slightly, looked at the other person's evasive eyes, and naturally understood what he was looking for. It seems that Madame Pomfrey is really good at treating internal injuries. Are you worried about your father? John shook his head. Now that he has been handed over to the Ministry of Magic, they are unwilling to let Hogwarts be responsible for this matter. So you asked the wrong person. My father, will he die? Draco asked anxiously. Hearing this, John seemed to have heard some huge joke. Your father died? Huh. Draco, I don't know whether I should say this is your father's misfortune or luck. Your father's current situation is to remove the fallen angel from his body. Make it powerful. Otherwise, he will never die. At most, he will turn into a monster that completely loses human thinking as time goes by. Draco's already pale face became even paler. However, John slowly put down the knife and fork in his hand and said something, which gave Draco, Harry, and others around him even more horrifying bad news. What you should be worried about now is not whether your father will die, but what kind of monster will the immortal Lucius be used by the Ministry of Magic? Walt, Knight. In Draco's almost humble begging, Dumbledore finally agreed to let him live in the same dormitory with John and the others for these few days. However, Draco, the eldest son of the Malfoy family, could only accommodate a small bed that night. At night, John couldn't help but shook his head when he heard the faint sound of sobbing coming from the corner. Who can blame this? I made it myself. Duh. Chapter 64. British Ministry of Magic, Department of Mysteries. As the most strictly managed and confidential department in the Ministry of Magic. On this day, Fudge, as the British Minister of Magic, personally led the team and appeared here with the huge cage containing Lucius Malfoy. Fudge, you are wasting your opportunity. Look at my current power. Aren't you moved? Fudge, let me go? Let's take down Hogwarts together and dedicate it to the great devil. We will be rewarded with immortality. Lucius' mouth escape ability is obviously negative. Even though he has the power of charming angel Cecia in his body, it is obvious that he does not have Cecia's weird ability that can make people sink and fall instantly. The endless chatter along the way, as well as the illogical performance of the lunatic. It succeeded in making almost all the Ministry of Magic officials who had some doubts about the other party and were not sure whether they were really controlled by some evil force already have the answer in their hearts. Magic spells such as the soul-absorbing curse definitely cannot do this. OJ, The Department of Mysteries has departments with different research fields. Time, life, death, and the supernatural all have dedicated departments, and the wizards who work and study here all have 10 unified titles. The nameless one, with one door and several doors around it, there is no discernible difference in the door opening. The cage holding Lucius was pushed into it by several wizards. This department was called the Department of Mysterious Affairs and was responsible for studying supernatural beings, devils, ghosts, and the like. Finally appeared in front of everyone. There was a huge hall with a station-like sign on it. However, the content on the sign made many Aurors who came here for the first time feel terrified. Ghoul Area, Cursed Experimental Area, Follow-Up Affairs Processing Department, Material Department, 890, and Lucius, who also entered here for the first time, even though his brain was not sober at the moment. But those black words, which seemed to be able to squeeze out blood, made him immediately realize that something was wrong. What are you going to do? Where are you taking me? Answer me. Cornelius fudge off. Bang, bang, bang. Amidst the fierce collision, Chi Shochi's ferocious appearance made many responsible people take 2 steps back. Even Fudge himself was shocked by the other party's power. But after seeing the chains that suddenly emitted a sacred golden light as Lucius began to struggle, his originally tense expression finally relaxed at this moment. He stared at Lucius's violent eyes across the cage in front of him. Unfortunately, Mr. Malfoy, everything I am doing now is to help you get out of your current situation as soon as possible. Don't you want to be reunited with your unborn child as soon as possible? Of course. Fudge paused slightly. Behind him, a dozen figures wearing wizard robes, but with their faces covered, came out of the corner. And just seeing the appearance of these people, Lucius suddenly felt uneasy in his heart. Let me go? B****************** D. Cornelius Fudge, don't forget how much I helped you to be able to sit in this position. The great hell demon will not let you go. Amid the frantic voice, Fudge looked calm, and while slowly taking 2 steps back, he murmured in a low voice. Mr. Malfoy, thank you for your contribution to the promotion of the wizarding world. Register the information, and then, except you, Mr. Minister, everyone else will be cast a forgetting spell and forget the existence of this department. This is a rule, please cooperate. Fudge nodded. Behind him, all the Aurors looked at each other in confusion. However, looking at the gloomy surroundings and the sounds made when walking, it is a weird place that makes people feel creepy, if you can forget it. That's a good choice. Obviously, knowing the existence of this place will only make his life more troublesome in the future. Fudge took out a notebook from his arms that had been recorded by previous officials and contained the detention requirements warned by John, and handed it to the other party. The things above can ensure that you can detain him more safely. A person behind the man silently took the thing. As the handover between the 2 parties was completed, the Aurors of the Ministry of Magic, except Fudge, were cast the forgetting curse one after another. Wait until Fudge and others leave. Lucius, who was imprisoned in the cage, couldn't help but look nervously at these strange guys whose identities were unclear. What are you going to do? Who are you? I'm warning you, your detention of me now is illegal. I'm going to go to the Wisengamot to sue you. The leader spoke softly to the assistant beside him. The spirit is more likely to be tense. It is suppressed by the holy water of the Holy See. The effect rating is sea level. It doesn't seem to be an evil spirit in the traditional sense, as well as retaining the memories and thoughts of being a human being, but it is not sure whether it will fade away in the future. Looking at those pairs, the eyes were as cold as looking at objects. Lucius, who had always lost himself because of the power of charming Angel Cecia, finally began to feel fear and regret at this moment. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, North Tower. A purple flag with a golden cross fluttered in the wind. John put his hands on his hips and looked at the 6th flag standing in Hogwarts, besides the Hogwarts School emblem and the 4 branches. It is also the flag of the first Little Wizard Society, Konstantin Exorcism Society, officially established in Hogwarts today. Hermione, believe me, it won't be long before the Konstantin Exorcist Society will become an indispensable part of Hogwarts, and will even be passed down along with this castle. John's face was full of smiles, looking forward to a bright future. It seemed that the incident with Lucius Malfoy had no impact on him at all. Obviously, the only Exorcist Society in the wizarding world is a really good idea. That is, why did you agree to let even Pansy Parkinson join? Miss Know-It-All was sitting on a step. On one side of her, 2 thick stacks of magic books, one high and one low, now occupied the positions on both sides that originally belonged to John. Without waiting for John to answer, Miss Parkinson, who was sitting on a stone table not far away, looking at the surface of the Black Lake and enjoying afternoon tea, immediately became unhappy. Hermione Granger, why can't I join? Do you think you are any better than me? Recently, whether it's Professor Snape's potions class, Professor McGonagall's transfiguration class, or Professor Flitwick's charms class, your grades in all subjects are just the same as mine. Or, do you think you will definitely lose to me? Miss Know-It-All bit her teeth secretly, and this is precisely what she cannot understand. Ever since the S-Class Black Mirror Demon incident, she has become acutely aware that her thinking and creativity in terms of learning are almost several times faster than before. Take elementary herbal medicine identification and medicinal property analysis as an example. This book is used as the main textbook in Professor Sprout's first-year herbal medicine class. Originally, it would take at least a month or two for Hermione to remember it, and still without any external interference. However, now, she can easily pass the first-grade exam content that Sprout prepared in this subject. Moreover, he was also very honored to receive a task of completing herbal medicine homework for John Konstantin, the president of the Exorcist Society. What makes her even more incredible is that from the beginning of the school year until the time to pick up classes, her performance in various subjects was, at best, Parkinson's disease at the discontinuation level. He was actually able to compete with her, Miss Know-It-All, for the throne of academic supremacy. Hermione's hostile gaze was directly ignored by Miss Viper Pansy. Parkinson was not worried at all about the stacks of books beside her. If we talk about Hermione, who was born as a muggle, and Pansy, who was born in the Parkinson family of wizards, if there is any difference, there is no doubt that Hermione really cannot compare with Pansy in terms of systematic learning subjects. Regarding which books are more valuable for reading and learning, and which masters and wizarding subjects should be read more intensively, Pansy, who has a family background, is more clear. This is the result. While Miss Know-It-All is burying her energy in more books every day, Miss Viper is already frequently hanging around her crystal. When Miss Know-It-All wanted to secure her position as the top student and prove herself, Miss Viper Pansy Parkinson has taken over the club's financial management, which was originally supposed to be the responsibility of Miss Know-It-All. Just when John had a headache and didn't know how to deal with the two of them, behind him, Neville could be heard breathing heavily. John, I have completed swinging the sword 100 times. Why me? John looked back. At this moment, Neville took off his wizard robe and wore a neater short shirt. At this moment, in his hand, he was holding John's sword that belonged to the ancestor. Even Dumbledore didn't understand his behavior. Things that should be taken seriously and cherished are now like a handful of garbage with John, and he throws them directly to Neville in disgust. Let the other person learn swordsmanship. John smiled lightly, with a meaning that no one could understand. When Neville felt a little unsure again, he stepped forward and patted the other person on the shoulder. Neville, you have to believe in yourself. If you still can't see clearly how powerful you are, then please believe me. You will definitely become a world-famous sword master in the future. The two little witches who were tit-for-tat looked at Neville Longbottom, who was a little stupid. He couldn't figure out what shining point John saw from the other party. Seeing that Neville was doubtful, he began to exorcise around the tower of the Konstantin Exorcism Society, according to the requirements given by Bloody Barrow. Pansy Parkinson glanced towards the grass on a corner not far away. John, it seems Malfoy is really anxious. John looked at the other person's eyes. The blonde figure was hiding in the tall bushes not far away, pacing left and right. Ronald, who was reciting the Sinew Gospel hymn that John had given them with Harry, couldn't help but curled his lips in disgust when he saw that figure. Malfoy, he actually had the nerve to come to beg John. If he and his father hadn't insisted on targeting John and Professor Dumbledore, how could this happen? Harry said nothing, but whether it was in the dormitory or in any classroom where Draco was present, Harry couldn't even give Draco, his temporary roommate, a good look. John shook his head and drew his wand. Wizard's robes, Accio, wizard's robes are coming. With an exclamation, Draco Malfoy, who was still hiding in the bushes, felt as if the collar of his wizard robe was suddenly lifted up by a force. In the other party's cry of pain, he fell directly in front of John and others. Let me see, Mr. Draco. I think you definitely don't have the guts to covet or spy on these two girls around me. So, you have a crush on Harry and the others. Which one of the three? John crossed his arms, and his joking words made the grinning Draco's pale face turn red instantly. In other words, John's spell control was excellent, and the opponent's hanging arm did not receive secondary damage at this moment. Walter? No. John, such a joke is so disgusting. Harry protested dissatisfiedly. Ronald looked at Draco, who was already in a state of embarrassment, with a look of disgust. Even though Britain was so affectionate, The British wizarding world didn't seem to be poisoned by this trend. In the past, Draco would have been so angry at this moment that he would have screamed and either reported it to Professor McGonagall, or he would have said something cruel like, "Don't leave after school." But at this moment, "Konstantin, when are you going to help my father and remove the power of the devil? It has been 3 full days. My mother has not heard anything about news about my father." Draco's voice was choked with tears. Hearing this, John sighed and shook his head. Sure enough, it seems that our Mr. Malfoy is definitely accepting hospitality from the Ministry of Magic. Of course, it is very likely that this kind of hospitality will only be received by the top brass of the Ministry of Magic. A few people know. The Malfoy family still has a lot of influence in the British wizarding world. Although I dare not say that he is on the same level as the Minister of Magic like Fudge, or the Great White Wizard like Dumbledore, I can say that he is inquiring about information. If even the Malfoy family couldn't find out, that can only be one result. Draco thought of the possibility that John had mentioned to him before, and couldn't help but widen his eyes in fear. No, my mother has a position in the Wisingamot, and even the British branch of the International Confederation of Wizards. They absolutely cannot do this. John scoffed. Draco Malfoy, do you think, based on the appearance of your father you saw that day, even if you let him out, do you think anyone would be able to recognize his appearance? Can your mother recognize it? Draco. Looking at the other party who was confused for a moment, John couldn't help but shook his head again. Although I don't have a good impression of you or your father, from the day I became an exorcist, I will never do it because of these personal feelings. Sue, watching people like you who are controlled by demonic forces die with your own eyes. John said calmly, but before Draco could show a grateful smile on his face. John's words immediately shocked him and took a step back. I don't like to use the devil's hands to understand my own hatred. If the Malfoy family and I really come to a point where one of us must die, even if one of you evil, I will still help you exorcise evil spirits. In the worst case, I will personally send you on your way. I said it's not that I won't save your father now, but because I haven't found a suitable container to seal the power in his body. Container. Draco swallowed. His brows were furrowed, as if he had thought of something, and he suddenly gritted his teeth. What if that power is sealed into my body? Can it be done? Suddenly, everyone including John couldn't help but give 10, "Are you okay with your brain?" looks to the other side of the city. John even laughed out loud. Waterfa. Ha ha, Draco Malfoy. It turns out you also like to read those bloody fantasy novels. I thought that only the witches of Ravenclaw would have this hobby. Looking at Draco, whose face turned red and lowered his head in shame, John finally shook his head and sighed. That kind of power requires a precious and powerful magic crystal in the world as a container, for example. The Magic Stone. Chapter 65. Magic Stone. When John said this thing, not only did he know what it was, but even Hermione and Pansy, who happened to have met it, couldn't help but stop what they were doing. At that time, Dumbledore wanted to use it to treat John after the S-Class Black Mirror demon attack. The curious too happened to check this information. Looking at the confused Harry and others, Miss Know-It-All couldn't help but sigh and shook her head. The Philosopher's Stone is a very precious and legendary object. It is said that it can not only turn the stone into gold, but it is also a material for making the elixir of immortality. Professor Dumbledore had planned to use this object to save you, John. Pansy on the side saw Draco's eyes light up, as if he saw hope in an instant. To be merciless is to pour a basin of cold water on the other party. Professor Dumbledore is willing to use such a precious thing to save John. John deserves it. But, Malfoy, do you think Professor Dumbledore would give such a precious thing to your father? Suddenly, thinking of his father and son's attitude towards Dumbledore and John. And during this time, his father had spared no effort to put pressure on Dumbledore at the Ministry of Magic. In fact, several newspapers published by the Daily Prophet in those days had the shadow of the Malfoy family's secret intentions. John looked at Hermione in surprise. Dumbledore used the Philosopher's Stone on himself? To be honest, he really hadn't thought about this. He couldn't help but look at Harry, who was not far away. This feeling seemed to have stolen the grandpa, who should belong to the protagonist. Seriously, it's still very weird. However, it was precisely this incident that made John increasingly feel that Dumbledore, the greatest white wizard in history, truly deserved his title. But at this moment, Draco, who had just heard hope and then had his hope shattered in an instant, his legs weakened and he fell to his knees directly on the ground. His eyes were blank, and he murmured something with a hint of crying. What should I do? I must save my father. Looking at the lost Draco, John couldn't help but think about it. This incident with fallen charming angel Cecia also sounded a wake-up call for him. The demons he had dealt with before were all, without exception, doing evil in the world through possession, or they are simply beings that are active in the human world. It is bound to happen in the future that a powerful and terrifying hell boss, like Cheshire, directly descends on a certain unlucky person in the human world with a force. After all, he is a member of his family and knows his own affairs. Satan's collection obsessive-compulsive disorder is just waiting for the last piece of the puzzle to arrive. When there is no guarantee, just like Setia, a calendar area belonging to the opponent comes down. Dumbledore's office. When John made his request straight to the point, Dumbledore, who was drinking afternoon tea, also didn't take Lucius's matter to heart at all. Fortunately, I didn't choke on the black tea in my mouth. Walter, you want to hire Nick Mellor to come to Hogwarts and serve as the chief alchemist of your society. Mr. Konstantin, are you serious? Such an exaggerated tone is hard to imagine, let alone seeing, coming from the mouth of Dumbledore, a kind professor. This shows how incredible he is at John's outrageous request at this moment. He saw that John nodded seriously. He couldn't help but touched his forehead with a headache. He shook his head in confusion. Why do you suddenly have such an idea? John, I need the Philosopher's Stone. A lot of Philosopher's Stone. Seeing that the other party mentioned the Philosopher's Stone to him, and his expression changed for a moment, John pointed it out directly and told the reason why he needed the Philosopher's Stone. Professor Dumbledore, existences like the fallen angel Setia that you have experienced personally do not just come to the human world if they want. However, even though there are many restrictions, but they can easily use their own power to corrupt more people, just like they did with Lucius Malfoy. And it is precisely for existences like theirs at the level of hell devils that their power cannot be dissipated naturally. In addition to sealing, and then using a large amount of holy water to assist the purification circle for long-term purification, we can completely eliminate. The magic stone is the most secure method I can think of now. John's young face frowned because he was too serious. This serious look was quite cute, but it also put Professor Dumbledore in front of him, who could be said to be completely obedient to him, into a real dilemma. He pondered with a wry smile. Is there no other way besides the Philosopher's Stone? John shook his head. You have really caused a headache for me, an old man. Nico Flamel is now living in seclusion in the wizarding world in France and is not even willing to leave. Moreover, his body is 14. Dumbledore sighed again, but saw that John was so serious. Considering what the other party said in the future, it is indeed possible. After some hesitation, Dumbledore agreed to help John with his inquiry and invitation. Just leaving Dumbledore's office, there was a familiar and strong smell of garlic. This made John's mouth twitch involuntarily. Professor Quirrell, next time you want to hide yourself, you'd better cast a deodorizing spell on yourself. At least that way your hiding in the corner will not look like that. The merciless ridicule like a poisonous snake made Quirrell, who was hiding in the corner, come out nervously. He first glanced in the direction of Dumbledore's office. Then he hurriedly winked at John and spoke in a low voice. Mr. Konstantin, my master wants to see you. John took a step back, a polite smile on his face. However, his eyes did not conceal his disgust for the smell of Quirrell's body. Very well, I understand. It's all the master's task. So, Professor Quirrell, please don't get so close to me in the future. I'd rather be Miss Granger or Miss Parkinson, because I smell something special, and there's something special about me and other girls. I also don't want them to think that I have the possibility of having a biological evolutionary relationship with a pig in a pig pen. It seems that if the sorting hat hadn't gone crazy during the sorting process, this annoying guy in front of me would have definitely been classified as Slytherin. All the way to Quirrell's office. After watching the other person bending over and groping in the hidden compartments of the cabinet, suddenly he took out a large bag. Listening to the pleasant sound of metal collision coming from inside, John looked like a fool as he looked at Quirrell, whose face reflected excitement and pride in front of him. Mr. Dark Lord, are you serious? Please don't tell me that this is your proposal. Are you Death Eaters already in this state of embarrassment? Or do you not know that there is something called a Gringotts Bearer savings account? Bring all these galleons to Hogwarts and give them to me? What am I going to do with them? To reward house elves. The original smile on Quirrell's face suddenly froze. But then, with some embarrassment, he took out another document in a rawhide paper bag. Mr. Konstantin, I think you have misunderstood. We have transferred most of the income to this account. These are taken from a fraction and handed over to you personally. This is also the intention of our master. Show your sincerity in our cooperation. There are a total of 110,000 gold galleons on the account. This bag contains a total of 6,800 gold galleons. John took the document from the other party's hand in a daze, and Quirrell also took off the turban on his head at this time. Looking at Voldemort's face that appeared again, John looked at the savings document in his hand again, which showed that there was indeed nothing wrong with it. So, Mr. Dark Lord, it seems that the Death Eaters under your command really need mental comfort. Voldemort could only feel his blue-gray face, which was now a little red. It's so embarrassing. Since he was deflected by Lily Potter's protective spell, when he tried to kill Harry, he was caught in it instead. The Death Eaters, who were still in a favorable situation, suffered heavy losses in an instant. However, the vast majority of the Death Eater forces are hidden in the master realms of other countries, either operating in a place similar to the wizard black market, or simply hiding and starting to seek development locally. Konstantin, compared to this, I think you should now understand how powerful these people under me are, right? You can put forward any conditions you have to cooperate with me and help me resurrect. John smiled lightly. Voldemort's urgency at this moment made John instantly realize that the situation of the Dark Lord in front of him might have worsened again. Very well, Mr. Dark Lord, you have proved your worth, so tell me what you want. Magic Stone. Listening to the other party's almost blurted request, John was not surprised at all. Only, Mr. Dark Lord, Philosopher's Stone? Do you know what you are talking about? I also know that there is still a Philosopher's Stone in this world. It is now in Hogwarts. I even know that it is in the hands of Professor Dumbledore. John sneered. Professor Dumbledore, you are my respected teacher and my friend who has helped and trusted me many times. You think you can make me happy just by doing this little thing for me? Help you get the magic stone. Voldemort looked at John in front of him and gritted his teeth. What else do you want from me? John smiled slightly. Mr. Dark Lord, since you can be called the devil, you must have mastered a lot of black magic and other spells. Haha, I am a very studious person. Night. In the demon ceiling treasure box. After Harry and others went to bed, John quietly walked in alone. Then he took out the basic black magic books that he had ooted from Voldemort during the day. It's not just things like the unforgivable curse. It also includes the production and principles of Horcruxes. It was as if the other party had deliberately made some small plans. After all, everyone knew it, whether it was learning and using the unforgivable curse or making a Horcrux. These are the things that are most likely to corrupt people's souls. However, these so-called negative impacts were faced by John, who had no intention of learning on his own. The basic magic book was placed on Tut's cursed mirror. All of a sudden, along with the light bloomed, and the dog charm on John's chest began to provide unlimited lifespan. Avada Kedavra, the killing essence, instantly cuts off the connection between the target's soul and body, thereby achieving the purpose of killing the opponent. The Cruciatus Curse amplifies and tortures the target's sensory nerves. The main purpose of the curse is not to torture the body, but directly to the brain. The Soul-Absorbing Curse, a powerful hypnosis and control spell for the soul. Horcrux. Under the influence of Tut's cursed mirror, John sat in the treasure chest space. But there was a Dark Lord in his mind, personally demonstrating and explaining to John over and over again the principles and essence of these things. And just as it happened, when John came out of the treasure chest space the next day, in my mind, plans that were not yet ready for the conditions began to have directions and plans. And these days, John is either busy with the two little witches about the Exorcism Society, or following Snape to study the monsters he captured. When? It only takes 2 or 3 days. When he was called to the office by Dumbledore, he was instantly shocked by the old man with short white hair and an elegant temperament that looked like a scholar. Call. Master Nicholime. That's right. John looked at the person in front of him in disbelief, whom Dumbledore even took seriously. Isn't it the alchemy master Nicholime that he is always thinking about, thinking that he would be perfect if he could pull him over? It's an honor to meet you, Mr. Konstantin. In fact, I have seen the stories of your ancestors in some ancient books. John looked at Dumbledore and nodded slightly, suddenly understanding. It seems that his background once again allowed him to take advantage of many things. Seeing John, he stretched out his hand to shake his hand, but Nicholime hurriedly smiled and waved his hand to refuse. Oh, forget about shaking hands. My bones are already extremely fragile. John paused and looked up, only to find that when the old man in front of him said these words, there was no trace of loss or fear in his clear eyes. Maybe he saw the meaning in his eyes. Nicholas Flamel smiled faintly. Mr. Konstantin, life is like a blank book. I have written a lot of content. If it hadn't been for the fresh appearance of you, story, I think, dang, Li Zhao's, Bulido may not be able to contact me soon. Dumbledore on the side shook his head with a complicated expression. To some extent, this can be considered indirect for John, giving Nicholime a reason to continue his life. Dumbledore looked at John, his expression full of solemnity and seriousness. Mr. Konstantin, Master Nicholas Flamel does not have any position in the school, so you need to be responsible for all his future affairs, including food, daily life, flowers, etc. Of course, as a member of your Exorcist Association in the future, you will also need to be responsible for other things that Nicoline needs. John nodded repeatedly. When Hermione and the others heard that John had actually invited the greatest and outstanding alchemist in the wizarding world, Nicholas Flamel, to the Exorcist Society. Don't tell Hermione, they don't believe it. Even Professor McGonagall and others who heard the news from Dumbledore rushed over immediately. Hi, Minerva, you still look so good even after all these years. When Professor McGonagall heard the greeting from the person in front of him, he seemed to be out of breath. The whole person couldn't help but be stunned. And standing behind him, people like Professor Flitwick and Snape had already quickly walked into the fully displayed Konstantin Exorcist Society. Middle. Welcome, Master. I have long wanted to meet you in person, but I have never had the chance. It seems that Professor Dumbledore has indeed lied to me. I have asked you where you live more than once. Faced with this situation, even existences like Flitwick and Snape can only treat the situation as cautiously as students. John's expression was very natural. However, Miss Know-It-All, who were the first members of the Konstantin Exorcism Society, felt extremely stressed at this moment. With a smile on her lips, Miss Viper Parkinson reached the little girl's ear. Miss Granger, congratulations. From now on, even masters like Nicholas Flamel will be under your management. Miss Know-It-All looked sideways. Do you want this kind of blessing? Duh. Chapter 66. Konstantin Exorcism Society. Draco looked excited and followed John all the way with obvious anxiety. Konstantin, Master Nicoline is here now. Does that mean we can make the Philosopher's Stone? There has been no news from my father for 2 weeks, and my mother is going crazy. Suddenly, Draco seemed to have thought of something. If you need anything, please give it to me. Our Malfoy family is out. Please, Konstantin, I was wrong. I will never trouble you again. I can't lose my father. Looking at this, after hearing the news last night, I was able to move the crib next to my bed in the middle of the night and stared at Draco with that sad and pleading look all night. John was finally defeated by the other party's shameless behavior. He paused in his steps and stared at the boy in front of him with dark circles under his eyes, full of exhaustion and sorrow. He took out a scroll that he had prepared a long time ago and threw it to the other party. The above is what is still missing. When he saw the latter, he immediately contacted his family excitedly. John grabbed the other person's clothes and looked down at him with dangerous and terrifying eyes. If I see you in our dormitory tonight, Draco Malfoy, have you ever experienced being surrounded by a group of evil spirits? I promise to give you a very satisfying experience. Seeing the latter's pale face and nodding, John let him go. He shook his head and looked at the figure of the other party, leaving in embarrassment. In the corner of his eye, Hermione's smiling face full of schadenfreude made John immediately roll his eyes in return. Mr. Konstantin, how does it feel to be stared at lovingly by Mr. Malfoy all night? John's eyes widened. His eyes immediately turned to Harry and Ronald, who were practicing exorcism spells not far away. Neville is not the kind of person who likes to talk too much, so there are only these two guys. Feeling the dangerous look from John, Harry's body suddenly shook and he pointed at Ronald beside him, decisively betraying him. John, this matter has nothing to do with me. It's all Luo. He told George and Fred about it when he was in the restaurant today. Walter. When John heard the names of the Weasley twins, he felt an ominous premonition begin to spread in his heart. Do you expect the Weasley twins, two pranksters, to keep such a thing a secret? John felt that it was better to look forward to it and let Ravenclaw's bored little witches who always like to gossip maintain their objective and rational judgment. However, during Professor Flitwick's magic class in the afternoon, John, who happened to be in class with the Ravenclaw wizards, immediately felt the strong smell of gossip. The little witch was still covering her mouth and laughing softly, with her eyes narrowed into crescent moons, teasing John's embarrassment. She certainly didn't believe there was anything going on between Draco and John. Not to mention that everyone is still only a first-year wizard, and at most they have some ignorant awareness in this regard. As Hermione, who knew John best, she spent more than a month getting along with John. On more than one occasion, when the other person and I were in the library together, I watched the other person hold her head up and admire the beautiful Ravenclaw seniors who were reading seriously. This guy loves pretty girls wholeheartedly. John glanced at Professor Flitwick, who was seriously talking about this summoning spell, or the principle of the flying spell. A hand slowly fell from the little witch's shoulder under the shocked gaze of her. Subsequently, Konstantin, do you want to die? seeing the nervous face turn red in an instant, her original smile disappearing in an instant, turning into a panicked little witch looking around. John's hand around the other person's waist gently opened and closed. "No, Miss Granger, if you move too much, you will attract Professor Flitwick's attention." In an instant, Miss Tson Wanshitong, who was still trying to struggle, froze in place. For a long time, because John always liked to put his arm on Hermione's shoulders anytime and anywhere, the distance between the two of them had always been close, but not too close. But now, Professor Flitwick was still immersed in the great work of spreading the truth about magic, and he didn't even realize that John and Hermione, two well-known lovers, were sitting in the last row of the classroom, and what little tricks they were doing. However, the Ravenclaw eaglets, who had been glancing in John's direction from time to time since the beginning of class, discovered the strangeness between the two. "Wait, my God, why are Konstantin and Granger so close?" Granger almost sat in Konstantin's arms. "They are so bold. With good grades and being liked by the professor, can I do whatever I want?" "Woohoo, okay, it seems I can really do whatever I want." The gazes around him made Wanshitong blush with embarrassment, and he buried his head like an ostrich into a magic book about higher-level summoning spells in front of him. Without the trouble of that annoying Draco, John felt as if he was back to teasing the little witch and enjoying the leisurely life of Hogwarts. Certainly, when I say leisurely, I can only say that it is very leisurely during class. "Mr. Konstantin, it seems that I really need to discuss it with Professor Dumbledore and ask you to apply for early termination of classes in some subjects. Keeping you in this first-year class is a complete waste of your time. It is also a disturbance to other little wizards." Another potions class ended, and all the students fled Snape's potions classroom as if they were running away. Even Miss Granger and Miss Parkinson, under Snape's strange gaze, chose to leave in anger. John didn't feel embarrassed at all. When he heard that he was going to skip a grade, John's first reaction was to shake his head immediately. "Sorry, Professor, I think I still very much need a complete Hogwarts student career and more advanced spells. I can ask the professors for advice in private, but..." Halfway through John's words, under Professor Snape's strange gaze, he drank a bottle of potion in front of him that looked acceptable. "Huh, Professor, I don't want to make myself so special." The corner of Snape's mouth twitched, and the corner of his mouth curved up into a slightly sarcastic arc. "I don't want to be special. Haha, Konstantin, I'm afraid even a demon will have to bow down in front of your shamelessness. I have taught at Hogwarts for so many years, and no little wizard has ever dared to teach in my potions class. Go on, let's fall in love, with two Zyowangs. Konstantin, I can see that you really want to revive your Konstantin family. Daily bickering cannot affect the efficiency of this strange pair of master and apprentice in serious matters." When John heard this, he not only did not feel any shame. Instead, he puffed out his chest proudly. "Professor Snape, after all, just because you are obsessed with potions and don't like women, you can't force me to be like you." Ouch. After 3 minutes of taking it, I experienced severe stomach pain, accompanied by a strange feeling. The tinnitus of sound came. Snape glared at John. The quill in his hand recorded quickly. "Mr. Konstantin, maybe I should add some juice of moongrass to this potion next time. At least this should allow you to use all your bad thoughts in a positive way. I'm afraid Mr. Longbottom will be able to wait for the surprise you have prepared for him sooner." John curled his lips and glanced at the potion experiment records in his hand, such as the current trial process. John does this almost every 2 days. In other words, he has the dog spell plus the heritage of archangel power from Muriel. Otherwise, if it had been someone else, this level of testing would never have lasted more than 2 days, and he would have died in Snape's pharmacy. "Professor Snape, I want to influence Neville to see this surprise, not me, but our outstanding potions master, Professor Snape. I think I need to remind you that more than half of the mouthparts of sea-level tomb evil spirit and the soul-eating insects of sea-level ghost insect tree demon have been used now. If you continue if I don't achieve anything, I think I can only think about preparing another gift for Neville for Christmas." 5 minutes after taking it, the tinnitus began to intensify, and the evil curse of the evil spirit in the tomb was not completely eliminated. "I can already feel the evil sound of this amine that deceives people and corrupts people." Snape frowned and started recording again with his quill. He looked through his potion formula and preparation process this time, wondering what was wrong with it. A long while passed, as John's side effects became more and more obvious, and 30 minutes later, he said, "I was poisoned to death." Snape's expression became even more gloomy. As before, he handed John a record sheet about the formula and detailed preparation process of the potion in his hand, and the latter skillfully used the healing spell on himself. treats bleeding and side effects in the body. He waved the list of pharmaceutical formulas in his hand that still needed to be perfected. I will prepare my analysis of this potion tomorrow. Snape had no intention of paying attention to him and waved his hand casually while he started tinkering with various bottles and jars there. The utilization of materials produced by demons is not only what John needs, but also Snape's own pursuit. After all, this road allowed him to see possibilities that he had never dared to imagine. On John's side, he ended his small stove feeding as Snape's student and arrived at the Konstantin Exorcism Society as usual. As soon as he reached the door, he heard the excited shouts of the Weasley twins singing in unison. "Oh, Fred, that's what I told you at the time, right? I just said you should add some slug tentacles, and look, what a successful popping gummy. George, I admit that this may have a good effect, but who do you think will buy this magic candy with slugs? No one can accept this. But can you imagine that there are slug tentacles in the elixir of life? I like slugs." Hearing the two voices, John walked into the tower. The first thing that caught his eye were the twins, one on the left and one on the right, surrounding Nicolim. Nicolim, who was caught between the two of them, not only showed no sign of anger, but he even seemed to enjoy spending time with the little wizard, even though he hadn't seen anyone for who knows how many years. "Hey, look, our lover Konstantin is back. I suggest you prepare a mailbox at your door next time." George gloated, but also spoke with a bit of envy. Preferably one with a self-burning mailbox, so Granger and Miss Parkinson don't have to come here first thing every day to help you get rid of those mountains of love letters. John turned his head, and Hermione, who was sitting at a window seat and magically shared the same table with Miss Viper, immediately snorted and turned her head to the other side. "See this?" John could only shrug awkwardly and helplessly. "It seems that I need to explain publicly that the love I am inspiring to spread all over the world is not the love they think of, but the great love without any adulteration or personal selfishness, and the hope for world peace." Fred applauded. "Wow, we believe you, Mr. Konstantin, the great exorcist." George revealed without mercy. While saving the common people, a hero inadvertently saved a beauty and let a beautiful woman indulge in the charm of our Mr. Konstantin. How can we blame our Mr. Konstantin's fault? John raised his middle finger at the two of them with disdain. After some laughter, John finally looked at Nicolim, who had been watching their quarrel with a smile. "Master, I heard that you have already made the thing I mentioned?" Nicolim nodded. "John, we have always been curious. Why did you think of making such a map? Have you seen anything before?" Watching the wooden box open, the scroll that looks like silk and has a bit of wool texture is exposed. The Weasley twins looked at each other and asked about their inner group. "I saw it on the map in front of me. At this moment, the entire Hogwarts is clearly included. At this moment, each black name is moving in this huge castle in the form of two footprints. Professor Dumbledore sitting in the headmaster's office. Professor McGonagall is teaching the Transfiguration class to the first-year Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff students. And Snape was still pacing back and forth in his underground apothecary room. This is made of the hair you gave me, called Grim Goat Demon, combined with other materials, but whether it can detect the traces of the demon, as you said, this still needs to be done. Measured experimentally. Looking at the thing in front of me, it was almost the same thing as the Marauder's map that the two of them found from Filch's office. The Weasley twins couldn't help but look at each other in surprise. "John, is this what you think?" John naturally knew what they meant, but since he couldn't explain that he was a time traveler and knew the plot, he just smiled and nodded. He picked up the large map in front of him. "In the future, the scope of our club's activities will definitely not be limited to Hogwarts. We will also go to other places where there are supernatural events. Apart from me, no other member of the club can accurately talk about it. The specific location where the devil appeared. So, you can understand that this is like a paper exorcism radar." Even though they were the sons of Arthur Weasley who were very curious and interested in Muggle things, the Weasley twins still didn't understand what the radar, in John's words, was. But they also understood it. John said how interesting this Konstantin Exorcist Society will be in the future. Everyone has an exorcism map, so they can find the devil. Then, if you learn the exorcism spell again. What makes the twins almost unable to contain their inner thoughts is that the world's strongest alchemy master, like Nicholas Flamel, is also a member of this society. If this is the case, the two of them couldn't help but think about John's devil-repelling holy flame M1887 that can crush demons. Snapped. The two of them, one on the left and one on the right, patted John's shoulders one after another. "Hey, John, what are the benefits of being an exorcist? Seriously, I've always been very curious about this." Hearing this, John instantly understood the two people's plans. After thinking for a moment, a smile suddenly appeared at the corner of his mouth. At least, you can lead your Weasley family to become a rich man in the wizarding world. Chapter 67. Because the number of exorcists is too small, coupled with the rapid development of the Muggle world in recent years, there are more and more places in the world that are easily exploited by evil spirits, plus an incompetent hashtag X3E. John seemed to be the top HR in the exorcism industry, under the curious gaze of the Weasley brothers and surrounding community members. He began to vividly describe how he made a fortune in exorcism in the Muggle world, even the great experience of owning an entire castle. Aunt Harry's neighbor, Mr. Lawrence, their child went to the cemetery to play with a group of weirdos and was possessed by a D-class evil spirit. The market price is £10,000. In addition, Mr. Lawrence also gave I received a thank you fee of £10,000. According to Gringotts' ratio of £5 to 1 galleons, Fred, George, how much do you think I earned this time? And what I paid was only one afternoon, and the work content can't even be considered to have any risks. John said with a smile. In his words, he was like the unscrupulous boss who in his previous life kept making excuses with his employees before the interview. The industry was booming, the income was huge, the money came in quickly, and there was no shortage of business. And his few words definitely caused the surrounding young masters to exclaim in an instant. Even though Harry Potter and others had no concept of money and were relatively simple-minded, they did not join John's team just for money. But there is no doubt about it. Everything John just described is too lethal to the children of the Weasley family. Merlin, oh no God. George, earned 4,000 gold galleons in one afternoon. This is almost my father's salary from the Ministry of Magic for a whole year. Yes, even if the greedy goblins in Gringotts deduct the exchange rate, it will still be a huge income. The two of them looked at each other, and the light representing the golden galleons in their eyes became more intense. Watching John slowly stretch out a hand with a half-smile. The two of them held their hands with a snap without hesitation. Fred Weasley, President Konstantin, I am always ready to cleanse the world of evil. George Weasley, President Konstantin, please train me hard. I think I am terrifyingly strong now. Needless to say, the strength of the Weasley twins is 19. In other words, the Weasley family, as a pure-blood wizarding family, does not look as wealthy as the Malfoy family on the cards. But it is not as wealthy as the Malfoy family, but it has a very prosperous population. Moreover, whether it is Bill Weasley who has already joined the workforce, or Percy Weasley who is now doing well at Hogwarts and serving as the Gryffindor prefect, as well as the twins in front of him, and the future Ronald and the youngest girl, Ginny Weasley, they are all very good wizards. Haha, you are welcome to join. I will handle the relevant procedures for you later. This kind of thing still needs to be registered, and let Professor Dumbledore know, John said with a smile. However, just when everyone was happily discussing learning exorcism spells with John and becoming a wizard who could exorcise demons in the future, John, who was sitting at the bar, suddenly turned pale. Ding! The smell of demonic activity is found around the host. Breathe direction lock. The sudden movement in his mind made John suddenly stand up from his seat. Everyone looked over in surprise. However, before John could say anything, the Marauder's map, Exorcist Edition, made by Nicolim himself, suddenly made a series of clattering sounds. The map laid out on the bar began to shake violently, like the surface of a lake undergoing a heavy rain. Between the ups and downs, a sudden flash of bright red suddenly appeared in a corner representing Hogwarts Castle and began to release bursts of red light. Hermione and Pansy, who were standing next to John, seemed to have thought of something in an instant. He looked at John in shock and disbelief. However, at this moment, John's eyes were as cold and sharp as a veteran in a killing field. He quickly looked at the Weasley twins who had just joined the exorcism club. Fred, George, you don't know the exorcism spell yet. It's weekend time again, and the wizards in the school are in chaos. You should go to Professor Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall immediately and ask them to organize the students to evacuate the North Building area immediately. Everyone else, grab your things immediately and follow me. The North Tower of Hogwarts is the area belonging to Ravenclaw. But if it was a basement, with Hogwarts' crazy underground construction layout, even John was not sure whether any demons would escape. On John's side, they simply rode on the flying broom and quickly headed towards the castle area where the supernatural invasion occurred. The Weasley twins were already riding flying broomsticks, amidst the exclamations of the little wizards along the way. They split up and rushed towards Professor Dumbledore and McGonagall's offices. Professor Dumbledore, Konstantin said that there is a demonic aura in the underground area of the North Building, and he asked you to immediately manage the evacuation of the students. Dumbledore happened to have just come out of the office and was going to chat with Nicholas Flamel. I was instantly made a little uncomfortable by this sudden news. Again, he was not worried at all that the Weasley in front of him would dare to do any mischief in front of him. If the other party really did this, Dumbledore didn't even need to do anything. Mrs. Weasley, who knew about this, would be able to make them understand what the rules were. And it was to the extent that even Arthur Weasley couldn't stop it. Slytherin's new dormitory area is different from the previous cold dormitory area built in the underground Black Lake. This place is only declared to be a temporary dormitory area for the time being. It is located at a relatively high position. It lacks the characteristics of the Slytherin snake yard and is more like a Gryffindor dormitory. Has a nice view outside the window. Draco was the only one in the dormitory. At this moment, he was still hanging with one arm, sitting blankly on the edge of the bed, looking at the sky, waiting for his mother's reply. Enrollment at Hogwarts takes less than 2 months. He became the protagonist of 2 supernatural attacks and was attacked twice by his own friends and once by his own relatives. He could already hear some of the little wizards at Hogwarts calling him hurtful names like freak behind his back, just like he always called others mudbloods in private. Suddenly, a majestic voice sounded like it was coming from the chandelier, and Draco, who was in a state of despair, suddenly became excited. Attention everyone, there is a supernatural invasion in the North Tower area of the castle. Mr. Konstantin has already gone to deal with it. Now all the little wizards in the North area will evacuate immediately and return to their respective branch rest areas. Attention everyone. The information revealed in Dumbledore's words. In an instant, Draco's mind flashed back to Goyle, who was possessed by the S-class Black Mirror demon, and his father who turned into a monster. Fear was like the turbulent water of a black lake. He staggered instantly and instinctively began to look for a hiding place in the dormitory. With obvious fear and trembling breathing, he got under the bed. He cautiously took out his wand and pointed it at the door of the dormitory, panting with a nervous look on his face. "Don't come to me. Don't come to me." Who? The pale face was already covered with fearful sweat in just the blink of an eye. It wasn't until Dumbledore's voice repeated it several times that the message of Northern District was successfully captured by his brain, which was now dulled by fear and shadow. After knowing that it was not from his side, Draco's whole body seemed to be drained of strength in an instant. Lying weakly at the bottom of the bed, unable to move. I don't know how long it took, but a slightly calmer Draco crawled out from under the bed and looked at the fleeting figures riding flying broomsticks outside the window. His body trembled. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva, looked down at his own embarrassment, and then looked at the wand in his hand. Finally, it suddenly seemed like a decision had been made. He quickly ran to his bed and took out from under the pillow a Bible sent by his mother, as well as a palm-sized bottle filled with liquid. He quickly rushed out of the dormitory. John and others quickly came to the North District. Alohomora, Alohomora opens. Behind her, the know-it-all lady waved her wand lightly and cast a smooth opening spell, instantly opening the iron door leading to the ground in front of her. John took the lead with the devil-repelling Holy Flame M1887 in his hand. Behind him, Hermione and Miss Parkinson, holding a wand in one hand and a Bible in the other, followed John from left to right. Behind them were Harry and Ronald, who were dressed almost the same, and Neville, who was holding the knight's holy sword of Konstantin, with a clearly uneasy look on his face. The underground of Hogwarts is intricate, but with John's navigation, everyone quickly came to a place that looked like an abandoned warehouse. I saw this somewhat familiar iron gate and the scarlet target outline in my sight. Boom! Even without the little witch behind him using the unlocking spell again, John fired the spray of hellfire in an instant. He looked at John like a thug breaking into the house, passing directly through the broken iron door and entering. The wand that Miss Know-It-All just raised could not help but freeze there. He took a deep breath and shook his head. If Professor Dumbledore knew that you deliberately damaged the gate, he would definitely arrange for you to be responsible for the subsequent restoration here. However, roar. The furious roar, accompanied by the sound of a crowd of claws clawing at the ground, instantly made Kong Ren's expression change. Just walked into it. Hermione and others were immediately shocked and speechless by the scene in front of them. Neville's hand holding the sword was shaking. Roar. Sea level red evil spirit of the abyss. Create. The most common type of demon in hell, bloodthirsty, low in intelligence but capable of summoning the same kind, afraid of light. Exorcist suggestions. Do your best to eliminate evil. Class B at the giant red devil of the abyss. Produced The advanced lower-level demon of the red evil spirit has a certain degree of dominance and likes to torture its prey. Every time it appears, it will definitely not be alone. Do not let it appear in a place with a crater. Exorcist advice. Never run away. A scarlet monster with 7, 8, or more than a dozen legs, like a spider, hung upside down from the top of the underground warehouse. The eyes were at least as big as John and his fists, which reminded John of the Acromantula clan that was active in the Forbidden Forest. However, compared to the one in front of me, the B-class, giant red devil of the abyss, is as naked as a body with burns, and has some tentacles like blood vessels on its body. The so-called Acromantula can be called furry and cute little things. Following this guy who was obviously a leader, he roared again. It was like a female crab carrying crab larvae, and a scarlet-colored ghoul-like monster wrapped around her body instantly jumped off the opponent. He roared and bit towards the leader, John. "Humph. Dirty guys, I think highly of you." John sneered, and behind him, a pair of angel wings shone brightly under the network of light, instantly emitting a strong holy light. Squeak! The sharp scream was like a vampire encountering the midday sun. The three monsters that were the first to attack John instantly turned into flying ashes amid a burst of screams. Ding! Successfully exorcised sea-level evil spirits *3. Reward: sea-level exorcism treasure chest *3. He was able to deal with 3 of them so easily that John himself was a little dazed. Since arriving at Hogwarts, the supernatural events he has faced are either S-class demons or the tricks of hell bosses on the level of Satan. He, who has always been a little bit wary, now looked at the group of ministers of the holy light who were with him. The evil spirits, who were like mice cowering in a corner, felt a little unreal. He turned his eyes to the other side. In this dungeon, in addition to the hell shrimp soldiers and crab generals who made him feel like he was facing a formidable enemy just now, there was a mirror that was blooming with bursts of red light at the moment. It is standing here quietly. John looked at the mirror, and a flash of understanding immediately flashed in his eyes. Mirror of Arist, whose specific creator is unclear, but it can make anyone standing in front of him see what he desires most in his heart. It can be regarded as a spiritual contraband in the wizarding world. However, looking at the aura of hell exuding on the mirror at this moment, John's eyes couldn't help but light up slightly. He slightly restrained the aura of holy light on his body and waved to the little witches around him. Don't be nervous. The people here this time are all the little trash from hell. We can just take this opportunity to experiment with the exorcism spell you have been using during this period. Hearing this, the distinction between demons and evil spirits is still largely based on the terrifying image of the other party. His eyes lit up instantly. I'll go first. Miss Viper Pansy didn't give Hermione any chance to object, holding a Bible in one hand and a wand in the other. Wingardium Leviosa, Wingardium Leviosa. With a wave of the wand, the floating spell was cast. An exquisite cross was made by the other party by his mother. It was the same size as the golden cross on John's chest. It flew out from the satchel on Miss Viper's waist. The Holy Cross commands you. The 6-pointed star is here to command you. The gods command you here. A decent and powerful exorcism spell came out of Pansy's mouth loudly. The golden cross, full of the style of a Kryptonian gold boss, under the control of the floating spell, was like a small sun rising with golden flames, approaching the monster on the roof. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The screams of horror and anger spread harshly throughout the underground area. Although this holy light is not as terrifying as the one displayed by John, for these sea-level evil spirits in front of them, it is already like a catastrophe. A red evil spirit was struggling to lie on the giant red devil, with a filthy aura rising from his body. The severe burning pain caused his body to twitch and fall from the big guy in front of him. The next moment, the body fell in front of the cross. Boom. Holy fire package. Ding. Successfully exorcised sea-level evil spirit *1. Reward: sea-level exorcism treasure box *1. John's pupils shrank, and the sound of reward in his mind sounded in his mind along with the evil spirit that was instantly burned to ashes by the holy fire. What the hell? Give me a reward, even if someone else kills. Duh. Chapter 68. Ding. Successfully exorcised sea-level evil spirit *1. Reward: sea-level exorcism treasure box *1. Listening to the prompts in my mind, I looked at the extremely ferocious, class beat giant red devil of the abyss in front of me. She was like a doormat, forced by Miss Viper, whose face was full of excitement. He almost shrank into a ball. The red evil spirits on the opponent's body let out horrible and sharp howls one after another, as if their whole bodies were being tortured with a hot iron. John hurriedly pulled Miss Viper aside, who seemed to be entering some strange state. Okay, Miss Parkinson, if you continue like this, others won't be able to get their turn. John stopped Miss Parkinson, who still had some unfinished thoughts. Her pretty face under her short black hair had an evil smile unique to the bad guy. On one side, his eyes couldn't help but look towards the side where the aura of hell was constantly lingering. But no more demons appeared from the mirror of Ariste. Next, Hermione, don't be afraid. Just do as you practiced before. John hadn't finished speaking yet, but when he saw Miss Know-It-All in front of him, he moved even faster. And the method of exorcism made John dumbfounded on the spot. It was still the same as Pansy Parkinson did before, issuing a floating spell. But what John didn't expect was that what flew out of the bag on Hermione's waist was not a cross or some holy water, but 10 silver chains that were ready to be released at some unknown time. Wingardium Leviosa, Wingardium Leviosa. Watching that moment, it shot out, followed by the sharp scream of a red, evil spirit. It was like a noose from the slave owner. In the latter's frightened and helpless struggle, he was tied up in an extremely strange and, in John's view, even a bit shameful way. Instantly restrained the red, evil spirit that looked like a crawling humanoid monster. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The sharp neighing sound stunned Ronald and Harry, who were standing behind the two women. They looked blankly at the Bible in their hands, and then at the silver-white cross pendant wrapped around their wrists. In comparison, the two people who were not as good as Hermione and Pansy in class performance in various subjects did not feel ashamed, but at this moment, they actually had the urge to get into trouble with me. John, why can you do this even though you haven't taught us anything? We thought Hermione and the others learned the same thing as us. Ronald protested with some dissatisfaction, but John gave him a look that looked like a fool. Walter, isn't it that the exorcism spell Hermione and the others are using now is different from the one I taught you? He shook his head. They just know how to adapt better than you. The wizard's magic can no longer cause any effective harm to an existence like the devil, but it does not mean that the wizard's methods are worthless. He stretched out his hand and nodded his head, making a gesture like, you should at least use your brains. Spells with attribute damage, such as fire spells and petrification spells, may not have any effect on demons, but it does not mean that you cannot use armor to protect yourself when attacked by demons. You can also, like Hermione and others, learn to use levitation spells or summoning spells to perform remote exorcisms more efficiently and safely. John's speaking skills. Following the evil spirit tied up by Hermione, there was a huge scream. The chain that was suddenly shrunk was cut into several pieces in an instant, and then dissipated in midair and disappeared in a puff of black ash. Another voice sounded in John's mind. Ding! Successfully exorcised C-level evil spirit *1. Reward, C-level exorcism treasure box *1. There was a happy smile on John's face, which he really didn't expect. Unexpectedly, people like Hermione and others who completed the exorcism would be counted as him in the system's judgment. Maybe it's because I am their guide. When John thought of this, when he looked at the Class B, giant red devil of the abyss, huddled in the corner of the ceiling again, his eyes couldn't help but have a bit more fiery and greedy that even the latter could not understand. He stretched out his hand to stop Ronald and Harry, who were jumping behind him. The devil-repelling holy flame M1887 in his hand suddenly raised the muzzle of the gun. Boom! Roar! There was a scream with a hint of lust, and as John fired a shot at the wall next to the monster, there was a faint smell of hellfire in the air. The latter was so frightened that his body, which when stretched out just now, was at least 3 to 4 meters high and 7 to 8 meters long, shrunk into a scarlet flesh ball hanging on the ceiling. I know you can understand. Now, summon some more of your men immediately, otherwise, you will die here today. When John said this with a smile, this directly caused the two generals Enha and Neville behind him to freeze in place. Walter, John, are you telling the truth? Let them continue to summon demons. Harry, BJCC, looked nervously at the mirror of Ariste that looked like a portal to the side and held the wand in his hand tighter. And not just Harry and Ronald. Neville, who was holding the sword tremblingly at this moment, opened his mouth several times and wanted to ask John what he should do. At this moment, just facing the monster that is no different from the target is enough to scare him. Now John still feels that there are too few monsters. Wait, John, Without waiting for Neville to express his request anxiously, the B-class giant red devil of the abyss, who instantly sensed the murderous intent and warning in John's eyes, suddenly opened its mouth like the spiral blade of a juicer. Roar! There was another terrifying sound. John looked at John, who instantly began to stir up thick blood mist, and something seemed to emerge from it, and his face suddenly became happy. He grabbed the two little witches beside him who were still dazed. He hurriedly evacuated towards the exit behind him. "You, what are you going to do?" Miss Know-It-All looked at the monster that had lost the suppression of the holy light and instantly became arrogant. Some people didn't understand John's brain circuit, but they didn't expect that John had just pulled a few people and rushed out of the underground warehouse where the mirror of Arist was stored. There was a heartbreaking sound behind him, like the sound of dense bones colliding, which reached the ears of everyone present. Squeak. Her. Looking at the red, evil spirit that suddenly broke through the mirror of Arist in the surging blood mist, revealing half of its body, it looked as ferocious as a scarlet ghoul. It made everyone feel sick again. John looked at everyone's puzzled looks and naturally couldn't say that by killing these guys, he would still get the exorcism treasure box as a reward from the system. "Look what I'm doing. Do you think that with just 1 or 2 blows just now, you're qualified exorcists? Guys, the guys we will face in the future are more terrifying than the ones in front of us. You need more enemies to temper yourself." When John spoke these words, he sounded grand. However, at this moment, his eyes were excitedly watching the evil spirits crawling out of the mirror one after another, just like the fish biting the hook crazily after making a nest. The count has already begun in my mind. "Harry, Ronald, you two come together. Just stand here, blocking the door, and fight boldly. I am behind you." John seemed to have entered in an instant, the president of the Konstantin Exorcism Society, the identity minister of the captain of this team. The confident tone and the unquestionable momentum of an officer on the battlefield made General Enha, after a brief hesitation, silently stand at the door that had been shattered by John's shot before. At this moment, in just a short while, the underground warehouse was still somewhat empty. The mirror of Arist was surrounded by no less than 30 ferocious evil spirits. Roar! The appearance of 2 delicious little wizards instantly stimulated the sea-level red evil spirits of the abyss, who had just come from hell, and let out a howl of cruel excitement. He rushed towards the 2 of them. "Concentrate. Chant. The Holy Cross commands you. The 6-pointed star hereby orders you." The holy light, which was obviously much weaker than Hermione and Pansy, bloomed in front of the narrow iron door of the warehouse. The terrifying roar, accompanied by the stench that smelled like the evil spirit's sulfur, could almost rush into the nostrils of Harry and the 2 of them along with the evil spirit's scream. The latter's expression changed instantly. After a brief omission, a red, evil spirit with a ferocious face, as if half its head had been burned off by sulfuric acid, revealing disgusting tissue, suddenly stretched out its claws. From the ground, he grabbed the leg of Harry, who was nearby. A sword light flashed with bright golden light, like a golden meteor flying through the darkness. Neville suppressed a blush in his face and struck the monster on the shoulder with a sword that was too hard. Knight Holy Sword of Konstantin. The sharp blade that is completely inconsistent with the messy appearance, with the pure power of the Holy See. Even Neville did not feel any resistance just before this evil spirit turned into ashes and disappeared. If John hadn't taken action instantly and grabbed the opponent's collar, the latter would have been able to rush directly into the group of evil spirits blocked by the holy light. Ding! Successfully exorcised sea-level evil spirit *1. Reward: Sea-level exorcism treasure box *1. Mr. Konstantin, what are you doing? Dumbledore's voice was obviously a bit surprised, and John turned back with a confident smile on his face. It made Dumbledore and the others relax a little, who were still a little nervous. When I walked in, I saw that both Harry and Ronald, as well as Neville, had the ability to fight evil spirits. They couldn't help but have a flash of joy in their eyes. Especially Dumbledore, who had high hopes for Harry, looked at John with eyes that became obviously more friendly. John smiled. It seems that so many things have happened at once since the beginning of school, which has made me a little nervous. Professor, these are just some very simple evil spirits, which are very easy to deal with. Dumbledore nodded. Snape, on the other hand, stood silently behind Harry and Harry, looking at them cowering under the suppression of the holy light. Completely the same as before, the corresponding demons were different low-level evil spirits. While he breathed a sigh of relief, he couldn't help but carefully observe the situation of these guys. As more and more evil spirits were suppressed inside, Hermione and Pansy, who were behind John, quickly joined the battle. At this moment, in John's eye of truth, the mirror of Arist, which was still able to continuously spew out evil spirits, summoned about 100 evil spirits. It completely lost its movement. Even the red blood mist above completely dissipated at that moment. John shook his head, slightly disappointed. In the underground warehouse, it seemed that they felt the breath of death approaching, and the evil spirits who had been rushing towards the door frantically in an attempt to rush out seemed to have received some order. Duh! Accompanied by waves of terrifying and cold demonic energy, it surged out from it. John's originally casual expression suddenly became serious. Okay, Harry, retreat. This guy looks like he's going to fight. As soon as he finished speaking, John's expression suddenly changed. And in a hurry, Quirrell, who had just arrived from a corner, was suddenly hit by a violent aura and fell backwards on the spot. Oh, God! Boom! The masonry wall was suddenly knocked open by a huge force, and the ancient dust and bricks were instantly scattered like flowers from a goddess. Amidst the latter's screams, the sky and the earth were overwhelmingly smashed down. John turned his head. The B-class giant red devil of the abyss, which originally looked like a monster, now looked like a spider, had undergone earth-shaking changes. Like a headless humanoid monster with dozens of arms and claws. Taking heavy steps, he instantly broke through the wall in front of him and headed towards the other side of the underground passage. Hey! Dumbledore's expression changed drastically. However, John's movements were even faster than what he was doing at the moment. I saw him mumbling something, and he was obviously walking upright, but under the holy light, his feet began to gradually detach from the ground. Father in heaven, Almighty God, I pray to you in your name, in your holiness, and in your mercy. You created heaven and earth, you give life, and you control all things. I, as your people, I humbly kneel before your throne and offer you my deepest respect and prayers. John's murmuring voice carried an ethereal and sacred feeling. The holy light around him became more and more obvious, and when the light gathered, it enveloped John's entire body. Faintly, John's body began to change and distort slightly. Professor McGonagall and the others who were following closely behind and chasing after him saw this scene, and their expressions suddenly changed. Especially as the Professor of Transfiguration at Hogwarts, I am also Professor McGonagall of Animagus. There was a hint of unbelievable horror in his eyes. Walter? Why do I feel Animagus-like fluctuations? Professor McGonagall exclaimed. At the same time, John was already chasing monsters all the way. We came to a huge underground space, a series of small pipes, together with the drainage system of Hogwarts. However, it did not let the nearly 6-meter-tall monster in front of him any chance of escape. What I hold in my hands is your priesthood, and what I shoulder is your mission. However, I know that my strength is meager and I cannot complete the important task you have given me. Let your Holy Spirit descend upon me, burn my heart, illuminate my path. Wow! A pair of white wings, along with the intensity of light around John, and the influx of energy from the dog talisman on his chest. The moment unfolded behind John. The wizard's robe seemed to have been drained of color at this moment. On top of the holy white robe, a golden armor condensed with holy light was attached to John's body. I pray to you, the God I believe in, to give me strength. Under your protection, let me bring peace to the world, hope to believers, and glory to faith. And right here at Hogwarts, John spread out his angel wings and was surrounded by holy light. British Ministry of Magic, Department of Mysteries, Department of Mysteries. Outside the cage where Lucius was imprisoned, a masked wizard jailer was fast asleep, unaware that the holy water around the cage had already bottomed out. Chapter 69. The claws, as sharp as daggers, had somehow broken free from the silver chains tied to his body. Lucius had a pair of golden vertical pupils that looked like wild beasts, staring intently at the figure leaning on the wall outside his cage, breathing slowly and sleeping. There was no hesitation. A black shadow and sharp claws flashed past, and in an instant, the latter's head was torn off by him on the spot. Scarlet blood spurted out from the headless fracture of the corpse. The pungent smell seemed to instantly arouse all the violence in Lucius's heart at this moment. These days, he was being shamelessly imprisoned here by Cornelius Fudge, like a test subject in a cage. His flesh and blood were constantly being cut off from his body, and his eyeballs were even removed. The teeth and internal organs from the body were taken out. KKKK. The angry and violent killing intent was completely aroused at this moment. As the silver chain on his body and the last faint holy light disappeared, the power that had been suppressed for this period began to emerge from his body in an instant. And it seems that because of these days of suppression, the already powerful power of fallen charming angel Cecia in Lucius' body at this moment has become even more terrifying. Boom. The indestructible cage that was originally sealing and suppressing the opponent was suddenly followed by Lucius's arms, and the pair of fleshy wings covered with snake scales on his back spread out, instantly shattered into pieces. Roar! Amidst the violent roar, Lucius, who took out the cage, was like a completely out-of-control locomotive. There are various sealed cages or materials and the like everywhere, completely unrestrained. And it was precisely at this moment that all the unknown people in the Department of Mysterious Affairs took action as they sensed the movement here. A wizard holding a magic wand, a cross, holy water, etc. quickly rushed over to 993. However, these people were not even given any chance to react or recite the incantation. Hiss! Amidst the gloomy neighing sound, cold poisonous snakes suddenly shot out from the dark shadows and bit these wizards with precision in an instant. Ah! The shrill screams, accompanied by Lucius's instant ability to summon a swarm of snakes, turned the space used to hold research materials into the most terrifying hell in an instant. In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, I call you, nameless evil spirit. Leave this possessed body and return to the dark place from which you came. The light of the Bible illuminates all darkness, and God's truth dispels it. All falsehood. A familiar voice that almost made Lucius form a conditioned reflex suddenly came from the gate on the other side of this space, looking at the familiar leader of the unknown one, and the cross held high in his hand. At this moment, next to each other, faceless men dressed in the same manner were either holding high a golden chalice containing holy water or waving something like sage incense. Someone is holding a silver sword. Everyone was solemnly chanting exorcism scriptures. However, facing this force that made him feel extremely uncomfortable, Lucius's eyes instantly flashed with a strong murderous intent. A pair of vicious and cruel eyes, under the frightened and crazy gazes of these nameless people who were trying to block his escape, suddenly rushed towards the cages on one side. No, stop him quickly. The monster imprisoned in the cage, like a combination of a violent bear and a hedgehog, was looking at the scene outside the cage with scarlet eyes, but indifferently a second ago. The next second, there was a sealed cage in front of it that it could not break through. Amidst a burst of violent, sizzling electricity, Lucius in front of him suddenly tore it apart. When they saw the figure of the escaped monster, the faces of the dozen or so faceless men holding silver swords who had just rushed here changed drastically. Roar! With a ferocious roar, the latter instantly rushed in front of these guys with a violent aura that shattered everything. Boom! The body covered with spikes like steel needles was struck by the silver swords of several faceless men on the side, and a burst of sparks with a sulphurous smell burst out, and the next second, the two guys in front of them who were not scared at all were already angry violent bears. Beat it into a pulp. Ha 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 ha. When Lucius saw this scene, he laughed as evil and sharp as a night owl. Such a scene seemed to give him a huge inspiration. Under the eyes of all the nameless people, one after another, they crazily tore open the surrounding cages and coffins. All of a sudden, what was originally a prison for supernatural monsters instantly turned into a completely crazy party scene for these guys. Priest, we can't bear it anymore. Let's go. It's over. One of his subordinates pulled the leader, and the leader of the nameless one, who still wanted to control the situation and continued to increase the intensity of the exorcism scriptures, forced the opponent, who was full of unwillingness and fear, pulled into the exit behind him. However, the original guards here were completely in trouble. Advertisement: the long-term oppression has made the supernatural monsters imprisoned here hate these damn guys for a long time. The moment I got out of trouble, he immediately rushed towards the guy who had sprinkled holy water on them more than once in the past, cut off their flesh and blood, and cut into pieces their souls, tortured and studied them wantonly. The stumps of limbs and arms were accompanied by bursts of Bible reading that had turned into gibberish. Within a few minutes, apart from these monsters, there was no other life in the entire area. Lucius's pair of demon-like flesh wings spread out and stood in midair, looking at the evil spirits and evil spirits below who had raised their heads to look at him after venting their anger. A sinister smile suddenly appeared on their already ferocious faces. Everyone, it's time to counterattack. Office of the Minister for Magic, UK. Mrs. Malfoy, I think I have made it very clear. Please don't interfere with my daily work because of such things. Your husband, Mr. Malfoy, is undergoing treatment. But at least let me see him. Fudge, what are you avoiding and hiding? Although Lucius's wife, Narcissa, was still dressed like a lady at the moment, the haggardness and anger on her face could not be concealed by makeup. She suddenly pulled out her wand angrily and clicked it on the neck of an Auror next to her who was trying to drive him out of the office. As a Death Eater, she doesn't have many bottom lines, but her family is her only bottom line. Although Narcissa is now the same as Lucius after the fall of Voldemort, she successfully escaped from the crime. But the madness of being a Death Eater has never disappeared from her body. During this time, his son Draco was attacked by a demon at Hogwarts, and his husband was now imprisoned by the Ministry of Magic on the grounds of being possessed by a demon. Narcissa, who had no news at all, was like a female animal driven to the edge. "Where are you keeping my husband?" The angry roar and the gesture behind the Auror who was coerced by Narcissa made the crowd outside the minister's office instantly tense and chilly. Aurors responsible for Fudge's safety approached the place without leaving a trace and took out their wands. Cold glances were exchanged before each other. It seemed that in the next second, he would rush in instantly, rescue his colleagues, and subdue Sheeping instantly. However, jingle bell. Suddenly, a rapid ringing of the phone interrupted the tense atmosphere instantly. However, when Fudge, who originally looked extremely nervous but was actually quite stable, saw the black phone that never rang, a layer of cold electricity shot up on his forehead. He glanced at Narcissa first. Then, under the watchful eyes of everyone, he picked up the phone. "What happened, Walter?" Looking at Fudge, who felt as if the sky had fallen for an instant, his body softened, and he fell directly onto the office chair with a pale face. Everyone's eyes were full of doubts. However, at this moment, Fudge really felt that the sky was about to fall. Everyone. Auror team, everyone. Assemble them all." Thinking of what was said on the phone just now, that all the test subjects were about to rush out of the Department of Mysteries, Cornelius Fudge was so frightened that he could not stand still. At this moment, I didn't dare to waste any time. "Go." Seeing that everyone was still a little indifferent, Fudge finally became angry and let out a roar. Department of Mysteries. In front of a circular hall, the nameless people who were originally in charge of the Department of Mysterious Affairs were all forced to see the last line of defense. The leader, known as the officiant, was holding a Bible made of gold foil, standing piously but a little anxiously in front of the door belonging to the entrance of their department, muttering something. Beside him, nameless people were quickly setting up exorcism rituals and magic circle patterns at the door. Boom! There was a sudden and huge impact, hardly hitting the door that was now bound and blocked by silver chains. But it was such a shock that all the nameless people present trembled. The officiant stared at a few people, and the incantations he recited began to complement each other with the faint holy light emanating from around him and from the Bible in his hand. However, bang, bang, bang. "In the name of the Lord, I declare your bondage. With the power of the Bible, I dispel your darkness. May the Lord's protection envelope this believer, allowing him to regain his life and return to the light." The increasingly fierce impact, accompanied by the smell of sulfur and blood that even the magic barrier could not isolate, finally suddenly poured into the nasal cavities of everyone present after several times. A tinkling sound like a bell came, accompanied by a burst of childlike laughter. Everyone who was still looking nervously in front of them seemed to have thought of something, and their eyes widened in horror. "No, everyone, cover your ears and don't look back." His expression changed drastically, as if this voice meant that some extremely terrifying existence would appear. However, before the unknown people around him took action, the flames of the candlesticks used in the exorcism ceremony suddenly began to beat and flicker rapidly. Under the candlelight, shadows began to appear like demons, baring their teeth and claws. An unknown person looked at the twisting shadow under his feet, and his eyes widened in horror. However, at this moment, a small hand suddenly gently placed on his shoulder. His fearful instinct turned back. "Roar! Advertisement, kill him!" The officiant's expression changed drastically, and he was possessed by an evil spirit at that moment. His subordinates shouted hurriedly. However, a guard on the side was holding a silver sword and was about to rush forward when a heartbreaking twisting sound suddenly came from the shadow under his feet. Crack! Oh! Looking at the subordinate who was screaming, his legs twisted into a twist in a weird posture. The crisp sound of the silver sword falling to the ground made everyone present, all in this moment, completely lost his sense of direction and reason. "Quick, run!" I don't know who was the first to shout this voice. The officiant, who was standing in the exorcism circle, was stiff and wanted to move his legs. However, a cold aura hid his face, accompanied by the words from the Mysterious Affairs Department in front of him. "Know when the chain has been broken by erosion." Dropped on the floor. "Coming at you." Lucius's ferocious demon-like figure appeared in front of him. "In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit." Uft. The officiant stared blankly at the big hole in his chest. Before the blood even had time to splatter, a mummy-like monster suddenly rushed out from behind Lucius. The bandage with a strong corpse smell pierced into his body like a leech sucking blood. The latter was not even able to utter a scream. His body was trembling and convulsing in waves, and in the blink of an eye he turned into a normal person. Boo-hoo. At this moment, figures one after another suddenly appeared in the rotunda, one after another in a burst of white light. When Fudge saw the corpses there and the figure of Lucius that he would never forget, their eyes met. Those violent pupils scared him so much that he almost peed his pants on the spot. Kill them. Use the killing curse. Although they didn't understand what was going on, some Aurors didn't understand at all. These things in front of them might be demons, mummies, or ghouls. Why does it appear in the Department of Mysteries, the lowest level of the Ministry of Magic? After receiving the order at this moment, they could only cast their own spells in an instant. Avada Kedavra. Immobilis, all immobilized. Incendio flame. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, underground drainage pipes. Ding. Successfully exorcised B-level evil spirit *1. Reward, B-level exorcism treasure chest *1 ding. It is detected that the target is perfectly captured alive by the host. Reward *2. Ding. You got B-level exorcism treasure chest *2 at 4.5. Everyone looked at the scarlet monster lying motionless on the ground with white feathers sticking out of it, like it had been blown into a hedgehog. Everyone turned their heads with some uncertainty and looked at John, who had gradually recovered from his angelic state. John's face was a little pale at the moment, but the smile on his face was surprisingly warm. He didn't care about the sealed, Class B, giant red devil of the abyss in front of him, but looked at Professor McGonagall behind him, who was also looking at him with astonishment. Smile slightly. Professor, do you think I am an animagus? Obviously, Professor McGonagall was also undecided at this moment. Logically speaking, she had not taught John the animagus spell or anything related to it. John only relied on the advanced books on transformation spells she gave him. It is simply impossible to directly complete the display of animagus. And animagus can turn people into ordinary animals such as cats, dogs, and wolves. But it is absolutely impossible to turn into an angel that only exists in myths and legends. Dumbledore, however, walked forward with a smile. Konstantin, is the day over? Seeing the latter nodding, Dumbledore looked at the demon who was like a mountain of meat that had just been roasted by flames. At this moment, the other person's body was still heaving. It was as if he had fallen into a deep sleep. This demon is not only valuable for research, but can also summon some low-level evil spirits from hell through the opponent, which can be used for actual combat training of members of the Exorcism Association. Dumbledore nodded. Just then, in a burst of fire, the figure of Phoenix Fox suddenly appeared beside Dumbledore. Then, after a burst of cries, John saw Dumbledore's face, which had been smiling just now, suddenly turned gloomy. Chapter 70. What happened? Snape was about to discuss with John where it would be more secure to detain the guy in front of him. At this time, he noticed Dumbledore's face, which was almost gloomy, as if it was about to rain down. He couldn't help but look stern. It's rare to see Dumbledore look like this. It can even be said that the last time Lucius was attacked and killed because he was controlled by fallen charming Angel Cecia. Although Dumbledore was very angry, it was not to the point where he is today. Dumbledore reached out and stroked Fox's head. After the latter let out a cry, he circled and flew to the giant red demon, looking around. Then he took a deep breath. He looked at John with complicated and solemn eyes, who seemed to have guessed something. Sigh. There was a civil strife in the Ministry of Magic, and the Department of Mysteries was in a mess. Fudge led the Auror team to stop it, but many people died, many people. If Dumbledore said that many people died, then it must mean that many people died. Then, the other party can repeat it twice. Instantly, McGonagall and others on the side took a breath of horror. The short Professor Flitwick stood on a stage without water, holding a wand in one hand. What exactly happened? The Department of Mysteries, that is already the core area of the Ministry of Magic. Could it be a Death Eater attack? At this moment, the unconscious Professor Quirrell is still buried in a pile of rocks and dust. John shook his head and told the truth in one sentence. If there are no surprises, it should be our Mr. Malfoy. It seems that those in the Ministry of Magic did not take him seriously after all. John didn't know what to say. Was he gloating? But after all, a lot of people died. If it was Cornelius Fudge, a politician from the Ministry of Magic who had no bones or opinions and always wanted to use the power in his hands to gain more, he would die. Not only will John not feel sad, he will also give our Mr. Malfoy a thumbs up. However, if we also include those Aurors, John felt a little guilty after all. Among these people there must be some people like Mr. Arthur Weasley, who really wanted the wizarding world to be better. Where is our minister? Dumbledore shook his head. It is said that he was frightened, but he was not injured. He is currently undergoing examination at St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries. John suddenly sneered again. He also shook his head with a speechless and disdainful look. The world is like this, and people like this often mess up things that are originally good because of their own cleverness. Often you won't suffer much loss. Those who are really affected and harmed are those innocent people who don't know anything. It is said that the Department of Mysteries was not only severely destroyed, but also many monsters ran out of it. Dumbledore gritted his teeth slightly, his face not looking good. It can be seen that the Ministry of Magic has always conducted research on exorcism, but only a few people know about it. John doesn't care. The current situation is not only that Lucius, who was temporarily controlled and handed over by him, has escaped, but also that many evil spirits have been released. He still doesn't know how powerful the evil spirits are. Moreover, the traces of these guys will definitely not be found in a short time. Professor Dumbledore, at least in this matter, we shouldn't be the ones to have the headache. When John appeared at the Mirror of Arist, with a giant red demon that was hung by several chains and cast a levitating spell, anxious Hermione and the others immediately came to the rescue. However, when John saw an extra figure among them, he couldn't help but show a slightly surprised expression. Draco's face turned red, but when he saw the demon controlled by Snape, he couldn't help but show a bit of fear. I'm here to help you," Ronald snorted. "You actually stole our holy water." Draco immediately defended anxiously. "I didn't steal it. I didn't steal it. You didn't know who threw it on my bed. I didn't find it until I moved out of your dormitory." John shook his head, not caring about these details. Something like holy water may be a very precious thing for a novice exorcist who has just entered the exorcism profession and has no background. But for him now, the effect of the holy water is not even as good as his tiger body one, shock, which releases the sacred aura on his body more quickly and effectively. He glanced lightly at the Bible held tightly in the other person's arms and the holy water held in his hand. "Are not you afraid?" Draco, the silent blonde boy, asked Dumbledore, who was following behind to discuss some matters with Professor McGonagall and the others, couldn't help but show a little admiration in his eyes. As the greatest white wizard of this century, Dumbledore would like to believe that all young wizards have a friendly heart for good, even the little Slytherin snake who has never been liked or accepted, nor do they lack what is called courage. The always generous hand gently placed on Draco's head, and Dumbledore's loving voice made the latter's eyes moisten instantly. "Well, Mr. Malfoy, no one will blame you forever. Even misunderstandings will one day be cleared up due to mutual understanding. At least I, an old man, have never said anything about triggering you." Dumbledore, who looked as kind as an old grandfather, began to teach a lost lamb again. John curled his lips inwardly. "If Professor McGonagall hadn't told me that you had threatened the Malfoy family to expel Draco from Hogwarts, I would have believed your old guy's lies." Of course, even if he had such an idea, John would not say it out loud. Didn't Dumbledore say so much just to defend Konstantin? Professor Quirrell woke up just now, and then suddenly ran away holding his head. I felt like he touched the back of his head. Miss Know-It-All came over at this time, but there was doubt and confusion on his face that made John almost laugh out loud. Quirrell hit the back of his head. What's the difference between that and our Mr. Dark Lord breaking with his face? Haha, don't worry, Professor Quirrell will be fine. As you can see, his scarf is wrapped as tightly as a car tire. I care more about you, Miss Granger, than this. It's the first time I personally kill someone. Evil spirit, how do you feel? Hearing this, Hermione's eyes suddenly lit up with excitement. This feeling is simply amazing. John nodded, ignoring Miss Viper's look that was also expecting him to ask, and looked at his second General Enha, and the future Gryffindor sword master who was still holding the long sword. Yuan Yuju God. The dangers and difficulties you will face will only increase in the future, and you also need to focus more on improving your strength. Not only the exorcism spells, but also the magic spells as a wizard must be learned. Understood, President Konstantin. The professors looked at the little wizard who seemed to have matured a lot in these moments with joy, and their eyes were full of joy. Then such relief suddenly turned into deep helplessness during dinner at Hogwarts that night. Ronald was sandwiched on the left and right by his twin brother. "Don't eat it yet. Tell us quickly, what does the devil look like? And did you really kill an evil spirit?" Ronald held a chicken drumstick in his left and right hands, and his mouth was full of oil. However, this kind of food and attention, the dual enjoyment of both material and spiritual levels, made him somewhat forgetful. "Fred, I must correct that. Not one, but 3. I killed 3 evil spirits." On the side, Harry makes a last-ditch attack. Two of them. One of them was killed by Neville. Ronald was immediately dissatisfied. Walter, Harry, that guy rushed out from the direction you were responsible for, and you are responsible for it. But it was originally heading towards you, but you backed away. I was smelled by the stench on their bodies. Oh God, I can't imagine the smell now. That guy's mouth isn't that smelly, Sitting next to John, the little witch Hermione showed a disgusted expression. He slowly put down the tableware in his hands. Obviously, she couldn't do what Mr. Weasley did, briefly describing the extreme stench, and then act as if nothing had happened. Return to your dinner. John, what should we do about old Malfoy? If he escapes, will he come back to take revenge on you? Hearing this, John, whose strength was improving every day, almost burst out laughing. Walter, there is such a good thing. He smiled and stretched out his hand to pinch the little witch's face. In fact, if I can contact our Mr. Malfoy, I really want to try to use Draco to threaten that guy and get revenge on me quickly. It would be even better if we could bring a few more helpers over. John's confidence was not blind. Even though he had only entered Hogwarts for more than 2 months, he did not dare to say that he had mastered all the spells. But, at least, he was already familiar with the low-level magic spells for daily use, as well as some magic spells that were simply used in combat. And because of the power inheritance of Archangel Uriel, John himself is a terrifying existence that can release superb power. Even this high load of power is severely consumed. For others, it would be useless after one use, but John, who has the dog charm, can use his lifespan to throw it around like a copper nut. However, things seemed more serious than John imagined. The next day, he was still in the same dungeon where Lucius was imprisoned. He discussed with Snape whether to study the blood in advance and take out the internal organs of the guy in front of him first. And when the other party shivered in fear, the silver chains made a jingling sound. Phoenix Fox found him with its cry. Listening to the other party's clucking voice like a hen, John's expression was strangely dull for a moment. Then he tilted his head and looked uncertainly at Fox, who was squatting on his shoulder, and said, as heavy as an old hen, "You probably want to say that Professor Dumbledore wants to see me?" Fox nodded, but his round eyes, like pure black gems, looked at John unblinkingly. Perhaps it was due to his perception as a high-level magical animal, or perhaps he simply felt offended by John's dull eyes just for a moment. Originally, it could be teleported directly by a flame. Fox brought John to the office. After a cry, a ball of flame suddenly ignited on the spot and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Mr. Snape, is it because there is always something missing in our potion research that we have been unable to succeed? John looked at the place where Fox disappeared and suddenly murmured thoughtfully. He smiled slightly, and the cunning light blooming in his eyes made Snape, who was observing the giant red demon in the cage, speechless. Mr. Konstantin, although I know that Professor Dumbledore values you very much, but I advise you not to touch his bird, otherwise he will fall out, Snape said, but John seemed to instantly catch the flash of embarrassment on his face. Obviously, in front of magical animals like Phoenix Fox, every tear, feather, and even the poop is an excellent potion material. To say that Snape never acted, John didn't believe it. The research on the potion itself is an extremely material-consuming process. It would be okay if Snape came forward and asked Dumbledore once or twice, but if he asked for more, the other party would obviously be unhappy. Teacher Snape, I can see that there should be some very interesting stories between you and Fox. John smiled. When he arrived at Dumbledore's office, he was not surprised to see the Minister of Magic who had survived the catastrophe. Mr. Minister, I didn't expect to see you again. John greeted the other party with a smile, but what he said made Fudge, who had just opened his mouth to say something, choke in an instant. A smile flashed in Dumbledore's eyes. He naturally knew that although John was a person who was willing to deal with these demons and evil spirits, he was also unwilling to see more innocent people die in vain at the hands of these evil spirits. But he also knew that John had never been a person who liked to wrong himself. Really, just as John sat down, Dumbledore recounted the current situation. John turned his head and looked at Fudge, who was obviously embarrassed, with a surprised look on his face. Walter, Mr. Minister, are you saying that Mr. Malfoy, who was controlled by the power of the devil, ran away? But I remember that before you accepted it from me, you clearly said that you were very professional. Okay, Zhao. Cornelius Fudge. He lowered his head slightly. In the past, he wanted to be more tough in front of Dumbledore, but today he was facing a first-year wizard like John. They all became timid. I didn't expect this. In short, Mr. Konstantin, I heard Professor Dumbledore say that you are an excellent exorcist. John interrupted. So, Minister Fudge hopes that I can help you recapture Lucius? Fudge nodded. and then glanced nervously at Dumbledore, who had been silent. There are also other evil spirits who escaped from the Department of Mysteries, about 13 in total. 13. John couldn't help but feel a little shocked. Since there are people in the so-called Department of Mysterious Affairs who are similar to exorcists or Vatican clergy, and there seems to be some research going on. That is to say, the evil spirits that can be imprisoned there by the other party are definitely not low in strength. In fact, they are all existences of at least B level and above, and possibly even higher. John nodded happily. Of course there is no problem, Fudge's eyes couldn't help but flashed with incredible joy. It seemed that even he didn't expect that John agreed so easily. Before he could say his thanks, John, who was sitting in front of him, suddenly started to count with his fingers. Minister Fudge, the fees for our exorcists are as follows. D-class evil spirits cost £10,000, and C-class evil spirits range from £30,000 to £10,000, depending on the situation. Depending on the situation, the B-level demon starts at £500,000, and the maximum price does not exceed £2 million. Of course, Mr. Lucius's current situation is an A-level demon. A-level devil starts at £1 million, Walter. Fudge was so angry that he stood up from his seat on the spot. Mr. Konstantin, you are robbing. Chapter 71. Cornelius Fudge was so angry that his voice trembled. However, John, who was sitting on the chair, just smiled faintly and spread his hands. He showed no mercy to the other party at all, and he indeed had no mercy at all with the cowardly, and extremely shameless politician in front of him. Mr. Minister, I'm sorry, this is my quotation. I know that you must know some other people related to exorcism. If you are not satisfied, you can naturally choose others. This is your freedom, of course. John seemed to have thought of something. Even if Mr. Minister does not agree with this deal, as a qualified exorcist, I must kindly remind you that it is best to find someone as soon as possible to catch those evil spirits that have escaped from your hands. Otherwise, if it causes a catastrophe, I'm afraid, Mr. Minister, you will not only face being dismissed from your post, but also the Death Eaters who were captured by you in Azkaban. You will also have to wait for them. New inmate. John was smiling when he spoke, and his smile did not conceal his ridicule and sarcasm. Dumbledore, is this a student of yours at Hogwarts? Don't forget that Shyus Malfoy also got into trouble at Hogwarts. John sneered. But he only caused greater losses after he was handed over to your Ministry of Magic. Minister Fudge, don't forget that when we handed over, we didn't just sign the handover agreement. We still have footage of the scene. Cornelius Fudge. Dumbledore, who was sitting in the principal's seat, faced the look in his old friend Fudge's eyes and spread his hands innocently. Mr. Minister, don't look at me like that. You know that I am not an exorcist. Even if I am, I can only follow Mr. Konstantin's arrangements when it comes to exorcism. Looking at the other party, he snorted coldly, slammed the door, and left in anger. Dumbledore couldn't help but look at John, who had regained his previous expression, and shook his head sadly. Konstantin, you are nothing like the Vatican priests in my impression. I can't see the rigidity and dogma in you at all. John smiled lightly. Professor Dumbledore, you need to know that I am a free exorcist. Exorcism is not only my ideal, but also my life and work, and it is also my source of income. I have never received even a single copper coin from the Holy See given to me by his God. In fact, sometimes I even feel that I must have been an angel in my previous life. Otherwise, how could I have worked so selflessly for God in vain? Dumbledore laughed heartily again. He pushed the candy in front of John's face. Konstantin, to be honest, this shouldn't be the first time we have just the two of us chatting here. John nodded. He didn't look polite or reserved at all. While he naturally reached out and took out a piece of ordinary corn-flavored hard candy from the plate, he looked around Dumbledore's office. Yes, Professor, the last time I came here was when you came back from the Ministry of Magic very angry. John is now the president of the only student society in Hogwarts, Konstantin Exorcism Society, and he also has an entire tower as a base, but he has never properly decorated his home at Hogwarts. I didn't even notice last time. Professor Dumbledore, you are really luxurious here. John couldn't help but complain. The huge desk was filled with various magic books and parchments. There is a silver ink bottle placed on the corner of the table. The carvings on the bottle cap are intricate. It seems to be an alchemical item with unknown effects. The walls are covered with various tapestries, some depicting the 4 founding houses of Hogwarts, and others depicting various magical creatures in the wizarding world. There is a comfortable leather sofa placed by the window, covered with a soft wool blanket, making people feel warm and comfortable. On the small coffee table next to the sofa, there is a set of exquisite tea sets. The teacup depicts the pattern of Hogwarts Castle, which seems to invite people to sit down, sip a cup of hot tea, and enjoy a moment of tranquility. Jurache. The more places he looked at carefully, the more he couldn't help but admire the wealth and enjoyment of this old guy Dumbledore. Haha, I am already an old man who is about to leave this world. Konstantin, you can't be too harsh on me, an old guy, right? Dumbledore didn't take it seriously at all, holding a piece of strange-flavored candy in his mouth, as if he was sour. The playful smile he squeezed out was a bit more funny and funny at the moment. Suddenly, Konstantin, I just heard you mention the Death Eaters. How do you know about them? The sudden question made John, who was looking at the portraits of previous Hogwarts principals on the wall, stunned for a moment. Walter? Death Eater, doesn't this kind of thing appear many times in the Daily Prophet? A dark wizard in the wizarding world, a villain similar to a witch in fairy tales. John looked strange and shrugged. It's not like there aren't guys in the exorcism world who do some dirty things. John couldn't help but think of the scene he saw when he went to the Vatican Cathedral to borrow things because he had just entered the industry and lacked some necessary exorcism tools. Who knows what was inside his little head back then? After all, I can recall so many plot-oriented romance films at once. Since that time, John no longer felt ashamed or embarrassed when he went to various churches to borrow things. Every time I go in with a critical spirit, I come out in a state of abundance. Seeing the little wizard in front of him, he began to have random thoughts inexplicably as he talked. Dumbledore couldn't help but smile bitterly and shook his head. Konstantin, I know it must have been very difficult for you to get to where you are today, but... John was stunned, but Dumbledore leaned down slightly. His eyes behind his glasses were full of seriousness. Don't let yourself get lost. For some reason, looking at the serious eyes of Dumbledore in front of him, John had the feeling that everything he had done during this period was clearly known to him. He looked at Dumbledore in front of him in surprise and pondered for a moment. He still didn't tell the story about Mr. Dark Lord, even though Mr. Dark Lord wanted to be his helper in times of need. We will share the world with him in the future, but such a naive and silly villain cannot compare to super hell bosses like Satan and Cecilia. Putting it in front of you is at least more reassuring than letting the other party hide in the dark like a poisonous snake. John nodded. However, as if something suddenly occurred to him, a smile full of expectation suddenly appeared on his face. Professor Dumbledore, I happen to have an idea recently. I wonder if you can support it. Dumbledore, night. John was lying on the bed in the dormitory, listening to the gentle sounds of Harry and Ronald sleeping soundly. System, how many treasure chests do I have now? Ding. The host's current treasure chests include 102 C-level treasure chests and 2 B-level treasure chests, more than 100 treasure chests. And it was still C-level, which John would never have dared to think about before coming to Hogwarts. In a situation where he had to rely on himself for all exorcism resources, as a newcomer and a child, he wanted to inquire and find some places where evil spirits were haunted. And you have to make sure that you don't encounter a big guy that you can't solve. That's quite risky. Pump. The system has pumped it all for me. Without any hesitation at all, John gave 10 orders. The sound of the system, ding ding ding, in my mind suddenly sounded intensively. And in front of him, one after another, the treasure chest projections that only he could see were opened one after another. You opened the C-level exorcism treasure chest. You got magic snack recipe magic jelly cup. You got magic snack recipe starlight lollipop. You got magic snack recipe suspended chocolate beans. You got magic snack recipe waterfa. Hundreds of shots were drawn one after another, and all of them contained some magic snack formulas from the beginning, which made John's originally expectant expression suddenly turn to shock and anger. Fortunately, this situation only happened a dozen times in a row. You have obtained the exorcism tool Holy Lamp. You have obtained the exorcism tool Pope's Cross. You have obtained the exorcism tool Holy Spirit Lamp Oil. You have obtained the exorcism tool Holy Water. You got Beast the exorcism tool Holy Water. You have obtained special props Sister of the Sacred Heart uniform, *2. When he heard that there were special props, John couldn't help but his eyes lit up. However, when he heard that the reward was actually 2 sets of clothes, the interest that had just aroused suddenly turned into disappointment. However, in a burst of light, 2 black and white nun uniforms with golden Vatican logos on the chest and arms and shoulders on both sides really appeared in front of John. That faintly fragrant smell and that comfortable touch. But for a moment, he couldn't help but in the silent night, some shameful images that could be paired with a werewolf screaming at the moon flashed in his mind. Gone. Uniform of the Sisters of the Sacred Heart, a special item that has been blessed by God, and can enhance the holy light and faith. It is said that only the purest saints can wear it. After completing the contract, you can wear it at any time through your mind. Automatic cleaning, controlled by the user's wishes. John. This should be paired with white silk stockings. Taking a deep breath, he forcibly suppressed the curse of Satan for the time being. John suddenly felt that he was really pitiful. Before time travel, he was a theoretical man, but after time travel, he still had to wait because of his age. However, this process is also subject to the curse of Satan with one of the 7 deadly sins. System, let's just say, can you give me some help and at least give me a way to solve this problem? He murmured in his mouth, and the system's treasure chest opening sounds also sounded one after another. You have obtained the exorcism spell, Thunder of God's Punishment. You have obtained exorcism curse, Holy Gold Armor. You have obtained the special item, Griffin Egg, Walter. The next day, when Harry and Ronald woke up from their sleep and looked towards John, in an instant, all 3 of them were attracted by John's love. The situation made him look shocked. Ronald and Neville rubbed their eyes, and Harry hurriedly put on his glasses with some uncertainty. And then, when everyone could see clearly the situation on John's side, they all exclaimed in unison, "Walter, John, did you lay an egg last night?" As soon as Ronald finished speaking, he didn't even see clearly how John did it. He felt the collar behind his pajamas being lifted up. When you come back to your senses, it has been hung on the chandelier in the bedroom. John glared angrily at this little brother who was always very talkative. "Mr. Weasley, it seems you are still not very awake." Ronald immediately looked at Harry and Harry pitifully, thinking that they could beg for mercy. However, at this moment, Harry and Neville had already joined John's side. Looking at the huge golden egg held in John's arms, which could not even be hugged, everyone opened their mouths in shock. "John, where did this come from? And is this a dragon egg?" John blinked his eyes, with a confused look in his eyes. "I don't know. I just woke up in the morning and saw him in my arms, as if he appeared out of thin air. To be honest, in the books I read about magical animals inside, even the eggs of the largest Norwegian Spinosaurus are not that big. Besides, I don't know if it's a mysterious perception, but I think this is a griffin egg." When John took leave from Professor Flitwick early in the morning and came to Dumbledore's headmaster's office again with the golden egg in his arms, the latter was impressed by John's appearance today. Shocked, "Mr. Konstantin, your breath." With a look of helplessness on his face, John mumbled over what he and Harry had said before. When Dumbledore heard John say that the golden egg that appeared out of thin air was the egg of a griffin, even Dumbledore's first reaction at the moment was that this boy had lost his mind. Crazy. But when John carefully placed the egg on Dumbledore's desk, John had been staring straight at Fawkes, the phoenix, who was holding the golden egg in his arms from the moment he came in. He immediately came forward. He saw Fawkes, whom he was familiar with, spinning around the golden egg, and from time to time he would lightly touch it with his beak. It seemed like he was testing something. Suddenly, Dumbledore, who had not believed John's outrageous excuse, couldn't help but get up in confusion. He frowned and pondered, while looking around the golden egg like Fawkes. On the other hand, he would close his eyes and meditate for a while from time to time. "Hey, Dumbledore, bring us something to look at." "Oh my God, a griffin's egg? This magical creature was extinct in my time." A slightly sharp, even somewhat mean voice came from the wall behind him. John turned his head and saw the portraits of previous principals hanging on the entire wall. The speaker, John had noticed before. Phineas Nigellus Black, the first headmaster from Slytherin College, and also Sirius's great-great-grandfather. To a certain extent, he could be regarded as Harry's elder if he had to say so. However, it can be seen just from the tone of the other party's words. The most unpopular principal does not come from nowhere. Around Phoenix's portrait, principals from other colleges also spoke hurriedly. A portrait of a handsome old man who looked like an artist, who reminded John of Jed Lockhart, leaned forward. "Hurry up, Gryffindor little lion. If this thing of yours is really a griffin, and if it appears beside you out of thin air as you said, then I must say, you will definitely be the next head of Gryffindor." "Ha ha, I think so too. Look at the restlessness hidden in this little wizard's eyes." In the lively atmosphere, Dumbledore personally held the golden egg in his hand and came to the portrait. However, just when the golden egg was about to come within 2 meters of these campus portraits, buzz, along with a dull cry, a bright golden light instantly bloomed from the golden egg. "Zershite, come on, get this damn thing. Ah, it's on fire. I'm going to catch fire." Chapter 72. Ah! The bursts of screams not only startled John. Dumbledore, who was holding the golden egg at the moment, was frightened by this sudden change and took 2 steps back hastily. John looked at the golden light blooming on the golden egg, but he could already feel the rhythm of life within it. Only, the dog system really didn't tell me at all how this thing would be hatched. John gritted his teeth for a moment. If this were not the case, there would be no need for him to take leave early in the morning and give up the leisurely classroom time when he could amuse his little girl. To come to Dumbledore, a bad old man, with such a golden egg. A Ravenclaw-born headmaster looked at the golden egg in Dumbledore's arms in surprise. Dumbledore, this situation is not found in griffin eggs in ancient books. I have never heard of any griffin egg reacting like this. Is it really an egg? Phineas gritted his teeth and shook his head. Definitely not. I have heard of black griffin eggs, white griffin eggs, and even saw a record of a green griffin egg in a miscellaneous journal. It is said that it is not only the female griffin and its mate. Griffin? Ahem. Dumbledore hurriedly coughed twice to interrupt the Slytherin headmaster who never considered the occasion when speaking. Even John, looking at the serious Phineas in the portrait, couldn't help but have a row of black lines appear on his forehead. So, what kind of hobby does this Slytherin-born principal have? He actually likes to read this type of miscellaneous notes, and he seems to have deliberately consulted Earth's testimony from many parties. John's eyes flickered, as if the other person was not hanging in Dumbledore's headmaster's office. John would definitely not mind letting the other party see the latest hot publications from Dark Lord Publishing House. Mr. Konstantin? Mr. Konstantin. Kikiki was called twice in succession, and John suddenly came back from all kinds of strange thoughts. He looked at Dumbledore with a serious face. How are you sure that the little guy inside this golden egg belongs to a griffin? Does your Konstantin family have any inheritance records? John shook his head immediately. Professor, all the inheritance of the Konstantin family has been cut off. I relied on my intuition. Just like this golden egg that appeared out of thin air, there was always a voice in my mind telling me, it's a griffin. At this time, even Chicken Little was speechless. He had a headache, and together with the portraits of previous principals, he looked around the golden egg in silence. So, apart from these, you don't know how to hatch it? John nodded. Professor, if you have nothing to do, please go to the 3 Treasures Hall. However, just as they were studying and discussing how to hatch this golden egg, there was news that John had inexplicably obtained a golden egg, and according to him, it was a griffin egg. Undoubtedly because of Ronald's big mouth and his 2 twin brothers' big trumpets, the news quickly spread among all grades in the 4 branches of Hogwarts. Even Miss Viper, who was thinking about taking down John, was holding a copy of 36 Warnings for Werewolves and Vampires and shook her head without hesitation. It's impossible. It's outrageous that a golden egg appears out of thin air, Griffin. Griffins have long been extinct. Even if someone wants to give it to John, they will never find such a thing. Miss Parkinson is very confident, not only because her family also has many ancient books. During this period, after discovering that her memory and understanding abilities had improved several times, Pansy immediately wrote to her mother and asked her to mail a lot of books to her. The more important point is, Christmas is coming soon. Damn it, Granger didn't know what gift she would prepare for John. The competitive Miss Parkinson would never let her gift be compared with that of 10 Muggle-born guys, even if she lost to anyone. Draco, who heard her comment from the side, suddenly muttered softly after hesitating for a moment. Why does it have to be given by someone? The little snakes around turned their heads and looked over in confusion. It was mid-morning at the moment, and none of the first-year Gryffindor or Slytherin wizards had classes. There were also people sitting in the dining room in groups of 2 or 3, studying the head-scratching homework assigned by a certain professor today. Among them, Miss Know-It-All was sitting there, with several dictionary-sized books in front of her. It seems that they almost cover each other. You know, Konstantin is no ordinary person. He must be the reincarnation of an angel. If so, why couldn't the golden egg be given to him by God? Walt. All the little snakes looked at each other as if they were fools. The chubby crab didn't even care about his former boss. Before his current eldest sister, Pansy, could even speak, he shook his head and sighed. Poor Malfoy. He must have been frightened by the devil. Draco gritted his teeth. This damn B*******************. D. The other little snakes also burst into laughter. Nowadays, Draco is not very popular in Slytherin. Even Pansy's softened attitude in the past 2 days has made these little snakes less repulsive towards each other. But to accept it is impossible. Lucius Malfoy did kill after all. Not to mention that among the people killed was the captain of the Slytherin Quidditch team. Recently, the Slytherin Quidditch team has been quarreling over the choice of a new captain. However, everyone had the same reaction. Pansy, who was sitting in the crowd at the moment, paused slightly with the quill that was recording something in the notebook. The moment she looked up thoughtfully, the lower half of her face was covered by thick books, revealing only a pair of searching eyes, and the long chestnut-haired Miss Know-It-All immediately looked at her. Both of them instantly realized the possibility of this situation from the look in each other's eyes. At the same time, I spent nearly a whole morning in Dumbledore's office, with a combination of one old man, one young man, and in portraits, but I couldn't figure out how to hatch this golden egg. Even John was driven a little crazy by his pull-up-your-pants-and-leave system. Pouring holy water, infusing divine power. Even John almost gave this guy a samba dance. Golden Egg still didn't react at all. Even Dumbledore shook his head in disappointment after asking his familiar, Foxton. Mr. Konstantin, except that we can confirm that this golden egg is a griffin, even I don't know how to help you hatch it. Fox gently used his beak to tentatively peck the golden egg placed on the desk in front of him. The latter remained motionless, like a golden ornament. Dumbledore pondered. Perhaps I can help you write and ask a friend of mine. He is always very good at dealing with magical beasts. When John heard this, he immediately thought of who the friend Dumbledore mentioned was. Newt Scamander, a magizoologist currently living in the wizarding world of America. A senior who was born in Hufflepuff, but unfortunately he didn't seem to get a diploma from Hogwarts. He nodded hastily and was about to agree, but at this moment, there was a slightly hasty knocking, which perhaps should be called AB********************** G on the door. Dumbledore waved and the office door opened instantly. Then, John saw two figures, one large and one small. They were about to walk in at the same time. However, as soon as the familiar black figure took a step, he was directly confronted by the big man next to him. "Damn it, Rubius Hagrid, don't you have any rules at all?" Snape blurted out with a clearly angry voice. However, at this moment, Hagrid still did not take a step back. After a huge squeeze, he rushed into Dumbledore's office first. He apologized. On one side, he immediately turned his eyes full of excitement to the golden griffin egg placed on the desk, which seemed to be the center of the entire office. "Sorry, Professor. I heard that Konstantin got a griffin egg, so?" Hagrid said a little at a loss, then hurriedly lowered his head and gave a friendly smile to Konstantin at this moment. However, behind this kindness, John immediately felt the obviously excited plea. The purpose is self-evident. "Konstantin, you should inform me first about this kind of thing. I am your teacher. Your behavior really makes me very disappointed." Professor Blackbat unfolded his wizard robe, and after glaring at Hagrid, he immediately looked at Konstantin in front of him. Generally speaking, egg-laying magical animals cannot be hatched. Apart from insufficient external conditions such as some temperature or the care of the mother animal, you cannot ignore its own innate factors. Konstantin, you are a student of a potion master, and I don't want me to remind you about this in the future. One of his hands seemed to be touching Lily's, ahem. He seemed to be stroking Lily's hair with one hand, carefully and tenderly placing it on top of the golden egg. "Professor Dumbledore, I think it definitely needs some potions to replenish it, so please leave this matter to me." Hearing this, Dumbledore glanced at Snape with a strange expression, then turned to look at the eager Hagrid. The huge voice of the latter's giant blood instantly rang out. "No, no, no. Professor, please believe me, I am very good at this. I feel that it definitely needs some encouragement, like..." "Encouragement? Huh." Snape sneered and looked at the owner of the golden egg, his student, among the people present with a bit of potion warning in his eyes. "John, my dear disciple, I think you will definitely make a satisfactory choice between me, your teacher, and this big man who guards the hunting ground, right? John Waterfa, can you two create such a weird Shurafield for me?" He looked at Dumbledore, who had his hands spread out and seemed to be nothing to do with it. He sat back on his headmaster's chair and drank black tea by himself. The corner of John's mouth twitched. Hagrid was such a big man, but at this moment, he lowered his head pitifully and begged him. "Please, Konstantin, believe me, I will definitely be able to help you hatch this golden egg. I am very good at this, and I will be responsible for banning it. Lynn, I know very well how to get along with magical animals. I have not only helped unicorns deliver babies, but I have also raised many magical animals. Even dangerous magical animals. I have raised them all." He hesitated and glanced at Dumbledore, who didn't seem to care about what he was saying. He squatted down slightly and lowered his voice. "The three-headed dog, the acromantula, and yes, there is also a griffin that is somewhat similar to your griffin. I named it Buckbeak. You should really recognize it. Get to know it. I think it will definitely be willing to take you flying around Hogwarts. Ahem. Hagrid, are you instigating my students to violate school rules?" In a gloomy voice, Snape, who was originally not quite confident in his strict teacher aura, said. When I noticed that John's eyes were obviously interested when Hagrid mentioned various magical animals, I couldn't help but scream in my heart that something was going to happen. He interrupted quickly. Dumbledore looked at this scene, with a slight smile on his lips under his white beard. This kind of Snape is not something you can see normally. Even he rarely saw Snape so anxious because of something other than Lily. John, I already have a plan. I'm going to order a huge culture tank in Diagon Alley, just like a fish tank. We'll prepare some special cultivation tanks for magical animals. Pour all the beneficial medicine in, and then put this golden egg in. No, Professor Snape, you are talking nonsense. This is an egg. It cannot absorb the potions mentioned by the agent. Instead, it will think you are trying to cook it. Konstantin, you believe me, I also have a plan. Hagrid, who had a somewhat clumsy mouth, had not yet spoken, but at this moment, he was blocked again by someone like Snape. Cook it. Hee. Look, it seems that this is our ranger's understanding of potions. John, I think based on this, you should divorce yourself from now on. He is further away. Hagrid blushed instantly. The method you mentioned will definitely not work. It cannot absorb these potions. Not only that, you will poison it to death. Snape pulled the still dazed John behind him. Taking a step forward, despite the huge height gap, he had to raise his head at this moment. But as the headmaster of Slytherin and a very famous master of potions, how could Snape 4.3 not be a giant at the soul level at this moment? Poison? Rubius Hagrid, it seems that you have forgotten how many times you used my antidote and healing medicine when you were bitten by poisonous snakes in the Forbidden Forest. Shut. I really should have just asked Madame Pomfrey to pour a bucket of swill into your mouth. I want to simulate what this egg looks like when it's still in the mother's body. Hagrid remained unconvinced. It is an egg, not a magical animal that is born viviparously. You are the one who is wrong. Watching the two people arguing endlessly, Dumbledore and the previous headmasters who were hung on the wall were enjoying themselves. However, John only felt the terrifying illusion of being in the eye of the storm. Just when he was hesitating whether to take advantage of this opportunity to run away with the golden egg in his arms, two hands, one on the left and one on the right, pressed on his shoulders at the same time. John, choose me. Snape seemed to generously give John some of his affection that belonged directly to Lily at this moment. Konstantin, don't listen to him. No one knows magical animals better than me, the person responsible for guarding the Forbidden Forest. Don't you want to be carried soaring into the sky by a griffin? Hagrid was actually stimulated to have the talent of a speaker at this moment. John. Just when John was a little at a loss, another trembling figure came to the door of Dumbledore's office at some unknown time. Nicolim looked at the office door that was not closed and walked directly into it. Hey, John, I knew you were here. Do you need a way to hatch griffin eggs? Trust me, no one knows this better than me. I have a pretty good one. John Snape, Hagrid. Chapter 73. In the end, it was Dumbledore who came forward. Just before Nicolim, an even more powerful boss, was about to join the competition for Griffin Golden Egg Incubator, he personally stepped down and finalized the decision for everyone to help John hatch this golden egg. Dumbledore had a mischievous smile on his face like a child. It seemed that seeing John at such a loss gave him an inexplicable sense of accomplishment. Snape snorted. Obviously, there is some dissatisfaction with this final decision. But with the addition of a big boss like Nicolim, he could only give in as long as he could join in the hatching of the golden griffin egg. Then if I fight with this stupid big guy like Hagrid here today regardless of my face, it will not be considered a failure. Mr. Konstantin, don't forget your mission today. Christmas is not far away. Whether Mr. Longbottom can still receive your surprise depends on your efforts. After watching the matter being finalized, the name of Snape changed from calling him directly as John to the shady Mr. Konstantin. John's mouth twitched. He could only nod silently to express his understanding. As for Snape, who had just walked out of Dumbledore's office, he met a figure that happened to arrive, which made him frown instantly. Professor Quirrell, you are also here for the griffin egg? Quirrell was confused. Walter? What griffin egg? Snape didn't speak. He looked up and down the other person's body with a pair of falcon-like eyes, and then he snorted and walked away. Seeing the sudden appearance of Quirrell, John, who happened to have not left yet, couldn't help but glance at the other person's headscarf strangely. Mr. Dark Lord, you are quite confident in your hiding methods. How dare you ask Quirrell to come to Dumbledore's office directly? Quirrell hadn't yet understood what Snape's words meant. As soon as he walked into the office and saw the golden griffin egg still on the table, he was instantly shocked. Egg from a griffin? This. His face was dull, and what he originally planned to say was stuck in his mouth at the moment. My mind goes blank. Professor Quirrell, is something wrong with you? I heard from Madame Pomfrey that you were injured by a brick. How are you doing now? Dumbledore didn't seem to know anything. With a friendly smile on his face, John was a little confused whether the other party knew about the situation of the person in front of him, or whether he really didn't know anything at all. Dumbledore's voice brought Quirrell back to his senses instantly. Well, this is like this. Quirrell glanced at the golden egg on the table, 967, which was carefully picked up by Hagrid. He moved his eyes away with difficulty and then revealed his secret. Sorry, Professor Dumbledore. I have some things that require me to take a leave of absence for about a week. I wonder if you can agree to it. Doubt flashed in John's eyes. Quirrell is leaving? John was even more convinced that Voldemort had to go out for something. But given his current situation, both Nicolim and the Sorcerer's Stone are in Hogwarts. If he wasn't here to watch, what else could he do after leaving Hogwarts? Dumbledore was stunned for a moment. Then after pondering for a moment, he nodded reluctantly. 1 week. Professor Quirrell, please be safe, and please come back before the deadline. You know, defense against the dark arts is a very important course for young wizards. John pouted. As for Quirrell's stuttering teaching style, if the little wizards can really listen attentively, then there is a real problem. John could almost see that the year was over. Except for Miss Know-It-All and a few members of their small group, their grades will not be bad among the young wizards of their generation. The rest of the young wizards will definitely understand what it means to have chicken feathers in the 10 places. Looking at Dumbledore, who was starting to handle Quirrell's procedures, John did not stay here any longer. After bowing slightly, he and Hagrid walked out of Dumbledore's principal's office. Hagrid followed behind, carelessly holding the Griffin golden egg, which he regarded as a treasure. Although he was not responsible for taking care of this thing alone, it greatly satisfied his strong curiosity at the moment. Following John, he was already talking about his plan to hatch this golden egg. Griffins, this magical animal, became extinct more than 600 years ago, but I still know some of their habits. I must prepare something similar to a bird's nest. John, you can rest assured that I am very good at this. When Buckbeak was still young, he also needed to feed Bye-Bye as a bird. John smiled and nodded, but at this moment, his mind was full of thinking about why that guy Quirrell asked for leave and left Hogwarts. Konstantin Exorcism Society, on the roof of the tower. Quirrell had already left Hogwarts this morning, after finishing today's Ravenclaw and Slytherin defense against the dark arts lessons, in a hurry, without even having lunch. As a result, John's original plan to intercept the other party and have a good chat with our Dark Lord, Jack, completely failed. At this moment, he was standing on the highest floor of the tower. There was originally a wall clock that was too old and abandoned to be used. At this moment, the wall clock was also moved out directly by Hagrid, who had giant blood and terrifying power. Looking at Hagrid, who was carefully bringing hay to weave a birdcage, and then carefully bringing some bird and snake feathers and scattering them on top, John blinked in confusion. The bird snake has an aura that can reassure its young. Although I have not tried whether laying magical animals from eggs will be effective, at least, it will definitely not get worse. Hearing this, several young wizards who were also watching quietly on the side showed expressions of admiration. Miss Know-It-All looked at the big man Hagrid in front of her, whom she was originally a little afraid of, and showed her unique understanding of magical animals. I couldn't help but said, if Hogwarts also offers a special course on magical animals, I think Hagrid will definitely be a good professor. Walter? Me? Professor? No, haha, I can't do this. Hermione, you think too highly of me. I'm just a gamekeeper. Looking at Hagrid, who showed surprise after being recognized briefly, and then quickly became unconfident, smiling awkwardly and waving his hands. John shook his head. Hagrid, Hermione is right. I do think you would be a very good professor of magical zoology. I want to teach this throughout Hogwarts, even the one who always likes to suddenly teach some in defense against the dark arts. Quirrell, the strange dark creature, is definitely not as good as you. Looking at the little wizards around them, they all saw smiles of recognition. Hagrid's rough face couldn't help but move instantly. He turned his head away hurriedly. While sorting the bird's nest in a slight panic, he couldn't help but hastily wipe the corners of his eyes with his sleeves. Haha, thank you for your recognition, but I'm afraid no one will hire a big man to be a professor at a magic school. Hagrid was a little disappointed. Seeing that Hermione and others were still trying to persuade John, he raised his hand to interrupt them. He shook his head slightly. Hagrid, from now on you will take care of Fernando. Of course, Professor Snape and Master Nicolim will also come to take care of him from time to time. Falgon, the little witch, looked up at John in confusion. John smiled slightly and walked towards the golden egg that Hagrid had carefully placed in the middle of the nest. It was reflecting the golden light under the surrounding scorching sun. He reached out and stroked it. He explained calmly. Falgong, its future name. This name is the legendary horse of the sun god pulling the sun chariot, and from now on it will be my fighting partner to wipe out all evil spirits in the world. When John said this, Join revealed deep confidence and yearning. Equipped with the most powerful exorcism system, he traveled to this world where Harry Potter and the demons of hell were raging and wiped out all the demons in the world. It seemed to be the inherent meaning of his existence here. Wiltshire, UK, a luxurious country manor, far away from the hustle and bustle of the city, is quietly located here. However, this Malfoy Manor, which in the past often held gatherings and parties among the pure-blood circles of British wizards, has seemed extremely deserted these days. The house elves in the manor are all living in trepidation these days. I was afraid that an oversight would anger the hostess, Narcissa Malfoy, who was in the most irritable and unstable mood at the moment. At this moment, the minister of the bedroom on the third floor of Malfoy Manor's main manor, Draco's mother, Narcissa, was sitting alone on the bedside, holding today's latest Daily Prophet in her hand. And on the newspaper, the biggest headline was clear. It was like a sharp blade piercing her heart, making her completely despair. The Ministry of Magic was attacked. Lucius Malfoy, who was corrupted and controlled by demonic power, failed to receive treatment and went into an out-of-control attack, killing 14 Aurors on the spot and 107 Ministry of Magic staff members. Minister of Magic Cornelius Fudge spoke. We are extremely sorry for what happened to Mr. Malfoy, but under the current circumstances, the Ministry of Magic will have to take forceful measures to arrest and execute Lucius Malfoy, who has lost his human characteristics. Now, desperate Narcissa didn't know yet. On a hill not far from Malfoy Manor, a pair of golden vertical eyes that revealed an evil aura were staring at the manor in front of them, which muggles could not see at all. And behind him, in a bush that was even darker in the dark night, 7 or 8 strange and wandering shadows were standing quietly. There was a lady wearing a white classical dress from the last century, but her face was pale and she had a strange expression. There was also a white child holding an empty glass jar that looked like it was used to hold honey, shaking it constantly. A ghoul with 2 heads. There is also a group of things that are constantly surging in the low bushes, like a group of asphalt with independent consciousness. Cornelius Fudge. With a cold murmur, the evil wolf of Zayusius tore his hand into pieces with the Daily Prophet stained with blood. At this moment, he has been eroded to the limit by the power of fallen charming angel Cecia. The only sanity he has is that of a father and husband. The obsession to protect his wife and children. The so-called murder and rules, or the pursuit of the Ministry of Magic. It was no longer what Lucius's mind could think about at this moment. In the dead darkness, Lucius and a group of evil spirits taken out from the Ministry of Magic behind him stood here quietly, as if almost waiting for something. And these evil spirits were among the hundreds of evil spirits that escaped. They were the few who stayed in the end and hoped to follow Lucius on their own initiative. After a sudden gust of night wind, a figure suddenly appeared on a low hillside not far away. When Lucius and these evil spirits behind him saw each other for the first time, the latter was also the first to notice the cold atmosphere here. The cold moonlight shone on Quirrell's face, which was solemn at the moment. The expression that made him shrink from everyone at Hogwarts during the day disappeared from his face at this moment. He held the wand and walked up to Lucius. Feel the suffocating and powerful aura that can almost escape from the other party's body. Quirrell finally understood why his master, when he received a report from someone below that the demonized Lucius wanted to see him, at the 10th time, Ninkong risked exposure. You have to come here. F16F. Quirrell. The two had a dull opening exchange, which made Quirrell relax a little. At least the other party had not completely reduced to being without intelligence and completely controlled by the body, as John said. A puppet controlled by medium power. He didn't say anything more and simply took off the turban on his head, then turned around. In the past, Lucius would have been so frightened that he fell to the ground when he saw Voldemort himself, even in the state of Voldemort's remnant soul, to any fear of the other party. Hey, Malfoy, you don't look good right now. As soon as Voldemort finished his sinister words, Lucius in front of him sneered. Voldemort, haven't you ever looked in the mirror? Stop talking nonsense. You must have seen the message I sent you. If you want to be resurrected, just help me fulfill my request. After that, I guarantee that you can enough to revive you. Quirrell's back was turned to Lucius, but surprise flashed across his eyes. Can the power of the devil have such a great impact on a person's character? In other words, Lucius at this moment can no longer be called Lucius. Lucius's unkind words did not arouse Voldemort's anger, and the latter spoke calmly. What are you up to? Kill all those guys from the Ministry of Magic. And the Exorcist and Dumbledore. Voldemort was not surprised. Then what? How are you going to help me resurrect? Lucius waved to the evil lady behind him, who looked like an upright corpse. The latter smiled and took a step forward. Following her elegant steps with her pair of white lace, the gloved hands suddenly burst into intense blood. A cold sound that made Quirrell's body tense up immediately came from the other party's mouth. I can't resurrect you, but I can help you create a body that will never die, Lucius explained. She can piece together a complete human body from the organs, flesh, and body of a living person, taking one piece for each person and then sew them together. You can directly possess this body, and no one will be able to tell the difference in you. It seems that he knows what the other party is worried about. Lucius's ferocious lizard-man-like face carried a bit of confidence. Even if it's exposed to the sun during the day, there won't be any problems. For the first time, Voldemort's face, which looked like a concrete plug, showed a strong look of shock. After a long moment of silence, in the dark night, Voldemort's gloomy voice came from the hill not far from Malfoy Manor. Make a deal. Diagon Alley, Gringotts has long been closed at night. At this moment, in the deep underground vault, a goblin was carefully checking and registering in front of each vault. Suddenly, an open vault door made the face of an old goblin in charge change. Mine, mine, everything is mine. Amidst the bursts of rustling sounds, when he walked in, under the dim light, he saw a monster lying in the vault, frantically stuffing the coins in his mouth. Jing instantly caused his expression to change. He was about to scold him, but when he saw the goblin's ferocious face and mouth full of blood when he turned around, he was so frightened that he let out a cry. Scream. You, Chapter 74. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Today is a pretty good day, at least. John, who is holding one hand around the little witch's waist, is excitedly humming a ditty that the little lions around him don't understand at all. Today, if nothing else, I have a flying lesson from Mrs. Hooch. As for John and the other little wizards who flew around because they did not accept Mrs. Hooch's command some time ago, the 1-month suspension of flying lessons also officially ended yesterday. Hey, John, since you and Hermione fly so fast on broomsticks, why don't you try to sign up for Screaming Quidditch? The next Quidditch match will start soon. Ronald and almost everyone around him were talking about Quidditch at the moment. There were no supernatural events during this period, which made John feel a little relaxed. Every day, apart from being sandwiched between two little witches, I feel pain and happiness. They work with Snape to study the materials produced by demons and evil spirits and make them into effective potions, and then teach the members of the Exorcism Club every day the use of exorcism spells. It is worth mentioning that Draco, after seeing the reports about his father Lucius in the Daily Prophet during this period, also took the initiative to find John. However, this time he was not begging John to take action quickly to find and rescue Lucius. Rather, Coach, I want to be a trainer. John still can't forget that day when he and Miss Know-It-All were on the roof of the club tower, in a classic Titanic pose, enjoying the breeze of the Black Lake blowing around them, and they were deeply in love. John's curse from one of Satan's 7 deadly sins was about to take effect. The savior, sent by Miss Viper, suddenly appeared here. Then with a pop sound, she knelt down directly in front of him. John couldn't help but look in the direction of Slytherin, and saw the isolated Draco over there, eating quietly and reading a Bible. According to John, only by truly understanding it can it provide you with a more sacred and righteous experience of brain demons. Oh, are you watching Slytherin? The recent situation of their college's Quidditch team is not very good. Since Marcus Flint, the original captain, disappeared, there are few remaining players. Almost everyone wants to be the new captain. It seems that because of this incident, they fought again in the Slytherin dormitory area. Ronald, who was well informed, noticed John's gaze with a gloating smile on his face, completely unaware of the kind of person the president in front of him was. I have already prepared a series of special training exclusive to Mr. Malfoy. Please repay our Mr. Malfoy well. Ronald had no idea that John was not on the same page as him, but the little witch who was held in John's arms at this moment was almost so ashamed that she buried her head in the wizard's robe. As the heroine that day, Hermione didn't dare to look at the eyes of the people around her even now when she thinks about it. On the other hand, Harry, who also knew nothing about it, showed obvious interest when he heard Ronald mention Quidditch. He couldn't help but look at John, the boss in his mind. John, do you know how to play Quidditch? After John came back to his senses, when he heard this question and noticed the eyes of the people around him, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth that everyone felt was inexplicable. Quidditch? Of course. Suddenly, Harry's face lit up, and at the same time he became a little nervous. But now there is only one vacancy on the Gryffindor team. Ronald wants to join, and I also want to go. It looks like the three of us are going to compete. Harry said it was competition, but from the gradually dimming eyes, it was clear that he really had no confidence in defeating John. And it wasn't just Ronald who had the same reaction as Harry. Even in the plot, Neville, who was not very interested in sports like Quidditch, was obviously a little disappointed. During this time, he followed the ghosts of Gryffindor Academy, while Barrow learned swordsmanship. To a certain extent, Neville's originally timid temperament has been greatly changed, and the interest in competition and collision between boys has gradually awakened in his body. John smiled faintly. Who says I have to join Gryffindor's team? Walter. No one understood what he meant. John didn't show off. Under the gaze of everyone, he reached out and touched the inner lining of his wizard's robe when he took out 10 folded documents. It was unfolded in front of everyone, and almost everyone present took a breath of shock at the content above. Walter, Konstantin's Exorcist Society Quidditch team. How is this possible? Professor Dumbledore allowed you to create a 5th Quidditch team. The person who exclaimed this time was not Ronald, the loudmouth, but Mr. Savior, who was sitting on the other side of John and was the first to see the contents of the document clearly. His face was filled with shock. However, what he shouted was that he hesitated to drop a depth charge on the surface of the calm black lake. What did you say? What 5th Quidditch team? Chet, did I hear it wrong? Just now I thought I heard Harry saying that they were going to form a 5th Quidditch team. Quick, show me quickly. The Weasley twins and Percy, the Gryffindor prefect, were the first to rush over. When the latter saw at a glance that the document represented Dumbledore's principal seal, when the whole person looked at John again, his eyes suddenly became stupid. How can this be? Percy Weasley muttered. If this kind of thing were placed in the Muggle world, it might not be a big deal at all. It would be nothing more than setting up a sports team. However, in the wizarding world, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry is the most prestigious and has a long history. That is almost a major event that can be written into the history of the school. As more and more little lions saw the contents of the document, they felt as if their souls had been taken away. Birdeye looked at John and the others stupidly. The little Slytherin snakes, Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff wizards who were around didn't believe it at first. After seeing the contents in black and white on the document, they were all shocked and didn't know how to express their inner thoughts at this moment. Miss Viper took the document from the hands of the Weasley twins. When she saw clearly that Chartered Konstantin Exorcism Society freely organizes players, provides self-equipment, forms, and trains Quidditch teams. Albus Dumbledore, headmaster after their content. The moment she looked at John again, the fire and excitement in her eyes made Hermione, who had just come out of John's arms because there were so many people around, instantly feel a strong sense of crisis. The little witch warned the other party fiercely with her eyes. Then, under John's doubtful gaze, a small hand suddenly grasped one of his and held it gently in his arms. Oh, such a bold move instantly caused the little Ravenclaw witches who were gathering around to laugh in unison. The Weasley twins, who were also watching the excitement without taking it too seriously, looked at Pansy Parkinson on the other side without any scruples. In response, Miss Viper, who also had her own pride, snorted coldly. She didn't want to fight, but definitely not in such a low-level way. She raised the document in her hand and looked at John. So, our president is planning to form the club's own Quidditch team. So who are the candidates? According to the rules of Quidditch, a complete Quidditch team, even excluding substitutes, requires 7 people. On the side, General Enha, who was already excited and could not find Bay, hurriedly raised his hand. I want to be the Seeker. I want to be the Seeker. Listening to the 2 people shouting out their favorite positions in unison, John shook his head and said nothing, but looked at the Weasley twins who were also members of the club. The latter 2 were not peaceful leaders to begin with, and they were also a brand new Quidditch team. Both Fred and George agreed instantly without even thinking about it. Their original plan to start a small business during the Quidditch match was completely forgotten. I can do this kind of thing at any time to make pocket money. However, the honor of becoming the 5th Quidditch team of Hogwarts and serving as the first players was something that the Weasley twins could not miss. Count me in. John, don't look at me. I can't refuse, ha. John nodded. Counting himself now, there were 5 people. Then, just when John was in trouble because of the other 2 people, the little witch next to him weakly pulled on his wizard robe, looking at the other person who was obviously a little scared, but still wanted to help him at this time. John smiled and rubbed the other person's little head, but he didn't refuse. Then our Miss Granger can be considered a. John, I will join too. With a hurried voice, Draco squeezed into the crowd with difficulty, raised his hands, and shouted anxiously. John nodded, originally planning to ask this guy if he would participate. In that case, Miss Parkinson, it looks like our Exorcist Quidditch team has been established. Seeing the pride on John's face, Miss Viper smiled. He gently handed the document in his hand to the other party, with a smile on his face that was a bit playful like a cat playing with a mouse. Then, Captain Konstantin, I look forward to your performance. Looking at Pansy, who turned around, leaving him with a chic back, John couldn't help but feel confused. However, he then simply put the matter behind him. The news that the Konstantin Exorcist Society was allowed to form a fifth Quidditch team quickly spread throughout Hogwarts. Even some young wizards who knew about this specifically mentioned this in some letters to their parents. John himself acted as the seeker, the Weasley twins acted as the two beaters, and Hermione, Harry and Draco acted as the chasers. The last keeper fell into Zero's hands. That's not fair. Chasers are very dangerous. They need collisions and stronger people. Ronald complained softly. However, what greeted John was a strange look. In fact, Ronald, you eat so much every day, I can't even see that you have become even a little stronger. At least I'm more of a chaser than Hermione. But Hermione is no better suited to be a keeper than you are. Member's position. Ronald, seeing how Harry and Draco were using the flying broomstick, who were much better than him, he was smart enough not to direct the conversation towards the two of them. On the other hand, Neville, who was responsible for being a substitute when necessary, couldn't help but his eyes lit up when he heard Ronald's complaints. 5AR. Shut up. I will take care of the goalkeeper position. 2 days passed quickly. These days, Harry and others have obviously put a lot of effort into using flying broomsticks. As for John, he is like a rocket that launches himself into the sky from time to time, every day. The pleasure brought by the extreme speed made him completely unable to stop. However, just as he had just finished today's training and came to the auditorium restaurant to have a meal, Harry and Ronald found this place in a hurry. John, it's bad. Parkinson, she became the captain of the Slytherin Quidditch team. That's right. She also updated the flying broomsticks of the Slytherin team. My God. They are all the latest model, Nimbus 2000. John, he couldn't help but turn his head and glance at Draco, who was training with him today. This operation feels inexplicably familiar. According to the plot, shouldn't it be done by the guy in front of him, who was bruised and bruised? However, now she has become the Viper Girl Pansy. TCH, you Slytherins seem to be a little bit out of their minds. After muttering something in his mouth, with Draco's sad eyes looking in his eyes, John walked straight into the auditorium and restaurant. He looked at the little Slytherin snake who gave him a provocative look as soon as he appeared. The corners of John's lips curled up into a sneer. Who gave you this little b******ch to be so arrogant in front of President Konstantin? Do you think your Parkinson's family can win the gold? That night, when all the young wizards at Hogwarts were having a meal, the sound of fluttering wings suddenly came from outside. When everyone looked up, they immediately saw owls holding long packages in their mouths. Flew in. Parkinson, who saw this scene, immediately understood what the contents of these packages were. She looked towards John, only to see that the other person gave her the same cold expression as she had 2 days ago with disdain. However, this meaningless financial competition between Miss Parkinson and President Konstantin did not allow either party to think too much about each other. But it was the other little wizards present who were 2.2. Understand what is called the charm of money. Ronald looked at himself in disbelief. After opening the package, what he had been dreaming of revealed. It's really Nimbus 2000. God, no, Mr. President. You are so handsome. Ronald screamed. Although Dumbledore, McGonagall, and other professors were still sitting on the stage at this moment. Ronald, however, could no longer care about all this. He was so excited that he had completely lost control of his expression at this moment. Nimbus 2000. I also have Nimbus 2000. Harry and the others also opened the packages in front of them one after another. And the moment the clear-colored Nimbus 2000 appeared in front of everyone, there was an uproar. Walter? How can they also have Nimbus 2000 and all of them? Cole, isn't this a lie? Even if Pansy Parkinson from Slytherin is messing around, why are Konstantin and his club all Nimbus 2000? John slowly raised his glass to Pansy, who was sitting at the Slytherin table, and the latter responded with a reserved smile. The members of the Quidditch teams of the other 3 branches were injured, but it did not affect the secret competition between them at all. Little Pansy, I'll throw your into your goal like a ball. President Konstantin, if you lose face, don't cry. Their eyes met, and an invisible confrontation was quietly unfolding amidst the uproar of Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, and Hufflepuff's little wizards around them. Suddenly, there was another sound of flapping wings, and an owl suddenly dropped a copy of the Daily Prophet in front of John. What's going on? Didn't today's newspapers be delivered? John was startled. When he saw the content in the newspaper, his pupils suddenly shrank the next moment. Duh. Chapter 75. This is awesome, John. Can I really use this broom? Oh my god, the mahogany handle and the anti-slip paint on it. Merlin, is this the Nimbus 2000 that sells for 1,400 galleons? It's so handsome. Harry, I think we will definitely be the champions of this Quidditch match now. Ronald was still talking to himself. At this moment, the only thing in his world was the Nimbus 2000 in front of him. However, just when he was stroking the flying broom in front of him excitedly and chattering incessantly, something suddenly fell from his head and hit him lightly on the head. Ouch, what is this? Ronald came back to his senses and looked at the Daily Prophet that was delivered to him during dinner. As his head gradually came to his senses, he suddenly thought of the time during the day when he seemed to have delivered it once. However, he suddenly discovered that the originally noisy Hogwarts auditorium restaurant suddenly became silent. Almost everyone was holding a copy of the Daily Prophet, like the one he was holding in his hand at the moment. Their faces were either pale, or they were biting their fingers in panic and disbelief. Looking at the content above, it seemed that even my breathing was paused at this moment. Ronald looked down. Before he could read the title clearly, a picture of a miserable and terrifying dead body instantly made his body tremble with fear. That's a standard family of 4. A pair of young parents, plus 2 young children who looked less than 3 years old. However, the circumstances of their deaths at this moment were so miserable that they could almost trigger nightmares for the community teacher at night. The head and arms seemed to be ripped off from the body by something, with blood splattering everywhere. In the end, the body was deliberately placed in a weird and terrifying posture. A pair of torn-off arm bone spurs were inserted into the blood-soaked floor, holding up the head with white eyes and a face full of pain and fear. And Ronald saw at a glance that there were 2 broken wands inserted between the eyebrows of the parents. On the other side of the photo, there is a line of text written in blood. Ronald's pupils shrank instantly. Everyone in the Ministry of Magic must die. Especially you, Cornelius Fudge. Ministry of Magic. The color on Ronald's face instantly faded, and the beautiful mood that he was so happy about because of Nimbus 2000 also disappeared at this moment. All that is left is deep fear and concern for his parents. You know, his father, Arthur Weasley, is a staff member of the Ministry of Magic. Daily Prophet. Emergency additional issue. There have been multiple attacks on the families of Ministry of Magic officials in Devon. So far, 6 families with people working in the Ministry of Magic have been exterminated, with a total of 28 deaths. Currently, the Ministry of Magic has announced that it is in a state of emergency management. Wizards are advised not to come to the door for non-essential matters as much as possible. Above the newspaper, at the door of the Minister of Magic's office, Cornelius Fudge, sweating profusely and looking ugly, explained over and over again to the surrounding reporters and staff working in the Ministry of Magic. There is no so-called monster attack. Those who retaliate against us are the shameless Death Eater remnants. They are not completely wiped out yet. I reiterate again, it is not a monster attack. Mr. Minister, according to the people who attacked nearby Muggles, in addition to hearing the screams of the families being attacked that day, they also heard what sounded like monsters roaring. Rumor. That was the result of those Death Eaters deliberately casting a confusion spell. John took a deep breath, and the hand that was sleeping on the newspaper tightened slightly at this moment. The situation exceeded his expectations, and the Ministry of Magic was even more incompetent than he expected. Hey! Feeling Miss Know-It-All's little hand trembling slightly with fear, John let out a long sigh, and the other party hugged her. While Harry looked at the newspaper in his hand, his eyes couldn't help but look in the direction of the Slytherin dining table. Don't make any noise. Lucius and the others should have done it, John said calmly, signaling Harry to calm down. At this moment, his eyes noticed Della, whose face was as pale as paper, sitting at the Slytherin table, and her body was trembling. Division. Obviously, it wasn't just Harry who realized what was going on. As Draco, who had personally experienced 2 demon attacks and had also seen his father Lucius's condition at that time, it was also his 10 eyes that judged the tragedies reported in the newspapers. How exactly did it happen? Harry noticed the "they" in John's mouth, but looking at the situation of the people around him, he couldn't ask more questions. John looked in the direction of Professor Dumbledore and the others. At this moment, Dumbledore happened to look at him. With a glance, John understood the meaning instantly. Go to his office in a while. John, my parents. Are they going to be okay? Ginny is still at home. Ronald, who was obviously a little confused due to panic, grabbed John's arm, and there were even a few tears in his eyes. John frowned slightly. Don't worry. Basically, all the families in the Ministry of Magic who have had trouble here have said that they either have Aurors in their families, or they work in important departments such as the Department of Legal Enforcement. Mr. Weasley, our home is in Devon. Ronald's anxious shout made John's eyes froze. He recalled carefully that the borough where the Weasley family lived was located in the village of St. Catchpole, oddly, and the location of this village seemed to be in Devon. The Weasley twins also looked worried at this moment. It's Percy. Don't worry, since the Ministry of Magic has dispatched the Auror team, those Death Eaters will be captured soon. Ronald, Fred, George. The three of them looked at each other as if they were fools. Is it because you wanted to work in the Ministry of Magic so much that you believed too much in the nonsense those guys said? John couldn't help but shook his head. With the urinary nature of that good-for-nothing fudge, he could even blame the Death Eaters for things that were obviously caused by evil spirits. That only meant one thing. The so-called Death Eaters are compared to Lucius and a bunch of other evil spirits who escaped from the Ministry of Magic. Not worth mentioning at all. A sudden piece of bad news brought the originally lively Hogwarts dinner to a freezing point. Hogwarts is one of the best wizarding schools in the British wizarding world, and even in the entire Europe. Among them, there are quite a few people like Ronald who have relatives working in the Ministry of Magic. But after a while, there were some little wizards on the scene who shed tears of worry and fear. John noticed Dumbledore's signaling eyes and quietly comforted Miss Know-It-All and Ronald, asking them to follow the prefect back to their respective dormitories to have an early rest. He quickly walked through the small door on one side and followed Dumbledore Road towards the office. Professor, since Fudge has even used the Death Eaters as a shield, he will definitely send the largest force next to secretly deal with all evil spirits like Lucius and the others. But, John paused slightly. With a cold look on his face, he shook his head. I'm afraid they won't be the opponent of these evil spirits today. In the office, Dumbledore sighed. Lucius Malfoy, it seems that as you said, the sanity of human beings has been eaten away. Konstantin, an innocent person has been killed. We must take action to deal with this matter. Thing. John nodded. That was exactly what he meant. I originally gave that old guy Cornelius Fudge a blackmail-like offer. On the one hand, I wanted to disgust him, but on the other hand, I simply didn't want to wipe the old guy's asterisk. I thought that since the other party never came to see me after that, he must have some powerful help in the field of exorcism. Unexpectedly, I won't cry until I see the coffin. This is indeed a stupid thing that this useless minister can do. However, John Jinghua has already promised that the matter will never be solved as easily as he imagined. Professor, since Cornelius Fudge has publicly said that these tragedies were caused by Death Eaters, even if we come to him now and ask for help, he probably won't accept this kind of help. After all, I am afraid that the eyes of the entire British wizarding community are now fixed on him. Our appearance will only instantly defeat his lie. Hearing this, Dumbledore was stunned for a moment, then opened his mouth to argue, but when the last words came to his lips, they turned into a sigh filled with sadness. He shook his head slightly. He is obviously always so scrupulous, but he is always able to covet some completely unrealistic interests when conditions do not allow. John hit the nail on the head and directly expressed his evaluation of this guy Cornelius Fudge. Cowardly and greedy, the British wizarding world became panicked because of this report from the Daily Prophet. Especially in Devon, which has the most cases of wizard family exterminations, all the families here with someone working in the Ministry of Magic have all entered a tense and chaotic situation. In the borough where the Weasley family is currently located, there is almost the same tense situation. Dear, I think it's better to send Ginny to Lovegood's house. Lovegood is not an employee of the Ministry of Magic. Molly Weasley held her wand nervously, even though she was the king of the family at the moment. The doors and windows were closed, and Mr. Weasley had set many hidden traps from the Muggle world in places such as the vegetable garden and around the fence outside. But looking at the only daughter in her family at this moment, Molly Weasley still expressed her proposal. No, I won't leave. Our house is not far from Luna's house. Even if those crazy people come to the door, they can guess that I am over there. I would rather be with you. Ginny Weasley refused without hesitation. Hearing this, Mrs. Weasley was about to say something else, when suddenly bursts of sharp sirens suddenly came from outside. Yee! The sensor alarm from the Muggle world suddenly sounded as a figure appeared at the edge of the burrow. Amidst the shrill sirens, Arthur Weasley instantly raised his wand and rushed out. I don't care who you are, get out of here right away. Stay away from my home. Wait, don't be impulsive, Arthur, it's me. The man looked at the magical light emitting from the tip of Mr. Weasley's wand and hurriedly took off the hat on his head. After seeing the person clearly, Arthur gradually relaxed a little. He knew this man. He also worked in the Ministry of Magic, and he was also a member of the Auror Action Team. Wade, what are you doing here? The minister has ordered each of us to go to a Ministry of Magic family in Devon and be protected for a period of time. These are my credentials. Under extraordinary circumstances, even a waste like Fudge's arrangements for some affairs can be regarded as careful preparations. But it is obvious that this so-called arrangement cannot fundamentally solve the problem. And not everyone will buy his account. Gringotts, the core management area. Even though it was already late at night, there were still a large number of goblins holding wands here, as well as wizards who were obviously affiliated with the Ministry of Magic, waiting here nervously. Cornelius Fudge, what on earth do you mean? Make me wait. What the hell kind of explanation is this? The short and ugly person in charge of Gringotts, at this moment, burst out with an aura that seemed to eat the fat man in front of him on the spot, with such a fierce look that Cornelius Fudge couldn't help but take 2 steps back in fear. Do you know how much Gringotts has lost in just 3 or 4 days? 7 gold galleons. Do you know how many of our staff members died inexplicably in Jean? 17. Some committed suicide by slitting their throats for no apparent reason. Some choked themselves to death by swallowing gold coins like crazy, and some simply poured oil from lamps on themselves and burned themselves alive. Because of these damn things, Gringotts has stopped doing business for 4 days in a row, and all we have done is to temporarily hide the news according to what you, Cornelius Fudge, said. Fudge raised his head with difficulty to prevent his face from being splashed by the other party's spit that had a peculiar smell. However, this attitude seems to be arrogant, but it completely ignited the anger of the goblin in front of him. If you can't solve the trouble here for us, please get out of Gringotts immediately. We will personally look for the entire wizarding world to find a place that can solve the problem here. Get out. Cornelius Fudge's expression suddenly changed. Mr. Phyllis, don't be so angry. I didn't mean to offend you. We are already investigating carefully, but we need time. Time is money. Cornelius Fudge, you are truly the most useless minister of magic I have ever seen. Don't let me say this again. Take your people and get out of Gringotts immediately. You trash have already wasted our precious 4 days, and I have no intention of spending even 1 second of our 5th day on you trash. Roll. Since the Goblin clan was defeated in the war between human wizards, Gringotts can almost be said to be the last territory where the Goblin clan operates its industry. It can be said that there is almost no difference between the Goblin clan losing Gringotts and extinction. Everyone angrily pointed the wands in their hands at the proud people of the Ministry of Magic around them, including Cornelius Fudge, the minister who led them here. The person in charge of the Gringotts Goblin clan, known as Phyllis, was already ugly, but due to the incompetence of Cornelius Fudge and the others, he was even more gloomy and ugly at this moment. He frowned at an assistant beside him. Immediately write a formal invitation letter in the name of Gringotts to Professor Dumbledore. Since he respects that human exorcist boy so much, maybe only he can solve our problems here. Early morning at Hogwarts. When a figure reappeared in the Hogwarts dining room, John couldn't help but squint his eyes. Quirrell is back, and judging from the other party's appearance, everything seems to be going smoothly. This had to make John secretly wary of the increasingly restless Mr. Dark Lord. If the other party was just wandering around Hogwarts, coveting the insignificant Philosopher's Stone, John could still play with him depending on his mood. But now, it seems that the other party obviously doesn't want to continue playing. What are you looking at? Professor Quirrell, does he have any questions? Chapter 76. What are you looking at? Professor Quirrell, does he have any questions? Hermione looked at John, who was eating something in his mouth but staring unblinkingly at Quirrell, who was sitting on the professor's chair. She always felt that John seemed a bit scary today. John said nothing. However, his eyes instantly lit up with a faint glow, and the eye of reality was activated. As a cool feeling came over his eyes, Quirrell's body in John's sight suddenly began to distort and transform into a strange aura. One was Quirrell's own, and the other was Voldemort condensed on the back of the opponent's head. However, this time except for these 2 strange auras, John suddenly discovered the 3rd group of breath. Mr. Dark Lord, you are so dishonest and it makes it very difficult for me. At this moment, John did not find any evidence of evil spirits possessing him, and Voldemort himself was still in the state of a half-dead soul. However, that aura clearly came from evil spirits. After breakfast, all the young wizards, including Miss Know-It-All, went to Snape's potions class. However, John skipped class without any scruples. Quirrell followed quietly. Mr. Dark Lord, aren't you going to explain something to me? Your current behavior is no different from betrayal. At a corner, John's cold voice made Quirrell, who was walking in front, paused for a moment. The moment he turned around, he saw John holding a magic wand, exuding a terrifying aura called, "You will stay here today." "Walter, when did you catch up?" Quirrell took 2 steps back in shock. His vigilance and reaction to the surrounding situation have always been Quirrell's strengths. Otherwise, he would not have been so bold. Take Voldemort to the headquarters of Dumbledore, the greatest white wizard of this century. John looked at him coldly, and when he slowly raised the wand in his hand, he didn't even see him reciting a spell. Next moment, crack! An electric arc with a slightly burnt smell spurted out and instantly bombarded the bricks at the opponent's feet like a cannonball. "Ah, let your master speak." The exorcism spell, Thunder of God's Punishment, that was drawn in the lottery some time ago was released in the form of a spell. Although the power was much smaller, it was more powerful because of its quick response and strong deterrence. At this time, Quirrell, who had already been frightened by the cold, murderous intent in John's eyes, no longer dared to hesitate. "I don't care whether this is my office or whether someone will rush over soon." What he hurriedly did was to take off all the turbans on his head. He looked at Voldemort's still disgusted face appearing in front of him. "Did you meet Lucius Malfoy when you left Hogwarts this time?" The tone was like interrogating a prisoner, and Voldemort's eyes, which had just taken a breath, instantly turned dangerous. As the former Dark Lord, Voldemort immediately felt that his dignity had been seriously violated. However, when bursts of mysterious and ethereal holy light reflected on John's body through the beautifully painted glass on the window in the corridor nearby, a pair of looming angel wings appeared behind John like a halo in an instant. John's expression was calm. The golden current pulsating on the U-wand, which was as white as ivory, instantly made Voldemort, who was still angry, become scared on the spot. "Yes, he contacted me through the Death Eaters. What does he want from you? He bothers you to leave Hogwarts in person." Voldemort. The anger in his heart became more intense because of John's tone, which was now more like interrogating a prisoner. However, on the surface, he could only suppress his dissatisfaction and gritted his teeth when facing John, who was no match for him at all. "He said there was a way to resurrect me, and the condition was that I would mobilize the Death Eater's connections and provide him with the home addresses and conditions at home of some Ministry of Magic officials. In addition, he planned an attack on Hogwarts." When Voldemort said the last sentence, he obviously paid attention to John's reaction for a moment. I want to see a trace of surprise and nervousness on the other person's face. However, he was unsurprisingly disappointed. The sneer was accompanied by a deep disdain, which made the corners of John's mouth curve up unabashedly. "It seems that at least our Mr. Malfoy has become very courageous now. Even I, a little Gryffindor wizard, can't help but want to applaud him." Voldemort was silent, nervously looking at the beating golden thunder at the tip of John's wand. "I was thinking about how I would escape if the other party suddenly made a killing move." Seemingly seeing through Voldemort's little thoughts, John curled his lips in disdain. "Now tell me, the last question, where are Lucius and the others, and how many evil spirits are following him, and what are they like?" "Here are 3 questions, John sneered. "Really? 3 questions? I think for the sake of those Horcruxes you have, Mr. Dark Lord will definitely know everything, right?" "Walter, now, after Quirrell's shock just now, it's finally our turn, Mr. Dark Lord." His face suddenly turned gloomy, as if it had changed from cement to asphalt. "Mr. Konstantin, I don't understand what you mean." The two looked at each other, and the increasingly intense teasing and provocation in John's eyes made Voldemort instantly start to doubt himself. Could it be that he really knows everything? Sure enough, in the next moment, John softly said one thing after another. Even if he didn't say a word, Voldemort's heart would twitch. "A diary you used when you were young, special ring inlaid with resurrection stone. It's in Hogwarts right now, where the Ravenclaw's crown should be hidden. Hufflepuff's golden cup." Every time John said something, he slowly took a step closer to the other person. Like a cat blocking a mouse in a corner, the golden thunder beating on the wand in his hand seemed like a man laughing ferociously, about to start the flogging. The beating became more intense. "Mr. Dark Lord, what do you think the remaining 2 will be?" John had almost forced the opponent into the corner, and his feet were slowly floating in the air under the influence of the holy light, so that at this moment, he and Voldemort's face were at the same height. Looking at John's young face that was almost close to him, under Voldemort's control, Quirrell's body was trembling violently with his back to the 2 of them. Even he didn't know much of what John just said. However, judging from Voldemort's reaction, it was definitely not a bluff. John sneered and spoke again, but in an instant Voldemort's last psychological defense line collapsed. "A box? And a living thing? Enough!" Voldemort's roar was even filled with fear, and he finally blurted it out at this moment. John had a winner's smile on his face, looking down at each other from above. At this moment, Voldemort in front of him didn't know that he had unintentionally created the seventh Horcrux, Harry Potter. However, John, as a time traveler, knows all of this clearly. So, Mr. Dark Lord, I think even if I ask you 30 questions now, you will definitely answer me very seriously, right? Voldemort almost hated the John in front of him. He looked at John with a pair of angry eyes for a short time. Finally, it slowly lowered. I don't know where exactly Lucius and the others are, but their next step is to create a more horrific murder in Devon County, targeting you and Dumbledore. Where's the time? I don't know. I really don't know. Looking at the wand that had almost poked him in the face, the golden thunder beating on the tip of the wand, despite John's exquisite control, showed no sign of going berserk at all. But it was like a hot dagger stabbing the face in pain. But it also instantly caused Voldemort to scream. This is all I know. Lucius Malfoy has gone crazy. He even eats people. Oh! Voldemort shouted in panic, and Quirrell, who was possessed by him, had raised his hands and was lying on the wall beside him. Cold sweat accompanied the physical pain, seeping out of his pores like a shower head, but in the blink of an eye, his clothes were wet all over. No, please, Mr. Konstantin. No, Master. What he said is true. Don't kill me. John narrowed his eyes and moved the wand away from the other party's flounder-like cheek. A ferocious crescent-shaped scar appeared on Voldemort's face, causing the latter to wail in pain. Looking at Quirrell, who immediately collapsed on the ground after putting away his wand, as if his strength had been drained, John's eyes were still fixed on Voldemort, who was at the back of his head. So, Mr. Voldemort, let's talk about the other two questions. What else is around Gancius? Voldemort's already ugly face was trembling violently. That hideous scar seemed to carry a severe burning sensation that showed no sign of weakening, making him seem to be enduring such torture all the time. Now, he really didn't dare to hide anything in front of John. The exorcist boy in front of me is too scary. Not only is his strength terrifying and boundless, but he also seems to have no secrets in front of the opponent. His voice was a little trembling, and he honestly recounted the contents of the deal he and Lucius had reached in the situation that day. He said he would let the evil spirit create a new body for me entirely made of the wizard's organs. It would probably take a few days. John smiled coldly and looked at the other person as if he were a fool. If I guess correctly, that evil spirit should be an A-level evil spirit called Ghost Lady. Haha, create a brand new body. Mr. Dark Lord, it seems that you really lost your mind in order to be resurrected. To the side, aren't you worried that after your soul enters that body, it will be like entering a prison? So you like Azkaban place so much, Walter? Voldemort's eyes widened, but John curled his lips and suddenly took out a bunch of keys-like things from his arms. One by one coins engraved with different badges come into view. John squatted down slightly and looked at Quirrell, who seemed to be exhausted and lying on the ground covered in sweat. Slowly raising the silver coins in his hand above his head, the bright sunlight shining through the window on the side made the engravings on the coins appear on Quirrell's body in the form of shadows. John looked at Quirrell, who stared at him with squinting eyes in fear, and Voldemort, who felt extremely uncomfortable under the light. Speak calmly. There is a demon in hell named Dolos. His most famous power is to control puppets. Unfortunately, the evil spirit, Mrs. Ghost, who is going to make you a new body it's his retinue, John said, and suddenly there was a violent sizzling sound like a barbecue, accompanied by Quirrell's scream on the ground. John pressed the engraved silver coin he picked out in his hand on the other person's head. Mr. Dark Lord, for the sake of your honesty this time, I will not charge you for this exorcism. As he spoke, John suddenly began to speak a spell that quickly enchanted the demon. In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, I call you, nameless evil spirit. Oh, leave this possessed body and return to the dark place from which you came. Under the glory of the Lord, I command you not to entangle this innocent soul or disrupt the sacred order. May you repent, accept God's forgiveness, and return to the road of eternal salvation. Under the gaze of John's eyes of truth, this sizzling, billowing demonic energy began to gradually disperse from Qigong's body as his exorcism progressed. Then, under the illumination of the holy light all over his body, he was instantly shattered by the impact. In the name of the Lord, I declare your bondage. With the power of the Bible, I dispel your darkness. May the Lord's protection envelope this believer and restore him to new life and light. Bo! The exorcism is over. John slowly stood up and put away his things. At the same time, he seemed to have thought of something and squatted down again. looking at Voldemort, who was so weak that he almost fell asleep. "Mr. Dark Lord, I have just eliminated the demon thread in your body. If you don't want to commit suicide, go find that guy again. I don't think you need to worry about it for the time being. Wonderful to become the puppet of evil spirits. Of course, in order for us to get along with each other more happily in the future." John placed a hand deep inside his body and gently pressed his thumb on the scar he had just made on the other person's face. The scars, stimulated by the holy light, began to feel severe pain again, causing the Dark Lord's eyes to widen in an instant, as he was still so weak that he seemed to be about to faint. Amid the screams, there was no trace of pity in John's eyes. "I will only say this once, Tom Riddle. I don't care whether you have any plans or what kind of self-confidence you have that makes you look like a wretch now. Are you still thinking about your dream of ruling the British city?" John's voice was cold. "If you let me know in the future that you left Hogwarts, even with Professor Dumbledore's permission, but without my permission, I promise." Both Quirrell and Voldemort were looking at devils at this moment, and Shun-Yi looked painfully at John, who was slowly lowering his body. The other party's eyes looking down at them were like looking at two disobedient ants. "The moment you step out of Hogwarts, you step into hell. Be wise, Tom Riddle. I am not a good-natured person." Looking at John's little figure leaving, both Quirrell and Voldemort seemed to have been drained of strength in an instant, gasping for breath. After dealing with Voldemort's little trouble, John still had no intention of going back to potions class. He walked quickly towards Dumbledore's office. Whether it was the power that Lucius Malfoy now represented, or the terrible attack plan they planned with the Death Eaters, John would never be able to ignore it. To stop all of this now, it is necessary to use Dumbledore's power and influence. When John gently knocked on the door of the office, the door opened. Dumbledore, who was sitting in the principal's office in front of him, suddenly smiled meaningfully at him, with relief and a little shock in his smile. "Mr. Konstantin, I think as the principal of Hogwarts, I need to say thank you, 3-inch. Chapter 77. Listening to Dumbledore's sudden words of thanks, and looking at the other person's meaningful eyes through his silver-rimmed glasses, John instantly and instinctively thought of everything that had just happened. Could it be that Dumbledore knew about Voldemort's existence from the beginning? Was your previous guess correct? John hadn't yet figured out why Dumbledore, if he knew about Voldemort's existence from the beginning, left him in a place like Hogwarts, where young wizards were everywhere. Dumbledore, who was sitting in the principal's seat at this moment, suddenly smiled and raised a letter in his hand. "Mr. Konstantin, to be honest, you came just in time. After all, it is better for you to personally bear Snape's dissatisfaction for missing potions class than for me, an old man, to call you out of his class. It's much better to bear these," Dumbledore said, gesturing for John to sit down and pushing the letter in his hand in front of John. "Black tea." John nodded, reached for the letter on the table, and read it. When he saw the content above, John's expression couldn't help but become excited, and Huan Yuanzi pointed at the content written in the letter with some uncertainty. "Professor Dumbledore, so you are saying that a supernatural incident has occurred in Gringotts, and you are asking me to deal with it now?" Dumbledore nodded with a smile. The old man's face seemed to be a little more proud at this moment. "It's not just a day or two that supernatural incidents occur at Gringotts, but the outside world doesn't know anything about it. But it's obvious that our Minister Fudge has not been able to solve the trouble there as he wished. I think even if the Lucius Malfoy matter is over and the matter is resolved perfectly, our minister will be in danger." A faint smile appeared on John's lips. After reading Gringotts' description of the supernatural events during this period, he already had a certain judgment in his mind. "Professor Dumbledore, besides expressing regret and sympathy for what happened to our Minister Fudge, what else can we do? We can only hope that he will have the opportunity to sit in this position in his next life, and then change his ways. However, I think he should go to hell." Dumbledore smiled faintly and raised his eyebrows slightly in disbelief. The moment John walked out of the gate of Hogwarts with a letter signed by Dumbledore personally allowing him to leave school, along with Second Admiral Inha, Neville, Hermione, Pansy, and Draco, a total of 7 people. Several people have not yet recovered from the shock. "God, what are we doing now? Playing hooky?" Miss Hermione didn't know whether she was nervous or excited. At this moment, her eyebrows were slightly furrowed, but there was a smile on her lips. John rubbed the other person's head speechlessly and thrust a letter with her name into the other person's hand. "Miss Granger, please be careful with your words. This is a special action permission obtained by your President Konstantin from Professor Dumbledore through unremitting efforts. Mr. Exorcists and 2 dear ladies, please carry all your belongings with you. Now, you will go with me to Gringotts, which is in dire straits and is waiting for our rescue." John had a smile on his face. In the past, He had carried out such exorcisms alone. The process is novel, but the more times you do it, the more you do it, and you gradually become numb, as if you really treat your work. Only when you draw the treasure box at the end can you still feel passionate. But now, this feeling of playing a copy with a newbie made his heart suddenly become alive. Harry, Demon Sealing Treasure Box. Harry Potter. On my back, President Konstantin. Ronald, Pope's Cross. Ronald Weasley shouted excitedly. Ready, President Konstantin. Neville, Templar Sword. Neville Longbottom. I am President Konstantin. Draco Malfoy had a rare excited smile on his face. The holy water is all on me, President Konstantin. John, who was sitting astride Nimbus 2000, with his legs, turned his head dissatisfied. You should wait until I finish speaking my lines before responding to me. Pay attention to the formation. Do you understand? Draco suddenly glanced to the side in embarrassment. And just when John looked at Hermione and Pansy behind him, Pansy, who was the most excited, was already a little impatient. Let's go quickly. Hermione and I have put on the clothes as you told us, and we have packed everything we need to exorcise demons. John took a strange look at this guy and was shocked to address him directly. Seeing that everyone was ready, a bright golden light suddenly bloomed on John's flying broom. Gentlemen and ladies, target Gringotts, Diagon Alley. Let those damn evil spirits see the power of their godfather. Yahoo! Following John's excited shouts, it was like a bright meteor ejected from the ground instantly. The powerful Light Wheel 2000 exploded at a terrifying speed under the blessing of John's holy light. Behind him, Hermione and Pansy, two little witches who had been blessed by Satan, followed closely behind John. Behind them, Harry, Ronald, Draco, and Neville followed quickly. This kind of everyone working together to do a great thing seems to have made some of the rifts between a few people disappear at this moment. Draco and Harry laughed and kept making various fancy moves at the back of the team. Ronald, on the other hand, followed Neville closely, constantly encouraging him to speed up and continue to speed up. Merlin, is it possible that there will be several great exorcists in our Hogwarts in the future? Professor McGonagall stood by the window of the principal's office, looking through the window at the figures flying up to the clouds in the dusk, with a happy smile on his face, but he couldn't help but have worries and hidden feelings in his eyes. Professor Sprout gently hugged her shoulders. As one of the few female professors at Hogwarts, she is very able to understand Professor McGonagall's mentality. Professor McGonagall has no children, but all the little wizards at Hogwarts are like her children. She will personally stand at the door of the auditorium and restaurant when each class of young wizards comes, leading them into this door that symbolizes a new future. It's like the mother of these little wizards brought them into this world. The daily teachings and care, or the harshness, sometimes reveal a loving kindness that makes people feel warm. Minerva, believe me and believe Konstantin. Since he chose to take Harry and the others with him, he must be absolutely sure. Dumbledore sighed, looking at the flaming cloud where the few young wizards could no longer be seen, and murmured what Professor McGonagall had just said. Hogwarts, maybe there will really be some great magicians. Diagon Alley, Gringotts. Minister of Magic Fudge, who was driven away by the angry goblins yesterday, is here again today. Not only did he come here, but unlike the dozens of Auror wizards from the Auror Action Team he brought last time, the few people he brought this time were exactly what a standard Vatican priest expected. Mr. Phyllis, I think this is all a misunderstanding. Father Anthony and the others did not have time yesterday, so I personally took the Auror team to investigate first. Gringotts is a British wizard. How could we give up on such an important institution in the world? Mr. Phyllis, I want you to guarantee that Father Anthony and the others are very powerful priests in the nearby Holy See and are very good at dealing with demons and evil spirits. Cornelius Fudge had a confident smile on his face today, as if he was about to be humiliated here in Gringotts. After introducing Anthony and others who stood up, it was a mess. They were barely described as beings with great power like God. Even Anthony and the few nuns around him felt ashamed. Phyllis stood at the gate of Gringotts, looking up at the gradually darkening sky above her head. Although the time they agreed with John and the others has not yet arrived, at this moment, for a financial institution like Gringotts in the wizarding world to be shut down for one day, it is quite fatal. Today is already the 5th day, and their people have also heard some extremely unfavorable news about Gringotts and Diagon Alley. This is absolutely unacceptable to Phyllis. Hearing Fudge's confident words in front of him, Phyllis looked at Anthony and the others. Everyone was carrying a small box in their hands, and they were also wearing the traditional clerical services of the Holy See. They looked white and clean, and it does look like that. Fine, you can come in with me. but there are some things I must explain to you clearly. I also invited Mr. Konstantin, who completed the exorcism at Hogwarts some time ago. When he heard the name Konstantin, the first thing that Fudge recalled in his mind was the other party's immature face and the extremely greedy blackmail offer. Almost an instinctive reaction. Mr. Felice, huh? Forgive me for being rude, but I have to say that I have seen the Mr. Konstantin you mentioned with my own eyes, but unfortunately, I did not recognize him. What's so special about him? I really don't have anything special, but I can make you fall out of the position of Minister of Magic and be torn into pieces by angry wizards, and then I can easily throw your soul into hell and let you live every day. Bear the burning pain of hellfire. It was childish, but it was a cold voice that made everyone present shiver. Just when Fudge was about to say something bad about John, there was a sound from behind him. Looking back, Fudge couldn't help but feel a trace of embarrassment flash across his face. John was holding a long, small box in his hand, and behind him, two little witches, Hermione and Pansy, looked like the nuns behind Anthony. Follow closely. Then there were Harry and others who were holding golden Bibles and exorcism crosses. In particular, Neville Longbottom, who was carrying a simple long sword on his back and seemed a bit out of place with the sword, was even more eye-catching. Well, Mr. Konstantin, I was actually joking just now. This is all a misunderstanding. Fudge noticed John's cold eyes. He said that the other party had no strength, but how could he be as weak as he said when he could deal with a being like the demonized Lucius by himself? John scoffed. Misunderstanding? I like misunderstandings, and I prefer to let misunderstandings continue. It's a pity, Minister Fudge. I didn't mean to joke with you when I just said it. I have my eyes on you, literally. Fudge's face gradually turned pale, but John did not give up the intention of torturing the other party at all. The recent killings of wizarding families in Devon and the concealment of research on evil spirits that caused huge casualties to the Ministry of Magic. Just take one of these, Cornelius Fudge. The future has come to an end. And when you are forced to step down as Minister of Magic, how many people do you think will want to kill you? Anyone in the family of a Ministry of Magic Auror who was killed in this attack. Because of your incompetence and self-righteousness, your Auror brothers and sisters died inexplicably while fighting evil spirits. Or Mrs. Malfoy, who might have had hope of purifying her husband and regaining her husband, but may lose her husband forever because of your willful actions. Ops, I almost forgot. Those Death Eater wizards probably wouldn't accept that they were inexplicably accused of someone else's crime, right? John's words were so vicious that even Voldemort would curse him angrily. At this moment, under the words pouring out like a Maxim heavy machine gun, Fudge, a guy with a fragile psychological defense like an ant's scarf made of catkins, was instantly frightened. He sat down on the ground in a panic. However, John still looked at the other party with pity. Cornelius Fudge, I don't kill living people, at least I don't kill living people myself. But I really have a strong interest in torturing dead people myself. Fudge, behind John, Yunha and Yunha looked at each other and their mouths turned into a standard awe in surprise. But John simply ignored the trash in front of him and looked at the goblin who was also shocked. You must be Mr. Phyllis, right? Konstantin, John Konstantin, has received your invitation to solve the troubles at Gringotts. John stretched out his hand with a smile. The latter first glanced at Fudge, who was in a state of despair, as if he was immersed in fear of the future. Then he turned his head full of admiration and immediately held hands with John. It's an honor to meet you, Mr. Konstantin. He didn't say anything about whether Konstantin and Harry behind him were young enough to actually perform exorcisms. Just because Dumbledore was able to release them safely without sending a professor to accompany them, it already showed that Konstantin and the others in front of him were not just fooling around. The little devil. And shake hands and chat with Konstantin and the other little wizards who are about the same height as their goblins. Obviously, the goblins are more comfortable than adults like Cornelius Fudge and the others. Both of them greeted politely, and John then looked at Anthony, who was still a little embarrassed, and Fudge, who was lost. Mr. Phyllis, I don't mind if you want to hire both of us at the same time. Of course, the rule here is that as long as you join the exorcism, no matter what happens in the end, whichever party completes the exorcism and exhausts the promised amount must also spend every cent. Hear the words. Phyllis frowned and looked at Fudge. The latter finally came to his senses suddenly after Anthony's reminder. Mr. Phyllis, please believe us. Father Anthony and their commission are handled by the Ministry of Magic. It's enough to help my husband and the others without having to pay for it from the Goblin clan. In addition, after confirming that John and the others had no objections, Phyllis naturally would not refuse at all. Everyone followed each other into Gringotts, then passed through the office area and arrived at the core Gringotts vault. Going in from here is the area where supernatural events occur. The entire gene. We have never really seen those so-called evil spirits. Phyllis sighed. Father Anthony, who was standing next to Fudge, had already pointed his eyes at the nuns behind him and began to prepare the altar and exorcism props for the exorcism ceremony. John, what is he doing? Ronald asked in a low voice with some confusion. John glanced lightly, looking for the devil. What about us? Ding. The smell of demonic activity is found around the host. Breathe direction lock. John smiled faintly. Gentlemen and ladies, let's get to work. Demon hunting ritual? My eyes are rulers. In the dull gazes of everyone, John and others suddenly took out their flying brooms, looked at the deep vault tunnel, and instantly flew into Chapter 78. Boo-hoo. Seeing John and the others riding flying broomsticks directly into the Gringotts vault amidst a few blasts of sound, not to mention Father Anthony, who was muttering words to God for guidance, were stunned. Fudge and Phyllis on the side also looked blank. Mr. Walter Konstantin, it's very dangerous inside. The deep is built underground, with rails and cableways as connections and extensions. It is like a vault in a mine, and Felice's anxious voice echoes. However, at this moment, John and others had already disappeared. Anthony shook his head. They are seeking their own death. Mr. Goblin, I am afraid that these children you have found are not very professional. They rashly broke into the opponent's territory without knowing where the devil is hiding. It will only be the same as the steak that is brought to the table. A look of sadness flashed across Anthony's face, but his eyes showed a bit of relaxation and pride. Before the stunned Phyllis could ask any more questions, he was already kneeling on the ground in the magic circle with exorcism patterns and began to mutter something again. Lord, I hereby make a sincere prayer to you. As your people, I am in the midst of darkness and evil. The shadow of the devil shrouds us, bringing fear and despair. Lord, I know that my power is limited, but I am willing to fight this devil to the end for justice and faith. I need your wisdom and strength to guide me to find it and drive it away. It seemed that he had some decent real skills, and started to rotate with a cross-shaped pointer placed in front of Anthony. The latter immediately looked happy. Mr. Phyllis, I have found the location of the devil. Now we only need to go over and eliminate it, and everything here will return to normal. Fuji on the side heard this, and his face lit up. If some troubles can really be solved, at least he will be less guilty even if he steps down. Of course, if possible, Fudge still hopes that he can still sit in this position. Keep it for 100 years, 1,000 years. Mr. Felice, look, I didn't mean to deceive you. God Anthony and the others are indeed good at this kind of thing. Phyllis nodded, not caring about whether anything unexpected would happen if John and the others flew in so quickly. The most important thing right now is to solve the supernatural problem in Gringotts as soon as possible. Let Gringotts reopen as soon as possible. Quick, bring a rail car over, at the same time. Phyllis and Anthony, who were just behind them, had just started to drive toward the vault in a rail car. 037. John and others, who were riding flying broomsticks, had already turned left and right and arrived at a vault area that obviously had a bit of a cold atmosphere. It's the smell of sulfur. As soon as the little witch got off the flying broom, her little nose immediately smelled the smell in the air with alertness. It bloomed and twisted with a burst of pale golden light. The original wizard's robe instantly transformed into a well-girded nun's uniform, with a black mane color and a golden cross-stitch belt that was full of sacredness and solemnity. Let Miss Granger at this moment immediately change from the original wizard academic master's skin to the holy Shio Nen mode. But now it is in the hands of the other party. There were golden hook-like things tied one by one, with a sacred cross as a decoration and blessing hook on it, and the little witch took it off from her waist. Amos Demon Capturing Chain, a powerful exorcism tool forged and designed by Amos, the alchemist master of the medieval Vatican headquarters. It can quickly capture and restrain target evil spirits and demons while being infused with sacred power for easy control. Supplemented by the use of district magic spells, John has 2 such demon capturing chains in total. I opened the treasure chest some time ago. Among the 2 B-level exorcism treasure chests, one contained golden griffin egg, and the other contained 2 Amos captured demon chains. John directly assigned them to the 2 people who are now the most skilled in combining and using exorcism spells and divine power. Miss Granger and Miss Parkinson. Looking at Pansy, who was transformed into the same outfit as Hermione in the same burst of light, Harry and others showed envy as they also took out their own equipment and got into posture. John, will we get a demon uniform like this in the future? This is so cool. Ronald, this guy has clearly reached the scope of demonic activities at this moment. But he didn't look nervous at all. He held a golden cross in his hand and a Bible in his other hand. John ignored this guy and stared deeply at the deep and dark vault area in front of him. The kerosene lamp that was originally clattering was beating when John and the others approached, instantly extinguished. But at this sudden moment, John snorted suddenly. "Your father said, there must be light." Wow! As a white holy light suddenly bloomed around John, a shrill scream suddenly came out before anyone could clearly see what was there. A dark humanoid monster that looked like its skin had been peeled off struggled and screamed, and fell in front of the door of a vault. Jack! Waves of screams began to spread throughout the entire vault along the surrounding passages. Is this just a small role? Harry didn't even wait for them to take action. Under the illumination of the holy light around John, it was like ice and snow melting. The monster is about to be eliminated in the blink of an eye. Clearly disappointed. However, John smiled coldly. Ding! Successfully exorcised D-level evil spirit *1. Reward: D-level exorcism treasure box *1. Harry, our Mr. Devil, of course will not let us down. As soon as the words fell, everyone looked up amid bursts of denser and sharper roars. The top of the dark vault was now densely covered with ferocious demons. Everyone knew these monsters. It was just some time ago, after the Mirror of Arist was infected by the breath of hell. The teleported Class C. Red Evil Spirit of the Abyss and Class B. Giant Red Devil of the Abyss. Of course, there are also some scattered monsters like vultures or werewolves mixed in among them. Draco's face suddenly turned pale, and he moved his hands to the left and right, using a handsome move that he had practiced countless times, and knocked out 10 bottles of water from both sides of his arms. It's like holding 2 grenades. Fake squid. Beachy. Such a vulgar word. The moment it was shouted from the mouth of this young Malfoy, bang bang. Fire from heaven. Arm me with armor. Mercy. My sin. Harry's voice of chanting a curse followed closely, and the holy water splashed everywhere as the bottle shattered. And the next moment, it was like ignited gasoline. Like a golden firework blooming above the vault, the flames instantly spread amidst the screams of evil spirits. The 2, Class B. Giant Red Devil of the Abyss, which looked like they were spliced together from skinless human structures, let out a sharp roar that seemed to pierce everyone's eardrums. He rushed towards John. John was mumbling words, and behind him were 2 pretty nuns, Granger and Parkinson. The Asian demon capturing chain in their hands was already shooting out with lightning. The holy fire burning on the chain was like 2 sharp blades tearing apart the group of evil spirits in front of him. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of the giant red demon. Lord, you are almighty. Your power is omnipresent and omnipotent. I deeply feel my own insignificance and powerlessness. Faced with the demons who try to destroy my faith and lure me away from the right path, I implore you to give me divine power so that I was able to resist their temptations and attacks. Lord, please give me a piece of sacred armor so that I can be stronger and more powerful in the battle with the devil, without fear of bloody wounds from swords and guns. Exorcism spell, holy gold armor. As John's eulogy had just ended, Harry and the others were already fighting with the evil spirits swarming around them, and a more solid light rose up from Harry and others. The moment golden armor that looked like medieval knights appeared on several people. The evil spirits that were about to rush in front of them all let out even more ferocious wails. Under this golden armor, everyone who was still a little worried seemed to have sailed into a harbor without fear of storms at this moment. Go to hell, you dirty guy. Neville's eyes, which were still a bit timid, suddenly seemed to be a different person. The Templar longsword is swung in the hand, carrying the fierce holy fire, and the precise and fierce swordsmanship is like being possessed by the ghost of Hogwarts, Bloody Barrow. Puff, puff, puff. The bodies of all evil spirits swept by the sword in his hand instantly began to be destroyed by the divine power and turned into ashes amidst screams. John had no intention of personally dealing with these low-level evil spirits, but his eyes were fixed on a closed vault door in front of him. At this moment, in his sight, a scarlet target outline appeared. S-level, corrupted, greedy demon. Produced. Hell represents the son of the greedy demon Mammon, one of the 7 deadly sins. Exorcist advice. If a son doesn't teach, it's the father's fault. Beat him until he calls him daddy. The corner of John's mouth twitched. He was not worried at all about the existence behind the vault door in front of him. Instead, it was the person behind the other party's identity. The demon god in charge of one of the 7 deadly sins, the demon god of greed, Mammon, and the other party has another identity, the former angel of heaven. TSK, 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 sir, Escaping won't solve the problem. There are all exorcists outside, so why don't you come out and surrender? John entered the door with a somewhat teasing tone. As a burst of cold, evil energy escaped from the gap in the door, John's expression suddenly changed. Almost without thinking, a pair of angel wings suddenly spread out behind him. Boom! With a huge collision sound and the friction sound of metal being cut, sparks flew out, and the divine power collided with the breath of hell demons. In an instant, John was pushed backwards and took a few steps back. John, I'm fine. You continue to do your thing. Leave this guy to me. In the smoke and dust, the originally extinguished oil lamp suddenly rose into a scarlet flame, and an ominous aura accompanied the figure slowly walking out of the vault. The evil spirits and monsters that had been surrounding Harry and others and attacking like crazy suddenly stopped. One by one, they were either hanging upside down above the vault tunnel or lying on the ground, and they all kowtowed devoutly at the strange figure coming out of the vault. That figure seemed to feel the feeling of being watched and worshipped by everyone. The moment scarlet light shines on his face, he opens his arms. Come on, guys, these bastards are not kneeling down to worship you. If you don't take this moment to teach them a lesson, why are you standing there? John's cry, which was obviously cunning and excited, brought Hermione and the others back to their senses, but it also instantly made the greed demon, who was still looking happy, suddenly look stagnant. Holy fire curse. Holy light curse. Soul-crossing curse. Now, after a moment of eerie silence, the sound of dense Bible chanting with real Sanskrit sounds suddenly came. Harry and Ronald held wands and controlled the cross with the holy light and flew wildly into the group of evil spirits. The screams were accompanied by the scene of the evil spirits turning into ashes, which made the two of them even more excited. Plaque. Draco became the craziest arsonist at the exorcism scene. Under the condition that the holy fire would not cause harm to themselves, Master Malfoy, one on the left and the other on the right, each carrying a backpack with a space expansion spell, went crazy towards the bottle after bottle. Holy water was thrown around. Every time the bang 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 glass bottle breaks, it will cause a howl of evil spirits. And the two, Class B. Giant red demon of the abyss, who were restrained by chains by Miss Granger and Miss Parkinson, were even more because of the appearance of the greed demon. From struggling and resisting, he became submissive in an instant. Even though his body was almost burned to pieces by the Amos demon capturing chain, he didn't even dare to let out a scream at this moment. John was amazed and looked at the greed demon, whose face turned dark with a joking expression. It's such a pity. It seems that even in hell, there are feudal ethics that say this. Class issues can not only kill people, but also kill demons. Exorcist. UP ******* D me off. Greedy demon roared. On the face of a goblin-like monster, demonic aura billowed. The gold coins made into necklaces on the chest suddenly emitted a dim golden light full of strange aura. Light, followed by a sound like a roar from the other side. Exorcist, I will redeem your life. In an instant, John felt that his body began to become empty rapidly, and the holy light surrounding his body also dimmed in an instant. His pupils suddenly shrank, while staring at the gold coin emitting golden light on the other person's chest. It was almost a conditioned reflex, praising the hell fire, and instantly throwing it at the opponent. In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, the devil be gone. The flames collided with the golden light, and the feeling of being drained of energy from the body disappeared instantly. And as the dog spell began to operate, it took only a blink of an eye. The holy light around John became powerful again. Walter Uriel's breath. The greedy demon's expression changed instantly. However, before he could react, with a jingling sound, gold coins suddenly appeared at John's feet. Some jewelry mixed in. Moment. John understood the ability of the guy in front of him. The son of the greedy demon, Mammon, has the ability to buy and sell by force. However, it is obvious that this guy today is destined to make a big mistake here. Under John's crazy release regardless of the cost, Hellfire instantly beat back the greedy demon, who was originally trying to take down John. The Bible that Harry and the others were chanting around him made him feel as if his brain was being slashed crazily with steel knives. At this moment, there was a burst of rapid footsteps. A dozen figures suddenly appeared at the corner, and John's expression changed. However, Hellfire could not extend to such a far distance at this moment. I could only watch helplessly as the demon in front of me suddenly turned towards Anthony and the others who had just come over. Stretch out your claws. Human, I want to redeem your loyalty. Fake. looking at Anthony and the others who suddenly pulled out a dagger and rushed toward him while their eyes were dull at that moment. John couldn't help but let out a violent curse. I really don't like these idiots from the Holy See. He cursed loudly, and the next second the greed demon in front of him showed a proud smile. A black shadow suddenly rushed out of John's body. Aren't you an exorcist? Chapter 79. Aren't you an exorcist? Why? He wanted to question John angrily, but at the next moment, the hellfire in front of him suddenly burst out with streaks of golden thunder. John looked cold. I never said that I am in the same group as those tough guys from the Vatican. As the exorcism spells, thunder of God's punishment, and hellfire were simultaneously activated, the demon in front of John flew out instantly, as if it was hit by a cannonball. Boom! The terrifying energy has powerful killing properties against demons. When the latter flew out, his body instantly became stiff and numb, and the clothes on his body were made of unknown animal skins. In an instant, it became embarrassed and broken. On the other hand, the gold coin necklace on the opponent's neck was still shining like gold. The other side, listening to the fierce fighting, accompanied by bursts of blood-curdling screams, Anthony and the other nuns were so frightened that their faces turned pale. But at this moment, the arrow is on the string, and Fudge and Phyllis are staring at him. At this time, I realized that something was wrong, and it was already too late to evacuate. Just as Anthony and the others rode the rail car along the way and came to the vicinity of the vault where the sound came from, the exorcism tools on their bodies began to tremble slightly with billowing demonic energy. In an instant, Anthony and the others hesitated again. The hesitant look was caught by Fudge, who was also nervous at the side. The latter immediately took out his wand threateningly, and the meaning was self-evident. If things don't work out this time, my life will basically be wasted, but I definitely don't mind taking you with me. So, under the leadership of Anthony, several people quietly came to the supernatural scene where the demonic energy was billowing. What came into view was the terrifying scene of Konstantin and the others, like a fight between gods and goddesses. Anthony's mouth dropped open. DAs. 140. The evil spirits that had almost forced themselves to crowd his sight and were everywhere made their scalps numb. The fighting prowess displayed by Hermione and the others, as well as the powerful effects of exorcism spells and exorcism props, left them unable to even utter an exclamation. A sudden magical sound rushed into their minds instantly. Human, I want to redeem your loyalty. This voice seemed to come from God's will, making Anthony and the several nuns behind him instantly lose their minds. Looking at John and others who were surrounded by evil spirits and were struggling to exorcise the demons. They all took out the daggers they had prepared with them to deal with some necessary measures, and each of them stared with scarlet eyes, in front of the shocked and horrified eyes of Fudge and Phyllis. Suddenly rushed towards that side. Waterfa, what are you going to do? Neither Fudge nor Phyllis, the goblin who only knew how to manage Gringotts, knew anything about the so-called exorcism and evil spirits. Even in the past, they didn't even see evil spirits and wandering spirits. Phyllis's expression changed drastically, and he saw that these guys didn't want to help, but they had inexplicably become trash that was causing trouble for him in Gringotts. The angry one took out his own wand from his arms. The green light dancing on the tip of the staff is the most sincere and passionate expression of Phyllis, who is the person in charge of Gringotts at this moment. Fudge's expression changed drastically, and he wanted to stop him the next second. Boom. A tall black shadow suddenly appeared from John's back, and the shadows rushing like a black tide on the ground instantly turned into 10 giant rats with dark, condensed heads. The next second, Anthony and several other out-of-control nuns were pinned to the ground. Watching several people being restrained by the giant rats transformed from the shadows. Fudge's face turned pale as he stared blankly at the S-class rat demon, standing in front of them, even though he had never seen him before. But during the demon attack at Hogwarts, Dumbledore was also describing the process of that day afterwards. It was said that John also kept a retinue of demons. Then it is self-evident who the guy in front of me is. Seeing that the humans who could help him were also blocked, John in front of him pressed forward step by step. Under the obstruction and restriction of hellfire, he could not even take action against the few little wizards behind him. A feeling of despair that he had never expected suddenly began to spread in his heart. Before the roar reached his lips, a thick gun barrel was already inserted into his mouth. Idiot, you bought the wrong product. Boom. A silver bullet wrapped in hellfire instantly blasted greedy demon's head into slag. And when the opponent's head port was still rapidly extracting flesh buds and regenerating limbs, John made a lightning move and took off the gold coin necklace from the opponent's neck. Harry, A shout, no words needed. Harry ran towards John almost instantly, and the demon-sealing treasure box that he had been carrying behind him was pulled away by him. Without hesitation or caring about anything else, John directly threw the bunch of magic weapons into it. Greedy demon, who lost his important magic weapon, obviously even the speed of repairing his head was much slower. Sounds like chewing bones came from the fractured area as the head of the greed demon in front of him, which was shattered by John, began to repair. John turned his hand over and took out a golden cross that was burning with a golden holy fire. With a puff sound, the severed head of the greed demon was directly inserted into the horrified gazes of Fudge and others not far away. The angel wings behind John spread out. 10 pure feathers instantly dispersed the scarlet fire around him. There were waves floating around the bodies of John and the twitching greed demon in front of him. After being swayed, it fell on the messy treasury floor full of galleons, forming a mysterious magic circle pattern. Hermione West, John shouted, and Harry beside him immediately rushed toward the two of them. The cross burning with the holy fire turned into a stream of light and rushed into the group of evil spirits that had obviously become scattered. When Hermione rushed over, John just looked at him and they understood his meaning instantly. At this moment, in the eyes of Phyllis and Fudge, the qualities displayed by John, the first-year wizards at Hogwarts, are even more efficient than those of clergymen like Anthony, who have been working in this field all year round. When the two people's clear voices recited the contents of the Bible, the skirt of the Sister of the Sacred Heart uniform swayed gently, and the angel feathers that John scattered on the ground instantly resembled a circle of guillotine restraining the devil. It exudes a holy and majestic light, and it was precisely at this moment that John's voice also sounded. In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, Saint Michael the Archangel, please protect us from the chaos of power and violence. Please bless us. Saint Michael the Archangel defends us in the face of war, lest we fall into the devil's schemes and treacherous traps. KKK. As John prayed, the golden cross of the holy fire that he had inserted into the decapitated position of the greed demon instantly surged in flames, and an angel with wings spread vaguely appeared in the holy fire. And the moment this figure appeared, the body of greedy demon, which had been motionless because it had no head, suddenly began to tremble violently and struggled. Glory be to the Father, and to the Son, and to the Holy Spirit, as it was in the beginning, so it is today and forever. The golden light flowed in John's eyes, making him seem to have a divinity under the background of this momentum. The voice was ethereal, but it revealed a strange majesty. Fingers stained with blood drew a mark on the chest of greedy demon. With every step he took, the struggle of the demon body suppressed by him became more terrifying. However, the power John displayed was even more terrifying. Hermione and Pansy, flanked by Hermione and Pansy, chanted the Bible more solemnly and loudly. The commander of the hosts of heaven, by the power of the Lord, cast away Satan and other evil spirits who wander the world and seduce souls to their destruction, back to hell. John pressed his fingers firmly on the center of the cross on the greed demon's chest, and waves of majestic, invisible punches like those from the gods struck the demon body under John again and again. The terrifying force of the roar caused the entire Gringotts vault and even the buildings outside to tremble. Phyllis was so frightened that she hurriedly grabbed the deputy of the rail car beneath her. Looking at John's back at this moment, he was completely convinced in his heart that Dumbledore once said something that sounded ridiculous to everyone. John Konstantin is the reincarnation of an angel from heaven. God, is there really a God in this world? The sounds of John chanting curses, the sounds of Hermione and Pansy chanting the Bible, and the sounds of Harry, Ronald, Neville, and Draco fighting madly with the evil spirits outside the vault door. Let the vault at this moment become a battlefield between heaven and hell. Only with your own eyes can you see the retribution of the wicked. The Lord is your refuge. Whoever believes in him will not be put to shame. Bo. When the last prayer fell, the holy fire cross instantly burned out with a dazzling golden beam of light, seemingly ignoring the earth, rocks and buildings above, and soaring straight into the sky. In the bright golden light, a solemn and sacred figure slowly appeared. It was the Archangel Saint Michael. He was holding a spear and wearing armor, and he was extremely majestic. With his appearance, the body of greed demon, which was still struggling fiercely, instantly became stiff, and the fleshy sprouts that were still pouring out also stopped at this moment. The angel feathers on the ground seemed to have turned into silk spun by a spider at this moment. In the blink of an eye, the greedy demon, that was still struggling and trembling was wrapped around his subject in a quick twist. It turned into a mummy-like existence. Ding. Successfully exorcised S-Class Evil Spirit *1. Reward, S-Level Exorcism Treasure Box *1 Ding. It is detected that the target is perfectly captured alive by the host. Reward *2. Ding. You obtained S-Level Exorcism Treasure Chest *2. In his mind, the voice coming from the system finally made John's spirit relax for a moment. Hermione and Pansy's voices also slowly stopped. While the holy light on their bodies shrank, their faces became a little pale. This work is not just a matter of draining your voice. Harry, John called out. Holly immediately excitedly held the demon-sealing treasure box and was about to come here. However, just when John was about to collect this trophy, the gold galleons on the floor of the vault suddenly appeared without anyone reacting. Suddenly, it flew into the air. John's pupils shrank, almost as a reflex, and he suddenly opened his hands, pulling Hermione and Pansy, who were still dazed beside him, into his arms. The angel wings spread out a barrier. Boom! Amidst the intensive bombardment, the huge force coming from his back made John fly towards the outside of the vault, together with the two little witches in his arms. The moment he hit the ground hard, blood stained the wings behind him red. However, at this moment, John stood up with an ugly face. His eyes seemed to have seen something terrifying, full of fierce light. He murmured a name that made everyone present feel creepy. The Demon of Greed. Mammoth. The golden galleons turned into liquid and quickly condensed into a humanoid monster that was 70% similar to the previous greed demon. The former was more like a goblin, while the mammon in front of him. John felt more like an ape wearing gold and silver. A familiar smell, another Konstantin. John raised his eyebrows. Hey, it looks like he is an acquaintance who has dealt with the ancestors of his family. A sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth, and his eyes comforted Hermione, who were all worried. He made a gesture, telling them to hurry up and join Harry and the others to collect the remaining items, and dealt with the evil spirit that was paralyzed by fear. Mammon, you have crossed the line. You should understand the rules. John's voice was cold, but the demon Mammon in front of him showed no sign of anger at all. He smiled slightly, and the moment he spread his hands, his body twisted. He turned into a man in a suit, blonde hair, and rimless glasses, a well-dressed beast. Konstantin, I have no intention of being your enemy. Please tell me your conditions. Under what conditions can you let go of my stupid son? John was stunned. He glanced at the mummy, who had been swept directly to his side just now. Suddenly, I thought of the records and descriptions of the demon god of greed in some classics. A guy who really only likes money and treasures. Even when he was an angel in heaven, he already had this kind of paranoid pursuit of treasures. All the other angels are serving their master god. Only Mammon sees only money as the Lord in his eyes. When Mammon was in heaven, she was not as greedy as an angel. And after falling into hell and becoming the demon god of greed, he became even more gentle and unlike a demon. 0.8 Listening to the other party's thoughtful tone, John looked at Hermione and others around him. After having received 2 S-level exorcism treasure boxes as rewards from the system, John was sensible and did not show the slightest greed in front of the greedy demon in front of him. After all, the other party's attitude of "I agree to whatever conditions you put forward" is not tempting him to be greedy. John stared at the other person. I am an exorcist. My job and ideal are to prevent demons like you from entering the world forever. I don't want gold, silver, or the power of a demon. Demon God, if you want to exchange for your son, sign a contract with me. A flash of surprise flashed through Mamuna's golden pupils under her glasses, but then she seemed to think that this situation was natural. Tell me, little Konstantin, I see in you the courage of your ancestors, but it's a pity. Why do you want to be a slave to God, that rich man? For, no wonder you have fallen into hell. Are you at the main table? Wonkai? Only you, the demon god of greed. Mammon, dare to say this kind of comment, right? John took a deep breath. To be honest, despite how polite the other party was now, he was the real demon god of hell after all. At this moment, Peter, who was not far away from him, could still stand still, which was the greatest protection for the face of John, the master. From today on, any demon under the name of your greedy demon god Mammon will not be allowed to step into the human world. If you violate it, you will lose all your demonic power. Mammon's golden pupils flickered. Little Konstantin, this condition is not fair at all. You yipping can't control your greed. Mammon didn't know whether it was teasing or threatening. However, this greed, this is called kindness. Chapter 80. This is not greed. This is kindness. Haha, be kind. Mammon murmured the word without meaning, but looked at John with a bit more emotion and regret. His expression was complicated, and after pondering for a long time, he nodded slowly. Fine, Mammon will play with other people's greed, but will not criticize Konstantin's greed. I will restrain them. As he said this, before John could react, a burst of flame suddenly rose in front of the ladder. Along with a burst of golden light, like gold coins falling on the ground, a captivating voice sounded, and a piece of dark golden paper appeared in front of Mammon. The moment the latter squeezed out a drop of blood from his index finger and tapped it lightly, John immediately saw a golden, grinning devil pattern appear on the originally blank paper. The contract flew in front of John. Eye of Truth was turned on. After confirming that there was no problem with the true content recorded above, John decisively bit his own finger and gently dabbed his own blood on it. With a flash of light, the contract was immediately split into two, with John and Mammon each having one share. Ding! Complete the hidden achievement of exorcism armistice. Description: as long as hell and heaven exist, there will never be peace in the world. As an exorcist, guarding the world is the first priority. He successfully reached a truce with one of the hell demons, Mammon, the Lord of Greed. All hosts are still alive. In the human world, the demons of the greedy lord's lineage will never enter the human world. Reward: blessing from the Creator God, *1. John's eyes were dull for a moment, but Mammon in front of him did not know when she suddenly came to John's side under the horrified gazes of Hermione and others. While he casually placed a row on the son who had been mummified by John, the white seal burned in an instant, and casually pulled out the cross where the other party's head was decapitated and threw it on the ground. A little helpless, but also seemed to be a little emotional. Rough exorcism methods. Each of your ancestors are like this. Any demon that falls into their hands, even a being at my level, will suffer for a long time. Losing the blessing of the seal, greedy demon instantly regained his head and was about to angrily fight back against John. Damn exorcist, I. Next moment. Father. Boom. Under the gaze of everyone, the latter was punched by the demon godmammon in front of him and punched into the crack that opened at some point on the ground, like a crater. Back to hell in the blink of an eye. Looking at John, who was looking at him, Mammon could not see the slightest concern or affection for his son on his face. In fact, at this moment, he was obviously more interested in the John in front of him. His eyes were like those little witches who Ravenclaw heard gossip about, with deep curiosity. The misunderstanding has been cleared. Well, little Konstantin's temper as a Satan guy has been very bad recently. I heard that he seemed to have been humiliated by a human being in the human world. Could it be you? Even though it was a question, there was a bit of excitement and gloating in the obviously determined tone. John took a glance and saw that all the evil spirits around him who had died because of the existence of Mammon, the Lord of Greed, and who did not dare to resist the exorcisms of Hermione and others, had been eliminated. I feel a little more relaxed now. Under the stunned gazes of Phyllis and Fudge not far away, they smiled and nodded as if they were chatting with friends. He was too impatient, so he was deceived by me. He thought I was going to die and came to take away my soul. Ha ha, I knew it. Mammon suddenly burst into laughter, and the schadenfreude in her laughter became even stronger. Satan is here today. Ha ha ha. He always falls into the hands of your Konstantin family. I didn't expect that even you, who is still a child, can deceive him. Come on, tell me. What really happened that day? Ha ha, little Konstantin, you will never imagine how bad that guy Satan's face is. Ha ha. Rather, he is a demon god who can approach hundreds of millions of people. Mammon seemed to have no intention of leaving the world immediately. At this moment, she pulled John and kept asking about what happened between Satan and him that day. When John said he raised his middle finger to Satan, Mammon excitedly let out a scream like a woman flying into the clouds. Her pretentious and excited look attracted Hermione and other young wizards on the side to show polite expressions of respect but not understanding. Fudge and the others, who were already hiding in a corner not far away, were holding their breath at this moment. God, even if you are an exorcist and the reincarnation of an angel, you still raise your middle finger to Satan. Who is the devil? Is the world of the exorcist all this crazy? However, when John said that he also scolded the other party SB, Mammon was already excited and began to surge demonic energy in his hand, and actually transformed into something like a drawing board. As the red light flashed, a picture he had imagined appeared on the paper. He excitedly turned the painting to John and asked for his correction. John, he is a versatile demon god. Well, my soul at that time was carried back to the physical body by the holy light, and my soul was in a floating state. MYDY. The look in my eyes was more contemptuous, because I really thought he was really annoying at that time. Ha ha ha. I like it. WWW. One is the only descendant of the Holy Konstantin family, the 8 holy descendants of the Holy See, and the other is the greedy demon god from hell. The two of them seem to be no one else at the moment, and under the strange eyes of everyone, they suddenly engaged in such strange things. I don't know how long it took, but one person and one demon all showed expressions of satisfaction. Mammon finally couldn't wait to leave. His golden pupils were flashing with the excitement of having a great interest in committing suicide and committing crimes. In his hand, he held his own painting that would definitely make that guy from Satan thunder. The laughter became weird at this moment. Quack. I swear, I will spread this painting all over the hell. I will let even the lowest evil spirits know about this. Quack, quack. Little Konstantin, I won't bother you anymore. I believe we will be in hell soon. Looking at Mammon, it instantly turned into a pile of gold galleons scattered on the ground and disappeared. John stretched out his hand to stop him, but it was already too late. Depend on. It hurts to think that this guy with so much time to spare would spread that portrait of himself throughout hell, as he said. John could almost imagine how angry Satan could be. This feeling of shooting himself in the foot made John, who was originally a little happy because he completed his first order in the wizarding world, feel unhappy at this moment. He didn't even notice that when Mammon said, "Soon we will be in hell," she glanced deliberately at the 2 little witches on the side. All he could think about was what terrible things Satan could do if he went crazy. Mr. Konstantin, is it all over? Seeing that the terrifying being that existed in the myth finally seemed to have left, Phyllis, who had been hiding in the carriage of the rail car with her waist bent and her head hunched, finally climbed out carefully. Not far away from them, Anthony and the others, who were controlled by Peter, gradually regained consciousness as all the evil spirits around them disappeared. Now I really regret why I signed a slave contract with you inexplicably because of a piece of music. I seem to have seen my future death. Peter didn't know whether he was really scared or was shocked by the big shot behind the surname Konstantin. At this moment, regardless of the strange and weird looks from Anthony and others, he directly let go of the few people, and then turned into a black shadow again and returned to John's body. Mr. Phyllis, as you wish. All the evil spirits have been eliminated. Oh, by the way. John seemed to have thought of something and waved to Harry. As the latter got into the demon sealing treasure box, in full view of everyone, he then took out the gold necklace that should have belonged to the greedy demon. John muttered words as 1,000 holy lights shrouded the center of the necklace. Everyone felt that the necklace in front of them suddenly seemed like a dam that had opened its gates. A stream of golden galleons, along with some scattered gems and other treasures, instantly emerged from it. The sound of gold coins falling into the vault in front of him made Phyllis so intoxicated that she almost ascended to heaven. Oh, God. This is just... He was so excited that he couldn't even speak complete words. The face of an elf that John couldn't appreciate became a little distorted because of his excessive excitement. When the last gold galleon fell on the golden mountain in the treasury in front of him, Fudge, who was standing behind everyone, couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva, and several young wizards around John also opened their eyes in shock. Oh my God, John, can this necklace actually turn gold galleons? Ronald seemed to have discovered something big, and his excited eyes were fixed on the gold necklace in John's hand. John rolled his eyes and ignored this greedy boy. Mr. Felice, these should be the properties stolen from Gringotts during this period. As for which vaults they were taken from, you need to investigate on your own. John said it easily, but Phyllis was so excited that she cried on the spot. He reached out and took John's hand. Thank you so much, Mr. Konstantin. You have really helped us a lot, and we are even mentally prepared to fill this huge hole ourselves. I didn't expect that you could get back the stolen money. This? Woo-woo. John was a little embarrassed. If girls like Miss Hermione Granger were holding hands and crying and thanking him, he would probably enjoy it. But now, ahem, Mr. Phyllis, it is our basic professional ethics as exorcists to return these properties to their original owners, but our commission cannot be less than £1. Of course, Gringotts, although the exorcism is over at this moment, it is already late at night. However, Phyllis still ordered someone to prepare a sumptuous thank you banquet for John and the others. As the largest financial institution in the British wizarding world, the goblins of Gringotts have always been greedy and shrewd. Everything you need to do when you come to Gringotts except for the Weasley family. No wizard who manages business is not in the hands of these greedy goblin capitalists. However, at this moment, They all showed the greatest enthusiasm and respect for John and the first-year wizards at Hogwarts. Harry and the others were mesmerized by all kinds of precious ingredients that were rare to see at a dinner party like Hogwarts. It also made John understand. The enjoyment of capitalists has never been divided between the Muggle world and the Wizarding world. Mr. Konstantin, this is the Mexican Gran Velas taco, a dish featuring Kobe beef, almas beluga caviar, and black truffle brie cheese, is the main ingredient, with a total value of up to $25,000. Castle Gauchao Fisherman's Delight. This dish comes from the Fort Resort in Sri Lanka. The main ingredients include handmade chocolate, Italian cassava, and Bailey's Irish cream, worth $4,500. Louis XIII Pizza. This is a pizza from Salerno, Italy, topped with imported Norwegian lobster and unique caviar, worth up to $12,000. This is 24K Pizza. This is Burko popcorn. Things like top-quality lobster and seafood are now more of a decoration on the dining table. John and the two wizard ladies beside him all maintained excellent eating postures. Although Miss Granger obviously seemed to be deliberately imitating Miss Parkinson's etiquette, her behavior was considered natural and appropriate. On the other hand, Second General Enha, as well as Neville and the others, their appearance at the moment was not clear. Parkinson's black pupils stared straight at Draco, who was also a little forgetful. As the only Slytherin wizard present, at any other time, she might not be here. About these. But today, she was attending such a thank-you banquet as John's female companion. Draco, who could barely be considered her friend, would be very embarrassed for her if he behaved too inappropriately. However, John's attention at this moment is obviously not here. Mr. Konstantin, this is a contract drawn up by our Gringotts. Please take a look at it. Phyllis made no secret of her respect and politeness. After seeing that John had almost finished eating, she handed a document to John. According to what you said, the total number of D-class and C-class evil spirits exorcised by Li this time is more than 200, and there are 2 B-class evil spirits. The son of the first demon god is S-class. The price above is the remuneration we gave based on the market price you proposed before. If you are not satisfied, we can continue to negotiate. Although this kind of thing should be finalized before the devil. And at this time, the demons of Gringotts have been exorcised. Even if they deny shamelessly or lower the price crazily, there is nothing John can do against them. However, when John looked at the quotation on the document in his hand, he raised his eyebrows slightly. 300 million pounds? Mr. Phyllis, this price is at least half higher than the market price. Phyllis rubbed her hands with a sincere smile on her face. Mr. Konstantin, we don't know the situation of the exorcist industry, and even today we have seen the existence of evil spirits for the first time, but I don't believe that other exorcists can still encounter situations like today. Seeing that there was still some hesitation in John's expression, Leith hurriedly explained. Sir, if what you want is gold galleons or something else, we may still need to hesitate. But, in the wizarding world, the pound sterling and waste there is not much difference between paper and paper. If the Ministry of Magic had not taken care of young wizards from Muggle families, we would never even open the business of exchanging pounds for galleons. If you still feel a little high, then I wonder if I can invite you to be our exorcist security consultant at Gringotts. Exorcism security consultant? Sitting at the corner of the dining table, Fudge and Anthony, who had participated in some exorcism processes after all, couldn't help but look at the protagonist of this thank you banquet. As soon as you hear this position, you can tell that it is a new position specially created for Konstantin. To a certain extent, it is more difficult for wizards to enter an institution like Gringotts, which mostly uses goblins as employees, than it is to take the exam to enter the Ministry of Magic. At this moment, John is just a first-year freshman at Hogwarts. Chapter 81. With Phyllis's enthusiastic arrangement, John and his companions safely moved into a wizard hotel in Gringotts. Although the outside decoration looked a bit old, when John walked inside, he was surprised to find that there were not only many valuable historical artworks as decorations. There are also many things that are only found in the Muggle world, such as refrigerators. Mr. Konstantin, I wish you a good rest. The fairy looked like a gentleman, bowing respectfully to him, and then carefully leaving the room. If other wizards saw this scene, they would certainly not believe that these guys could show such pious and respectful expressions to their master for 10 days. Next door, at the strong request of Ronald, who felt a little restrained, Harry, Draco, and Neville slept in the same room. If it weren't for the soundproofing of the hotel itself, which came from the wizard who was very good at keeping privacy confidential, John felt that he could clearly hear the howling of ghosts and wolves coming from next door while lying in the bathtub. It was a close call. John closed his eyes comfortably, and after a brief silence, he immediately called upon the system in his mind. System, how many treasure chests do I have now? Byte. Host's current treasure chest count. 182 D level, 115 C level, 2B level, 2S level. It is detected that the host's exorcism team has completed the first complete exorcism ritual and has reached the basic configuration required by the system. The host can choose to combine 100 treasure chests of the same level into a team exorcism treasure chest. Is it synthetic? John's head, which was lying on the edge of the bathtub, suddenly raised up. The system's prompt surprised him, but at the same time, a look of deep joy appeared on his face. Dog system, you can't open this team exorcism treasure chest and give me something like magic snacks, right? If that's the case, I'm really going to curse you. Byte. Opening the team exorcism treasure box will only give you exorcism spells, exorcism tools, and precious special inheritances and items. Hearing this, John immediately put aside all his worries. Combine 100 D level and 100 C level for me. Byte. Synthesis completed. The host obtains D level team exorcism treasure box, *1. Synthesis completed. The host obtains C level team exorcism treasure box, *1. John sat up a little straighter. Open it for me. Ding. D-level team exorcist treasure box is opened. You have obtained exorcism technique, Fei Lian kick. Fei Lian kick. Concentrate a large amount of divine power under your feet. Instantly control the divine power to move, and your body will quickly teleport following the divine power. The higher the concentration of the divine power, the faster the movement speed. Just the first reward made John's eyes light up instantly. Fei Lian kick, or exorcism technique. Isn't this a Quincy skill? However, looking at the information given by the system, John could actually display some powerful and terrifying images by manipulating the divine power. This kind of teleportation has never been seen in the exorcist world of this world. That means, I have created a signature skill that is unique to exorcists. Thinking of this, the smile on John's face began to become more or less shameless. Wizards have the ability to change their shapes, and our city's Fei Lian kick isn't bad either. In John's mind, as the information of Fei Lian kick began to emerge, the water in the bathtub began to be stained with a layer of gold due to the infiltration of divine power. Abu. As a golden light surged, the water level in the bathtub suddenly sank after a brief pause. At this moment, John's body instantly appeared in front of a mirror outside the bathroom. Damn, this speed isn't just my first time using it. The surprise on John's face became more and more intense. After flashing around the room and performing the flying Lian kick several times in succession, he finally returned to his bathtub. System continue. Ding. C-level team exorcist treasure box is opened. You have obtained special exorcist item, black robe of the visionary, *7, uniform blueprint, and special fabric formula. Black robe of the visionary represents the eye of God, patrols the world. After equipping it, you can check the surrounding evil spirits and deter demons. It also assists in the casting of exorcism spells and the driving of divine power. As the light from the treasure chest in front of him expanded, 7 sets of neat black suits suddenly appeared in John's sight. The cape on one side of the shoulder, combined with the thin golden chain across the chest connected by tiny crosses, makes the uniform look more noble despite its solemnity and mystery. John's eyes suddenly lit up. In today's Konstantin Exorcist Society, except for Hermione and Pansy who have the Sacred Heart Sister uniform that John had drawn before as their independent attire. John, Harry, and other boys still did not wear the long robes of Hogwarts. Now, he finally has what it takes to be an exorcist. System, just click on 2 B-level treasure chests and open them for me. The 2 team treasure chests contain some really useful stuff, and John felt like the Emperor of Europe at this moment. Ding. B-rank exorcist treasure box is opened. You have obtained special item, Angel of Courage Blessed Doll Ram. You obtained special item, Healing Angel Blessed Doll Ram. What fa? Bang, 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 John. It's time to get up. Why aren't you up yet? What are you doing? Hurry up and get up. Mr. Phyllis has been waiting for a long time. Miss Granger, Miss Parkinson, Mr. Konstantin must have consumed too much yesterday. So, we are not in a hurry at all. At most, we can ask those reporters to wait for a while. Phyllis looked at the 2 little witches knocking on John's door with some embarrassment and not knowing how to explain. Although a large number of reporters from wizarding newspapers who were invited by them had gathered in front of Gringotts' door at that moment. At this moment, he didn't dare to urge Konstantin at all. Click, there was the sound of a door opening. John's head appeared, And when he saw the little witches standing at the door, with their hands on their hips and looking at him with dissatisfaction, he felt guilty for no reason. Ahem, Harry, Ronald, the rest of you should change into these clothes. Today's ceremony is also of great significance to our Konstantin Exorcist Society. When Harry and the others heard this and saw the stunning appearance of the black robe of the visionary in his hand, they were originally wondering, like Hermione and the others, why John got up so late today. His attention was diverted in an instant. Ah, so cool. This is so cool. This fabric, this workmanship. John, this doesn't look like the work of Madame Malkin. She can't make it to this level. Could it be that you customized it from the French wizarding world? If Ronald and Harry were young wizards with no experience, they could only marvel at how handsome and good-looking the uniform was. Draco, the eldest son of the Malfoy family, could tell at a glance that the uniform in his hand was extraordinary. John noticed the gazes of several people and smiled faintly. But he looked at Harry. Harry, help me get the magic sealing box. Although the latter was confused, as John's loyal fan, he did not hesitate at all and ran towards his room immediately. However, at this moment, Hermione and Pansy suddenly thought of something after seeing the uniforms in Ronald and others' hands, and suddenly started to push the door with anticipation in their eyes. John, have you changed yet? Come on, let's see. Master, everything has been packed. The soft and gentle call made John's body, which was blocking the door, freeze instantly. It also made Granger and Miss Parkinson, who were originally excited to imagine what John would look like in this uniform, stunned instantly. Miss Viper's eyes were cold, as if a venomous snake was slowly standing up. Suddenly he reached out and pushed open the door in front of him. A cute figure appeared beside John, and at this moment she was carefully adjusting the position of the cloak on John's right shoulder. An extremely bright and rare pink short hair covers a pair of eyes. Her skin, as white as mutton fat jade, looks bright and attractive under the morning sun. However, what shocked Granger and Miss Parkinson even more was the mental impact caused by the friction and collision of the other party's evil hands, which could not be ignored when he was tidying up John's clothes. Duong, duong, duong. It was as if her brain was suffering from repeated magical damage. As the other party's body swayed gently, Miss Granger's eyes widened, and she stared at the evil creature with horror. The body seemed to tremble again and again with the impact of the magic. John didn't dare to move at this moment, and Ronald and the others, who had originally focused all their attention on the uniforms in their hands, now opened their mouths wide. Although there are some things they don't quite understand. But, if their parents knew about this, they would definitely be punished with a beating, right? Even a young man like Draco Malfoy took 2 steps back decisively when he saw the beautiful maid with short pink hair beside John. Miss Parkinson looked at Phyllis, who was also stunned, with a pair of cold eyes. Mr. Phyllis, I wonder if you can give me an explanation? Why would such a woman appear in Mr. Konstantin's room? If Professor Dumbledore knew about this, can you imagine how angry he would be? Hermione gritted her teeth. And Professor McGonagall? That's right. Mr. Phyllis, you must give us an explanation today. It was as if the two of them had formed a united front in an instant. One of them was staring at Ram, who was still clinging to John's arm, while the other was looking at Phyllis, who was already paralyzed, with a dangerous look. Walter? I don't know anything. How old is Mr. Konstantin? How could I do such a rude thing? Phyllis was also anxious. If this matter were really known to Professor Dumbledore and McGonagall, considering how much they value the education of young wizards at Hogwarts, Phyllis had no doubt that Dumbledore could rush to Gringotts and fire a Vulcan at their headquarters to see if their gold galleons were resistant to fire. Moreover, judging from the looks and tones of the 2 little witches in front of me, if this matter today is not explained clearly, then the reporters from wizard newspapers from various countries that he had invited downstairs, those who do so, will become the death warrant of Gringotts. I swear. Miss Parkinson, Miss Granger, I absolutely did not do such a thing. Master, are we leaving now? A soft and sticky voice that seemed to have been heard just now was heard. Everyone turned their heads stiffly and looked towards John's room, which was illuminated by the morning sun. A little blue-haired girl who looked almost 80% like the maid beside John and was obviously a twin walked out from the other side. He was also holding one of John's luggage bags. Hermione, Granger, Pansy Parkinson, Phyllis, Ronald and his friends, as well as Harry, who just came over with the demon sealing box and happened to see this scene. Miss Noatal's voice began to tremble at this moment, and tears began to accumulate in her eyes. So, Mr. Konstantin, you and Harry want the magic sealing chest to hide the 2 of them. John couldn't help but look at Miss Parkinson for help, But he didn't expect that the other party's eyes were even colder than Miss Know-It-All's. At some point, a hand had quietly reached out for its magic wand. John was so scared that he quickly raised his hand. Calm down. Calm down. Everyone calm down first. This matter is not what you think. How did they show up? And how long have you been hiding from us? Hermione seemed to have thought of something, and suddenly looked at the magic sealing box in Harry's hand. The latter seemed to immediately understand the other's look and hurriedly explained. Hermione, don't let your imagination run wild. The demon sealing treasure box has always been in our dormitory, and John has never done anything in it without telling us. It contains nothing but evil spirits. There is nothing else. Ronald finally realized that the boss was in trouble and hurriedly ordered to buy. Hermione, you have to trust Weasley. Weasley men never lie. Seeing the other person's confident face and the serious look as he pounded his chest, the corners of John's forced smile twitched twice. Little brother or something. Mr. Savior is indeed more considerate. The red-haired Weasley would only make matters worse. Seeing that the situation was about to get out of control, John suddenly came up with an idea. Rem, use the blessing light. The two little maids were stunned. Then they looked at the two little witches who were blocking the door with angry faces and clasped their hands on their chests under the gaze of everyone. Plan dash, Miss Know-It-All. Take a deep breath and calm yourself down. As the two closed their eyes, a low ethereal chanting voice came out of their mouths, and bursts of golden light suddenly began to rise from their bodies in front of everyone's astonished gaze. As the light spread, the angry Hermione and Pansy, as well as Mr. Phyllis, who was in unprecedented panic and anxiety, all felt inexplicably calmed down in an instant. And down. God, are they angels? Neville's eyes widened. Under the influence of this sound, his memories, which had always been confused and painful, suddenly became like the sky after the rain. A refreshing and peaceful atmosphere. When John heard the exclamation, he also coughed twice in a hurry. Neville is right. Ram and Rem are indeed angels. You can also understand them as a reward from God. John thought of this excuse, but after he said it, both Miss Know-It-All and Miss Viper couldn't help but glance at the two of them. His face was full of suspicion. An angel sent by God, a maid, and God gave them to you as an exorcist. Miss Know-It-All shook her teeth, not wanting to say those unpleasant words. But John immediately understood what the other party meant. God actually used this method to test the exorcist's loyalty to him. John spread his hands awkwardly and said, Miss Granger, I know it's hard for you to believe. In fact, I am helpless too. After all, they are just like the Griffin eggs. They are all born out of thin air. Appear. A few minutes later, in front of Gringotts building. When Mr. Phyllis wiped the sweat off his forehead and appeared in front of the reporters with John and others, there was a brief silence, and then 10 bursts of exclamations were heard at the scene. Merlin, is that John Konstantin? Look, Harry Potter. The boy who lived is among them. Chapter 82. Early in the morning, Gringotts, which had been closed to the public for 5 days, suddenly announced with great fanfare that it would resume operations, and also invited famous newspapers in the British wizarding world such as the Daily Prophet and the Quibbler. Even reporters from the French and German wizarding circles were invited. Naturally, it attracted wizards from Diagon Alley and some shop owners to watch early in the morning. There are many versions circulating in the British wizarding world about what happened inside Gringotts these days. Some say that the greedy goblins took away all the gold galleons and prepared to flee to the American wizarding world. Some people say that the giant dragon in Gringotts' vault has gone out of control and occupied the entire vault, making it impossible for anyone to get in. Some people also said that there was a large-scale corruption inside Gringotts, and the wealth in many people's vaults was quietly taken away by the other party. There are even more outrageous statements. A supernatural incident occurred in the Gringotts vault. Several goblin employees died, and the vault could not be entered. Cornelius Fudge was hiding at the entrance of an alley not far from Gringotts, looking at John and his companions who had changed their clothes with a gloomy expression. These low-level wizards who were fooled by the Ministry of Magic have no idea what the truth behind the recent tragedy is. However, John Konstantin and the higher-ups at Gringotts knew it very well. Now that the supernatural crisis in Gringotts has been resolved, the strength displayed by John has made Fudge feel unprecedented regret. What if Lucius had not been transferred to the Department of Mysteries? But unfortunately, John's attitude has become very clear. If Cornelius Fudge wants to keep his position as Minister of Magic, he must eliminate Lucius and all the evil corns who escaped without anyone knowing the truth. Anthony, is there no exorcist in the Vatican who is stronger than this little devil? He looked at Father Anthony and the others standing behind him with a somewhat unbelieving look. They did not receive the same high-level treatment as John and the others last night. In consideration of their contributions, the goblins treated them to a dinner but did not provide them with any accommodation. Therefore, it was natural that they were accommodated that night by Fudge, the Minister of Magic. But it was obvious that the four of them did not have a pleasant night's rest. Minister Fudge, this was available at the time, but I don't think you can hire them. Their asking price is not a cheap price. Anthony tried his best not to sound so exaggerated, but the look in his eyes made Fudge's eyes twitch involuntarily. Obviously, this price must be really not cheap. Ladies and gentlemen, please be quiet, please be quiet. I want to introduce to you a new member of Gringotts. Phyllis's face quickly showed the fairy-like pride that everyone was familiar with. Facing everyone present, he made an inviting gesture to John with a smile on his face. Mr. John Konstantin, a very powerful exorcist recommended by Professor Dumbledore himself, helped us solve a big problem at Gringotts yesterday, a problem that almost caused us to suffer huge losses. Everyone looked at the god in black robe in surprise. John had the resoluteness of a young man and was familiar and ruthless with a warrior. Of course, they had heard of this name. The recent demon attack at Hogwarts was also no small matter. However, the vast majority of people remained skeptical about the content of the report. Mr. Phyllis, you are not going to say that Gringotts has been closed for 5 consecutive days because of a demonic attack. A reporter from the German wizarding world took advantage of the opportunity. Some of the wizards from Diagon Alley who were watching smiled and shook their heads. These goblins are really crazy. They can even come up with such an excuse. However, Phyllis's expression suddenly became serious. Yes, ma'am. And it wasn't just one demon. It was more than 300 scary guys. Merlin was there. I was there at the time, and Mr. Konstantin and the others also showed me that this world is as great a profession as wizards. Exorcist. The crowd was shocked. However, facing the people around him or the voices like, "Where is the devil in the world? It should be a ghoul. This goblin is crazy." Phyllis looked at John beside him with anticipation. The latter nodded. Then, Harry behind him suddenly opened the demon-sealing treasure box in his hand in front of everyone's eyes. As Hermione and Pansy activated the Amos demon-catching chain in their hands, they instantly reached in. The next moment, squeak, squeak, squeak. A scream that made everyone feel extremely dizzy and nauseous suddenly came from the demon-sealing treasure box. When a C-class tomb evil spirit, that looked as ferocious as a demon, opened its mouth and roared, revealing its ferocious mouthparts like octopus tentacles, was caught by the two men. All the wizards present who had originally doubted whether there were evil spirits in this world. They retreated in horror. John's calm voice sounded, and that steady voice that seemed to soothe people's hearts made the originally panicked people quiet down. Gentlemen, just because you can't see evil spirits doesn't mean they don't exist. Just like now, when sea-level tomb evil spirit is not in a manic state, you can't see it either. And once any of you are able to see them, believe me, you would definitely rather hope that it was a nightmare that would end when you open your eyes. John slowly stretched out his hand, and a pair of angel wings formed by holy light behind him seemed to become more real as time passed. And it was precisely that crash sound. The white angel wings that suddenly opened from behind John were more convincing than the words he had just said and this sea-level tomb evil spirit that was still bound beside him. Oh my God, an angel? He is actually an angel. Merlin, Professor Dumbledore really didn't lie. John Konstantin is really the reincarnation of an angel. Crack, crack. The exclamations of the crowd were accompanied by the sound of intensive photo-taking that suddenly rang out around them. Phyllis, who was standing next to John, finally showed an excited smile on her face again. While he hurriedly signaled to the Gringotts staff around him to maintain order at the scene, he immediately took out the employment contract that he had prepared long ago. Open it in front of everyone and show it to everyone. To thank the help of the Konstantin Exorcist Society of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, especially Mr. John Konstantin, who helped us recover the original losses. It is also for the benefit of Gringotts depositors in the future, so that they no longer need to worry about similar supernatural events causing losses to their assets. After the decision of the top management of Gringotts, the position of Gringotts Exorcism Safety Advisor is now established. Hiring Mr. John Konstantin, the exorcist, and his exorcist team to be responsible for the future exorcism safety work of Gringotts. In a pair of eyes that are either shocked, excited, or suspicious, John stretched out his hand, and the two of them held the certificate of a secure job in the British wizarding world in front of them, with smiles on their faces. Necessary responses were inevitable, and John was not incapable of acting according to circumstances. After all, His future business orders might come from the bosses of Diagon Alley or wizards from other countries. He would try his best to satisfy these people's greetings and curiosity. Such communication skills that made him look like a successful person made Harry and others who had always followed John admire him even more. I always feel that compared to John, we are the real children, Draco muttered quietly, looking at the beautiful reporters who were amused by John's few words, and his self-doubt increased. Compared to Harry and Ronald, they are guys who have never seen the world. Draco was often taken by his parents to attend banquets with officials from the Ministry of Magic or pureblood wizard families since he was a child. He thought he was quite good at socializing. But when John, who completely crushed him in every aspect, appeared, everything changed completely. Ronald, who was holding a small cake in his hand and was very self-aware and had been acting as John's background from beginning to end, looked towards the corner of the hall with a bit of teasing when he heard what happened. At this moment, Hermione and the other girl were looking at John's two beautiful maids. Compared to these, I am more looking forward to the future situation of Hermione and the others. Those two girls are so beautiful. Will God send beautiful girls to his believers? Neville, who had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke. Ronald, you'd better keep your voice down. I think John heard it, and his eyes don't look friendly right now. Walter. Ronald nearly choked to death on the cake in his mouth. When he turned around, he met John's half-smiling eyes. Sorry, boss. I swear, I have absolutely no intention of gloating. I promise. Ronald's eyes suddenly became pleading. However, John had already turned his head away and continued to talk with the two beautiful French journalists in front of him about some supernatural events that might be involved in the French horror calls. Sometimes, the age and physical differences really made John very uncomfortable, especially with that damn Satan, who always makes weird thoughts pop up in my head. I clearly want to do it, but I can only think about it helplessly. On the way back to Hogwarts, John was riding his flying broom alone, but his eyes were fixed on the two little witches flying in front of him. It seemed as if he wished he could not stop and crash into the two little witches on a hill and kill them. I wanted to say to them, I won't stop you from dying, but can you please let Ram and Rem go? But I was afraid that the two of them would really get angry and lose their minds. I can only follow behind silently. Ronald, who had received a part-time job from Gringotts, was so happy that his teeth were almost showing, even though they were at a distance. They could both hear each other's laughter, which was gradually getting more and more out of control. Ha ha ha. Percy must be so jealous of me. He wants to work in the Ministry of Magic for no reason, but I'm only in my first year and I already have a job that's just as good as the one in the Ministry of Magic. I must let him take a good look at my new identity. Ha ha ha. Harry shook his head, indicating that he couldn't understand what made him happy. How many of them, they were just assistants to John, the Exorcist safety consultant. Although Gringotts paid them a salary, it was only 12 galleons a month. Harry couldn't help but look at Draco, who was also helpless and confused. The latter shrugged, revealing an expression that said, "Oh, I really envy him for being able to get happiness so easily." When the few people's flying brooms broke through the clouds and appeared above Hogwarts, they were immediately noticed by Professor McGonagall, who was standing at the office window, keeping an eye on the situation outside. Discover at a glance. Albus, they're back. John and the others are back. Professor McGonagall ran out of the castle with excitement on his face as he saw them land. Hermione and Rem were originally trying to compete with each other, but they only got humiliated by Duang again and again. I was so angry that I was stunned by Professor McGonagall's excitement. But the next moment, John was hugged by Professor McGonagall, who rushed over. Great, you're back safely. Seeing Professor McGonagall's joy without any false trace, and eyes full of motherly concern and love, John couldn't help but feel as if something was stuck in his throat. He smiled and hugged the other person gently. Coincidentally, at this time, Dumbledore, who heard the news, and his teacher, Blackbat Snape, also rushed over as fast as they could. When I saw the clothes John and others were wearing, I was stunned at first. After confirming that the young wizards were not injured, Dumbledore felt a little relieved. Congratulations, Mr. Konstantin. It looks like you will soon become a famous city magician in the British network world. John smiled and nodded, then looked at Snape standing beside him. However, the latter's gaze fell strangely on Ram and Rem, who were standing behind John, one on the left and one on the right, and seemed to have replaced the positions of the two little witches. Ahem, Mr. Konstantin, please don't tell them that these two people were the result of you saving the damsel in distress when you were exorcising the devil at Gringotts. You can't tell them that you are the one who saved the damsel in distress because of Professor Dumbledore. Your tolerance means there are no rules at all. Snape's words finally brought Professor McGonagall, who had been asking about the little wizard's conditions, back to her senses from her motherly mode of worrying about her children. When I saw Ram and Lei, Didi Zhao, Mu, they were obviously dressed as maids, and they looked. Mr. Konstantin, I need an explanation. Gryffindor headmaster, Professor McGonagall, skin is now available, then. It's the same explanation as before. When Ram and Rem once again displayed their angel-like abilities, even Dumbledore's eyes became serious. His eyes were strange and filled with incredible shock, and he subconsciously wanted to confirm with John again. Mr. Konstantin, are you saying that they were given to you by God? This joke is not realistic at all. John shrugged helplessly. In fact, I really can't think of any other possibilities. It's just like the Griffin egg before. It appeared out of thin air and has the pure aura and power of holy light. Professor Dumbledore, I don't think this joke is realistic, but the fact is, I can't think of any other possibility. Professor McGonagall seriously pulled Ram and Rem away. Ladies, could you please tell me where you came from and why you followed our Mr. Konstantin? If there is no reasonable explanation, I'm sorry. I can't let you enter the gate of Hogwarts. Hearing this, Rem, as the younger sister, couldn't help but look at Ram. We don't know where we come from, but Professor, you can't stop us from staying here. To be honest, in a burst of golden light, Professor McGonagall came back to his senses. The two little maids returned to John's side in an instant. John, innocent face finally, after a heated discussion between Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall, Ram and Rem were finally allowed to stay in Hogwarts. However, in the tower of the Konstantin Exorcist Society, a separate dormitory was prepared for them to rest. Nicholas Flamel, Walter, God gave you two girlfriends. Chapter 83. Konstantin Exorcist Society. Alchemist Nicholas Flamel stared blankly at Ramelum, who were standing on John's left and right, even with the confirmation of Dumbledore and McGonagall. At this moment, the old man's world is gradually showing signs of collapse along with his shaky body. Why would God give you a child? In front of Ram and Rem, Nicholas Flamel, out of consideration for his reputation, could not say his assessment of the lethality of Ram and Rem's two little maids. Professor McGonagall was thinking the same thing at the moment. Konstantin was brought to Hogwarts by her personally, and he was someone she had high hopes for. No matter in terms of character or as a future leader of a team, he is a very suitable person. Professor McGonagall is even training Konstantin to be the next headmaster of Gryffindor. John is her pride, and in the future, he will surely become the pride of Hogwarts. However, there was one thing about this child that made it difficult for even her to handle. Flirtatious. Now the whole Hogwarts knows that Hermione Granger and Pansy Parkinson, the two famous first-year witches in Hogwarts, have both taken a fancy to him, and the competition is fierce. However, John, even after he had Hermione first, still did not choose to reject Pansy directly. Now, two more people suddenly appeared out of nowhere, who completely crushed Hermione and Pansy, who were still just cute girls, in terms of appearance and lethality. In short, Master Nicholas Flamel, the two of them will live here from now on and be responsible for handling some of the daily affairs of the Konstantin Exorcist Society. Professor McGonagall paused slightly and glanced sideways at John. I don't want Mr. Konstantin to do anything that is not in line with his age. Hearing this, John immediately laughed awkwardly. Meanwhile, Know-It-All and Miss Viper looked at him and snorted in warning. Nicholas Flamel, who had not yet recovered from this strange incident, nodded blankly. Ever since he moved here from the French wizarding world, his experiences every day have been so magical and full of freshness, although now it seems that this freshness is still a little too fresh for a super old man like him. Master Nicholas Flamel, rest assured, Ram and Rem are very capable. You can let them serve as your assistants when you are researching alchemical items in the future. As he said this, John hurriedly winked at the two maids who were still standing beside him. Ram and Rem are angels from heaven. They can not only handle the daily operations of the Exorcist Association, but also heal and regulate the bodies of the members of the association. Suddenly, the two of them understood the meaning of John's eyes and were immediately under the attention of everyone. Put your hands together. As waves of gentle chanting came out of the two people's mouths, it seemed to appear out of thin air in the early morning sun and instantly sprinkled on Nicholas Flamel, whose skin and hair were pale due to life problems. Nicholas Flamel, who had been immersed in studying the body structure of evil spirits the whole night, felt a wave of comfort that neither the Philosopher's Stone nor the elixir of life could bring. He suddenly felt as if his body was soaking in a comfortable hot spring. The awkward and reluctant expression he had shown because of the two people's appearance slowly disappeared at this moment. A faint blush appeared on his body. Dumbledore and the others who were watching this scene were all stunned by the changes in Nicholas Flamel's body, although he still looked obviously weak. But at least with the efforts of Ram and Remington, Nicholas Flamel, an old man who usually looks like a walking corpse, actually has a bit of the breath of a living person, rather than a ghost with a corpse in its sheath. It ends with a prayer. The smile on Nicholas Flamel's face became much more peaceful and comfortable, and his original unwillingness completely disappeared at this moment. He looked at the two cute little maids in front of him, and finally stretched out his hand with a smile. "Well, welcome to the two angel ladies. You can call me Grandpa Flamel." Ah, crack, followed by two crisp sounds. The smiles on John and the others' faces froze instantly when Nicholas Flamel's fragile hand bones broke. The mouths of the two little maids, one pink and one blue, instantly opened into an O shape. He looked at his own little hands in disbelief. At this moment, I have a new understanding of the word fragility. Fortunately, this situation has happened to Nicholas Flamel more than once or twice. These small matters were dealt with quickly. After settling the two maids, Ram and Rem, John brought the angry Miss Know-It-All and Miss Viper to the Hogwarts Great Hall restaurant. As soon as I walked into the restaurant door, I immediately heard the recognizable voices of Ronald and the Weasley twins. "Oh my God, Ronald, your clothes are so cool, so cool. Is this a gift from Gringotts to you? Walter, uniform? Hellraiser?" Harry Potter looked at Ronald, who was surrounded with a smile on his face, but he had no intention of joining in. As the boy who survived a disaster, paying attention to such things was no longer something he desired. Compared to being watched by everyone, he prefers to stay by John's side and follow his footsteps to become stronger. Make more contributions to the light of this world. This is his dream now. John, you are finally here." The sharp-eyed Fred Weasley suddenly let out a cry of surprise, and the entire auditorium was instantly filled with excitement. Whether it was the little snakes surrounding Draco on the Slytherin side, or the little lions surrounding Ronald and Harry on the Gryffindor side, they all turned their heads. John watched as the excited Fred came up to him, grabbed him, put his arm around his shoulders, and walked to the Gryffindor table. Even though I had been mentally prepared, I was still a little overwhelmed by the other party's excitement. The blasting genius Seamus Finnegan leaned on Neville's shoulder, knelt on a chair, and looked excitedly at John, who sat down. "John, Professor McGonagall and his colleagues said that you went to Gringotts during the 2 days you were on leave, and that a supernatural incident occurred there. Did you succeed in exorcising the demon?" "Ha ha, Finnegan, you really asked a nonsense question." Look at Ronald's smug look. "Konstantin, what kind of demon is this time? Can you tell us about it?" 1. Everyone gave up on Ronald, who was still trying to keep everyone in suspense, and chose John, who had just sat down. Pansy did not choose to return to the Slytherin table. Instead, she and Miss Know-It-All Hermione sat on either side of John. It seems like some kind of offensive and defensive alliance has been reached. The two of them had now returned to their Hogwarts wizard robes. However, John and other boys in the Exorcist Society were still dressed in the mysterious and noble black robes of the Visionaries. At this moment, they were sitting among a group of young wizards, like nobles who had walked into a country tavern. Especially John, with his powerful aura and the temperament that made people unable to help but get close to him because of the long-term immersion in holy light. At this moment, he undoubtedly won the top spot in the hearts of all the little witches in Hogwarts. John smiled and nodded. Everything went smoothly. At least Mr. Phyllis from Gringotts was very satisfied with our exorcism service. Ronald at the side immediately interrupted. "You probably don't know this yet, but John has now got a permanent official position at Gringotts. Exorcism security consultant. God, 1,000 gold galleons a month." Walter. Now, the already excited little wizards were even more stimulated. Especially those senior students. After hearing the news, they felt as uncomfortable as if they had eaten a fly. An emotion called envy, jealousy, and hatred is spreading in the hearts of many people. But there is nothing we can do. Ronald's smug look made John sigh and shake his head. He couldn't help but look at the man who was still sitting quietly with a glass of orange juice in his hand. Harry was looking at the lively scene around him with a smile. Look at Mr. Savior. He deserves to be the protagonist. Harry, who was neither arrogant nor impatient, and had been trained by his great President Konstantin, was now studying exorcism spells and magic with great diligence and dedication. He was already in a situation where he didn't even realize it. In the heart of his boss John, he became a younger brother with 5-star praise. Amid the jeers from the people around him, Ronald took out a palm-sized medal from his arms that he had wanted to show off for a long time. On the badge with the Gringotts logo, there were clearly written the words, "Ronald Weasley, Assistant Exorcist Security Consultant." "My God, Ronald, You're only in your first year, and you already have a position at Gringotts. If Mom knew about this, she would be so excited that she would faint. George Weasley took the medal in disbelief and examined it carefully with the people around him. When speaking, it is inevitable that there is a hint of sourness. Damn it, why can't we join John's Exorcist Society earlier? Then they who have mastered the exorcism spell will definitely be able to participate in this operation. I don't know if Mom will faint from excitement, but Percy will definitely be P***********D to death. Fred laughed strangely, as if he was hoping for chaos in the world. When they turned around, they saw the prefect Percy Weasley, whose face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. Apparently, Fred was right. Humph. It's just because of Konstantin. If it weren't for Konstantin, Gringotts wouldn't have hired a first year like you. Oh no, he's jealous. Percy is really jealous. Ha ha ha. Everyone laughed, and Ronald did not feel embarrassed at all because of Percy's words. He puffed out his chest proudly. My stupid brother Percy, I am indeed your younger brother thanks to President Konstantin, but I am also an exorcist who has personally killed more than one evil spirit. The people around exclaimed again. Miss Viper curled her lips. Huh? Weasley, don't you know that even Neville Longbottom has killed more evil spirits than you? Everyone looked at Neville in surprise, who had been eating his food silently. The latter was immediately noticed by so many eyes. Her little face couldn't help but turn red on the spot. It's all thanks to the sword John gave me that's so powerful. I didn't help at all. Ha ha, Ronald, you killed the fewest evil spirits, but you boasted the most? Ha 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 ha. In the warm atmosphere, Dumbledore and others sitting in the professor's seats did not disturb them. Dumbledore looked at the bustling hall restaurant with a smile on his face. The old face seemed to reveal a bit of the innocence and passionate smile of a young child, and he couldn't help but let out a sigh of deep laughter. With Mr. Konstantin here, Hogwarts is much more lively than before. Professor McGonagall rolled his eyes and said, Yes, there has never been a little wizard who can go out to earn extra money while studying at Hogwarts without your permission, Mr. Headmaster. 300 million pounds, my God. Will John really not learn bad things with this money? She looked worriedly at John, who was surrounded by everyone like the moon surrounded by stars. Not only is she good-looking and has an outstanding temperament, she also has the heroic spirit to save the world. Now he is just a first-year wizard at Hogwarts, but he already has the status in the wizarding world that others dream of. Professor McGonagall even had no doubt that if she had met such an exceptionally good boy in every aspect when she was still a teenager, it must be impossible to refuse. But when she thought of the only bad thing about John, as the head of Gryffindor and the one who brought John to Hogwarts, she felt a severe headache. Haha, Minerva, you have to have faith in our Mr. Konstantin. Look at the little wizards following him. Each of them has become very outstanding. Dumbledore said with a smile, and happened to notice John looking at him, so he smiled and slowly raised his glass to him. Their eyes were filled with the satisfaction, admiration, and pride that an elder would have when seeing an outstanding junior. I was worried that Harry would become lazy and only know how to play after entering Hogwarts because of the long-term loneliness. But look at him now. Even James and Lily, they will be very proud when they see this, right? And the Weasley family's youngest son, although there are still some flaws that need to be improved, but Minerva, except for the 2 penalties for absenteeism and lateness at the beginning of the school year, has he ever behaved badly in any other way? Mr. Neville Longbottom, I still feel very sorry for what happened to his parents. But when Mr. Konstantin found out, he immediately contacted Severus. Discuss and research the magic potion to cure them. Dumbledore's eyes were slightly moist with emotion. And our Mr. Malfoy, his change is even greater. Professor McGonagall was speechless, while Professor Sprout, who heard the conversation, looked at the man sitting next to John and giving him a call from time to time. The little witch who put some food on her plate. Compared to Mr. Potter and his team, I am more looking forward to Miss Granger and Miss Parkinson's future achievements. Merlin, Professor Dumbledore, can you imagine that we are learning exorcism spells from Mr. Konstantin? Have you started formally studying the herbology content for second-year wizards? Professor Flitwick beside him also nodded repeatedly. There was a hint of distress in the smile on his face. They are so smart. They can learn everything I teach them right away. Some relatively complex theories of spells usually take other young wizards at least 2 years to master. When I gradually figured it out, Ms. Granger and Ms. Parkinson only needed 1 lesson to fully master the technique. Professor Flitwick seemed to have thought of something and looked at Dumbledore beside him. Professor Dumbledore, sometimes I really doubt whether the Sorting Hat is really reasonable. At least in my opinion, apart from the pure-blood wizard background, The pure-blood theory is not reasonable. Miss Parkinson doesn't say. A clever, hard-working, and studious little, which like Miss Granger, must belong to our Ravenclaw. Ajajaj. Professor McGonagall tapped her cup in disapproval. Huh, Phileas, do you think that all of our Gryffindor wizards are naughty and playful? Quirrell, who was sitting in the corner, listened to the discussions around him, and when he looked in John's direction, his eyes were full of fear and worry. How should the Master's resurrection plan unfold? Chapter 84. Night falls. A group of young wizards followed the prefects of each college back to their respective dormitories. As for John, he did not return with Harry and the others, but came to his base in Hogwarts alone and quietly. Konstantin Exorcist Society. Nicholas Flamel looked at the busy president in front of him with a confused and helpless look on his face. Little John, you know that if Minerva gets angry, even I have to choose to be a smart person. If she knows that you will not go to the dormitory tonight, but stay here with the two of them, don't expect me to help you. John looked up and paused as he was placing holy water and some other holy vessels next to his own golden griffin egg bird's nest on the top floor of the tower. He looked at the two little maids beside him who were as busy as he was, their faces full of innocence and helplessness. Master, why do you want to use such dirty thoughts on me? I am just an 11 or 12-year-old wizard like Harry and the others. What do you think I can do? Nicholas Flamel's body, which originally had difficulty standing up and taking 2 steps, had improved significantly due to the blessings of Ram and Rem during the day. At this moment, he was leaning gently on a chair at one side, watching John placing some things next to the griffin egg without knowing what was going on. On the other hand, he curled his lips. Little John, don't try to lie to me. I am Nicholas Flamel, the creator of the Philosopher's Stone. You can't hide it from me. Moreover, there is another little wizard who is only 11 or 12 years old and is as shameless as you. After having Granger and the other two, he still covets other opposite sexes. John was stunned on the spot, looking at the 2 cute and evil little maids beside him. Finally, I stopped making meaningless excuses. If you want a hatchet, I think you should give up for now. Even I haven't figured out what's going on with this golden egg. Maybe you should try using the Philosopher's Stone. John shook his head. When all the instruments needed for the ritual were in place, John signaled everyone to evacuate outside the tower of the Exorcist Society. Under the gaze of the 2 little maids, Nikolai Flamel and Ram Rem, who looked up, John stood on the top of the tower, which was open on all 4 sides and faced the night sky. Behind him was the golden griffin egg that was carefully taken care of by Hagrid and Snape. On the ground, candles with burning holy fire were gently dancing in the night breeze. What is he going to do? Nicholas Flamel was a little confused about John's plan and couldn't help but ask Ram and Rem beside him. The latter 2 looked up at John with his arms outstretched, with starry eyes. Lord Konstantin is about to have a new life. The 2 of them were unaware of the existence of the system, and in their consciousness, they had no idea where they came from. But John was everything they believed in. On top of the tower, as if it had realized something, the golden griffin egg began to flicker with faint golden light. The next moment, John murmured in his heart, "System, I want to accept the blessing of the God of creation now." The moment this thought came to his mind, the bleak night wind that had already entered late autumn in the entire Hogwarts seemed to be paused instantly. A strange and heavy atmosphere made all the young wizards and professors in Hogwarts suddenly feel a strong sense of tightness in their chests, as if something terrible was about to happen. In a professor's dormitory, Professor Trelawney, who was in charge of teaching the divination course to 3rd-year wizards at Hogwarts, was suddenly awakened from his sleep. After a pair of empty eyes wandered around the room blankly for a long time, the body slowly and stiffly walked to the window. Crack! The window was pushed open and the cold night wind rushed into the room. However, Trelawney, whose hair stood on end instinctively, seemed not to feel the cold, and his empty eyes looked up at the dark and gloomy night sky outside. But it was as if I suddenly saw something unattainable. God! It is God's will that has come. Stumbling and meaningless words came out of her mouth excitedly, like a mad patient. However, no one noticed this scene at the moment. In Dumbledore's dormitory, Dumbledore, who had not yet fallen asleep, suddenly changed his expression. When he walked to the windowsill, the next moment, his eyes were fixed on the dark night sky. It was as if a hole suddenly appeared. The golden light was like a divine spear piercing down at an angle, tearing apart the kingdom of the god of night, and rushing into this night that should have been dark without any hindrance. Boom! The rumbling sound was like thunder. It instantly penetrated the pitch-black night sky, and suddenly, under Dumbledore's shocked gaze, it was like a falling golden meteor, and in the blink of an eye it hit Hogwarts near the edge of the Black Lake. There it is. Konstantin, what on earth have you done? To be honest, even Dumbledore was extremely satisfied with his junior John, and was particularly pleased with the growth and progress he brought to young wizards like Harry. But this kind of thing makes a big fuss every other day. As an old man who needs time to accept and digest the situation, he sometimes feels unprecedentedly helpless and tired. When Dumbledore hurriedly arrived at the Konstantin Exorcist Society, the first thing he saw was a few people standing blankly on the grass outside, looking at the top of the tower that was completely covered by golden light. Nikolai Flamel and Ramram, the three current residents of this tower, will not be mentioned for now. McGonagall, Flitwick, Snape, Sprout, and even Quirrell came over in a somewhat embarrassed manner. Almost everyone's expression was numb at this moment. Professor McGonagall seemed to have gotten used to John's behavior, as he would make a big noise every other day. Looking at the tower surrounded by golden light, he just gritted his teeth and snorted coldly. Albus, it seems that I really need to make our Mr. Konstantin understand what the rules are. McGonagall was furious. She had clearly warned John today that after dinner, when he should return to the Gryffindor dormitory, he was not allowed to come to the Konstantin Exorcist Society. However, it didn't even take more than half a day, just a few hours. John had already broken the rules she had set. Seeing that Dumbledore seemed to want to say something, Professor McGonagall's eyes narrowed. Professor Dumbledore, I don't think that Mr. Konstantin King, who has no discipline and has violated school rules many times, can bring any good positive influence to Potter and others. Dumbledore suddenly shut up. Snape, who was standing by, didn't like the name Potter very much. But when he heard that Professor McGonagall was going to ignore Dumbledore's opinion and teach John a lesson, he was shocked. But he suddenly nodded in agreement, which was rare. I support Professor McGonagall's opinion. Konstantin really needs to understand what the rules are. At this moment, John was completely unaware that several professors outside were eyeing him covetously, and he was completely immersed in a strange state. The top of the tower. The magic circle used to guide and gather the holy light has already been shrouded by the pillar of light in the sky, and is engraved on the top of the tower like an engraving. A buzzing sound came from the golden griffin egg, and there was also a faint sound of something hard breaking. But at this moment, John felt as if his body was completely immersed in the best hot spring. As his whole body was enveloped in the holy light and floating, it began to change at a speed visible to the naked eye. The bones in his body began to grow, although the growth was not large, but it allowed John to clearly feel that his physical strength and stamina were evolving towards a higher level. The five senses began to become sharper, and the affinity for holy light was once again enhanced. However, this kind of enhancement caused Pete, the S-class rat demon, originally hidden in John's body, to suffer a lot. Although due to the effect of the Squire contract with John, and the fact that this relationship is protected by the system, he was not destroyed on the spot by this force. But at this moment, the terrifyingly rich divine power made him feel as if he was thrown into a frying pan. Oh! The intense screams were completely blocked by the system. In just a breath of time, the bones behind John suddenly began to bulge gradually. Behind his arms, something seemed to be about to break through his flesh. Puff! It was completely different from the angel wings that appeared during the previous exorcism. The golden wings seemed to be imbued with the most sacred power, and the fibers on each feather seemed to be woven from light and shadow. And when the golden beam of light that pierced the sky finally lasted for about 2 or 3 hours, it gradually dissipated. John's figure appeared in front of everyone. Professor McGonagall, who had been chattering about teaching John a lesson, looked up. The angry look on his face was instantly replaced by astonishment. The flapping sound of the wings made her mouth open in surprise. At this moment, John, who had just awakened from the process of blessing of the God of creation, was looking at the changes in his body with excitement on his face. He felt as if every pore of his body was emitting a wonderful feeling of vitality and sacredness, and suddenly he seemed to think of something. He quickly reached out and looked inside his clothes. The golden cross dagger left by the Konstantin family was still there, but what made John's pupils shrink was the dog talisman that was supposed to be embedded on it. But it disappeared. Bite. Host, don't panic. The dog talisman has been perfectly integrated with your body. The host's current body has an infinite lifespan and is immune to all poisons. And due to the deeper nourishment of the divine power, you have gained the ability to quickly repair your injuries. John opened his mouth wide, and his pupils, as dark as the night, couldn't help but shrink. He began to consciously try to flap his wings behind him, like a young bird learning to fly for the first time, as the people below looked at him in shock, bewilderment, or expectation and admiration. Splash, splash, splash. John watched as a gust of wind and waves with a scent of sunshine suddenly rose up and soared into the night sky, leaving behind a stream of stars. Professor McGonagall, who originally had an angry look on his face, was so stunned by John's current appearance that he was speechless. Angel. John really turned into an angel. As an animagus, McGonagall was not familiar with the intricacies of the transfiguration spell. The spell cannot transform into a magical creature such as a unicorn. So I have to say that I don't feel unwilling or yearning. That is absolutely impossible. The wonderful change in John at this moment was like a ray of light in the darkness, instantly illuminating McGonagall's silent thoughts. Almost everyone present looked at John, and the reluctance in their hearts seemed to be suddenly filled with boundless courage at this moment. Snape looked up at John, who was flying freely in the sky, like a golden brush illuminating the night sky. There was a daze in his eyes. Faintly, the brilliant light in the sky where John was flying seemed to converge into a face that he had been thinking about day and night. Asterisk, asterisk. He clenched his fists tightly. If only he could see her again, even just for one look. At least let me say sorry to her. John, who still didn't know what kind of changes this divine power in his body had brought to the people below, was completely immersed in the feeling of being able to fly by himself. A happy minister. Suddenly, the wings behind him flapped. It turned a corner, and under the shocked and angry gaze of Professor McGonagall, who had come to his senses, it suddenly flew towards the direction that represented the Gryffindor dormitory. But that direction was not the men's dormitory where John and his friends were. Konstantin, what are you going to do? Professor McGonagall was furious. However, at this moment, the Gryffindor lion cubs, who had already noticed the changes outside and were leaning against the windows to look out, were shocked when they saw John. There were excited shouts. Angel. Konstantin really turned into an angel this time. Hold me, Konstantin, please hold me. I want to fly too. Let me be your girlfriend. John laughed, and with a warmth that intoxicated everyone present, he flew past the windows around him, and the 10 floors were covered with golden feathers. It flew into the hands of these little witches to whom he was destined not to pay much attention. It was like catching the sunshine, and many little witches were so excited that they lost their sleepiness instantly. And at the same time, at the window of Miss Noel's bedroom, John's wings flapped slowly behind him. In the golden light, Miss Noel, with stars in her eyes, slowly walked towards John, reached out his little hand. John held out his hand, just like the famous painting, The Creation of Adam, on the ceiling of the Sistine Chapel. Amid the envious screams of the little witches, Miss Granger suddenly leaped up to a height of dozens of meters. However, the cold night wind seemed to have become the floor for 2 people to dance. Haha. It seems that our Mr. Konstantin is really good at these things. Dumbledore escaped from the memories of his sister, Angelina Dumbledore. With a complicated expression, he looked at John, who was leading Miss Know-It-All, and suddenly began to dance gracefully in the night sky under the envious and excited gazes of pairs of Gryffindor little witches. I couldn't help but smile and sigh. The night sky, which was originally pitch black without a single star in sight, seemed to have been rearranged into a starry stage play because of the arrival of the sacred light just now. As the golden light around John turned, Miss Know-It-All seemed to have learned everything without any instruction. In the pair of shining eyes, there was only John, who had now transformed into an angel. A series of crackling sounds suddenly came from the top of the tower behind them when Dumbledore and the others were looking up at the 2 figures dancing in the night sky. Cracking. The sharp cry seemed to announce its arrival in this world, and it also seemed to be calling its master, who was immersed in dancing with Miss Know-It-All under the moon. The sudden cry made me, who was still fantasizing about whether I could one day dance with the lost lily in the night sky, like John and Hermione. Wait. He was suddenly awakened. Snape's pupils shrank, as if he suddenly thought of something. However, in a gust of wind beside him, Hagrid's figure had already rushed towards the tower first. Forgone. It's forgone. It's born. Snape's face darkened instantly, and he didn't have time to curse the big man for reacting so quickly, as if he didn't notice Nicholas Flamel's request for help. Like a black bat, it rushed out in an instant. Quirrell stood in the corner of the crowd, looking at John in the sky with a flash of lightning. I don't know what I'm thinking. Chapter 85. The next day, the Hogwarts restaurant was extremely lively in the early morning. A golden creature, with an eagle's head, a lion's body and mane, and wings on its back, as if cast in gold, was crawling on the dining table, under the curious and nervous gaze of the Gryffindor little lions, tearing and gnawing at a large piece of raw meat. Forgone, forgone. God, was it really hatched last night? Why is it so big now? Ronald nervously stretched out the raw meat he had received from the house elf towards Fergong, while tentatively trying to touch the other person. However, he was immediately frightened by the other party's threatening eyes and immediately retracted his hand. Even though it was only a young golden griffin, the fierce aura it exuded already had a very obvious deterrent effect. Not to mention anything else, the other party had just hatched last night, and Hagrid, who had been a nanny for a while, wanted to get close to the other party, but was almost scratched on the face by this little guy on the spot. Only when John showed up at last did the group calm the latter down. "John, how long will it take for this griffin to grow to the point where it can carry people flying? My God, I can't believe how many little witches will scream when I ride it around Hogwarts." "Ha ha ha, George, our Lord Angel Konstantin doesn't need to ride a griffin to fly. He can fly by himself, and all the little witches want to fly with him." Fred Weasley's teasing made John's mouth twitch involuntarily, and Miss Viper, who was sitting on the other side of John, paused slightly while cutting the steak with her knife. He exchanged a cold look with Miss Know-It-All, who was sitting on the other side of John. Because of the appearance of Ram and Rem, the two people who had just formed a united offensive and defensive alliance suddenly heard a sound of something breaking from nowhere. John couldn't help but glare at the whole Weasley twins. The corner of his mouth curled up dangerously, and he gave a faint wink to Harry, who was sitting opposite him. "Harry, you will be in charge of Fred and George's special training in the near future. The enemies we will face in the future will only be more terrifying. Since they have chosen to join the club for their safety in future exorcisms, you know what you should do, right?" Harry's face suddenly straightened, nodded solemnly. "Don't worry, President Konstantin. I will definitely let them master the exorcism spell as quickly as possible." Now John has already finished all the courses before the 3rd grade at Hogwarts, and has mastered them to such an extent that even the professors of several branches have arranged the most rigorous examination for him. John easily passed with full marks. As John is a special person in Hogwarts, his activities inevitably become special as well. First-year potions class in the afternoon. Snape followed the usual procedure and explained the potions that needed to be brewed in this class. Then he began to inspect the little wizards below to see if their potion preparation process was satisfactory. Only, in today's potions class, there is only Snape patrolling around. There is one more person. "Student boss-eyed, you have ground the dragon whisker root too much. It is enough to just see traces of liquid seeping out of it. There is no need to grind it to such an extent. You need to take a new batch of materials and process it again. Malfoy, stop talking to each other. Your cauldron is about to expire. Why are you still standing there? What ingredients should be added next? Why haven't I seen you process it yet?" Draco, who was concentrating on watching Harry and Ronald working on their computer the moment before, suddenly heard John's ghostly voice and trembled with fear. Turning back, he immediately met John's cold eyes, which were in exactly the same state as Snape's. "Why are you looking at me? What are you supposed to do next?" Draco came back to his senses and lowered his head hastily. "Chameleon skin. Yes, I want to bake the chameleon skin." John reached out and gently touched the crucible that was roasting on the fire nearby. "You have only 5 minutes to save this potion from failing. If you can't finish baking and crushing the chameleon skin within 5 minutes, Malfoy, I will have to give you an F for your performance in this class," John said, turning around and walking directly towards the next Slytherin little wizard. Just a glance made the other party's already flustered movements even more chaotic. The hand holding the hammer suddenly slashed, and the thing was about to smash onto the boiling crucible on the side. "Oh!" The little witch screamed in fear, but John just looked at her. As golden light suddenly bloomed between the crucible and the hammer instantly flew gently to the table in front of the little witch as if it was cast with a levitation spell. "Miss Pyam, I'm sorry. Although it's only a semi-finished product, you've obviously put too much umbrella powder in the potion you're cooking now. Everything you do afterwards is in vain. I think you should take a closer look at the books around you." John didn't have Snape's sarcastic admonitions, but he could immediately see the shortcomings and omissions in the process of the young wizards preparing potions with just one glance. However, all the little wizards who passed by him were terrified. Although John did not have the power to deduct points, as an assistant teacher in the potions class appointed by Snape himself, he had the power to grade the performance of the young wizards in this course. But often, Snape would seriously increase or decrease the scores of the corresponding colleges based on the performance scores given by John. God, Harry, do you think John is a replica of Professor Snape, except when it comes to getting along with the opposite S***X? Shut up, Ronald. If you want to die, please don't drag me down with you. Do you want to practice Phalian kick after today's class? It's very hard for me to stand on my legs now. Harry's face changed. Ronald's words made him lower his head, but his eyes couldn't help but glance cautiously in John's direction. However, looking at John, wearing a black visionary robe, and walking in front of each pharmacy counter, he couldn't help but agree with Ronald's evaluation in his heart. John gave guidance and evaluation to the little wizards one by one, and soon came to Miss Viper. At this moment, the potion has begun to cook in the crucible in front of the other party. John nodded slightly at the smell, which was not much different from the standard finished product in his memory. Pansy glanced at Snape, who was standing on the other side of the classroom, and tilted her pretty face slightly towards John. "Why did you invite Granger to dance that night, but not me? The Slytherin dormitory area is no longer under the Black Lake." John wrote an A in his notebook. He glanced at her calmly and said, "Miss Parkinson, please don't talk about issues that have nothing to do with potions in class anymore." Watching the B************ D walk away, Miss Snake gritted her teeth in anger. She had discovered that, although this guy didn't seem to mind her pestering her, in some matters, Hermione clearly took priority over Pansy Parkinson. "Humph, do you think I will give up just like that? You are dreaming." After taking a walk and completing my teaching assistant work, Snape finally assigned John his real work. This is in a small room next to the pharmacy. John frowned as he looked at the medicine in his hand with the corresponding formula and preparation process written on it. After thinking for a while, he suddenly drank the bottle of medicine in front of him in one gulp. Last time, it was because the drug was too potent. Not only did it fail to repair the brain damage, but it also seriously aggravated the damage. So the amount of the main ingredient, the soul-devouring insect, was reduced. He slowly sat down on the seat specially prepared for him. While he began to think specifically about the feasibility of this potion formula according to the large amount of knowledge fed back by Thoth's cursed magic mirror in his mind, he carefully felt the changes coming from his body. Start taking notes seriously. Snape prepared 5 bottles of this potion today alone. Basically, it is based on the controlled variable method, using John, the volunteer guinea pig, as the material, using a large number of experiments as quickly as possible, while ensuring that the theoretical research direction is correct. Prepare the medicine John needs. And all this happened after John showed his strong resistance to these magic potions. Snape gradually relaxed his control and began to do so. Life at Hogwarts seemed to have returned to normal after the mysterious incident at Gringotts. Whether it's John or other members of the Konstantin Exorcist Society, their daily lives are quite fulfilling and inhuman. Keep speeding up. Harry, you are gathering the holy light too slowly. You need to be more determined. Think about those who may be suffering from the torture of evil spirits. Think about those who are waiting for us to save them. They are in darkness now, and you, Harry Potter, are the hope they are waiting for. Why is your light so slow to arrive? After the potions class, John continued to chat and laugh with Harry and the others as normal, except in the cafeteria and dormitory. The rest of the time, especially in the training ground of the Konstantin Exorcist Society, a vacant lot next to the Black Lake that was allocated by John. John was no different from the devilish coach in the Muggle army. In the field, Harry Potter and his companions were squatting in a horse stance, with holy light gathering from all directions under their feet. However, the speed at which the light gathered, like a silkworm spinning silk, made John so angry that he cursed again and again. He seemed to have the ability to move instantly, and his flying Lien kick made it so that Harry and the others couldn't even see the process of John condensing the holy light. But the reality is very cruel. For John, who had completed his life transformation and awakened his angel bloodline, the so-called holy light did not need any condensation process at all, just because, at this moment, he is the holy light. There was sweat on Harry's forehead, and beside him, Neville Longbottom, Ronald Weasley, Draco Malfoy, and the Weasley twins also looked basically the same. But Hermione and Pansy were not far away. Perhaps it was because they themselves were blessed by Satan. Even when the two of them performed the Fey Lien kick, there was an obvious CD period. But after all, the rudiments of the skill have already appeared. At this moment, not far away, John invited me to play a game of catch. John escapes from a gadget made by the alchemist Nicholas Flamel. The magic whip will not leave any scars or cause any injuries when it hits the body, but it will make people feel like being electrocuted for a short time. Obviously, John's seemingly evil training method actually aroused the two little witches' enthusiasm for training. DRBUDB. ARBU. Looking at the holy light flashing under the feet of the two people, the hem of the Sacred Heart Sister uniform on their bodies moved easily in 10 arcs as they performed the Fey Lien kick again and again. Or Pansy was accidentally hit by Miss Hermione who suddenly appeared behind her. Or maybe Hermione's holy light was too slow to condense, and Pansy suddenly took advantage of the opportunity and whipped her. Overall, not only did the two of them make rapid progress in Fey and kick training, but John himself also found it pleasing to watch. However, seeing the two little witches unwilling to give in to each other, John suddenly sighed with emotion. I raised my head slightly and watched the sun setting in the horizon. His eyes were full of worry. Nearly a month has passed since the first tragic murder of a wizarding family in Devon. However, during this period of time, neither the Ministry of Magic nor Dumbledore had been able to find the hiding place of Lucius and those evil spirits. During this month, the entire British teaching community can be described as being in a state of panic. This panic even spread to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, making the upcoming Quidditch match seem to receive less attention. As for Draco, John was the younger brother who followed him, and he could clearly sense his anxiety during training recently. Every night that Lucius is found, the power of the enchanting angel in his body will have a deeper impact on him. The hazy night fell over the village of Ottery St. Catchpole. However, this village where many wizards live is filled with a sense of uneasiness in the dark night. In the humble dwelling, Mr. Weasley recently secretly purchased a batch of anti-theft and alarm devices from the Muggle world. This time, even if the family is not well off, Mrs. Weasley did not express any opinion at all. "Arthur, I heard a piece of news during the day." Mrs. Weasley looked obviously much more haggard. She looked at her husband, who had been nervously waiting in a hidden corner at the door since the first night. His eyes were full of fear and heartache. "Walter," Mrs. Weasley opened her mouth. "How is Mr. Wade?" "I heard some bad news." Hearing this, Arthur's expression suddenly froze. After a brief silence, he finally sighed, his voice filled with anger and depression. "He's dead. Last week, he died while protecting the family of the director of the Flu Network Management Department of the Ministry of Magic. His body isn't even complete." "Ugh." Mrs. Weasley covered her mouth in disbelief, but at this moment a whimpering cry came out of the mouth of this strong woman. "What on earth are the people in the Ministry of Magic doing? Why haven't they caught the murderer yet? Why? Arthur, I'm so worried about our child. Ginny is still so young." There was a flash of pain in Mr. Weasley's eyes, but as the head of the family, he had to shoulder the responsibility of protecting his family. He slowly hugged his wife and comforted her in a low voice. "Don't be so nervous, dear, we will be fine. Ronald has become an exorcist and has a part-time job at Gringotts. Our Percy will also be fine. You will definitely be able to join the Ministry of Magic after graduation. We haven't received any letters of criticism from the college about Fred and George during this period. Life will get better together." Just as the two were cheering and encouraging each other, suddenly a ferocious roar came from the direction of the woods outside the burrow. "Roar!" Mr. and Mrs. Weasley's expressions changed instantly. "That direction. It's the Fawcett house." John, who was sleeping in Hogwarts, suddenly opened his eyes. Looking at Dumbledore, who suddenly appeared in his dormitory, he realized it instantly without him even saying a word. Looking at his rare, anxious expression, he realized it instantly. Something happened. Chapter 86. Roar. Defendo. The Fawcett family's house is a small Western-style building that looks much better than the Weasley family's burrow, and it not only has a vegetable garden and flower garden like the Weasley family. The walls of the small building are covered with lush vines. When the flowers bloom, the exterior walls of the Fawcett family's house are beautiful. However, at this moment, the Fawcett family looked as if they had been ravaged by artillery fire. Waves of terrifying roars like wild beasts, accompanied by Mrs. Fawcett's terrified screams, directly broke the night in the village of Ottery St. Catchpole. Mr. Fawcett looked at the werewolf monster in front of him with shock and anger, as if it had been magnified several times. While waving the magic wand in his hand, the spell did not cause much substantial damage to the opponent. The shattered kitchen and living room forced Mr. Fawcett to retreat to the attic while protecting his wife. DFL. The werewolf-like monster roared again and suddenly pounced towards the two of them. Impedimenta. Obstacles galore. The magic wand shone again, but the spell that should have at least repelled the target could only make the monster in front of it fall to the ground from the air. Ding-ling-ling-ling. Suddenly, a sound like wind chimes came from the attic. Mr. Fawcett was stunned at first, and then when he looked up the stairs, his face turned pale instantly. Mrs. Fawcett was standing on the stairs with a strange and sinister smile on her face, holding a knife in her hand, and her eyes were scarlet, like a vampire hiding in the jungle in the dark night. "Honey," he called out tentatively, but Mrs. Fawcett's hideous and evil smile made his heart sink instantly. He suddenly remembered something he had heard from the nearby Weasley family some time ago. The ones causing trouble recently are not Death Eaters at all, but demons. Watching the man flying down the stairs under the control of a strange force, the sharp blade in his hand stabbed towards his chest as the man let out a roar with a hideous face. A brief hesitation caused Mr. Fawcett to be pinned to the ground by the ladder. Expelliarmus! There was a loud roar and a sudden force that hit Mrs. Fawcett's wrist. Mr. Weasley took the lead, and behind him, Mr. Diggory, who also came, waved his wand, and a blazing flame appeared out of thin air, like a rhinoceros horn, and instantly rushed towards the werewolf monster that was trying to rush forward. Roar! Get up! Go! Go! Mr. Fawcett was pulled up by Arthur, and he didn't care about his wife who was obviously controlled by something. When Mr. Fawcett and Arthur rushed out of the house, the woods outside seemed to be more ferocious in the darkness and strange atmosphere. But in a trance, a series of figures appeared. Merlin, what on earth are these monsters? Mr. Fawcett was pale. As a senior staff member of the Department for the Control of Magical Creatures of the Ministry of Magic, he thought that he knew more about some strange things than other wizards. But now, his wife, who had come out of the house behind him, holding the hand of a strange little blonde girl for no apparent reason, and the werewolf monster were beyond his comprehension. The effect of the spell on them seemed to have been weakened to the limit. In front of them, strange figures wearing tattered clothes, with pale and stiff faces, or rotten and with bones visible, were slowly walking out of the woods. Pairs of eyes that made them shudder were staring at them intently. Mr. Weasley took a deep breath of the evening breeze, which now inexplicably carried a fishy smell. If I'm not mistaken, these are probably the work of evil spirits. They look like a group of dead bodies that were just found in a cemetery. At the same time, Mr. Diggory, who worked at the Department for the Control of Magical Creatures like Fawcett, looked anxious. What do we do next, Arthur? As the magic wand in his hand casts a long-lasting fluorescent flash, a ball of light like a flare flew into the sky, illuminating at least 100 dead bodies walking out of the woods, making everyone present look extremely unhappy. Molly is at home protecting Ginny. Let's go to the Lovegood family first. That guy is not good at fighting. The entire village of Otley St. Catchpole seemed to be completely shrouded by a strange force. In the dark night, just as the Fawcett family had just been attacked, Arthur and his companions quickly rushed to the home of Mr. Lovegood, the editor-in-chief of the Quibbler. Then he saw the house covered by monsters that looked like bats. Under the combined control of the fire spells of several people, the dusty Lovegood immediately rushed out of the house, holding his daughter Luna. Go, come to my place. When everyone quickly teleported and arrived near the Weasleys' burrow again, what came into view was a horrifying scene like zombies attacking a city. Mazer fact, Mr. Weasley's face was extremely grim. He immediately rushed towards his home, waving his civilian wand. Different from the fire curse, used before to drive away evil spirits. Fiend fire. The terrifying demonic fire that surged out turned into a ferocious and roaring lion. Just like Mr. Weasley, who was watching his family and territory being attacked at this moment, the most vivid incarnation. As one of the core members of the Order of the Phoenix. Needless to say, Mr. Weasley's strength is great, and Mrs. Weasley heaved a sigh of relief when she saw her husband return safely. The raging fire inevitably burned the vegetable garden near the burrow to ashes. But seeing the group of zombies being successfully forced back 100 meters away, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief temporarily. Mr. Weasley stood on the roof of the burrow, looking around at the group of zombies looking up at him hideously, and the strange girl who was still controlling Mrs. Fawcett. After a brief glance around, he suddenly let out a loud shout. Lucius Malfoy, I know you're here, come out and speak. Under the effect of the amplification spell, Mr. Weasley's voice seemed to be able to be heard throughout the entire village of Otley St. Catchpole. And it is precisely at this time. After a brief silence, several figures who could barely be called human finally walked out slowly from the woods not far from the shabby dwelling. Long time no see, Weasley. When looking at the human figure reflected under the fluorescent light above the head, everyone, including Arthur Weasley, couldn't help but have their pupils shrink. Mrs. Weasley and Mr. Goodlove hurriedly covered Ginny and Luna's eyes respectively. You are Malfoy. Arthur's eyes widened in disbelief. The monster in front of me was covered with dark blue keratin, had a pair of bat-like wings on its back, and a pair of slightly ferocious horns on its head. It turned out to be Lucius Malfoy, not to mention the people behind Arthur. Even he, the mortal enemy who knew the other party best, could not see how the guy in front of him could be linked to Lucius. To be precise, it should be me who has been favored by the great demon god. Lucius's face, which was covered with scales and almost completely demonic, showed an excited and proud smile. The terrifying aura emitted by it inexplicably shocked everyone present who had experienced the period of Voldemort. I thought of the Dark Lord of the past. The aura of Lucius at this moment was even more terrifying than that of Voldemort back then. Merlin God, what's wrong with you? Are you responsible for all those recent attacks on families in the Ministry of Magic? Ha ha. Arthur, they should thank our Minister Cornelius Fudge. These are the gifts I gave him. Of course, you will soon become a part of this gift. Lucius laughed viciously at this guy whom he once hated. But at this moment, he no longer had the intention to talk nonsense and just waved his hand. The next moment, the group of zombies around him, as well as some evil spirits mixed in with them, roared ferociously and began to attack the burrow. I will destroy the entire wizarding world, kill all of you, and send your souls to the great demon lord. You will help me become a higher being. Arthur Weasley, your entire family, including your sons who are still at Hogwarts, will soon be in hell with you. Albus Dumbledore, and that be ******** the Exorcist who dared to hurt my son. You're all going to die. All of you are going to die. Lucius's originally golden vertical pupils had now turned into a scarlet color that showed he was possessed by a demon. As he roared ferociously, the horns on his head seemed to be growing. The horde of zombies seemed endless. Large numbers of them walked out of the woods behind Lucius and the others and gathered into a torrent. The hideous and terrifying swarm of corpses was like a tide. Mixed in with them are werewolves who are able to withstand spells like fierce fire and advance madly. And as the black shadows surged, the goblins in the garden were frightened and shrank back into the strange black shadow in the cave. But in just a blink of an eye, the burrow immediately became precarious. Mr. Lovegood looked pale. Arthur, retreat now. It will be too late if you don't retreat now. We need to let the wizarding world know the truth. We have all been deceived by that be ********* D Fudge. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Mr. Fawcett, whose wife was still being held hostage by the evil spirit, became furious. My wife is still in their hands. At least rescue her. We're all going to die. Arthur, let Molly take the 2 children away first. Everyone was arguing, but the burrow below was already flooded with a large number of zombies, and the hideous monsters made a clanging sound that made Mrs. Weasley feel distressed. The burrow was tortured to the point of being on the verge of collapse. Just when Arthur was anxiously considering whether to retreat, an old and powerful voice suddenly came from the shabby dwelling under their feet. Partus Temporis, god of fire, opens the way. Cracking. The cry of the phoenix fox was accompanied by a rolling heat wave coming from under their feet. In an instant, blazing flames burst out from the doors and windows on all sides of the shabby dwelling in front of everyone's stunned eyes. It is like standing on a lone boat sailing on a sea of fire. Arthur Weasley, Fawcett, and Mr. Diggory instantly felt the flames and fiend fire under their wand's control, all following the appearance of Fawkes. Lost control in an instant. It's Dumbledore. Professor Dumbledore is here. Mrs. Weasley cried with joy. Fawkes rushed out of the burrow with a flame like a blade, as if to cut through the darkness and evil spirits around him, and rushed towards Lucius and the others. Cracking. With a sharp cry, the originally fiery red fox suddenly let out a cry when he was about to approach Lucius and the others. A dark green, hellfire, frightened Lucius, who had originally looked confident, and the evil spirits around him, and instantly scared them so much that they scattered from their original positions. F*****K. Lucius's expression changed. Without even thinking about it, a hideous monster snake suddenly emerged from the shadows under his feet, blocking his way like a wall, and he spread his wings and flew into the sky in an instant. Oh! Amidst the sharp and piercing screams, a humanoid evil spirit that looked like vines growing out of its body let out a shrill scream. Bite. Successfully exorcised B-rank evil spirit *1. Reward, B-level exorcism treasure box *1. Crash. Dark green flames surged, and in the fireplace of the Weasley family's humble abode, figures suddenly walked out. John delivered the cold command like an officer on the battlefield to the ears of the members of the Exorcist Society behind him. Pay attention to the battlefield situation and coordination. I will deal with Lucius Malfoy, and you will be responsible for clearing out the other evil spirits. Understood. President Konstantin. Draco Malfoy, I hope you know what you should do. Draco, who was holding the Holy Flame M1887 in his hand, looked serious. Understood. President Konstantin. As John and other members of the Konstantin Exorcist Society passed by Blitto, who was waving his magic wand. John and Dumbledore looked at each other and nodded slightly. Harry. Following John's order, Harry, who was holding a platinum-colored flag in his hand, suddenly looked stern. John didn't need to say much. With the holy light surging under his feet, he used the flying lien kick to rush out of the door of the burrow first, under the protection of Dumbledore's fire path. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at a position several dozen meters in front of the burrow, and the flag in his hand was suddenly stuck into the ground. God bless you. Crash. The moment the flag was inserted into the ground, it seemed to be blown up by the strong wind. On the platinum-colored flag, an eye surrounded by a six-pointed star with a crescent moon on top and the sun on the bottom appeared outside the shabby dwelling in the darkness. It instantly emitted a light that shocked Lucius and other demons. But at this moment, John suddenly spread out his arms. In the dazzling holy light, the golden angel wings spread out, carrying him into the sky in an instant. At the same time, a bright light immediately bloomed in John's eyes. As the light from both eyes bloomed, the eye on the flag that was originally flickering. In an instant, a sense of oppression of sacred majesty seemed to flow in. Boom! A torrent of white energy instantly spread out in all directions with the flag as the center. John held a dagger that was transformed from the cross on his chest, and with a terrifying sense of oppression like an angel of judgment, he instantly rushed towards Lucius in the sky. Lucius Malfoy, I hope your demon isn't busy with something else today. Holy object, Eye of God, a war flag from the holy war between heaven and hell. It is indestructible except by the devil god. It can greatly enhance the blessing effect of heaven's power within the range and isolate evil spirits from invading to the greatest extent. This is the good stuff John got out of an S-level exorcism treasure chest. As President John found Lucius in the sky, members including Hermione immediately and decisively took action. Swish, swish, swish. Amid the sharp sound of breaking through the air, the Amos demon-catching chain, with a sacred light, was like a poisonous snake spitting out its tongue. While Pansy was attacking the evil spirit of the little girl holding Mrs. Fawcett hostage, Hermione's chains instantly entangled Mrs. Fawcett. Honey, looking at his wife who was thrown up like cargo, Mr. Fawcett's face changed drastically. However, at this moment, two maids, one in pink and one in blue, suddenly appeared, and each of them caught Mrs. Fawcett and pressed her to the ground. A man placed a hand gently on Mrs. Fawcett's forehead. Chapter 87. Lord, you are almighty. Your power is omnipresent and omnipotent. I feel deeply insignificant and powerless. Facing those demons who try to destroy my faith and lure me away from the right path, I beg you to grant me divine power so that I can resist their temptation and attack. Lord, please give me a sacred armor so that I can be stronger and more powerful in the battle with the devil and not be afraid of swords, guns, or blood. Neville held up the Templar sword, muttering something, and looked like a knight charging towards the army. The golden armor appeared on his body as he chanted the exorcism spell, Holy Golden Armor. As a result, neither Professor McGonagall nor Professor Flitwick, who arrived later, could see the figure of the once timid little boy. Holy object, Eye of God, propped up an area that looked like a holy light barrier. The golden light that gathered together became more and more sacred as John danced in the sky. Any so-called evil spirit that attempts to approach this barrier, they melted away in an instant and disappeared into ashes. Roar! Wails of pain came from the mouths of the surrounding inferi. No one knew where Lucius and his men had found these, but they were obviously inferi that had gathered from who knows how many epochs ago. It was just slightly touched by the holy light. In an instant, with a painful wail, it exploded on the spot and turned into pieces of ashes and disappeared. Neville, wearing golden armor and holding a sword, rushed towards the evil spirit. Behind him, Draco held the Holy Flame M1887 in one hand, and in the space-extending spell bag beside him were specially prepared bottles of holy water grenades and more than 5,000 silver bullets made by the alchemist Nicholas Flamel himself. Looking at the evil spirits and inferi roaring outside the barrier, Draco couldn't help but glance at the golden figure of John in the sky. Although he was worried about his father, he had already gained a lot of trust in John after spending some time with him. But at this moment, he still decisively turned his attention to the monsters in front of him. His eyes were fixed on an evil spirit that looked like a werewolf and whose entire body was burned by the hellfire. The perception brought by the black robe of the visionary allowed him to instantly know the monster's strength level. A B-grade evil spirit. Draco suddenly reached into his pocket and pulled out a bottle of magic potion. After drinking it all in a few seconds of ton, a powerful force immediately began to surge in the body. A strength potion, prepared by Snape himself. After use, A person can have about twice the strength of an adult male within 3 hours. F asterisk asterisk Kayat, Sango Fubi asterisk asterisk ch. Bang! Draco had a fierce expression, and a strand of his golden hair fell on his forehead, which made him look unruly as a man when he used the Fei Lian kick to break out of the barrier. Roar! A powerful silver bullet carrying holy fire exploded and hit the head of the B-level bone-eroding wolf spirit in front of it. A huge recoil acted on Draco's small body, but because of this strength potion in his body, he had almost no CD time at this moment. Bang, bang, bang. Come on, come on. Let me see how many of you dogs there are left. Draco went crazy. Neville was still wielding the Templar sword, chopping down the zombies that rushed towards him and looking for scattered evil spirits among the zombies to chase after them. Draco's side, however, had already been defeated in just a few minutes due to the powerful output of the paying players. He had actually smashed the B-class bone-eating wolf spirit that had nearly killed Mr. Fawcett and his family to pieces on the roof of the burrow under the stunned gaze of everyone. Bite. Successfully exorcised B-rank evil spirit *1. Reward. B-level exorcism treasure box *1. The voice of system rewards sounded in my mind. John glanced down calmly and saw that dark blood was rising from the dagger in his hand, as if it had evaporated, with bursts of black smoke. On the other hand, look at Lucius Malfoy in front of him. One of his arms was cut off directly by John, and one of his eyeballs was blasted into a black eye socket by John's quick, accurate, and ruthless exorcism spell, Thunder of Divine Punishment. Strands of golden lightning were in the opponent's eye sockets, like leeches frantically drilling into the body. Lucius was tortured so much that even his flight in the air became very unstable. "What did you do to my son?" Lucius yelled angrily. Although his brain had been controlled by the power of the fallen angel Cecilia in his body and he had lost all rationality, his understanding of his son Draco remained unchanged. Looking down, it seemed as if the god of war was possessed. Draco rushed madly into the group of inferi, and even Lucius couldn't believe that it was his son. John had a teasing smile on his face. Under the holy light, this disdainful smile seemed even more glaring in Lucius' eyes. "I just made him an exorcist who protects the purity of the world and drives out demons like you, Mr. Malfoy. Look at him. His performance is really outstanding." John smiled, and the next moment his figure instantly appeared behind Lucius. The extreme displacement brought by the Fei Lian kick. At this moment, Lucius, who might seem ridiculously strong to others, was like a flying sandbag to him. Bang! A fierce kick hit the opponent's spine on the back. With the sound of breaking bones and the scream of the latter as he rushed diagonally to the ground, Lucius had no chance to resist at all. Once again, he smashed him into a deep pit on the ground. "Hey Riche, this is John Konstantin, the angel." Even though Mr. Lovegood knew that his daughter Luna was still at the scene, he couldn't help but blurt out a swear word. His face was filled with shock as he watched it flash and rush to the ground again. Lucius, who had just recovered from his injuries and had not even had time to climb out of the pit, was picked up. Once again, he took the other person into the sky, and then, bang, boom. At this moment, under the influence of Ram and Rem's sacred power, Mrs. Fawcett, who was originally controlled by a level cursed ghost child, finally came back to her senses. Looking at the scene around him, one could even describe it as a battlefield. At this moment, she opened her mouth in astonishment and fell into the arms of her husband, Mr. Fawcett, in shock. The Weasley couple on the side seemed to have discovered something extraordinary and stretched out their hands towards the three red-haired figures standing at the edge of the barrier. "Walter? Ben, that's Ronald and the others. They're here too." Ronald waved his wand, as did his two brothers, the Weasley twins, behind him. A puño 10,000 arrows. The more advanced usage of the flying spell is something that students only learn in the 3rd grade. Although Ronald was still a little unfamiliar at the moment, the dozen or so golden daggers burning with life that flew out under his control were like reaping sickles among the corpses. Wherever he passed, vaginas like these that were not even D-level were simply unable to withstand such attacks. And with the assistance of Fred and George behind him, the number of golden daggers controlled by the three brothers together reached a terrifying number of over 100. This force gathered into a swarm of golden bees that danced wildly among the group of corpses. With the sound of buzz, buzz, buzz. Wherever the holy fire passed, the V***** was instantly burned to ashes. As for some C-level and D-level low-level evil spirits that Lucius and his men had gathered during this period, they were instantly turned into ashes amid screams after being targeted by this force. Bite. Successfully exorcised C-level evil spirit *1. Successfully exorcised D-level evil spirit *1. Successfully exorcised D-level evil spirit *1. Successful exorcism. In John's mind, the voice of the system had already been blocked out. He looked at the person who was now under his feet with cold eyes. But he still refused to give up struggling, and the demon horns on his forehead were still growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Suddenly, he snorted coldly. Although I know that you committed such a huge mistake because you were manipulated by this power, but if it weren't for Della who risked his life to help you for a while. Lucius Malfoy, I really can't think of a reason not to kill you. John looked at Lucius, who was roaring ferociously and no longer had any rationality in his eyes, and shook his head slightly. The golden cross dagger in his hand swept over the opponent's head with a swish. Puff! He cut off the two horns that looked like pitch-black sheep horns easily, like a knife cutting butter. Konstantin, I'm going to kill you. Lucius roared, and the red light in his eyes dimmed as the power of the fallen angel in his body was reduced. He looked at the situation around him. The three Weasley brothers have surrounded the ill-level ghost lady. The dense, sacred flying knives formed an airtight holy fire cage, which enveloped the latter and kept shrinking towards the center. With the blessing of the holy object, Eye of God, the sacred power controlled by everyone, and the holy fire summoned, are obviously more pure. Draco and Neville were one close and one far away, and the two had unknowingly been facing each other back to back, fighting fiercely among the inferi. At this moment, Harry, together with the S-class, rat demon, Peter summoned by John, began to seal the A-class, Hades ghoul, that was like a pool of flowing asphalt. Harry held a forgiveness needle in his hand and chanted a spell to exorcise evil spirits. And on top of the fluid body of the ill-level Hades ghoul, that could not be restrained by ordinary means, 7 or 8 dark golden giant rats, as big as adult hyenas, were biting the other's body fiercely. Pete's face was full of pride. Ha ha ha, little cutie, don't even think about breaking free. Now I, your Uncle Pete, am a demon recognized by the divine power. Don't even think about escaping. Hades ghoul surged violently, like an enraged black vortex. However, the body that was supposed to be impenetrable was now tightly bitten by the golden teeth of the surrounding giant rats. May God have mercy on you and forgive all your sins. No matter what sins you have committed, I will forgive you and let you enter heaven. Let your people find the gate to heaven. In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. All members of the Konstantin Exorcist Society gave impressive performances today. Dunbar's several professors including Leto rushed over from Hogwarts, except for Dumbledore and Fawkes who used the Hellfire Flame given by John at the beginning. In addition to rescuing the dilapidated house, which was originally in danger of collapse. Snape, Professor McGonagall, Flitwick, and several other professors. They were surprised to find that the situation here did not even require their help, which even Dumbledore himself had not expected. He stared at the holy object, Eye of God, which seemed like a golden sun belonging to the village of St. Catchpole in Otley in the dark night. There has always been a mystery about John. Regardless of the golden griffin, Fergong, who is currently unable to fight and is required to stay in Hogwarts. Or the two angel maids who suddenly appeared beside him more than a month ago and have the power to heal and bless with prayers. Or perhaps, the sacred flag in front of him at this moment is obviously not an ordinary object. Even though Dumbledore had a certain understanding and psychological preparation about the mysteriousness of John, he couldn't help but hesitate at this moment. Konstantin, who are you? He murmured. However, John had already started his primary task for the day. He fumbled around in his pocket and took out a glass-like red stone. Miss Cecilia, this game between you and me has really caused me a lot of trouble, John muttered. However, Lucius, who was struggling, suddenly froze. The seductive female voice that made John's body tremble came from the other person's mouth. Little Konstantin, are you sure you want to end this game so soon? John's pupil shrank as he looked at Lucius' eyes that were glowing with purple light. Fallen angel Cecilia. Lucius smiled seductively, and John's mouth twitched. Satan is about to explode recently. Little Konstantin, your portrait has spread all over this hell. If you finish this game with me, what will happen next? The guy you're facing may not be as friendly as me. John smiled grimly. Miss Cecilia, the game you mentioned has caused the tragic deaths of more than 100 people. Lucius didn't care. Instead, he curled his lips in disdain. You are surprised by the rare things, little Konstantin. People are dying every moment in this world. At least your ancestors were much calmer than you in this regard. John was disdainful and too lazy to continue talking nonsense with the other party. with the holy object, Eye of God, as a barrier, Cecilia at this moment was like a descendant on earth. He couldn't enter here for a while and stop him from sealing the power in Lucius. John took a deep breath and began to prepare the exorcism spell in his mind. However, it seemed that John had no interest in continuing to play with her. Lucius immediately smiled regretfully and raised his head slightly. With a charming expression, the face belonging to Lucius seemed to be about to kiss John. Little Konstantin, I will miss you. F***K. John punched Lucius's ugly face with a fist filled with rich divine power. John seemed to have suddenly received a great humiliation and fright. All the originally prepared ceremonies were stopped at this moment. Bang, bang, bang. His fists were like pounding sandbags madly, and he punched the opponent madly with a fierce look on his face. Saying, "Oh Fubichi, Macefac, who the hell are you disgusting? Who the hell do you think you are? B******ch. Eshu. May fake. Boom, boom, boom." As John had just cut off the demon horn on the opponent's forehead, Lucius' body's recovery speed was greatly weakened. With just 3 or 2 punches, the ugly, scaly face was smashed to pieces by John's heavy punches. As blood flowed, a face that originally belonged to a human gradually emerged from the blood. Lucius let out a few short screams, and then, under the gaze of everyone, Lucius, who had almost been punched into the ground by John, was suddenly pulled out by John the next moment. "Stay with your feet." Then, "No one could disgust me like this, John Konstantin." Boom, boom, boom. John, stop it. I'm Draco's father, a dragon. I'm your father. Boom, boom, boom. Duh. Chapter 88. John in front of him actually had the attitude of sending Lucius Malfoy to see God directly without exorcism, and he threw Lucius to the ground madly again and again. The fist wrapped in holy light made the latter suffer tremendous pain every moment. Dumbledore, who had been watching the show from the side, finally rushed over to dissuade them. Seeing the bang, John threw it away like a dead pig. Lucius was thrown to the ground, his body trembling twice, and then had no other reaction. Draco, who had already teamed up with Neville to kill most of the inferi and low-level evil spirits, almost cried in anxiety. John glared at the other person unhappily. "Shut up. Your father doesn't need you to wail right now." Draco Malfoy. John curled his lips, suppressing the disgust he felt at Cecilia, that be *********D, for making those pretentious expressions to him with Lucius's face. He took a deep breath and glanced around calmly. After seeing that there were basically no problems at the scene, he held the Philosopher's Stone and pointed it at Lucius, who was lying on the ground and seemed to be breathing more than he was breathing, under the nervous gaze of Draco. When everyone saw this, they all came over curiously. Mr. Weasley looked at his outstanding sons. Mrs. Weasley cried with joy and hugged her sons in her arms, while Mr. Weasley looked at John with gratitude. John nodded slightly, which was considered as receiving the other party's thanks. Then he looked at Lucius, who was standing at his feet, with a serious look. "John, can my father be saved?" Draco asked nervously and fearfully. This was like waiting for a death sentence, and it was too much for a teenager like him. When he spoke, his voice trembled. John didn't say anything, but lowered his head and began to touch the other person's body. Instead, they pry open the other person's eyes, or open the other person's mouth, or touch the other person's neck artery. Then comes the heart. However, the more John examined, the more serious the expression on his face became. McGonagall placed his hands on Draco's shoulders, his body trembling with fear, with some concern. He comforted her quietly. After a while, John took a deep breath. "It can be saved, but Draco, I also have 10 pieces of not-so-good news to tell you." Draco, who hadn't had time to show any joy, was stunned by John's serious expression. "Your father has been severely eroded by the power of the devil. Not only has his brain been severely damaged, but I can no longer sense the magic power in his body that is the symbol of a wizard." Everyone was shocked. Dumbledore also frowned slightly. "So, Mr. Konstantin, are you saying that Mr. Malfoy will become a squib?" John shook his head. "Not only that, I mean, you will lose a lot of memories, a lot. I think there is a high probability that he will become a muggle." As soon as he finished speaking, Mr. Weasley beside him couldn't help but take a breath. He put one hand on his forehead, his face full of disbelief. "Walter, if Lucius knew that he would become the muggle he least wanted to be, he would definitely want to commit suicide immediately, right?" Mrs. Weasley pulled hastily and glared at him. "Is it possible to say something like this in this situation?" Draco was confused and bewildered. Mr. Fawcett looked at his watch. "Mr. Malfoy, what happened here has a huge impact. I think the Ministry of Magic will take action soon. So, you don't have time to inform your mother. You need to make your own decision now." Everyone looked at him seriously, which made Draco, who was already confused, look at John in front of him helplessly. His only sanity told him, if there is anyone who will not lie to him now, it must be the president in front of him, John Konstantin, who has no need to lie to him at all. I don't know, John. What do you think I should do? Facing Draco's gaze, John frowned and glanced at Lucius, who was lying unconscious on the ground, and hesitated for 2 seconds. Draco, if your father had become a muggle, according to the laws of the British wizarding world, he would not have to be sentenced to harsh imprisonment for what has happened in recent days, nor would he have to be imprisoned in Azkaban. But it also depends on your intention. Can you accept a father who will be a muggle in the future? Even you as a father may encounter many problems in the first days of becoming a muggle because of many habits and attempts that are not common to muggles. If you can accept it, then I can save him. If not, John didn't continue. But everyone present, including Draco, understood the meaning. If he cannot accept that his father Lucius will become a muggle in the future, then he can die now without having to accept the Ministry of Magic's blame. It is also another option. In the silent night, there were still flames flickering above the garden fence of the Weasley family's burrow. At the moment, the place was in a mess, with traces of fighting everywhere. Not far away, Harry and Neville were locking the captured Grade A ghost lady and Grade Accursed ghost child into the exorcism treasure box. Draco gritted his teeth and looked at his father, Lucius, who was lying on the ground. Apart from the half-exposed face, the rest of his body showed no trace of his father. After struggling for a while, he gritted his teeth and nodded. Help, John, I hope you can save him. John looked at him deeply and nodded. This time, he stood with his legs straddling either side of Lucius' body. Crash! The angel's wings spread out, and golden light fell on the earth and Lucius, and also illuminated the faces of the people around him. Mr. and Mrs. Weasley and Mr. and Mrs. Fawcett watched this scene in shock. The excited Mr. Diggory and Mr. Lovegood could not help but exclaim in admiration. Two people. One is a senior employee of the Department for the Control of Magical Creatures of the Ministry of Magic, and the other is the editor-in-chief of The Quibbler, a well-known magazine in the British wizarding world. That naturally means a stronger interest. What Lovegood didn't see was that his strange daughter Luna hadn't made any sound since the start of the battle, and her eyes always seemed very empty. At this moment, a pair of eyes were illuminated by John's sacred light. There is a little more bright light. She stared at John, who was holding the Philosopher's Stone high in his hand and chanting a spell, as if she saw something she had been looking forward to for a long time. In the deep night, the stars light my way. I stand at the junction of light and darkness, calling upon the ancient power, in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. I command you, bound demon. Withdraw from your host and return to your original dark place. With a sizzling sound, the jet-black scales began to melt and turn into black smoke under the illumination of the holy light. They were absorbed by the magic stone in John's hand. Lucius, who had been motionless, began to twitch violently and unconsciously. As if he had been electrocuted, Draco beside him couldn't help but pray nervously, as if he had forgotten that the one standing before him and enchanting Lucius was not God, but it was his boss, President Konstantin. Your cunning and temptation are useless here, and your power is insignificant in front of me. Eternal flames burn your soul. Endless pain tortures your existence. In the name of God, I declare your doom and banish you back to the endless nothingness. Stay away from this pure soul. Stay away from this sacred land. Let the light shine again and bring order back to this world. Back off, demon, with a shout from John. Lucius, who was originally just trembling, suddenly widened his eyes, opened his mouth, and a dark and evil power began to surge out of his nose, mouth, eyes, and ears. The moment the black energy entered the magic stone, the faint whisper of a woman made people who were not far away feel as if their brains were instantly invaded by something. Fortunately, this feeling comes and goes quickly. Mr. Fawcett staggered and sat down on the ground. His face turned pale as he looked in disbelief at the black gas that John had collected into the Philosopher's Stone. Let out a terrified scream like a woman. Merlin's beard. Was that the sound just now made by this ghost thing? I feel like I'm under the soul-destroying curse. Damn it. Hellishette. Mr. Foster was obviously terrified, but what he didn't say was that the voice just now actually asked him to kill everyone around him. What was even more terrifying to him was that he felt like he had lost control of his body almost in an instant. He just watched helplessly as his body was about to attack. If it wasn't for the sudden warmth that brought him back to his senses. At this moment, looking at the miserable Lucius, Mr. Fawcett couldn't help but shudder again. As the last piece of demon-grown scales on Lucius' body shattered and dissipated, the latter's original appearance finally appeared before everyone's eyes. But looking at the other person's pale hair, John couldn't help but shook his head. Nothing was said. Even if he saved the people, he had caused so much murder. If he didn't take any consequences, even God would not agree. He should be unconscious for a while. John put away the philosopher's stone in his hand, which had become icy cold. As he spoke softly, he suddenly seemed to sense something and looked at Draco, who was anxiously checking on Lucius. Draco, you'd better go and inform your mother as quickly as possible. It's best to have her come here in person. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Draco was stunned. Mr. Weasley, who also understood John's meaning, immediately stepped forward, pulled Draco up, and pushed him towards his home. Quick, use the Flynn network. If you don't want your father to be taken away by the Ministry of Magic again, you'd better hurry. Hearing this, Draco, who was originally a little confused, was suddenly shocked. Without any need for Mr. Weasley to say anything, he rushed into the Weasley family's already shattered house as fast as possible. Swish, swish, swish. One after another, figures wearing Auror wizard robes of the Ministry of Magic instantly appeared outside the holy relic, God's Eye. Looking at Dumbledore and the others who were blocked inside, they all looked at each other in bewilderment. Captain, there's obviously a very fierce battle going on here. One of the men whispered quietly in his captain's ear. However, before he could finish his words, he was glared back by the other party. Wait here. After all, he is Professor Dumbledore. We should let our minister negotiate in person on matters like this. The subordinate opened his mouth and chose to stand aside silently. The two sides just stared at each other on both sides of the barrier, and neither of them had any intention of speaking first. It was precisely when they saw this scene that John and Dumbledore looked at each other and smiled knowingly. Haha, it looks like our minister must be under a lot of pressure recently. John smiled with a forced smile. He makes no secret of his gloating attitude. As the sound of displacing was heard, Fudge, the Minister of Magic, appeared here and happened to see this scene. Zero looking at the mess around, there were obvious signs of fighting. His brows furrowed slightly, but when he saw the figure lying at John's feet, his pupils shrank suddenly with fear. His face, which was covered with cold sweat, seemed to change several colors in just a few seconds. Fudge, you came a little faster than I thought. As John asked Harry to pull the holy object, Eye of God, out of the ground, the surrounding barrier dissipated, and the starlight belonging to the night replaced the original holy light. Scattered on the earth, Dumbledore smiled calmly as he looked at Cornelius Fudge, who was walking towards him quickly. As the latter approached, there was a clear look of pleading on his face. But at this moment, Dumbledore simply ignored him. Just like John said, someone must be held accountable for this disaster that should never have happened. Lucius Malfoy, as an unlucky guy controlled by the power of the devil, will not only become a muggle, but also suffer a great loss of lifespan. How many years he can live depends on his luck. But before us, the real culprit who caused all these tragedies, that smart aleck fool, Cornelius Fudge. Why is he still trying to get away with it? Fudge waved away the Aurors around him, glanced at John, who had no intention of leaving, and finally gritted his teeth. Professor Dumbledore, I didn't expect this incident to cause such great harm. I have been contacting the exorcists from the Vatican during this period, hoping to make up for it. Dumbledore gave him no respect at all. Then why did you abandon Mr. Konstantin, who was right in front of you, and subdued the demonized Mr. Malfoy from the beginning? Fudge's expression froze for a moment, but Dumbledore shook his head regretfully. Fudge, there is no need for you to hide anything now. You are destined to be unable to hide the truth. Your self-righteousness has caused the destruction of more than 30 wizard families and the deaths of many people. There was a hint of coldness in Dumbledore's eyes. And the evil spirits that escaped from the Department of Mysteries are not just the ones we eliminated today. More of them have spread to the whole of Britain. Fudge, I really want to know, what on earth is it that allows you to try to cover up so feebly when things have come to this point? Cornelius Fudge's face turned pale instantly. Looking at the Auror who was looking at him from a distance, he struggled for a long time and then suddenly gritted his teeth. No, Professor Dumbledore, I don't understand what you are talking about. What evil spirit? What are you talking about? John looked at the guy who was trying to get away with it, as if he were a fool. He was speechless and didn't know what to say because of the other party's hard mouth but weak character. He shook his head slightly. Mr. Minister, do you really think that we will let you go on like this when you continue to make all kinds of nonsense and make all kinds of excuses in front of those newspapers and media? John smiled faintly and pointed at Mr. Lovegood, who was fiddling with something that looked like a camera. Do you think the massive amount of evidence that will be published in the Quibbler will fool the teachers? Uncle Minister, you are really in trouble this time. Chapter 89. Dear. The moment when Draco appeared here with his mother, Narcissa Malfoy. Fudge, who originally wanted to struggle, finally realized in despair that he had to accept this cruel reality. His body was shaking. Several Aurors who had originally followed him suddenly appeared behind him at some point. He turned around, only to be met with a pair of cold eyes. The man had already grabbed his arm with one hand, as if he was worried that he would run away at the next second. What are you going to do? Scrimgeour, what are you going to do? Two consecutive questions with obvious panic completely exposed the inner fragility of the Minister of Magic at the moment. The Auror called Scrimgeour ignored him and instead looked calmly at Dumbledore and John in front of him. Professor Dumbledore, Mr. Konstantin, we need to ask some questions about what happened here today and record them as evidence in the Wisengamot. I hope you two can cooperate. As he spoke, he seemed to have thought of something and looked at Lucius, who was lying unconscious on the ground. Mr. Malfoy also needs to accept some of our investigations. John interrupted, shaking his head. I'm sorry, Mr. Auror, I'm afraid Mr. Malfoy is no longer able to accept your investigation. Seeing the other person frowning slightly, John shrugged. From today on, our Mr. Lucius Malfoy is no longer able to perform any magic, and because he has been controlled by the power of the devil for too long, even though I have completed the exorcism, his memory has been greatly damaged. So, according to the British Wizarding Code, Mr. Malfoy, as a Muggle, has the right not to stand trial. Suddenly, Rufus Scrimgeour, who in the original storyline should have been the next Minister of Magic after Cornelius Fudge, frowned. Even so, we still need to conduct an investigation. Of course, if he really has forgotten everything, we will deal with it according to the laws of the Ministry of Magic. John didn't stop. As a traverser, although it was the first time he saw the man in front of him, the head of the Auror office, Rufus Scrimgeour, who dared to arrest his current nominal boss Fudge on the spot. However, I still have a certain understanding of the other person's character and personality. This is a tough guy who truly has iron-blooded and tough methods, and even dares to face someone like Voldemort. Of course, it seems that the tough guy still has many shortcomings in being a minister. As the latter ordered his Aurors to begin collecting evidence at the scene, he personally escorted Fudge, the Minister of Magic, to evacuate. John and his team's sudden rescue that night ended here. Looking at Narcissa Malfoy, who was crying while hugging her husband, John hesitated for a moment before stepping forward and speaking softly. Mrs. Malfoy, even if Mr. Malfoy wakes up in the future, his brain will still be traumatized in terms of memory. He must live like an ordinary Muggle in the future, so please do not use spells such as the Oblivion Charm on him. Narcissa wiped away her tears, even though she had originally felt resentment and dissatisfaction towards John, the exorcist who betrayed her son in the first place. But now, whether it is Draco who has grown a lot, or her lost husband who has been found again, all of this made her instinctively be very friendly towards John. The so-called firm belief in pureblood wizards also ceased to exist in front of John. I understand what you mean, Mr. Konstantin. I will take him to a Muggle-run hospital for treatment. Draco opened his mouth and looked at his mother, wanting to say something, but he didn't know how to start. John naturally understood, and after saying goodbye casually, he walked towards the Weasley family who were standing in front of their house, wailing and groaning. God, I feel like our house could be blown down by any strong wind right now. Mrs. Weasley looked miserable. The fluctuations of the battle were too great. Although the repair spell could still fix some things, some truly precious magical furniture could not be repaired at all. Not to mention, the house that was burned by the fierce fire is certainly not as strong as before even after being repaired by the repair spell. Mr. Weasley was originally hugging his youngest son Ronald's shoulders with a proud look on his face, but upon hearing this, the smile on his face slowly disappeared. Although after today, what will be the fate of Cornelius Fudge and the high-ranking officials of the Ministry of Magic who now know the truth of this matter? It is still unclear. But there is no doubt that the entire wizarding world is about to be hit by another terrible storm. After the truth of the Devonshire attack was exposed, and the public learned that there were still a large number of other evil spirits in the Department of Mysteries that had not been eliminated and were active outside, it will inevitably cause a lot of panic and shock. As an employee of the Ministry of Magic, whether his future work will be affected is still unknown. John walked over, noticed the Weasley family's embarrassment, and smiled faintly. Since the house is so dilapidated, why not just rebuild it? Walter. Everyone was stunned, but Ronald, John's younger brother, was afraid that John would get embarrassed in front of everyone. He coughed twice quickly. John, building a house is not an easy task. At least, the cost is not a small amount. Although I get a salary from Gringotts every month, it is far from enough. The smile on John's face became more and more intense as he looked at the shabby house in front of him, which was almost only one step away from ruins. Of course, it would be more troublesome to build it according to the Wizarding World specifications, but why do we have to consider the limited manpower of the Wizarding World? Wouldn't it be better to let the Muggles do the main construction and then let the wizards be responsible for the decoration? John looked at Mr. Weasley, who was somewhat doubtful, and patted John on the shoulder. Mr. Weasley, due to the short time and the small number of members, I have not explained some of the systems and treatment of the Konstantin Exorcist Society. Since you are here today, I might as well be frank. For all the exorcists in the society who participated in intelligence gathering, logistical preparation, or on-site exorcism during the period when the society received orders, I will give a certain commission based on their contributions and the number and level of evil spirits exorcised. John said this at this moment, wearing a black robe of the visionary, although he did not use any divine power at this moment. But in the eyes of the Weasley family, he seemed to be emitting the golden light of wealth at this moment. Ronald and his twin brothers beside him also widened their eyes. Walter, John, are you saying that we can get commissions for participating in exorcisms? Ronald was so excited that his voice became a little loud. This attracted Narcissa, who was talking to her son Draco not far away, to look over. Hearing the noise, Harry, Neville, and the two little witches, who had just packed up the magic-sealed treasure box, also came over. John rolled his eyes. Do you think that I am simply exploiting you by taking you through so much training every day and then participating in this dangerous exorcism activity? I'm not some evil capitalist. John suddenly took out a notebook from somewhere and opened it. Then, under the gaze of everyone, he wrote on it with a pen while muttering to himself. Ronald Weasley participated in exorcism operations 3 times, assisted exorcism completed. S level 1 time, A level 1 time, B level 3 times, C level 25 times, D level 72 times. Exorcism completed. B level 1 time, C level 12 times, D level 19 times. John smiled slightly, and Ronald, who was lying beside him and looking at the contents written in his notebook, was so moved that his eyes turned red instantly. Have you remembered it all along? Why? Why do you know it so clearly? Haha, I am your president, Konstantin. I am bringing you into the field of exorcism. Of course, I have to protect your safety as much as possible. In addition, paying attention to your combat will also allow me to provide you with better targeted training. On the side, he was worried about his 3 sons following John to do such a dangerous thing. Will there be any unexpected events? At this moment, looking at the data recorded in the notebook in John's hand, it is obviously not much different from the data in his son's memory. Both husband and wife couldn't help but smile with relief and approval. As wizards from Gryffindor, both Arthur Weasley and Molly Weasley are not the kind of people who deliberately follow the rules and become timid because of some things. After confirming that John was a really good friend, the two of them felt completely relieved. George, who was standing by, asked hurriedly with some anticipation, John, tell me quickly, how much commission can this guy Ronald get? Even though he was glared at by his mother, the anticipation and curiosity in George's eyes did not diminish at all. John wasn't upset. Because you are all just trainee exorcists, and the exorcism tools and skills you need to perform exorcisms all come from the society, so your commission is only 30% of the normal amount. When they heard this number just now, several people felt a little disappointed. But the next second, a D-level evil spirit costs £3,000, a C-level evil spirit costs £10,000, and a B-level evil spirit costs £150,000. John smiled slightly, looking at Ronald Weasley, who seemed to have thought of something, and an exaggerated smile appeared on his face involuntarily. Mr. Weasley, the total commission you can get from the Society for Exorcism is £327,000. Walter, if the Weasley brothers, who were not sensitive to Muggle currency, did not react for a while, then Miss Hermione, the only Muggle present besides John, would. Mr. Weasley, who was very interested in all things Muggle, exclaimed in surprise at this moment. Is £320,000 a lot? Miss Viper turned her head in confusion. Miss Know-It-All opened her mouth in astonishment. After a while, she came to her senses and turned her head to look at the other person as if she was frightened. If we calculate based on £5 to 1 galleon, that's about 60,000 gold galleons. Even if it's reduced by half due to the exchange restrictions, it's still 30,000 galleons. How long has Ronald been in the club? Now, Miss Parkinson, who originally had no idea what was going on, finally came to her senses. Seeing the other person looking at me with shock, John quickly raised his hand to interrupt. Wait, I have something to be clear. The British pounds I'm talking about here cannot be exchanged for gold galleons at Gringotts. This was the condition Mr. Phyllis originally proposed, and I had no objection. However, with £320,000, it would be no problem to rebuild a nice little villa here. Instantly, there was an unprecedented cheer here. The Weasley twins gathered around John excitedly, telling him about their heroic experiences, looking forward to seeing if John also had a record. God, this is getting crazy. Albus, do you think this is appropriate? They are just children after all. Hearing the noise over there, Professor McGonagall, who was originally discussing with Dumbledore how to deal with the changes in the Ministry of Magic, suddenly began to worry. The income of an exorcist seems to be a little scary. Even the top officials in the Ministry of Magic would not dare to even think about this kind of horrific income. And with John's popularity and strength, what will the future of the Konstantin Exorcist Society be like? Professor McGonagall felt terrified just thinking about it. Hearing this, Dumbledore, who was in a daze, nodded in a trance as he looked at John, who was surrounded by the Weasley family and several other young wizards. This child seems to be born to change the world. So many things had happened since John joined Hogwarts that he was even forced to change his original plan for Harry's training. What will the future Hogwarts and the future wizarding world look like? Even Dumbledore, the greatest white wizard of this century, couldn't see clearly at this moment. Lucius Malfoy was taken to a private hospital in London by Mrs. Malfoy for treatment. John did not care much about how some of the things were handled. However, in the next few days after returning to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, just when John thought that he might have a powerful exorcist because of his strength and identity, the Ministry of Magic even took the initiative to cooperate with him. Mr. Konstantin, regarding what you just said about the existence of fallen angel Cecilia, can you provide any actual evidence? John sat back in his chair speechlessly, looking at the Auror in front of him who was questioning him. He has answered countless such offensive questions. He smiled coldly. No. The two Aurors looked at each other and took notes in their notebooks. The next question, Mr. Konstantin, Mr. Lucius Malfoy, after applying for the Ministry of Magic to station in Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry to investigate the demon incident, Mr. Flint and I went to the Slytherin dormitory area to investigate, and then the so-called demon invasion occurred. The Auror who was asking the question paused for a moment and looked sharply at John, whose eyes were becoming increasingly cold. Mr. Konstantin, do you know about Mr. Malfoy and his team going to the Slytherin dormitory area to investigate the truth about the devil? John nodded. Of course. The moment these guys asked these inexplicable questions and clearly directed their suspicion towards him, John already knew what these guys were thinking. Therefore, John, who also did not indulge them, accepted everything. He crossed his arms over his chest and looked at the two of them with a half-smile. Without waiting for the other party to continue asking questions, he shook his head and interrupted with a look of disdain. Okay, are you going to tell me next whether I controlled the demon to attack Lucius Malfoy after I knew he was in Slytherin? Huh. Since your Slytherin boss Klinger has already given you the answer, why are you wasting everyone's time here? Please give your boss a message for me. John stood up slowly. A strong sense of oppression made the Auror, who was about to scold him, feel as if his body was pressed firmly on the seat by a big hand. From today on, except for Gringotts, which has a cooperation agreement with us, the price of all supernatural exorcism orders in the British wizarding world will be increased tenfold. When John walked out of the interrogation room, here with a gloomy face, and passed by the interrogation room next to it, then he heard the angry roar of Miss Hermione Granger. Walter, are you crazy? Do you suspect John of being responsible for these attacks? Chapter 90. Walter, are you crazy? You actually suspect John of causing these attacks. John almost died in order to protect people from the devil. Why do you now doubt the behavior of such a person? Is this what you call justice in the Ministry of Magic? Ms. Granger, please calm down. We must analyze what has happened during this period from the most objective perspective. We certainly don't doubt Mr. Konstantin. Then why don't you ask me what your stupid Minister of Magic did after Lucius Malfoy was controlled by the devil? Ms. Granger, please watch your words. Boom! Miss Granger's face turned pale with anger at the two Aurors in front of her. She was so angry that she had already forgotten what the people in front of her represented in the British wizarding world. Just when the two Aurors were angrily preparing to teach the Muggle girl in front of them a lesson, there was a loud explosion, followed by the door beside him being torn open in an instant. Next to John stood the figure of S-rank rat demon, Pete, who instantly caught the eyes of the people present in the smoke and dust. Walter, John Konstantin, what are you going to do? An Auror was so frightened by Peter's terrifying figure and the grinning face under the brim of his flowered hat that he grabbed his wand instantly. However, boom, John didn't even need to take action himself. In a flash of lightning-fast afterimage, a giant shadow rat that was as tall as a man stood up and pressed the guy in front of him against the wall. John's cold eyes swept over the remaining Auror, who was so frightened that he didn't even dare to move. His gaze finally turned to Miss Know-It-All standing beside him. "It's time to go, Hermione. Exorcists won't have such meaningless communication and exchanges with the wizards sitting in front of them. Hundreds of years ago, we usually listened to their last words while they were tied to the gallows." A look of indifference that made Hermione feel that something was wrong flashed across John's eyes. When John forcibly brought the remaining members of the society out of the interrogation room one after another, Dumbledore, realizing that something was wrong, also rushed over. "Konstantin, what are you going to do?" He looked at the torn-down interrogation room and the several Aurors who even needed help to walk out of it. Then look at the Devil Pete next to John, who has a malicious smile on his face and is casually fiddling with the magic flute in his hand. If John hadn't said it before, this demon was his servant. Dumbledore was afraid that he would suspect that John was being controlled by this guy. Before John could say anything, Draco, who was also interrogated by two Aurors and whose interrogation intensity was the highest among them, was the first to angrily question him. "Professor Dumbledore, they are deliberately trying to put the blame on John for all the attacks and demonic incidents." He looked angry and pointed at an Auror who had just been in his interrogation room. "He seduced and even forced me, saying that John and I had a bad relationship and that he wanted to take revenge and kill me. He took the initiative to create the demon attack after he knew that my father came to school." "Walter." Dumbledore was startled. Professor McGonagall, who came up behind and happened to hear these words, was so angry that his face turned blue. What kind of shameless and irresponsible person would ask such a stupid question? "Mr. Konstantin was in my office at the time, and before Lucius Malfoy arrived at school that day, Mr. Konstantin was in my transfiguration class. Isn't Cornelius Fudge's stupidity enough to teach you a little wisdom that humans should have?" John turned his head in surprise. Such words didn't seem like something that could come from the mouth of Professor McGonagall, an older cat lady. However, Professor McGonagall was like a completely enraged lioness at this moment. "Do you think that by pointing all the blame at the unknown exorcist Konstantin, you can get rid of the Ministry of Magic's dirty business of secretly raising and studying evil spirits? God, while you still have some dignity as Aurors, why don't you take a good look in the mirror? Are you wearing the uniform of a wizard's servant? That's the shroud of the innocent wizards who died in Devon." Everyone was frightened by McGonagall's appearance at the moment, especially when they saw that the other party was not satisfied with just cursing, but suddenly took out his wand with red eyes. That frightened all the Aurors present, and they raised their hands and stepped back. "No, no, no. Professor, calm down. We mean no harm." "Stop, Professor McGonagall. We are only following orders." Professor Sprout on the side hurriedly stepped forward to stop McGonagall. Even Snape looked at this professor with some surprise. Even he had to be careful in dealing with him. Dumbledore took a deep breath. "The last time I saw McGonagall like this was when the Potters were murdered in Godric's Hollow and the Longbottoms were tortured to insanity." He looked coldly at the frightened Aurors. "Aurors, please leave. At least while I am still the headmaster of Hogwarts. I regret that you, the Ministry of Magic, are no longer welcome here. Also, please tell your superiors a message. A soldier's dignity can only be restored by pointing his sword at the enemy, not at the one who once protected him. It is not only dishonorable, but also a disgrace to your status." Principal's office. After getting rid of these disgusting guys, Dumbledore brought John and several other young wizards to his office as guests. While distributing candies to Hermione and the others, a kind and gentle smile appeared on his face again. "Don't worry, John. These guys in the Ministry of Magic are just like that, especially Scrimgeour. His background as an Auror and what happened to the Dark Lord back then make them all instinctively classify all wizards as enemies. They are not only suspicious of others, but also of themselves." John nodded and took a sip of the black tea in the cup. The mood did not ease at all because of the behavior of these idiots. Dumbledore looked at Snape and McGonagall, who both shook their heads slightly. Obviously, Scrimgeour's suspicion, which was almost a routine procedure when dealing with criminals, finally made John feel uneasy. That evening in the Hogwarts dining room, when the new issue of the Daily Prophet arrived, John immediately saw the clear headline on it. "Minister of Magic Cornelius Fudge has been impeached for serious dereliction of duty, which has led to a number of tragedies in Devonshire. I wish to appoint Rufus Scrimgeour, head of the Auror office, as interim minister for magic." John looked at the magic animated picture, in which Scrimgeour was surrounded by reporters, wearing a neat suit and with a warrior-like toughness in his eyes. I used to think that the other party might be stronger than Fudge. But it's nothing more than one is weak and greedy, and the other is tough but brainless. Scrimgeour. We must acknowledge the existence of evil spirits in this world, but please trust us in the Ministry of Magic. We will give the public a satisfactory explanation and solution. Even if it is an evil spirit, we have the means and strength to deal with it. John shook his head. He sneered and turned away, continuing to look at the stack of simulated potion formulas that Snape had sent to him. If the so-called magic of wizards can solve the evil spirits, then those who were hung on the gallows and made into bacon, or tied to the stake and burned into charcoal, should be those guys from the church. The undisguised ridicule and sarcasm made Miss Know-It-All, who was reading the newspaper attentively, frown slightly. John, is it true that the power of wizards can't cause any harm to demons? Harry and others around also looked over curiously. John shook his head. The world is so cruel. You have to understand why the Vatican didn't say that bricklayers were heretics, doctors who killed people were heretics, or businessmen who were greedy and ripped people off. Why did it insist on saying that wizards were heretics? Several little Ravenclaw witches who happened to be sitting behind John turned their heads upon hearing this question. Isn't it because of different beliefs? John turned his head and saw an Asian girl with black hair, her smile full of intellectual and graceful beauty. However, John was not in the mood to appreciate these at the moment. He shook his head lightly. I'm sorry, Miss Zhang. Different beliefs may lead to conflicts, but I think the ghost, Dees, fat monk in your academy will definitely not impose that kind of capital punishment on a cybernetic master just because of his so-called beliefs. Just as he finished speaking, the fat monk's head suddenly popped out from the floor amid the screams of several little witches nearby. Huh. Of course, if it's just a difference of faith, then at most we would secretly spit a mouthful of saliva from the believers of God into the wine glasses of those pagans, or add some good things to their stables that would make their horses run wild. We wouldn't be that crazy. John shrugged. Zhang Qiu looked at him curiously with a pair of eyes as dark as John's. So, why did the Vatican hunt down and harm wizards so madly? John smiled faintly, but he didn't notice that Miss Know-It-All and Miss Viper, who were sitting next to him, were looking at them with strange eyes. Strength. As painful as it may sound, it is the truth. The power of wizards and magic comes from the devil in hell, while the power of exorcists and priests comes from God in heaven. So, this is definitely not just a matter of so-called faith. Those wizards who were hanged on the gallows and the stake were not heretics, but enemies. Everyone around was shocked, but Harry, Ronald, and Neville, who had participated in the battle with GOL's-level Black Mirror Demon, immediately thought of what the demon had said at that time. Harry muttered with a somewhat grim look on his face. Wizards, are you trying to use the power bestowed upon you by hell to deal with your master? Snap. John snapped his fingers. Nod. That's the truth. If priests are enemies, God will not bless them to fight each other with the power of holy light. And by the same token, how could the devil hand over weapons that can really kill them to the hands of his servants? John looked at the Daily Prophet that Zhang Qiu and the others were holding at the moment, and saw Scrimgeour's fighting spirit and tenacity. Jiff. His eyes were full of disdain. If I were you, if there were people in my family working as aurors in the Ministry of Magic, I would definitely write to them immediately and ask them to take a temporary leave of absence, or just quit. The next auror will not have an easy job. Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. Some of the young wizards whose families did have aurors working in the Ministry of Magic thought of the magic that John had always displayed and his identity as an angel. Everyone silently wrote this down. Just as John turned around and was about to continue studying the potion in his hand, a little Ravenclaw, which sitting next to Zhang Qiu, suddenly spoke. Konstantin, how do you know our Qiu Zhang? I don't remember that you have had any contact before. Hearing this, John's hand holding the notebook suddenly froze. As soon as he asked this question, he immediately felt two sharp gazes from the left and right, and in a place that no one else could see, two delicate hands had already reached out to his waist. Yes, President Konstantin, have you been interested in me for a long time? Miss Viper sat behind John, her head like a venomous snake coiling around him, moving sinisterly close to the side of John's face, while at the angle she blocked. A small hand has quietly begun to exert force. Zhang Qiu looked at this scene shyly. It has been several months since the start of the school year, and anyone who has paid close attention has a good idea of what kind of person John is. And now, among all the little witches in Hogwarts, who doesn't know that this guy is fickle and shameless? But the reality that makes all Hogwarts wizards feel helpless and sad is, girls will hate a philandering man and will look down on a philandering handsome man. but they really can't refuse a philandering handsome angel, not to mention that this angel is also good. The show is terrible. Isis. Zhang Xiu blushed and turned back, but her nervous movements of tucking her hair around her ears betrayed her inner thoughts and ideas at the moment. The friends around him all gave teasing expressions as if they were enjoying a good show. However, at this moment, John felt as if he was being stripped naked and standing in front of everyone. President Konstantin, I seem to have never seen you confess before God since I met you. Don't you feel that you are guilty and have committed a serious sin? Miss Know-It-All leaned forward slightly, and Miss Viper behind John were like robbers holding him hostage from the front and the back. And from that angle that people can't see, the two little hands seemed to be holding a deadly pistol. Now John was even more embarrassed. Repent? Still confessing to God. I regret it so much. I, John Konstantin, as a LSP, pursue the most beautiful things in the world, and I will never regret it. Ahem, I confess. I am guilty. Miss Granger, Miss Parkinson, we can discuss this peacefully. Why make such a fuss? You agree, right? Rage and jealousy are also the 7 deadly sins. As the strongest female exorcists of my Konstantin Exorcist Society, shouldn't you learn to be generous, tolerant, and sharing? Deaf. It seems that John's behavior of not giving face to the Ministry of Magic orders really worked, or Dumbledore gave the Ministry of Magic a warning without John's knowledge. No officials from the Ministry of Magic came to Hogwarts after that. However, the entire British wizarding world was clearly in a state of panic. Some abnormal phenomena that were once ignored by people began to emerge like mushrooms after a rain, popping up like crazy under people's deliberate attention and vigilance. There have been a number of missing children cases in a Muggle city in North Yorkshire. Mrs. Greenlane, who lives nearby, said that these disappearances were not caused by kidnapping or anything else. The children were suddenly missing. Disappeared into thin air. In just 1 week, 3 station staff members committed suicide by lying on the tracks at Burnley Station in Lancashire for unknown reasons. Abnormal biological activity was discovered in a farm forest outside Mansfield, Lincolnshire, and human remains were found nearby. Local Muggles launched an investigation, but the attacks never stopped. John held the newspaper in his hand and curled his lips. Harry, do you think if we use these as themes and publish some suspense or supernatural novels, will they sell well? Aren't there supposed to be some horror stories for Halloween? Chapter 91. Into a book? A horror story. Harry heard John's question, although he knew that it was his habitual sarcasm towards the idiots in the Ministry of Magic when he heard this proposal. But he couldn't help but think about it in his mind. The feasibility of this. Although I now know some things about my parents from John and Dumbledore, Harry, who grew up in a Muggle family like his aunts, did not have a strong sense of belonging to the so-called wizarding camp. On the contrary, the experience of learning exorcism spells from John, performing exorcisms again and again, and helping them save lives, has made Harry imagine his future as a powerful exorcist like John. When he heard his boss's idea, the first thing he thought about was not whether this would cause dissatisfaction among the wizards, but, John, flourish and blot sales don't seem to be that strong. If you really want to do this, why don't you just find a publisher in the Muggle world? Ronald and the Weasley twins were looking at Harry as if he were a monster. Are you serious? Fred shook his head again and again, rejecting Harry's ridiculous suggestion. John, don't have such thoughts. Although there are many people who hate and question the ability of the Ministry of Magic, I advise you not to do such things as rubbing salt into the wounds of wizards. John curled his lips. Of course he wasn't stupid enough to do that. Funds are no longer a necessity for him now. Compared to money, it is better to train more qualified exorcists and let yourself be a hands-off boss. Every 10 times you collect the Exorcist treasure box, rewarded by the system, you can improve your strength to a higher level. That is what he pursues. Hermione, on the other hand, was looking at the contents of the newspaper, feeling somewhat indignant. They have absolutely no ability to stop the evil spirits from causing chaos. These Aurors of the Ministry of Magic seem to be led by the nose by these evil spirits. John said calmly, it's like walking the dog. Everyone. Although it sounds harsh, this is the reality. The newly appointed iron-blooded Auror Minister, 31 Scrimgeour, was initially impressed by his outstanding performance and honors during his tenure as an Auror, coupled with his passionate and powerful speech when he first took office. These words gave the people in the British wizarding world some confidence. In just half a month, hundreds of people went missing and died across the UK, and there were more than a dozen cases of wizards being attacked by evil spirits in the wizarding world. But it was like a solid slap in the face, hitting this iron-blooded minister again and again. He kept saying that he wanted to solve all these problems for the people and make all the evil spirits in Britain disappear. But he couldn't even guarantee peace in the British wizarding world. John shook his head speechlessly. If only Minister Scrimgeour could put aside some of his so-called wizard pride, recognize the cruel reality that he can't even find the shadow of evil spirits, and come to me to ask for ways to find traces of evil spirits. The Ministry of Magic's prestige is beyond repair. Throw the newspaper aside. John was not in a hurry at all as he looked at the little wizards around him who were helping to decorate the Hogwarts Great Hall. His eyes were looking at Miss Know-It-All, who was worried about those who had suffered supernatural attacks. But I was thinking about something else. Today is Halloween. According to the original plot, Hermione was going to be attacked by the giant monster created by Quirrell, but now, thinking of Quirrell, who had been so honest recently that he didn't even dare to look up when he saw him, John couldn't help but smile, even though the plot had changed beyond all recognition. But our Miss Know-It-All doesn't have to suffer this fate. Night. Magic pumpkin lanterns filled with horror and weirdness floated in the sky above the Hogwarts Great Hall restaurant. However, with the warm atmosphere around them and the interweaving of lights and shadows of fireworks on the magic ceiling, these magic pumpkin lanterns could not be more terrifying. Instead, it has a peculiarly cute beauty. Ha ha ha, I'm toasting to our President Konstantin. Thank him for allowing me to take a day off today so that I don't have to be thrown into the Black Lake again. Fred Weasley smiled and raised his glass to John, joking. Hearing this, John didn't say anything, but Miss Viper, who still chose to sit next to John today, was a little unhappy. Humph. If you had been more serious when learning the Fey Lien kick, John wouldn't have come up with such a trick. Even your brother has already skillfully performed the Fey Lien kick in the Black Lake scene. Fred was immediately embarrassed, causing George, who had also learned the flying kick, to burst into laughter. Fred, where did the smile on your face go? Oh my God. It turned out to be on the face of Mr. George Weasley, who has learned the flying kick. Ha! Shut up, George. Who on earth would be so scared by a sea-level red evil spirit during the day that he recited the wrong spell? Without John to calm the situation, you can only hope to use your magic wand to poke the evil spirit's nose into pieces. Listening to the twins' daily bickering, John had a relaxed smile on his face. Wei Wei raised the cup of magic beer in her hand, which was made from the recipe in the Exorcist treasure chest. It sounded like beer and tasted like beer, but in fact it was a drink made from a few simple herbs and wild fruits. Now it has almost become a must-order item at the bar of the Konstantin Exorcist Society. Dumbledore, who was sitting in the professor's seat, was talking with Professor McGonagall and others about the upcoming Quidditch match. After trying to persuade the higher-ups of the Ministry of Magic many times to no avail, this white wizard, who was not without temper, finally chose to give up. He simply protected the young wizards at Hogwarts seriously and asked some wizards who were members of the Order of the Phoenix to pay attention to their safety. I never cared about the shitty things in the outside world again. Minerva, no matter what happens in this year's Quidditch, I must watch it live. Huh. Konstantin Exorcist Society Quidditch team. Every day I can see John and his players training in flying and ball skills. It's bound to be a very exciting game. Professor McGonagall snorted when he heard this. Almost none of these young wizards still remember the rules of Hogwarts flying lessons. God, this guy John always manages to get those young wizards around him to do something stupid, including you, Albus. Ha 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 ha. Dumbledore let out a hearty laugh. However, when he saw Filch, who was sitting in the corner of the restaurant, suddenly stood up and left early with Mrs. Norris, he couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. Filch really likes his Mrs. Norris. I hardly ever see him and Mrs. Norris apart. Wait a minute, Mrs. Loris, where are you going? It's not time for the night watch yet, but I think we'll have to wait until after dinner. There will definitely be many little wizards who can't stand the loneliness and want to seek some you on Halloween night. Filch's hoarse voice, which sounded a bit like an evil witch, echoed in the castle along with Mrs. Norris. Returned to the dormitory. While Filch was replacing Mrs. Norris's food and water with fresh ones, he lay down on the sofa and closed his eyes, preparing to take a nap to get enough rest for a refreshing school rules defense battle with the little wizards tonight. Mrs. Loris, who was eating, seemed to hear some noise and suddenly looked under the bed. Looking at the ball of thread that rolled out from nowhere, Mrs. Loris's pupils instantly began to dilate and become round and cute. Hey! The night gradually darkened. Following Professor McGonagall's orders, the young wizards, although still somewhat reluctant to leave, could not resist Professor McGonagall's stern look. They quietly began to return to their dormitories in the academy. Just as John was thinking about whether to return to the dormitory with Harry and the others, or go to the club tower to see Forgone and Ramram. A sudden and urgent reminder made John's expression change suddenly. Bite. Demon activity detected around the host. Lock on the breath direction. Chio, don't try to lie to us. You always sit behind Konstantin these days, and when you were reading before, you either read in the Ravenclaw lounge or just found an empty classroom. You must have some intentions towards our Mr. Konstantin. On the way back to the Ravenclaw lounge, several roommates sandwiched Zhang Chio in the middle, and their words were full of teasing. All kinds of explicit words. At this moment, when there were only a few of them in the corridor, it was really outrageous. Zhang Chio was so embarrassed that his face turned red as if blood would drip out. No, stop talking. I'm just curious about what an angel looks like. Uh-huh. After hearing Zhang Chio's weak defense, several roommates looked at each other and laughed in a teasing manner. Of course, we're all curious about what angels look like, especially without clothes. Wow. Lena, what on earth are you talking about? I need to report this to Professor Flitwick. Ha ha ha, go ahead. The next day, the news that you were calling Konstantin in your sleep will soon spread throughout the school. You are talking nonsense. Just as everyone was about to return to the Ravenclaw rest area with fun, a figure suddenly walked out from the corner. She was wearing a gorgeous black Lolita dress, revealing a pair of slender, fair and tender calves that made Zhang Chio and the others envious. At this moment, he was holding a strange little black umbrella that looked like it was made of silk or hair. A fair and beautiful face that seemed to be able to turn one's life upside down, with a melancholy feeling that made Zhang Chio and others' smiles gradually disappear in a trance. Do you want to play with me? Pretty ladies. The sound is so melodious and pleasant that people can't help but imagine all kinds of beautiful things almost in an instant. The girl with a melancholy face, yet so moving and beautiful, wanted to make friends with him so pitifully at this moment, which made Zhang Chio and others look confused. His hand unconsciously reached out towards the black ball of wool in the girl's hand. Okay, let's play together. As soon as he finished speaking, the ball of thread in his hand that was about to be touched by Zhang Chio and others instantly shot out strands of thread. Under the horrified gaze of Zhang Chio and others, the moment the thread touched them, they lost control of their bodies in an instant. The original flesh and blood body suddenly turned into wool in the blink of an eye, and then 140. Before they could even utter a scream, several people, including Zhang Chio, were instantly transformed into a ball of wool of different colors, merging with the ball of wool in the girl's hand. The Lolita girl looked at the black ball of thread in her hand, which seemed to have changed, yet remained unchanged. His melancholy eyes flickered a few times, and after a brief flash of happiness, they became melancholy again in the blink of an eye. I need more people to play with me. Swish. As soon as the girl finished speaking, she disappeared from the spot in an instant. And just 2 or 3 seconds after she disappeared, John, Hermione, and Pansy suddenly appeared here. John had an unpleasant look on his face, and within his sight was the silhouette of the devil that was supposed to be here. It disappeared in just a moment. Moved to the other side of Hogwarts. Hermione spread out the Marauder's map, exorcism version, in her hand, but her expression suddenly changed. 633. John, there were clearly several people here just now, but now they have disappeared. John's face was solemn. At this moment, it seemed that he had finally arrived at the place where the demon existed just now, and the system had already given him information about the demon. SS rank, Fallen Melancholy String Demon, Doros, Generation, a demon that independently controls some of the laziness powers, representing negative emotions such as depression and loneliness, and has the ability to control the target into a puppet. Likes evil pranks and games. Exorcism advice. Either break the rules or follow the rules. Doros. When John heard the name, he immediately thought of the 2 evil spirits he had captured some time ago when he was exorcising Lucius and the others. A-level, Ghost Lady, and A-level, Cursed Demon Child. These 2 were recorded in an ancient book handed down from the Vatican that he had read. They were the storehouse and family storehouse of this marionette demon Dolos. This time the enemy is more terrifying than any we've faced before. It's second only to the devil. John's words made the 2 little witches, who were originally excited and clamoring to experiment with the results of their exorcism spell training during this period, swallow their saliva. The little face turned pale. John didn't say much, but the golden angel wings behind him spread out in an instant. You guys go meet up with Harry and the others. I'll go find that guy. Looking at John, who threw down a few words, instantly broke through the window beside him, flew out of Hogwarts Castle, and rushed towards a spire on the other side in the blink of an eye like a bright meteor winding over Hogwarts. Although Hermione and the other girl were extremely nervous at the moment, they immediately followed John's instructions and quickly went to find someone. At the same time, on top of a spire belonging to Ravenclaw, two senior wizard lovers were having a tryst. Obviously, as a night watchman at Hogwarts for many years, Filch already knew very well the mentality of these young wizards. However, at this moment, when the loving couple was hugging each other and whispering sweet words to each other, a sudden pleasant voice was heard, accompanied by a black umbrella appearing above their heads. Came from behind them. "You guys want to play with me?" Oh. When John flew here with the holy light, the first thing he saw was the horrifying scene of a living person being turned into a ball of wool. Without even thinking about it, he held the dagger in his hand, carrying a rolling golden thunder of divine punishment. He threw it out instantly. On top of such a narrow tower, John couldn't even think of any possibility for the other party to escape. However, boom, looking at the top of the tower that was instantly shattered by him, there was no trace of the Lolita girl in the collapsed area. In his mind, the wheel of the devil suddenly appeared again at this moment. Professor McGonagall. Chapter 92. With the crisp sound of thump, 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 Professor McGonagall was holding a wand and urgently patrolling the Gryffindor College area. John's sudden action just now made the entire Hogwarts, especially Dumbledore and professors of various branches, nervous. Although it had been 2 or 3 months since the last demon attack, even Dumbledore did not dare to take this matter lightly. Suddenly, I turned a corner and saw 3 or 4 little wizards lingering in the corridor, doing something unknown. Professor McGonagall's face darkened instantly. "What are you doing here? Didn't you hear the order? Go back to your dormitory immediately." Several young wizards looked at Professor McGonagall, whose aura was even more stern and solemn than before, and were so frightened that their legs trembled instantly, and they were about to salute and flee. A figure suddenly appeared behind Professor McGonagall, which made the expressions of several people stunned for a moment. "You guys want to play with me?" Something suddenly appeared behind him and seemed to be very close to him, which made Professor McGonagall, who was already in a tense state, feel his heart tighten in an instant. Almost as a reflex, he turned around instantly and pointed the magic wand in his hand towards the Lolita girl who he could tell was a stranger at first glance. Libera Corpus, Golden Bell Falls. The spell was released so decisively and quickly, instantly bombarding the girl who suddenly appeared, and also made several Gryffindor wizards who were originally confused about who this person was. I was stunned for a moment. The girl was hit by the spell, but she was not knocked away instantly as expected. His footsteps were light, like fallen leaves blown by the wind. After the small umbrella in his hand turned slightly, it fell gently to the ground again. "Who are you?" Professor McGonagall looked solemn and nervous as he blocked several young wizards behind him. Although he had instantly guessed the other person's identity, she was incredibly beautiful at the moment, and her stunning appearance was completely different from Lucius and the possessed demon Joel. But Professor McGonagall still instinctively asked this question. However, the girl who was hit by a spell from Professor McGonagall seemed to be instantly enraged, and her originally melancholy eyes slowly began to turn cold and dangerous. A head of thick black hair moved without wind. The black ball of hair that was originally held in his hand suddenly looked like a shadow octopus with its tentacles spread out fiercely. How rude! Amid the cold murmur, the sound of coffee breaking through the air startled Professor McGonagall's expression for a moment. Dozens of black shadows stabbed towards her in an instant like sharp thorns. Impedimenta, obstacles galore. Bang, bang, bang. The collision of the violent spell and the black shadows made Professor McGonagall's expression change drastically. However, what made her even more horrified were the several black shadows that passed by her. She turned back in shock and anger, but what she saw were the original few little wizards, their eyes full of fear and disbelief. At this moment, a black thread with fluff, which looked like wool but was as straight as a steel needle, was accurately piercing through the bodies of several little wizards. Under Professor McGonagall's incredulous gaze, the bodies of several little wizards instantly turned into a group of puppets woven from wool of various colors, and then in an instant, as the black thread was retracted, they scattered. In the blink of an eye, it gathered into the black ball of the girl who was affected by Dacia. No. Reducto. Bang. The spell collided with the girl's black umbrella. The spell, which was powerful enough to shatter stone statues and even steel, was like hitting a quagmire. Call out. Dozens of black lines flowed out from the ball of thread in the girl's hand again, like a group of snakes surrounding Professor McGonagall from all directions, causing the latter's face to turn pale. Proteg, armor protection. Professor McGonagall's body glowed with white light, but this defense used to block the spell seemed to be non-existent, and was instantly pierced by the dozen black lines in front of him. Professor McGonagall, as he looked ahead, he saw his arms starting to turn into balls of fluttering wool, which then quickly began to spread towards his body and head. Professor McGonagall's eyes could not help but flash with despair. In a trance, a roar that was obviously filled with shock and anger suddenly rushed in from the window on the side. "You dirty fellow, come at me if you dare." The blazing hellfire instantly burned the black line that pierced through Professor McGonagall's body, and John's figure appeared in front of the pretty girl in the blink of an eye. The dagger wrapped in holy light slashed towards the opponent's head. Boom! The black umbrella was folded up, instantly blocking the dagger in John's hand. The cold and rolling demonic energy and the holy light on John's body at this moment seemed to be engaging in the most brutal battle. Almost at the moment of the collision, the surrounding floors and murals were shattered. "John!" Professor McGonagall came with a panicked cry. John turned around, and his pupils shrank suddenly. He saw that Professor McGonagall's hair was being decomposed into wool, and the process did not stop just because the black thread was cut by him. The ball of thread rustled and decomposed into the crook of Professor McGonagall's arm in the blink of an eye. At this moment, even the most resolute Professor McGonagall could not help but have a reaction called fear. Behind him, the cold voice of a girl made John's face so gloomy that it seemed as if water could drip out. "John Konstantin, let's play a game to see how many people you can save. If you still can't catch me when the sun rises, haha, I'm going to have lots and lots of friends." Swish! There was a burst of cold, yandere, and crazy laughter, and as the figure suddenly disappeared, John's heart tightened instantly. While he was performing an exorcism spell on Professor McGonagall to relieve her from this condition, his eyes widened in disbelief. In his sight, that represents the outline of a demon. The moment this guy disappeared, he appeared near the auditorium restaurant, as if he had teleported through space. Under the shining of holy light, Professor McGonagall's arms turned into scattered wool, but soon they reunited and recovered. However, whether it is Professor McGonagall or John at this moment, but I can't be happy at all. The SS-level demon, and the demon that descended in its true form, made John feel unprecedented pressure at this moment. What made John feel even more difficult was that this damn demon seems to have some kind of teleportation ability. However, recalling the information given by the system, apart from saying that the other party has the ability to control the target into a puppet, there is no mention of any spatial ability. Under the influence of the holy light, Professor McGonagall, who was still in shock, took a deep breath and calmed down a little. Then I saw John lying on the ground. I walked over to the place where the girl disappeared just now, as if she was looking for something seriously. I couldn't help but walk over with confusion. Coincidentally, at this time, Dumbledore and Snape also rushed over after hearing the news. "John, what happened?" Snape held up the sleeves of his black robe with his arms alertly, holding his wand, and stood beside John, looking around vigilantly. However, John was lying on the ground with a frown on his face, and after seeing his feet, he pushed them anxiously. "Professor Snape, please move aside. I'm looking for something." Snape's gloomy face suddenly froze. At this time, Professor McGonagall hurriedly recounted what had just happened. Mr. Davis, Mr. Anderson, and Mr. Thomas, 3 little wizards, were all turned into balls of string by the devil and taken away. Professor McGonagall was filled with anxiety and self-blame. However, the information that was spoken made all the professors, including Dumbledore, look solemn. Professor McGonagall was considered the strongest among the others, but even she was easily defeated by the other party under that circumstance, even if John had not arrived in time. I'm afraid even McGonagall himself has become part of the ball of thread in the other party's hands. Found it. Suddenly a shout full of surprise came from John's mouth. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound, and saw John, who was originally lying on the ground, suddenly climbed up from the ground with something in his hand. "Wait until everyone gets closer. Is this cat hair?" Professor Sprout looked towards Professor McGonagall as if by reflex, only to see that the latter's serious face was slightly flushed. "Pomona, if you want to look at me like that, I'm not in the habit of casting animagus at any time. This is obviously Mrs. Norris, Mr. Filch's pet." "That's right. It's Mrs. Loris." John's voice was a little excited, making everyone present unable to understand what he meant. "Just now, in my haste, I smelled a very strong cat-like scent from the evil spirit. Even though Mr. Filch took good care of Mrs. Norris, the smell mixed with the sulfur smell of demons was too obvious." John glanced around. For a long time, Mrs. Norris almost regarded the entire Hogwarts as her own territory. Filch patrols the castle regularly, so it is not uncommon for cat hair to be scattered all over the castle. But this happened to make him guess a possibility in an instant. The method that the other party used just now, which was similar to space teleportation, might not be direct space teleportation, but the flying thunder god technique. John thought of a solution and didn't waste a second. Professor Dumbledore, please clean up the entire Hogwarts. Please clean up every place, especially Mrs. Norris's cat hair. Try not to leave any behind. Seeing everyone nod, John once again spread out the golden angel wings behind him. I will try my best to hold her back, but whether I can rescue the people she has captured this time depends on you, Professor. When John blinked and flew away, Dumbledore and the professors present looked at each other. Snape spoke first. I'll be in charge of the Slytherin house area. Professor McGonagall, I'll be in charge of Gryffindor and the Great Hall. Professor Sprout, I'm in charge of Hufflepuff and the Herb Garden. And just when all the professors began to frantically clean up the entire Hogwarts area at this inopportune time, John has already tried his best to move faster and arrived at the place where the string demon Dolos is at the moment. Ah! Screams of terror were accompanied by waves of hurried footsteps. When John appeared here, he suddenly saw a group of young wizards from Hufflepuff Academy being chased by the Black Line. Doros, I didn't expect that as a high-level demon, you would not even let a cat go. John rushed in brazenly, and the country was burning with hellfire. However, even though he had performed the Fei Lian kick at the fastest speed, under the gaze of a group of little wizards, he almost teleported in front of the girl in the black dress. The next second after the flames blasted down, the figure of the girl in the black dress who was originally in front of him disappeared instantly. The next second, he appeared in the direction where Hufflepuff was running away. The ball of thread in his hand, which seemed to have never changed in size, once again emitted black lines that pierced through these frightened little wizards. A smug laugh came out of the other person's mouth. And what? John Konstantin, what can you do to me? As soon as he finished speaking, the next second when John rushed in front of him again, the other person's figure flashed and disappeared again. Also disappearing were the dozen or so Hufflepuff little wizards who were hit by the Black Line. The crisp laughter was heard, and the girl's figure reappeared, as if she was fearless, standing not far in front of John. The small black umbrella was slowly raised, revealing a pair of cold pupils with a strange black color. It's obvious that Satan would be deceived by a guy like you. I can only say that he is too conceited. John sneered. What about you? Now that I know your real name, as long as I catch you, you won't even have the chance to return to hell. Catch me. Little Konstantin. I have caught quite a few friends now. The girl let out a sickly giggle while speaking. The ball of black thread in his hand suddenly surged, and then, palm-sized cotton puppets held up by black thread instantly appeared in front of him. The lifelike appearance made John's pupils shrink. Especially after seeing one of the dolls, John's face instantly turned extremely cold. A boy doll that is different from other dolls in that it carries a small sword on its back. Neville. Doros, congratulations. Among so many demons, you are the only one who attacked the people around me and succeeded. I promise you will regret your decision to come to the world today. John's expression was extremely cold. As a shadow surged behind him, the figure of S-level, rat demon, Pete appeared. Peter, summon your shadow rats and pull all the little wizards in the castle into your shadow space. Wait until all the marks of this idiot in the castle disappear, and then I'll see what else he can do. As soon as the words fell, a look of surprise flashed across the face of the girl in the black dress. You discovered it so quickly, but even if you discovered it, do you think it would be easy to do? As soon as the voice fell, the girl disappeared instantly. In John's perception, the other party had already appeared in the rest area belonging to Slytherin. F***K. After this, I will ask Professor Dumbledore to set some rules for that Filch guy. Did Mrs. Norris even enter the dormitory area? The entire Hogwarts seemed to be caught in an unprecedentedly tense tug-of-war. On one side, professors from various departments were frantically cleaning the castle, while on the other side, the string demon Tulos, who was harvesting dolls, quickly appeared in the place where the little wizards gathered. Pete summoned a large number of giant shadow rats, which began to spread throughout the entire Hogwarts. Whenever they saw the little wizard, they would immediately go up to him and bite his clothes, instantly plunging him into the shadows. As time went by, there were fewer and fewer young wizards still active in Hogwarts, and the entire castle seemed unprecedentedly creepy and deserted on Halloween night. Just as John, Dumbledore, and others were actively responding to the raging demon attacks. At the edge of the Black Lake, not far from the tower of the Konstantin Exorcist Society, An ugly gray-black mouse quietly poked its head out. A pair of eyes stared straight at the top of the tower, in the direction of the golden griffin Fergon. Chapter 93. Ha ha ha. I have a new friend, John Konstantin. Come and catch me. Once the sun rises, I will go back to hell. Ha. Hellfire burns. All the dense black lines in front of him were burned, but the figure of the string demon Dolos, who was supposed to appear in front of him, had already disappeared. Only the series of mocking sounds before the black line burned out remained. Jean looked grim, but he swung the dagger in his hand violently, and the hellfire swept through like a giant python, filling the entire Hogwarts corridor. There was no cat hair in the entire corridor. Not even a speck of dust will remain. He cast a cold gaze at the place where the ladder would appear next, and his figure instantly turned into a beam of golden light and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Humph, let me see how many chances you can dodge. The Gryffindor Common Lounge area. Pete, we have to go help him. We will definitely be able to help John in some way, Harry said anxiously. However, Peter, who knew the strength of the demon this time, did not give the other party any chance to hesitate or consider. The Shadow Rat was shocked by the exclamations of Harry and others, dragged them directly into the shadows, and disappear in the blink of an eye. I hate mice. Call out. What a disgusting fellow. As expected, AB asterisk 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 D is AB asterisk 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 D. He actually works for an exorcist. A cold voice sounded beside Peter just as Harry, Ronald, and Hermione were dragged into the shadow space. Pete's tall and thin body was at least half a body taller than the girl in the black dress in front of him. However, the strength between demons is not simply judged by their strength. Although there was only a difference in level, the pressure that Pete felt when facing the marionette demon Dolos in front of him was not small at all. He looked indifferently at the ball of black wool in the other person's hand. Lord Dolos, your power has no effect on me. As we are both demons, I will give you a friendly reminder. You, call out. The thin black lines that were originally ejected when capturing the little wizards instantly gathered into a black spike as thick as a bowl the moment Pete spoke. The 7 or 8 meter long black thorn instantly pierced Pete's chest. At this moment, a hint of scarlet that should belong to the devil bloomed in the gloomy black eyes of the girl in the black dress. A brutal, cruel, and bloodthirsty aura emanated from this melancholy and cold girl in a black dress. You're just AB asterisk 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 D. How dare you tell me what to do? Or just because you've clung to the leg of an exorcist who has completed the transformation into an angel, have you already forgotten what hell actually represents? The dark shadow energy surges. Pete's figure instantly turned into a giant black rat with its body pierced. And at this moment, his body appeared in another shadowy corner of the common room. He stared at the other person with angry eyes, but didn't dare to move his body too much. Konstantin is not just an exorcist, Dolos. Since you have made your choice, I wish you all the best. Seeing Pete disappear into the shadows again in an instant, the redness in the eyes of the girl in the black dress faded a little. His eyes, which had regained their melancholy luster, couldn't help but flash with a ferocious, murderous intent when he noticed the giant rat that he had just pierced. Smelly rat. Humph, it will be your turn soon. Squeak, squeak, squeak. It seemed as if he was really enraged by Pete's behavior of stealing friends. John could clearly feel that the frequency and speed of the demons jumping were much faster than before. The terrified screams of the little wizards, accompanied by the screams of the giant shadow rats, made John anxious, but he could only work with Dumbledore and other professors. One area after another, the opponent's range of activities is constantly shrinking. Mr. Filch, who had already woken up beside Dumbledore, had a strong reaction of disbelief when he heard Dumbledore say that his Mrs. Norris was possessed by a demon. Professor Dumbledore, Mrs. Norris is just a cat. Although I admit that I have raised her well, why would a demon choose a cat as its second object of attachment? Filch was anxious and suspicious. However, this doubt was gone as Dumbledore and his team had completely renovated most of Hogwarts. Everyone gathered in a spacious corridor on the top floor of the castle, with the appearance of the girl in black skirt. Finally, Mr. Filch completely dispelled his thoughts, and he stared with his eyes wide open in disbelief. As Mrs. Loris was raised by him like a daughter since childhood, even though the person standing in front of him was a different person, the eyes were exactly the same as Mrs. Loris's. However, this made Filch, an elderly cat owner, instantly believe the speculations of Dumbledore and the others. Mrs. Norris, do you still recognize me? I'm Filch. The girl in the black dress glanced at Filch, whose body was shaking with excitement. and looked at John, who appeared behind her at this moment. "John Konstantin, is this your method? What is this? An emotional card?" A frivolous and somewhat disdainful voice came from the mouth of the girl in the black dress, and the doubtful Mr. Filch seemed to have heard something. "My God," Mrs. Norris spoke. "Oh my God, this is incredible. Professor Dumbledore, Professor McGonagall, did you hear it?" Mrs. Norris spoke. "Fool, what God are you thanking? This is the power of my great hell demon, the Lord who will definitely control everything in the future, the demon Dolos." An angry roar came from the mouth of the girl in the black skirt. A pair of scarlet eyes stared at this stupid old human who couldn't tell the difference between a big king and a small king. It seemed as if he would rush forward and tear the opponent into pieces in the next second. Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall were so frightened that they stood in front of Filch. John was speechless. Can cat owners react so strongly when they see their cats turn into cat girls? But then I thought about it carefully. It seemed, probably, perhaps, that it made sense. "Doros, do you think you have any chance of evading now?" John sneered, holding the dagger in his hand that was glowing with holy light. He couldn't wait to chop off the other person's head to vent his anger for being teased for the past 2 or 3 hours. However, watching John approaching step by step, the girl in the black dress who was surrounded at the moment did not show any sign of being anxious. Instead, a sneer appeared at the corner of her mouth, which made everyone present feel panicked. "John Konstantin, honestly, you should come to hell when you have time. At least you won't be so foolish as to think that the great Lord Dolos would be controlled by you for something as ridiculous as cat hair." She murmured something and folded the black umbrella in her hand, following a flash of light. It actually turned into a pitch-black sword. As the demonic energy surged, the originally melancholy black eyes once again burst into a ferocious and bloodthirsty red light. Boom! The ball of black thread in her hand, which was originally like a yo-yo and was being played with casually by her, suddenly burst out into dense black lines the moment the opponent's aura unfolded. Under the horrified gazes of John, Dumbledore, and others, the figures of little wizards appeared in front of everyone. They all looked panicked, with a piece of black wool attached to the back of their heads. John seemed to realize something, and his steps, which were about to approach, stopped again. "John Konstantin, it seems that you managed to trick Satan once, but in the end, you underestimated the true power of US demons." "How sad," the girl in the black dress sneered. The next moment, it was as if Mation was waving the reins. As the other party gently waved the black ball in his hand, the originally panicked little wizards all raised their wands in unison. A dark green light, which caused senior professors such as Dumbledore to change their expressions, emanated from the tips of the young wizards' wands. "John Konstantin, see what the real power of the devil is. Magic curse, deathly spear." The spells, chanted neatly in the devil language, came out from the mouths of the controlled little ones. The next moment, John's expression suddenly changed, and without even thinking, he immediately performed the Phalian kick. Swish, swish, swish. The horrifying dark green-black curse, as if being swept by hundreds of Maxim heavy machine guns, instantly covered everything in the corridor in front of it. John could only survive such intensive attacks. Difficult to dodge. Also forced into hiding by the spells of these little wizards were several Hogwarts professors, including Dumbledore, who was known as the greatest white wizard of this century. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of violent magic explosions continued. The blast turned the corner of the corridor where Dumbledore and the others were hiding, sending bricks and stones flying. Everyone was so shocked by this horrific scene that they didn't know what to do. Professor Flitwick covered his head and tried to reach out his wand from below to launch a counterattack several times, but he was immediately shocked by the intensive attack and pulled it back. "Albus, think of a way. This, damn it. Can't the killing curse only harm living things? What the hell is going on here?" Both Flitwick and Professor Sprout were beaten so hard that they started swearing. This familiar dark green energy and aura is clearly Avada Kedavra, one of the 3 most notorious unforgivable curses in the wizarding world. But no matter in terms of effect or power, it is obviously not comparable to Avaha soul snatching. Looking at the embarrassed John, the girl in the black dress opened her thin light pink lips into a somewhat hideous laugh. Hey, Konstantin, why are you dodging? Where's your persistence just now? Zero, why can't I see anything now? The girl waved the ball of yarn connected to the little wizards' bodies again. The next moment, magic spell, Light of Medusa. With an evil spell light, under the gathering of magic wands, it turned into a Medusa that faced John directly, revealing light and shadow, And almost at the moment when this spell appeared, John immediately closed his eyes instinctively. However, boom, black umbrella, it transformed into a pitch-black sword and slashed fiercely towards his head. The keen perception brought by the holy light allowed John to instinctively raise the dagger in his hand to block. Crack, crack. The violent collision of holy light and demonic energy caused John's body to retreat continuously. As he looked at the guy in front of him, hellfire instantly rose from his dagger. However, a palm-sized knitted doll suddenly appeared in front of him. The teasing and mocking voice of the girl in the black dress made John's pupils shrink. If you simply destroy a doll, your friend will never be able to change back. Boom. John's body was like a golf ball that was thrown out violently, instantly smashing the window on the side, and like a cannonball, fiercely bombarding the other side of the city. The walls of the castle tower. Hee, John Konstantin, do you still think you can win now? After hearing the words of the girl in the black dress, everyone felt horrified. Professor McGonagall's face turned pale. Those little wizards, whose bodies were controlled like puppets, were already walking with stiff steps towards where they were hiding. Zero. What should we do? Albus, if what the demon said is true, how can we save these little wizards without cutting the thread? Snape groaned and looked at Dumbledore with a gloomy face. Devils are known for their cunning. Maybe it's fake. But we can't gamble. If we lose the bet, it will be the life of a little wizard. Dumbledore shook his head in opposition without hesitation. Just when Dumbledore and John were about to fall into despair, as if sensing something, the golden griffin, Fergong, who had been lying obediently in his nest, suddenly let out a cry. Instantly, a cry was heard from the rooftop of the Konstantin Exorcist Society. Fly towards the Hogwarts castle. Cracking. Seeing Forge leave, the mouse that had been hiding in the dark, Peter Pettigrew, suddenly had a gleam of excitement in his eyes. While hurriedly turning around and heading towards the tower, Peter Pettigrew used his excellent animagus hiding skills to sneak into the tower quietly, and then came to the ground where Forger was originally. At this moment, a dark red object that looked like a round stone was lying quietly in the bird's nest of Fergong, and around the stone, there were scattered golden griffin feathers carrying holy light. They are scattered randomly around the stones. Yes, cute, I finally found you. Without any hesitation, Peter Pettigrew picked up the stone in an instant and immediately dodged and left again. However, who are you? An old and shocked voice sounded. Peter Pettigrew turned his head, and after a brief panic in his wretched eyes, a cold light instantly emerged. He immediately swung the wand in his hand at Nicholas Flamel, who happened to be approaching. Master Nicholas Flamel, blame yourself for coming to Hogwarts of all people, Avatar. Bang! Suddenly, a figure rushed out and knocked Peter Pettigrew out of the tower in an instant. While he let out a scream, the latter's body suddenly shrank rapidly in midair. Don't let him get away. He took the Philosopher's Stone that seals the power of the devil. As Nicholas Flamel shouted in obvious anxiety, Ram and Rim jumped down from the tower one after the other. Squeak, squeak, squeak. He transformed into Peter Pettigrew, with the Philosopher's Stone in his mouth, and ran for his life. In the blink of an eye, he rushed into a rat hole under the shocked and angry gaze of the two sisters. Ram and Remington disappeared in an instant. The terrifying and dense spells were madly released at Gibolito and others by the little wizards who looked like a legion of wizards. The little wizards who were being controlled began to show obvious signs of lack of energy, and their panicked faces began to turn pale rapidly. Hee, John Konstantin, it seems that your strength is just SOSO. How about making a deal? The black line spread like a spider web on the spires surrounding the entire castle, forming a huge black platform in midair. The girl in the black dress walked up to John, holding a long sword in her hand. His eyes were filled with arrogance and contempt of confidence. Sell me your soul, and I will free these wizards. Force. Chapter 94. Sell your soul to me, and I will release these wizards. With your life alone, you can save hundreds of people. Konstantin, as an angel, you must have such a spirit of dedication, right? The girl in the black dress looked at herself and used the means of holding hostages to beat John, who was retreating step by step. The joy and pride on his face made people feel that he had defeated not just a mere exorcist of 11 or 12 years old, but it is Satan, the devil of hell, who is currently ruling hell. I'll keep my promise. How about that? John stood up with difficulty, his eyes fixed on the Neville doll in the other's hand, which was being turned around like a keychain. Haha. You can use these people to threaten me not to use my full strength on you. But, Dolos, you are destined to never become a demon god like Satan. You are a poor creature in hell, and you are still the same in the world. The smug look on the girl's face froze instantly. The knitted doll that was spinning in her hand, as if teasing her, was now slowly grasped in her palm. Death is approaching, and it is as annoying as those of your ancestors, John Konstantin. I regret it. I want your soul, and similarly, the souls of these wizards. I'll take it with me. Watching the other party raise the sword in his hand again and swing it down suddenly, John showed no fear. Exclamation point. A fierce collision. As the hellfire rose again, the latter shamelessly stretched out Neville in his hand towards John's hellfire, just like before. That threatening and mocking smile made John's murderous intent even stronger. One of his free hands suddenly made a gesture as if to grab something into the air on the side. Call out. There was a sharp sound of breaking through the air, with a rumble like a meteorite rubbing against the atmosphere, and in the blink of an eye it arrived in front of John and the other man. Boom! When the flag of the holy object, God's eye, fluttering in the wind, appeared in John's hand, the girl in the black dress who was forced back by Exine Guang. His expression changed instantly. The gaze on that flag was like coming directly from God, causing him to feel his body sink rapidly. An ominous sense of panic spread in her heart as she looked into John's eyes, which seemed to be ready to devour someone. Doros, playing the same game too many times will make people feel bored. John snorted. With a sudden roar, he thrust the holy object, Eye of God, in his hand towards the void beneath his feet. I defend the glory of God with my life. Today, I am about to step onto the battlefield. Facing life and death, I am fearless. I wield my sword for justice and shed blood for faith. May every step I take pave the way for God's victory. Amid the high-pitched voice, the holy object, Eye of God, in John's hand, which seemed to be inserted into the void, suddenly burst out with a terrifying pressure. With a terrifying divine power that made the black-dressed girl scream in panic, a terrifying pillar of light that went straight to the sky instantly penetrated the early morning sky of this concubine festival. Boom! At this moment, John's body has completely turned into holy light. Together with the holy object, Eye of God, beside it, it is like two suns standing side by side. I come here not for personal glory, but to protect truth and light. At this moment, I ask for the power of heaven to help me dispel the haze and evil. Saint Archangel Michael, if I die on the battlefield, may my soul ascend to heaven and sing praises to the Lord's love with the angels. If I survive, I will continue to fight for my faith until my last breath. This is my oath to God and my promise to myself. John slowly placed the dagger in his hand against his forehead. Around him, a terrifying aura of holy light spread out from the holy object, Eye of God. In an instant, the entire Hogwarts castle, even the Black Lake, was completely covered. In all directions, east, west, south, and north, angel-like phantoms of holy light floated around the void of the halo. As this power enveloped the little wizard, who had almost been released from the long spell, became pale as paper, with his head tilted to one side, but his body was still maintaining the casting action. They fell to the ground one after another. It's like the morning sun shining on the stalls. A bright sun seemed to cover these little wizards with a light golden veil. It was precisely the appearance of this light that caused the black line that originally controlled these little wizards to disappear. After maintaining the trembling for a moment, they collapsed instantly. A sacred and majestic chanting in an unknown language seemed to come from the sky, covering the entire Hogwarts. And no one knew when. A tall and terrifying figure had appeared silently behind John. The image of the Archangel Michael is like the sun at noon, bright and dazzling. His figure was tall and majestic, like an eternal mountain, standing firmly above the clouds. His skin was like pure jade, sparkling with a soft and mysterious light, as if containing endless wisdom and power. His eyes were like deep stars, bright and deep, as if they could see through all the secrets of the world. His eyes were deep and kind, like the eyes of a wise man, full of compassion and mercy. Her long hair flowed down from her shoulders like a silver waterfall, sparkling with a sacred light. His wings were like endless clouds, white and broad, and with a gentle flap, they could stir up the wind and clouds and dispel the darkness. His posture was agile and graceful, like a soaring eagle, full of power and majesty. In his hand he holds a blazing sword, the blade of which shines with golden light, symbolizing justice and truth. A pair of eyes that showed no emotion other than majesty were simply looking at the girl in the black dress. Ah! A scream filled with fear suddenly came out of the mouth of the girl in the black dress. Looking at the demon Dolos, who was not even as powerful as an ant under the terrifying pressure of the angel Michael, John's eyes were instantly fixed on the puppet belonging to Neville that the other party had been using to threaten him. A ray of golden light flew by. The puppet immediately flew out of the other's hand, wrapped in golden light, and flew into the Hogwarts castle. Only when John felt Neville's body had recovered did he finally relax. He slowly raised his head and looked at Archangel Michael, who was also looking at him from behind. Although I don't know how you got the method to summon me, Konstantin, you are too weak, and the darkness won't give you too much time. A neutral voice, neither male nor female, reached John's ears. John swallowed. Oh shit, can this thing really summon a real boss? Here I have to introduce what John got from the 2S level exorcism chests after he came back from Gringotts. One of them is naturally the holy object, Eye of God, beside him. As for the other one, it is an exorcism spell that is extremely difficult to use and is not even something that humans can use. Holy exorcism spell, heavenly spell, using the token from the upper world as a medium and the life of the most pious and pure sacred power as a sacrifice, summon the great angels from the upper world to help exorcise demons and help drive away the evil and corruption in the world. According to the system, this exorcism spell should be used by ordinary clergy of the Vatican. At least 200 believers with the most devout faith need to be gathered at the same time as the basis for casting the exorcism spell. How is it possible, Michael? It seemed as if something was struggling violently inside the black-skirted girl's body. A muffled voice, truly belonging to the marionette demon Dolos, came into John's ears with full of fear and disbelief. The latter finally showed a happy smile of offense and defense have changed on his face. What? Lord Dolos, you sound very scared. Aren't you going to be the future devil of hell? Isn't Satan also a fool and a fool in your mouth? Now show your bravery and take off the head of Archangel Michael in front of you. The position of the devil of hell belongs to you. John, who did not try to hide his dog-like face at the moment, succeeded in making the demon Dolos in front of him so angry that he kept roaring with just a few words. However, in front of this heavenly boss, Michael didn't even need to make any move. Just by staring, the rolling purple-red evil energy was drawn out of the body of the girl in the black dress. Looking in front of him, it seemed like a goblin with no body parts, consisting only of limbs and a head. John's brain seemed to freeze for a moment. That's all there is to it. Almost caused the destruction of all the members of Hogwarts. However, under John's gaze, SS-level string demon Dolos kept showing his fangs and claws at John. John looked at the ball of black thread in the other person's hand, which was originally held in the hand of the girl in the black dress. "Pa, here you go." John, who had the same collecting habit as Satan, took this obviously magical weapon without hesitation. Michael, who saw this scene, said nothing. Under Michael's suppression, a burst of sacred golden light completely enveloped the opponent. Amidst screams and curses, the original SS-level string demon Dolos turned into a palm-sized dark golden metal ball with a ferocious demon image printed on it in the blink of an eye. It fell into John's hands. Bite. Successfully exorcised SS-level evil spirit *1. Reward. SS-level exorcist treasure box *1 ding. Detected that the target was perfectly captured by the host. Reward *2. Bite. You obtained SS-level exorcist treasure chest *2. As the golden ball fell into his hands, the system's prompt came, making John look happy. Behind him, Michael was gradually disappearing back to heaven, but he seemed to have noticed something and suddenly frowned slightly. Wait, you need to find a way to remove the curse on you as soon as possible, otherwise. However, the words are not yet finished. As the projected body disintegrated instantly, it could only come to an abrupt end. Meow. John was still in a daze when a sudden strong wind blew over here, and Forgong's figure, which had grown to the size of an ordinary calf, shrank. He rushed past John in an instant. John was not expecting a cat's cry to come from Mrs. Loris, who still looked like a girl in a black dress. John was startled when he saw the other person beating Ford's body with his hands in panic. "For worker, stop it." Headmaster Dumbledore's office. Professor McGonagall and other professors from other branches came forward to comfort the young wizards who were extremely frightened by what had just happened. It can be imagined that this was an absolutely exciting scene. Holy night. This will surely be a day that all young wizards will never forget. Of course, this so-called memory should perhaps be more properly called a shadow. However, even though the exorcism was completed, no one was injured or killed. Dumbledore and John in the office both had gloomy expressions on their faces. "I'm sorry, Professor. I was too arrogant. I didn't expect that Voldemort would suddenly take advantage of this moment and snatch the Philosopher's Stone away." John gritted his teeth his eyes showing real murderous intent towards this disobedient Mr. Dark Lord. Not to mention that the Philosopher's Stone that the other party took away was not a Philosopher's Stone in the strict sense. Instead, it contains the power of the fallen angel of temptation Cecilia, which has not yet been completely purified. This character is on the same level as Satan and only exists in mythology. Even if it was just a power that the other party casually released on the human world and used to have fun with John. But this kind of thing, even if it falls on an ordinary human being in the world, it will be an immeasurable disaster. Not to mention, it was Tom Riddle, the former Dark Lord. No matter how much John looked down on him, it was undeniable that Voldemort Tom Riddle was indeed a powerful genius in the wizarding world that could not be ignored. Dumbledore sighed and shook his head. No, John, this matter has nothing to do with you. After all, it was my decision as the principal to recruit Quirrell. Dumbledore frowned in thought. If word of this admission that he had recruited Voldemort into Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry spread outside, even though the heat of the Death Eaters had been attacked by the recent evil spirits, the incident was suppressed. The Ministry of Magic and the parents of those little wizards will definitely not let Dumbledore go now. John, what do you think Voldemort will do with that stone? Can he really be resurrected? John shook his head. I don't know, but at least he will definitely become a powerful evil spirit, especially since he is in a state similar to a wandering soul at the moment. Professor Dumbledore, I will find a way to find them as soon as possible. Li Zhao's. Dumbledore didn't say anything, which was considered as his agreement. However, when he looked at the girl in the black dress who was standing in front of the portraits of the former headmasters with a curious look on her face, wait. But it couldn't help but become weird. John, so what is Mrs. Loris like now? Has she become a human? Or can she still return to her original appearance? Hearing this, John's expression instantly became awkward. He looked at the girl behind him, who looked like a princess. She was tapping her leather shoes lightly with a pair of glasses that seemed to have a melancholy filter. Mirror eyes. He was looking at all the former Hogwarts headmasters one by one. Well, judging from the current situation, Mrs. Norris should maintain this state for a long time. And, Professor Dumbledore, since Mr. Filch has no children, it is so good to oppose Mrs. Loris. How about asking him if he is willing to recognize Mrs. Norris as his daughter? After finally sending all the young wizards back to their dormitories safely and having them all gone to sleep, the professors from each branch came to Dumbledore's office with tired faces. It was already dawning outside. However, when John and Dumbledore told what they had agreed on, almost everyone immediately exclaimed in disbelief. Walter? No. Albus, this is nonsense, Filch. Let Filch take care of such a beautiful little girl? No, believe me, it can't be worse than this. The law. Professor McGonagall, a cat girl, was the first to stand up and oppose it. Professor Sprout didn't say anything, but the way he shook his head showed his attitude. Professor Flitwick opened his mouth, coughed twice, and turned his head away without daring to meet the expectant eyes of Mr. Filch. As for Snape, I suggest that you hand Madame Norris over to me. Perhaps I can figure out a way to restore her to her original appearance. John immediately rolled his eyes. Professor Snape, your eyes are even more terrifying than Mr. Filch's right now. Chapter 95. Mr. Konstantin, you should at least show the most basic respect to me as a teacher. Mrs. Norris is a cat, and she just attacked the entire Hogwarts in this form. If the young wizards saw it, they would be scared. Professor Snape's eyes grew stern. It seemed that he felt humiliated by being contradicted by his student John in front of Dumbledore and others. Leave her to me. I will quickly research a potion that can restore her to her original state. Snape looked at Dumbledore, his eyes full of confidence. Zitto. Professor Snape, it has been almost half a year since I became your student. I have even helped you test at least 300 or 400 bottles of medicine, and I have even harvested several batches of materials from the evil spirits I captured. You still don't seem to have come up with any results. John Konstantin. Hearing Snape's rare angry roar, John quickly turned around and shut up. However, when he saw Dumbledore looking at him with a smile on his face, he immediately gave his suggestion. Professor Dumbledore, I think it is wrong for Professor Snape to use such a stereotype to judge a person. Your instinctive opposition to letting Mr. Filch continue to take care of Mrs. Norris is simply because he does not have your trust in this regard. As if he heard that John was speaking for him, Filch couldn't help but look towards him with hope on his face. His messy hair combined with his rather ferocious appearance made him look ferocious. John silently withdrew his gaze. Mr. Filch may be unkempt and messy every day, looking like a big tramp. Filch's expression froze for a moment, but before he could get angry, John's next words made his eyes, which seemed to look at everyone with some malice, widen instantly. Tears flashed in his eyes. Even though Mr. Filch is a tramp, his Mrs. Norris is not a stray cat. The little wizards may hate Mr. Filch, but they definitely don't hate Mrs. Norris. Everyone was moved. However, when everyone turned to look at Filch, who suddenly burst into tears. The other party's action of wiping his snot and tears on his sleeves instantly made Professor McGonagall, who had just felt a little relieved, shake his head and continue to reject it. Even so, Mrs. Norris is no longer a cat. If we are sure that she has human intelligence, we can even try to teach her some spells. Think of her as a special race like a Vila or a vampire. Hearing this, John looked at Mrs. Norris, who behaved like a human but was also as curious as a cat. Although the other party's appearance at the moment is definitely that of a peerless beauty. But when he thought that the other party was a cat, and a cat that had been possessed by the five-short goblin, the curse on John could not make him waver in his XP and faith. However, Professor McGonagall's suggestion made him unable to help but use the Eye of Truth on Mrs. Norris. A golden light bloomed above his eyes. Mrs. Norris, who was originally standing in John's sight, began to gradually become transparent. After that, she gradually turned into a female cat who seemed to be sleeping with her eyes closed and floating in 10 special spaces. John suddenly understood. Although Mrs. Norris now looks like a human, it is better to say that she has a human outer shell. With such a result, John's eyes suddenly lit up. Since this body really exists, if Mrs. Norris can cast spells as Professor McGonagall said, or has higher intelligence, it is impossible to become a brand new life. Final. Even though John said good things to Mr. Filch still regretted not getting the custody of Mrs. Norris in the future. After Dumbledore made the final decision, Mr. Filch was allowed to continue to patrol the castle with Mrs. Norris during the day. But at night, Mrs. Norris had to stay with Professor McGonagall, coming out of Professor Dumbledore's office. All the while, John was thinking about where that damn thing Voldemort should be hiding at the moment. But at the same time, he couldn't help but imagine that 2 cat girls would appear in Hogwarts in the future. What kind of scene will it be? It was not until he finally lay on his bed and the system sent a reminder that John suddenly came to his senses. I still have one important thing to do. Bite. The host currently has SS level Exorcist treasure box, *2. Do you want to start it now? Open. Are you kidding me? This is the first time I have drawn a treasure chest that is higher than an S-level treasure chest. You can't help it at all, okay? You open the SS level Exorcist treasure box. You have obtained the mysterious special exorcism seal. What the hell? John, who was resting his arms on his head, waiting expectantly for the treasure chest in front of him to open and reveal something awesome, heard the system's response, and a parchment scroll appeared out of thin air in his hand. A look of confusion. Unknown special exorcism spell. An unknown exorcism spell handed down from the period of the Great War between gods and demons. The effect is unknown. Be careful when learning it. John. Okay, you want to play blind box with me, right? He was not in a hurry, but immediately opened the other treasure chest. You opened the SS level Exorcist treasure box. You obtained special item Devil Mask, Nijia, Devil Mask, Niga, a magical weapon handed down from the ancient times in the mysterious East. After wearing it, you can summon the Ninja Ghost Corps for combat, reconnaissance, assassination, and even daily maintenance. Note, long-term wear may reduce you to a puppet of the mask. What the hell? There was a cry of surprise, but John quickly suppressed it. After taking a look at Harry and the others who were still sleeping, John immediately stood up and took out the magic sealing treasure box from under the bed. Just entered the space of demon sealing treasure chest. John immediately took out the demon mask that he had just been rewarded. A red demon mask with fangs, which looked exactly the same as he remembered. After hesitating for a moment and taking a deep breath, John gently placed the mask directly on his face. The moment the mask touched his skin, John immediately felt an intense coldness beginning to spread throughout his body. Following this feeling is a mysterious perception. John had an idea. The black shadows at his feet instantly spread out, and then, amid the screams of S-leveled, rat-serving demon, Pete in his body, a series of strange figures with masks and scarlet eyes appeared. They half-knelt respectfully in front of John, looking neatly arranged, like a group of night assassins waiting for John to assassinate them at any moment. And the Ghost Corps is exactly the same. John tried it, and suddenly a holy light power rose in his hand. Immediately, the ghost ninja closest to him began to tremble violently. As the holy light approached a certain distance, it didn't even make contact. The next moment, it suddenly exploded on the spot, turned into a shadow, and disappeared. And in John's perception, there seemed to be a strong repulsion the moment he activated the holy light in his body. The devil mask, nigga, that was supposed to fit tightly to his face suddenly began to loosen. As John stretched out his hand and lifted it, suddenly, the ghost ninjas around disappeared instantly. John couldn't help but take a deep look at the devil mask, nigga, in his hand, which was grinning with fangs bared. According to the original setting, Japanese steel should be used as the medium to remove the mask. But because of the holy light, it can fall off directly. This made John feel a little relieved. If this was the case, he could use this mask himself or give it to others in the future. There is no need to worry about your thoughts being controlled by the mask. Konstantin, where did you get this mask? Why do I feel the same shadow power as mine? But this power doesn't seem to come from hell. Peter's obviously anxious German voice echoed in his mind. Hearing this, John's mouth curled up slightly. Hell, he really didn't know how to explain this thing. He couldn't say it was given by the system or found in a treasure chest, right? John pondered for a moment and then started talking nonsense. Peter, you have to know that the mysterious places in this world are not limited to Europe. There are more beliefs in faraway Asia. Maybe this thing comes from the hell in the East. Pete, hell of the East? John could never have imagined that his simple words at this moment would bring such a huge shock to the world to this S-class demon who had been formed for hundreds or even thousands of years. He hesitated for a moment, as if he had thought of something. Suddenly asked, Pete, how far can you control and command the rat swarm now? Hearing this, Pete didn't even have to think about it. Right now, I can monitor the entire Hogwarts, including the area around the Black Lake, and half of the Forbidden Forest. Any place further away is out of reach. My power needs the support of shadow power, and this range is the limit of my shadow's spread. However, I can control the mice to conduct some simple reconnaissance and searching. John's eyes suddenly lit up. What is the spread range of the shadow force? This restriction does not exist for ghost masks. Even if he wanted to and his body could withstand the mask's control over his mind and soul, he could directly summon a team of ghost ninjas to travel around Europe. Thinking of those Death Eaters hiding in the dark and Quirrell and the Dark Lord Voldemort who dared to trick him, John's eyes could not help but flash a fierce light. Now these grandsons must be hiding in some corner like rats, studying the magic stone containing the power of Chichia, fantasizing about resurrection, or even going one step further. Hee, Mr. Dark Lord, you probably don't know how much I hate thieves, right? John murmured to himself, and suddenly an idea came to his mind. Pete, who was still in fantasy and shock about the Eastern Hell, was summoned directly. He reached out and handed the devil mask, nigga, in his hand to the other party. John's voice was cold. From now on, this mask will be given to you, along with your magic flute, as your magic weapon. My request is not high. Even if you dig up the entire Europe, you must dig out those damned stinky rats for me. Pete was stunned at first. Then he took the mask with great joy. He put it on his face without hesitation. Ugh! John looked calm as he watched Pete's body suddenly surge with demonic energy, with a chain-like condensation of holy light in the demonic energy. But in just a moment, the latter regained his composure and stood in front of John again. John could clearly sense that the Peter in front of him was at least 50% stronger than before. Death Eaters, the Ministry of Magic, and any place in the UK where supernatural events occur. You must monitor them and compile the information for me. Pete bowed, and the German voice coming from under the mask seemed a little more cold and vicious at this moment. As you wish, Great Master Konstantin. Without anyone in Hogwarts noticing, Pete quietly left the magic-sealed treasure chest, space in the night. John finally and slowly took out his other prize. An exorcism spell handed down from the time of the Great War between gods and demons. John murmured, and after thinking for a while, he took out the cursed magic mirror of Tut, which he had not used for some time. The moment John pressed the parchment scroll in his hand onto the mirror, John's expression suddenly changed. A terrifying draining force began to come from the mirror in front of him. Holy light began to linger on John's body. The black hair on John's head also began to turn gray, then white, and then gray, then black, at a speed visible to the naked eye. With the fusion of the dog talisman, John's lifespan has reached an infinite level. But even with such terrifying vitality, John clearly felt that his vitality had been drained away, at least equivalent to the combined vitality of thousands of people. Finally, a ray of light shone from the cursed mirror of Tut, is issued above, and as this light blooms, John's consciousness was instantly pulled into a special space. Figures wearing what looked like very early religious robes or linen shirts were surrounding a huge iron cage. And, in the iron cage, a ghoul shaped like a monster was screaming and struggling wildly, but was confined in the iron cage by several clergymen who were holding ancient mirrors and reflecting light. The Great Legile Holy Angel Seal requires you to pray most sincerely on 5.7 and offer enough life and flesh as sacrifices. Praying for the divine power to descend from the heavens can give the devil the slave mark of the order. The sacred power of the seal must be the purest. It can be used by bishops, saints, and godsons. Everyone follow me now and pray to God. John was like a bystander, watching these Vatican officials' hair turning gray after they sacrificed part of their lifespans. A mysterious and sacred seal, which looked like a world tree surrounded by a giant snake, was cast on the monster. Then, the monster, who was still struggling frantically in the iron cage, knelt down slowly and respectfully in front of the bishop, in front of everyone. John felt the tremendous information transmitted by the magic mirror in his mind. As this information continued to pour in, his eyes became brighter and more excited. This is actually a seal that can control and enslave demons. Moreover, with John's crazy investment in his life without caring about the consequences, the deeper analysis of the knowledge of the seal on the parchment scroll by Thoth's cursed magic mirror also began to emerge in John's mind. Among all the illusions just seen, the so-called prayers and chants were directly cancelled by the magic mirror. The complicated sacrifices and various rituals were also completely eliminated. Instead, there is an even more terrifying consumption of lifespan. However, these were nothing to John, an immortal. As the light of Thoth's cursed mirror faded, John's originally gray hair turned black again at a speed visible to the naked eye. John slowly turned his head and looked at the prisons behind him that held the evil spirits. Things seemed to be getting interesting, little cuties. Chapter 96. In the Exorcist Treasure Box. After John finished learning the seal of the Holy Angel Rugel, he unceremoniously named the seal that was improved by the cursed mirror of Thoth as the seal of Konstantin. Slowly stood in a prison cell. At this moment, in this prison with silver chains everywhere and crosses hanging as seals, a slender figure with a huge body was being tied up by the silver chains in an extremely evil and shameful posture. Grade A Ghost Lady. On the other side of her, a level cursed Tong Tong, who was treated almost the same as her, was also being tied up by his servant in the same way. It seems like your luck is really bad. I thought it would take at least some time before I could find a way to control you, John murmured. However, neither the ill-level ghost lady in front of him nor the ill-level cursed demon child in the prison nearby has the ability to speak. In other words, they can speak, but it is a simple communication limited to the level of evil spirits. Facing what John said and the look in his eyes, which clearly showed ill intentions towards them. At this moment, neither the ghost lady nor the cursed demon child had any other reaction except staring at John with hateful eyes. As John gently waved to the prison in front of him, the prison door in front of him suddenly opened, and the ghost lady who was tied up inside was hung in front of John by the silver chains around her. Roar! Looking at the other person's pale face as if covered with lime, and the black lips and eye sockets. John, who had long been accustomed to the scenes of failed image management of these evil spirits and wandering souls, remained unmoved. The moment the latter's head stretched out in front of him, he instantly extended a finger. Sizzle. It was like pressing a red cigarette lighter on the other person's head. John didn't even really use the divine power. As he already possessed the body of a true angel, he only needed to touch it to cause certain damage to evil spirits of level A and below. Roar! The intense pain caused the ghost lady in front of him to begin to spasm. However, John's eyes of truth, which were shining with divine light, were staring at the other party intently, and those eyes seemed to be staring with the power of judgment. The ghost lady, who was already in a sealed state, suddenly exuded a strong smell of sulfur and decay, especially behind the ghost lady. The originally pure white dress that was full of ominous atmosphere was followed by a slight smell of burning. Slowly, a clear and mysterious seal was reflected. It was a relatively rounded triangular shape, with the edges surrounded by winding snakes, symbolizing the body of the evil snake, the fallen enchanting angel Cecilia. Between the twisted and intertwined snake bodies, in the middle of this outline is an abstract interwoven world tree. The branches converge into a wrapping net, revealing a sacred symbol in the center. In the name of the gods, in the name of Konstantin, in the name of God, to whom you will serve in the future, in the name of the evil sins that are washed away from you, John muttered solemnly. And as his voice entered the mind of the ghost lady in front of him, this voice with divine power instantly stopped the ghost lady who was trying to resist the Konstantin seal. It only took a few breaths to successfully outline a clear seal on the back. With the sound of silver chains clattering and being put away by John, the ghost lady who was originally hanging in the air suddenly became like a commodity, thrown to the ground in a mess. With a plop, he hung on the ground. With a cracking sound like bones twisting, the latter's neck instantly made a strange and terrifying bend, and his eyes turned white, looking at John ferociously. A pair of white arms that seemed to be bent backwards grabbed John's neck. However, John only had a thought, and the Konstantin seal on the other party's back instantly emitted a blazing golden flame. The moment the fire appeared, the ghost lady who had originally intended to attack John seemed to be under a spell of immobilization. The sharp howl of pain caused the A-level cursed demon child in the cage nearby, whose body was bound by silver chains, to begin to tremble instinctively. John slowly squatted down and looked at the hideous and painful ghost lady. This seal can nail the divine power to the joints of your body like bone nails, one by one. They will be like mechanical joints that can accept my commands at any time. It can also be said that it is a birdcage built inside your evil spirit, imprisoning your soul and power and putting shackles on it. John's voice was not loud, but in the eyes of the ghost lady, who was experiencing the lava flowing through every meridian in her body, it sounded like the whisper of the most ferocious devil. All it takes is a thought from me. No, I don't even need to react. If you ever have any dangerous thoughts about me or those around me, congratulations, the training will begin right there. The sound of crackling could be heard from the twisting of bone joints. The ghost lady, whose body was still convulsing, was like a puppet at this moment. She stood up instantly following John's lead. Follow John obediently. Even the Konstantin seal on the back that looked like a slave brand was still emitting a burning light. Even the pain that the ghost lady was enduring at this moment, which was like a pain in her soul, had begun to affect her strength. At least in John's opinion, necessary training is absolutely necessary for these evil spirits from hell. John's footsteps arrived in front of the sealed prison next door. With a wave of his hand, the prison door opened, and the ill-level cursed demon child, who was dropped in it, like a gloomy and scary doll, was immediately brought directly in front of John by chains. My God, this is actually true, my God. Why hasn't this monster been destroyed yet? I'm so scared. Who on earth is that woman? She turned me into a ball of wool. It's so scary. Why did Professor Dumbledore allow such a dangerous person to stay in Hogwarts? Look, that's Filch. God, what on earth am I seeing? Am I still asleep? The next day, in the Hogwarts Great Hall restaurant, while the young wizards were having their meal, they focused most of their attention on the professor's seat. A dark shadow that frightened almost all the young wizards at Hogwarts was sitting quietly next to Professor McGonagall, like a lady. Like a child who knows nothing, he stared blankly at Professor McGonagall in front of him, teaching him the basic etiquette and posture of dining. Hermione swallowed the oatmeal in her mouth and felt that the world was full of madness. John, are you saying that that guy is actually Mrs. Norris? The cat that Filch keeps? She asked again in disbelief. God knows how I managed not to let out an inappropriate exclamation when John said this. John nodded, but his eyes were fixed on the figure at the edge of the auditorium restaurant, just like Harry and Ronald who were sitting opposite him. Filch gave up his tattered long-distance running suit, which had been patinated for who knows how long, and put on an old-fashioned suit that looked a bit old but at least neat and decent. The other person's hair, which had always been messy, was still messy and scattered behind his head, but it is obviously much cleaner than before. It looks like it was just clean today. At this moment, the other party was sitting in his seat, eating, but his eyes were always on Mrs. Loris, the cat daughter, who was sitting next to Professor McGonagall. Hey, Riachette, Filch looked at that devil woman in a strange way. John, could Filch also be possessed by a devil? Fred Weasley and George Weasley both showed expressions of disgust. If the entire Hogwarts were to hold a ranking list to vote on who hated Filch the most, the Weasley twin brothers would definitely be on the list. John shook his head. He had no ill feelings towards Filch, and he might not be a good person. But since the start of the school year, the other party has been very sensible and has not come to provoke me. His eyes were mainly on Mrs. Loris, who was receiving education from Professor McGonagall. Now it seems that although Mrs. Loris lost the ability to speak after John expelled the demon Dolos from her body, she seems to have wisdom that is not inferior to that of humans. Although they were unable to communicate at this moment, a pair of delicate hands began to follow Professor McGonagall's movements. John couldn't help but nod slightly. I just don't know what will happen if Mrs. Loris really has the ability to communicate and live like a normal human in the future. If she meets 10 humans who are willing to marry each other, What sparks and crystals will emerge from the collision? At least, John really has no interest in real cat girls. John was eating while thinking whether he should practice Quidditch with Harry and the others this afternoon, or go to the Exorcist treasure box and mark the remaining low-level evil spirits with the Konstantin seal. A figure that he did not expect appeared in Hogwarts. In Headmaster Dumbledore's office, Dumbledore was teasing the Phoenix Fox standing on a shelf on the desk as if no one was around. He didn't know if it was his illusion, ever since he received a ray of hellfire from John last time. The aura of Fox seemed to be getting stronger day by day. Of course, it also seems to be more aggressive than before. Recently, Hagrid has come to him more than once because of the discord between him and Fergong, hoping to educate him. Dumbledore was daydreaming. John, who was called to the office at this moment, was calmly drinking the black tea that Principal Dumbledore had personally brewed for him. He looked calm and not anxious at all, which made Rufus Scrimgeour grit his teeth. As a powerful wizard Auror, at the same time, he is a typical hardliner who does not want the prestige of the Ministry of Magic to be significantly weakened because it needs to rely on exorcists to resolve attacks by evil spirits. During this period, I searched for ways to deal with the evil spirits. He even led the team himself to an area where evil spirits were active. A powerful curse was used that would only be used against Death Eaters. However, the result was brutal and cruel, like a series of slaps hitting him hard in the face. Seeing that his title of temporary minister was about to change hands, Scrimgeour had no choice but to accept his subordinate's advice. Come to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry to seek a solution. That. John blew on the hot tea and looked so relaxed that Scrimgeour felt more and more incompetent. Mr. Konstantin, I apologize for my suspicion of you before. We also admit that dealing with evil spirits still requires professionals to handle it. Mr. Konstantin, now the entire wizarding world knows that you can handle this matter. On behalf of the Ministry of Magic, I hope you can help the wizarding world solve these dirty things. John was not at all surprised at the other party's purpose of coming here when he heard this. Yesterday's Daily Prophet reported that another murder had occurred, and the death was even more special. He is a middle-level official sent by the German Ministry of Magic to the British Ministry of Magic for exchange and study on certain matters. When he was found, his death was extremely miserable. The head was removed and sewn back into the stomach. When the incident happened, the two Aurors who were responsible for protecting the other party at the door did not notice anything. This made Scrimgeour, who had just taken the position of temporary minister, finally understand what Alexander meant. It was obvious that he could not maintain this position steadily just by being brave enough or strong enough. Haha, it's just exorcism. This is what we exorcists are supposed to do, but I think your men should have told you what I told them to do before, right? John smiled faintly and took another sip of the black tea in the cup. Hearing this, Scrimgeour's originally serious expression suddenly froze. You mean 10 times the commission? John nodded. I am a man of my words. Since I have already said this, I have no intention of taking it back. 10 times the commission. If you agree, I will immediately bring people to start exorcism. Scrimgeour, who was already feeling aggrieved, could not help but look for help at Dumbledore, who had not even bothered to interrupt from the beginning to the end. Professor Dumbledore, all of this is for the sake of the wizarding world. If this matter is not resolved, although the prestige and reputation of the Ministry of Magic will inevitably suffer a great blow, it will be the countless wizards who will suffer more. 10 times is too much. We are willing to give you half the commission on top of the original amount. John sneered and put the teacup directly on the table. Seeing that John was about to stand up and leave, Scrimgeour became anxious. Mr. Konstantin, this matter concerns the life and death of the entire British wizarding world. If there is no effective way to curb the evil spirits, the wizarding world will inevitably be destroyed in a few years. And you are now known by everyone as the exorcist who can solve all of this. John paused for a moment, and his already unhappy expression became even gloomier. Minister Scrimgeour, am I to understand that this is a threat to me? Scrimgeour took a deep breath. I just don't want the wizarding world to suffer any more losses. He slowly walked in front of the other person, with a pair of eyes that were totally inconsistent with his age, giving Scrimgeour an intimidating look that made his expression become unnatural. Under John's gaze, the persistence in my heart seemed to become a little embarrassing. Minister Scrimgeour, you chose to give up seeking help from the Holy See and come directly to me. This is a recognition of my strength and ability. I am very pleased and happy about this. 18. John paused for a moment, but his tone suddenly became icy cold. Mr. Minister, I really don't like the tone of your speech. You seem to have not yet figured out what attitude and status your Ministry of Magic should have in front of me. Wizards are going to suffer more losses? Who do you think is standing before you? I, John Konstantin, have burned countless witches to death among my ancestors, and you're asking me to do something for you in this attitude. Chapter 97. Mr. Minister, I really don't like the tone of your speech. You seem to have not yet figured out what attitude and status your Ministry of Magic should have in front of me. Wizards are going to suffer more losses? Who do you think is standing before you? I, John Konstantin, have burned countless witches to death, and you're asking me to do something for you in this way. John's merciless ridicule and sarcasm made Scrimgeour, who was already unwilling, suddenly flash with anger in his eyes. If in the Muggle world, a soldier is forced to seek external help when facing an enemy that he cannot destroy, it will be a great shame for him. As the most elite British Auror at this moment, Scrimgeour is now forced to seek help from John, the Exorcist. In his opinion, it was undoubtedly his own shame. However, John's tougher attitude than his was something Scrimgeour had not expected. Mr. Konstantin, since you are an exorcist, are you just going to watch those evil spirits continue to cause more casualties? Scrimgeour became anxious, but John sneered when he heard it. Trying to kidnap me with this nonsense? Minister Scrimgeour, honestly, you are really not fit to be a leader or a politician. You think even that old man Fudge can't do anything to me. Will I give in for the sake of your so-called morality and human feelings? To be honest with you, exorcists save people and the church spreads light, but unfortunately, God doesn't care about the lives of wizards like you. John shook his head, ignoring the other person's face which had become as gloomy as the bottom of a pot. He stood up and walked towards the door. As if he knew that Dumbledore would definitely call him at this moment, John walked towards the door while saying something directly. Minister Scrimgeour, it won't be a problem for me to help you exterminate the evil spirits. Let me help your Ministry of Magic regain the public's confidence in you. No problem. It's okay for me to charge you less commission, but John paused. Let me accept the employment of a fool who doesn't even recognize his current status, speaks nonsense in front of me, and puts on a face that wizards are supreme and Aurors are the strongest. This is a real problem. Bang! Looking at John, who slammed the door and left, Dumbledore shrugged innocently at Scrimgeour, who was looking at him. Mr. Scrimgeour, I'm sorry to hear that although I am the headmaster of Hogwarts, I have to obey Mr. Konstantin in all matters. After all, even I can't deal with those troublesome evil spirits. Scrimgeour. Now, if there is someone who can help the British wizarding world solve the evil spirit incident, he will be worshipped as a god by everyone. Scrimgeour was excited and puzzled. If he had no other options, he would never come here to beg a little Hogwarts first-year student for help. However, Dumbledore smiled faintly. Being worshipped as a god. Haha, Mr. Konstantin is the real angel in this world. He doesn't need the so-called praise from us, the burdens that need his rescue. Mr. Scrimgeour, when it comes to dealing with evil spirits, wizards should put aside their vulnerable pride. It was 3 days later when John met the new interim Minister of Magic, Mr. Scrimgeour, again. On this day, John was studying potions with Snape in the potion room as usual, while other members of the club were practicing exorcism spells or magic spells seriously. One after another, flying carriages arrived in front of the gate of Hogwarts. Scrimgeour, the interim Minister of Magic, was the first to get off the carriage. Afterwards, figures came out from the carriage one after another, and judging by their attire and appearance, they were all the heads of important departments of the British Ministry of Magic without exception. Amid the click, click sound of taking pictures and the sound of exposure, amid the surprised gazes of the little wizards passing by, not only did the Daily Prophet, the largest newspaper in the British wizarding world, send a reporter named Rita Skeeter to come. Even the Quibbler, a wizarding tabloid that was hated and rejected by many people, sent reporters at this moment. Dumbledore came out to greet them as if he had received the news a long time ago. Scrimgeour, dressed in a suit and tie, was standing on the steps in front of the gate of Hogwarts Castle, with Dumbledore, who had just come out, standing next to him, and Professor McGonagall and others behind him. When John heard the news and showed up, he happened to hear the other party's apologetic words in front of a group of reporters, young wizards, and senior officials of the Ministry of Magic. Dear journalist friends, and the general public in the wizarding world, I am the interim Minister of Magic, a public servant who has failed your expectations, Rufus Scrimgeour. Today, I stand here, with deep regret and helplessness, to publicly apologize to you all. DBD. Our Ministry of Magic has always been committed to maintaining peace and stability in the wizarding world and protecting the lives of every wizard and muggle. However, The recent attacks by evil spirits have left us feeling powerless and frustrated. Although we have invested a lot of manpower and material resources, we have not yet been able to effectively solve this problem, which has brought great distress and anxiety to the lives of the people. Such direct admission of his failure and incompetence meant that not even a single official from the Ministry of Magic was willing to stand with Scrimgeour. Being able to come together in a carriage today is already the best outcome of Scrimgeour's mediation. Even so, hearing the other party's words that were so disrespectful to the Ministry of Magic, the Ministry of Magic officials in the audience couldn't help but feel ashamed. K. Why don't you just go find those people in the Vatican? It's not like we have no connections. Forget about it, Prom. If those damn church guys were really capable, they would have proactively sent us a quote for exorcism. Can you imagine that even a monastery is attacked by evil spirits? Don't mention the damn church anymore. They are just as greedy as this kid named Konstantin. On the stage, Scrimgeour had tears in his eyes. I would like to express my sincere apologies to all the wizards affected. We are fully aware that as the leaders of the Ministry of Magic, we shoulder a great responsibility. However, we also clearly realize that we can no longer solve the current predicament by our own strength alone. Therefore, I decided to publicly send a request to Mr. Konstantin, hoping that he can come forward to help us deal with this evil spirit attack. Dumbledore, who was standing next to Scrimgeour, pulled John to his side at the right time. Under the gaze of the crowd, John, who looked no different from a first-year wizard, had a sharp and confident look in his eyes, which made some reporters who originally wanted to refute instinctively. They all shut their mouths. Mr. Konstantin is a wizard with rich experience and outstanding abilities. He has helped us solve various difficult problems many times in the past years. Even Mr. Phyllis of Gringotts praised him highly. John smiled reservedly. But in my heart, I couldn't help but complain about Scrimgeour, that damn D. When you can't let go of your face, you really can't let go of it at all. He can go to someone for help with a gloomy face and an arrogant attitude. Now that I've let it go, you should give me a big one too. You've let it go so thoroughly. I believe that with his help, we will be able to find a solution to this incident as soon as possible. I implore Mr. Konstantin to accept our request and fight alongside us to protect the peace and tranquility of the wizarding world. At the same time, I also call on all wizards to unite and face this challenge together. Finally, I once again apologize to all the wizards affected and promise that we will continue to work hard to ensure the safety of every citizen. Thank you all. A stiff press conference ended. After John dealt with everyone with a stiff smile, he watched the flying carriage hurriedly leave. I just feel that this act of trying to save face is a bit like shooting oneself in the foot. Although on the surface he seems to have earned enough face, in fact, he really couldn't be happy at all. Dumbledore smiled as he watched John, who had just left with a group of people in the flying carriage, throw the so-called special consultant's letter of appointment for exorcisms at the British Ministry of Magic and some related documents to Miss Know-It-All around him, as if they were throwing away garbage. Mr. Konstantin, although you will be very busy in the future, I still feel it is necessary to remind you, the college Quidditch match is about to start, and I am very much looking forward to the performance of your club team. John rolled his eyes speechlessly. This old man, who clearly knew that Voldemort had obtained the Philosopher's Stone, was not in a hurry at all. He either took a stroll every day or hung out outside some professor's classes in his free time. Like an old man who has entered retirement. John sighed and held his forehead. Before I entered the wizarding world, I only had to go out to perform an exorcism ceremony once a week at most. Even if I did it more frequently, it was only twice a week at most. It's really inexplicable that I went from being a capitalist to a pathetic laborer. On that day, the news that Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, Konstantin Exorcist Society, had become the official partner of the British Ministry of Magic spread like wildfire throughout Hogwarts. Dinner restaurant. The two generals in front of John were so excited that they almost fell on the table. John, are we going on another mission soon? What evil spirit are we going to deal with this time? I have recently become proficient in casting the Holy Light spell and the Holy Fire spell. The appearance of the two men made John feel that they were not like young wizards who had just enrolled in Hogwarts, but more like barbaric pirates who were rushing to the shore to find women. John coughed twice and was about to signal the two to calm down. The arms on both sides of my body were pulled by two small hands. Miss Know-It-All had a slight blush on her face, and her eyes were sparkling with anticipation. John, are we really going to receive a new order like we did at Gringotts? Can you take me with you this time? Miss Viper Pansy also hurriedly put her arms around John's neck. I want to go too. John, Looking at these people around me apart from these members of the society, what made John a little unbelievable was that it had not been long since the last incident with Mrs. Loris. These little wizards seemed to have completely forgotten what had happened before. They all looked at him with a look of hesitation, yet wanting to act again. A finger poked my back gently. John looked back. However, he saw Zhang Qiu, who had been sitting at the Gryffindor table behind him, biting her lips with her pearly teeth, looking shy. John, is your club still recruiting people? I also want to learn the exorcism spell. Hearing this, Hermione and Pansy, who were still clinging to John, suddenly turned their heads and gave Zhang Qiu a look that showed undisguised hostility and threats, which frightened him. However, as a senior student, she did not show any sign of stage fright at this moment. He simply ignored the gazes from the two people. His eyes seemed to be filled with water, staring straight at John. The previous attack by Madame Loris scared me so much that I always have nightmares. So I want to become an exorcist like you. Maybe this will help me get out of that shadow. John, not to mention that he had never thought of rejecting me. With this reason, what excuse could I find to reasonably reject this Ravenclaw senior in front of me? However, when a large number of young wizards wanted to join the Konstantin Exorcist Society, John hesitated for a short time. I chose to refuse temporarily. We probably don't have that much time to teach you the exorcism spell these days, so I will notify you when the club recruits new members later. The Ministry of Magic acted quickly. In other words, Scrimgeour, the temporary minister, acted quickly. When John saw the other person coming to Hogwarts alone and handing him a summary document of supernatural phenomena, I couldn't help but look at the empty back of the other person with some surprise. Mr. Konstantin, you are right. In fact, I may not be a qualified minister. Huh. There was frustration in Scrimgeour's voice. After the other party handed the things to John, and both parties signed an employment contract and left, Hermione, who was standing next to John, handed John the latest copy of the Daily Prophet. The interim minister of magic, Rufus Scrimgeour, has a worrying job rating and may step down from the interim minister position. Along with this news, a picture of Rufus Scrimgeour standing alone, facing a crowd of wizards and reporters, was printed on the front page of the news amid flashes of light. Beside, Hermione sighed with a complicated expression. There's no one behind Scrimgeour. John nodded, his eyes showing no emotion. But the words he said made Dumbledore, who happened to come from behind John at this moment, pause slightly. That's what being human is. When faced with disasters and bad news that they cannot solve, they just pray to God to send down a hero who can save them. And when there is a real brave man who shoulders this responsibility that ordinary people dare, not the responsibility, gratitude, or admiration that one shoulders will be like cheap expired petals, madly flung at this person. But if their hero is not as good and powerful as they imagined, John didn't say anything else, but the coldness in his voice made even a great white wizard like Dumbledore fall silent. This is the bad nature of human beings. Wizards are human too. So even though he clearly possessed a powerful exorcism spell and was on the list of people at the Vatican's headquarters, John never took the initiative to ask to join the Vatican. Hermione, all of you need to understand that this world is so absurd. If you want to be a good person, then unfortunately, you first need to learn how can I be a bad guy? John turned around and saw Dumbledore behind him and was slightly startled. However, he did not feel any sense of lying at all because of what he said. John, have you really decided? If you really use those things to exorcise the devil, you will definitely attract a lot of attacks and suspicion in the future. Chapter 98. Hear what Dumbledore said. The two little witches standing next to John were both completely confused. However, after John's eyes flickered, a somewhat unruly smile appeared on his face. Professor Dumbledore, I am an exorcist. I am only responsible for exorcism. As for my reputation in the wizarding world, who cares? John shrugged and walked directly towards the community tower outside. In the Konstantin Exorcist Society, when John walked in with the two little witches, the first thing that caught his eye was the two little girls Ram and Rem, who were cleaning cups and snack packaging at the bar in the lobby. It was his teacher, Snape, who seemed to have become even more gloomy because of the failure of his potion research in recent days. Seeing John coming in, the latter immediately put his hands in front of his chest. John Konstantin, do you know what you are doing? Are you crazy? You actually want to use those evil spirits to form an army to fight against them. Do you know how much suspicion you will face if you do this? Walter. Before John could react, Hermione and the other person who had just followed John and let out a cry of surprise. The two looked at John, but saw that John just nodded slightly. Mr. Snape, of course I know that, but unfortunately, so-called doubts have never been an obstacle to restricting my work. As long as I can eliminate evil spirits from the world, I don't care about any doubts or slander, John said, looking at Ronald and Harry, who were already prepared. At this moment, several of them put on the black robe of the visionary that represented the society. Harry was still responsible for carrying the holy object, Eye of God. Neville was carrying the sword of the Knights Templar, and Ronald was responsible for the magic treasure chest. Draco was still dressed like a paid gamer, with a sword on his back, the Exorcist Holy Flame M1887, that John had given him when they were temporarily at 653, and 2 satchels with space extension spells on them. On one side is the silver bullet, and on the other side is the holy water grenade. What is different from the previous operations is that this time there are also 2 brothers, the Weasley twins. The 2 had shown outstanding fighting ability in their previous battle with Lucius. In addition, during this period of time, the 2 of them also gradually learned the Flying Lien Kick, Holy Fire spell, Holy Light spell, as well as exorcism spells such as the Blessing spell. John allowed him to join the subsequent exorcism. What did Professor John Snape mean when he said you were going to use evil spirits to build your army? Miss Viper Pansy obviously cares a lot about this matter. Hearing this, John was silent for a moment, but he winked at Ronald, who was holding the Exorcist treasure box. Ronald immediately understood and opened the demon sealing treasure box behind him in front of everyone. Come out. Following John's faint command, a hideous bloody hand instantly stretched out from the suitcase. Bang! Looking at the bloody monster, Hermione and Pansy, who had entered the demon-sealed treasure chest before, couldn't help but be frightened at this moment. Walter? Why did you release their seals? Although Pansy's face was still calm at the moment, her hand that had touched the Amos demon-catching chain on her waist also exposed her vigilance towards the object in front of her. And, looking at the C-class tomb evil spirit that was roaring ferociously, had no eyes or nose, and its open mouth exposed its creepy mouthparts. John's eyes suddenly turned cold, and he did not make any specific moves. The next moment, roar! As the iron-like seal behind him began to release energy, the screams of sea-level tomb evil spirit instantly rang out throughout the tower of the Exorcist Society. Hearing the noise, Engineer Forel came down from the roof. With a body as big as a calf, it blocked Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall, who were also rushing over at the door. God, John, what on earth are you doing? Professor McGonagall looked at the C-class tomb evil spirit curled up on the ground. Although his body was obviously convulsing and shaking due to severe pain, he seemed to be restrained by something and could not even roll over and struggle. After seeing the seal of Konstantin emitting holy light and burning sensation on the other person's back, he suddenly seemed to think of something. His eyes instantly turned to John, who looked calm at the moment, in horror. Snape had almost the same reaction as Professor McGonagall. He stared at the Serank tomb evil spirit, twitching on the ground, took a deep breath, and his voice became a little more difficult. Is this the method you rely on? Can you control evil spirits through this seal? John nodded. All it takes is a thought from me, or even no thought at all. If any evil spirit has any evil thoughts towards me, it will immediately suffer horrible torture. Following John's voice, evil spirits one after another crawled out of the demon-sealed treasure chest. What can be used to craft C-rank Green Goat Demon? In Marauder's map, Exorcist version, a creature called Soul Devourer was produced. It was the main ingredient of the potion that Snape and his team had been researching during this period. It looked like a humanoid monster with a giant cauliflower on its head. It was called C-class Ghost Bug Dryad, and the demon that appeared from the mirror of Ariste, the B-rank Giant Red Demon. Evil spirits crawled out of the suitcase one after another, until the end, when everyone thought it was over. The appearance of a level Ghost Lady and a level Cursed Demon Child instantly made everyone's pupils shrink. God, you have control over them too. John nodded. Right now, a level is the best level that I can directly control without worrying about backlash. If I go higher, the Konstantin seal that I cast with my current strength may be broken free. John's mind emerged the S$level string demon Doros, who he had sealed in a golden ball some time ago with the help of Michael's power. If you can control the other party, you can rely on his unlimited ability to control puppets. John could easily raise a powerful army directly. The Ghost Lady and the Cursed Demon Child, as soon as they came out of the demon-sealed treasure box, immediately stood aside obediently. If you ignore their pale skin color and their pitch-black eyes that look like those of evil spirits, you will find that the 2 of them are. They look like an ordinary mother and daughter. Hagrid, watch your eyes. They are evil spirits. Even though the Ghost Lady looks like she has the blood of a giant, You don't have to look at her like that. John's sudden voice made everyone, who were still immersed in shock, turn their heads suddenly in surprise. Hagrid, who was standing behind Professor Dumbledore and McGonagall, suddenly changed his expression. However, even though he managed his expression hastily, it was still too late. Snape's eyes twitched, and he silently turned his gaze back to his student John. It's unbearable to watch. It's really unbearable to watch. Dumbledore, who had just revealed a gentle smile because he knew John could safely control these evil spirits, froze on his face. In a trance, he couldn't help but realize a problem that he had always ignored. Hagrid, seems like he hasn't had a girlfriend yet. Professor Walter Dumbledore, I didn't. Hagrid's old face instantly turned red, and his panicked look as if some huge secret had been discovered shocked the crowd who had not reacted much at first. At this moment, some strange images began to emerge in my mind. Okay, Professor Dumbledore, I can safely control these evil spirits, and with them, even if I find a group of evil spirits, it will be easier to deal with them. At least, we won't let some of these guys escape during the chaos. John waved his hand, signaling Harry and the others to pack up and set off quickly. Konstantin Exorcist Society, on the open space outside the tower. Hogwarts, which has entered late autumn, has become a little chilly, but fortunately, whether it is the black robes of the visionaries, worn by John and the other boys, or the uniforms of Sister Hart, worn by Hermione and Pansy, the school is still warm and comfortable. No need to worry about keeping warm. As the Golden Griffin, Fergong let out an excited howl. He was the first to soar into the sky. John also started the Nimbus 2000 immediately. Swish, swish, swish. Watching John and the others fly into the sky and disappear in the blink of an eye. Professor McGonagall looked at Hagrid again, his expression becoming a little more weird. Professor, please don't look at me with such strange eyes. I really didn't think about anything just now. Hagrid, don't be so nervous. Besides, I didn't say anything. Why are you so anxious to argue that you didn't have any crazy thoughts? Professor McGonagall seemed to smile a little more. Professor McGonagall, who considered Hogwarts his home and the young wizards here, as well as professors like Sprout, as his family, could not help but have some thoughts in his mind at this moment. Haworth, North Yorkshire, a famous town in the history of British literature, where the three Bronte sisters wrote Jane Eyre, Wuthering Heights, and Agnes Grey. This remote town, surrounded by a desert covered with purple sunflowers and thatch, seems to be a natural fit for the loneliness and coldness in Wuthering Heights. The small town of Haworth is like a shining pearl inlaid among the green mountains. The first ray of sunlight in the early morning quietly passed through the veil of mist and fell on the ancient stone road, covering the town with a layer of golden glow. On both sides of the town streets, low red brick houses are arranged in an orderly manner, and every window lattice reveals traces of time. On the windowsills, there are various flowers, which sway gently in the breeze and emit bursts of fragrance. Occasionally, a crisp bird song comes from the treetops, breaking the tranquility of the town and adding a bit of vitality to this quiet morning. Walking on the streets of the town, you can feel a unique atmosphere. The people here live a leisurely pace, and their faces are always filled with warm and friendly smiles. From time to time, old people in traditional costumes walk slowly on the streets, and their figures look particularly leisurely in the sun. In the center of the town is an old church, with its towering spire reaching into the sky, witnessing countless historical changes. The church bells drift in the breeze, melodious and solemn, as if telling stories about faith and hope. When the sun sets, the whole town is dyed with a gentle orange-red color. The mountains in the distance are even more beautiful against the backdrop of the sunset, quiet and mysterious. The town at this time is like a peaceful and beautiful painting, which makes people intoxicated and reluctant to leave. Success. Mr. Konstantin, I'm glad you can take action so quickly. Rufus Scrimgeour had a haggard face and a slightly thin body. He seemed to be shaking a little in the howling cold wind on the hillside next to the town of Haworth. But fortunately, the owner of this body was still standing upright against the strong wind. Our people have been deployed and have cast a confusion charm. During this process, no muggle will appear to interfere with our exorcism. Look over there. That church over there is the only church in the town, but 7 days ago the priest of the church was found hanged on the dome of the church. On top of that, the clothes on the body were stripped off, and the genitals were cut off. The Muggle police didn't find out the reason, but after that, a series of missing children cases started to occur in the whole town. John looked calmly at Scrimgeour, who finally looked like an elite Auror. As he spoke, he took out a piece of paper printed with photo of family of 4. This is Mr. Caradoc's family. His wife is a muggle, a local from the town of Hayworth. They have 2 sons. The oldest is 10 years old and the youngest is 7. If everything goes well, if it were lucky, the eldest son would have been able to attend Hogwarts next year. But they are all dead. John frowned. All dead. Scrimgeour nodded grimly and began to walk towards the town with John and the others. On the empty and silent streets of Hayworth, Scrimgeour's voice made everyone following John, including the Weasley twins, nervous. Come. There have been many cases of missing children in the town, which has made Mr. Caradoc nervous. He has been keeping a close eye on his 2 sons. Logically, even if Caradoc is just he is an ordinary wizard, but he can easily deal with some muggle robbers or murderers. But just one night, Caradoc was strangled to death in the room by something unknown, and Mrs. Caradoc drowned in the bathroom, along with their 2 children. Were brutally dismembered. As Scrimgeour spoke, John and his companions were brought to a house with a cordon set up by Muggle police. At the door of the house, which was relatively old but would definitely be very cozy for a family of 4, John stretched out his hand to stop the people around him. You are on guard here. 5.0. Even before entering, John could already sense a strong demonic aura. The Eye of Truth did not detect the presence of any demons, but nearly a week after the incident, a strong demonic aura was still present at the scene. This demon would at least be an A-level existence. Walking into the room, the holy light gently swept over John's body, and suddenly it was as if time was going backwards in front of his eyes. Suddenly, some scenes that Scrimgeour could not see began to appear beside him. A happy family of 4, a sound sleepy night, and an evil spirit in white suddenly appeared at the door. Just as John's Eye of Truth traced that figure, the evil spirit standing at the door in his sight, wearing a white wedding dress, instantly looked into John's eyes. Rise. Snort. Boom. As the holy light on his body gently stirred, the resentment that overestimated his own abilities eroded and dissipated in an instant. When John came to his senses, his eyes instantly turned into those of a hunter in the jungle. Noticing Scrimgeour's puzzled look, he smiled faintly. Mr. Scrimgeour, you know, some bastards in the church sometimes not only fail to help God, but also always do evil things that harm the world. Bite. Demon activity detected around the host. Lock breath direction, in sight. A scarlet demon silhouette has appeared at the location of the church in the center of the town. In the church where such a murder occurred, the body of the priest, who should have appeared in the town morgue, strangely appeared again in front of the cross in the church. When John and his men arrived, the first thing they saw was a strange white figure standing under the blood-stained cross of Jesus, and Chapter 99. Hermione and Pansy, who were following closely behind John, looked at the bloody and pale corpse, as pale as a white pig that had had the object fanned away from it. They all tried to avoid the sight at the first possible moment, while letting out the inevitable scream of little girls. John snapped his fingers with a bang. A holy light, which was meant simply to bring harmony to the world, shone upon the dead body. In John's mind, there immediately appeared information about the demon who seemed to have no fear of John's holy light. S-rank. Raging succubus, Lalo Lorna. Origin. Extreme love creates extreme hatred. Abandoned by hypocrites, the undead soul tortured by the pain of losing his son activates the exorcism seal sealed under the church, connects with the demonic energy, and forms a demonic body. Exorcism advice. To uphold the justice of the church, these are 2 options. A cold voice came from the devil's face, which, even with a white veil covering it, still revealed a bit of blue-gray. John shrugged helplessly, seeming a little embarrassed to speak up. Yes, thank you very much for not treating me like one of those idiots from the Vatican. Oh, you are all scum. You all should go to hell. However, the furious succubus La Llorona had no rationality at all. With her crazy roar, an extremely terrifying sound wave instantly erupted throughout the church. Standing behind John, Scrimgeour was holding his wand and ready to help. The last second, I was still thinking about how I could help, and the next second, John's expression changed slightly, and the huge sound waves destroyed all the seats and murals in the church. Shattered glass flew everywhere. If he hadn't acted quickly, the 2 little witches closest to the window would have been injured. Ronald. John snorted coldly, and Ronald, who was standing behind him and had been prepared, opened the box in his hand instantly. Following a surge of demonic energy, Ghost Lady was the first to rush out. The sudden rush of his fellow creature obviously startled Baumei K, and it was precisely during this moment of hesitation that Ghost Lady 31 flashed and appeared in front of her. Puff! The terrifying pitch-black nails, about half a foot long, instantly pierced through the white wedding dress of the furious succubus with a dazzling red color. In an instant, a strange force began to fight for the control of the body. At the same time, the furious succubus let out a howl of anger. Just about to raise my hand. Behind the ghost lady, a small figure was spinning strangely in the air, and the moment she raised her arm, it instantly leaped over. Crack! His arm was broken on the spot, and his A-rank cursed demon child ability was instantly activated. If the ability of the ghost lady is to cut and assemble the body, she is like a grotesque surgical expert. Then, A-level cursed demon child is a direct confinement on the spiritual level. Swoosh! There was no need for John to give any orders. The Amos demon catching chains in Hermione and Pansy's hands had already shot out like lightning, like a spirit snake spitting out its tongue. And furious succubus struggled and screamed. However, John now has the advantage of venue buff, personnel advantage, and the ability to take the initiative. But she was alone, so how could she have any chance of escaping? In just a blink of an eye, he was controlled by the Amos demon catching chain that was shining with golden light. Roar! Only damned exorcists like you should go to hell. You all should go to hell. Looking at the roaring, furious succubus, whose disgusting gums could be seen through the veil, John's mouth twitched. I really can't see what's in front of me. It is equal to the imaginary succubus before I traveled through time. John walked up to the other party. Harry and the others were all extremely happy because of this incredibly smooth exorcism. However, just when everyone thought that John was about to begin exorcism on the furious succubus, John's eyes were looking at the cold body lying on the stage. Perhaps it was because he had just been taken out of the morgue's cold storage by the furious succubus not long ago, and his whole body was still emitting a faint, cool, fishy smell. John placed a hand gently on the other's head. The cold touch made the hairs on the back of John's hand stand up slightly. It has been a while since he last touched a corpse. At the intersection of light and darkness, at the border of life and death, I summon you in the name of Konstantin the Exorcist, the deceased head of priests. Although your body has fallen into darkness, your soul is still blessed by the gods. Return from the endless nothingness and answer my call. As the spell was chanted, the air in the church seemed to grow heavier. The silver moonlight became brighter, as if an invisible force was slowly gathering. Under the gaze of everyone, John gently raised his hand, surrounded by holy light. Suddenly, a cold wind blew over the corpse, raising a cloud of dust. In the dust, a vague figure gradually emerged. That is the soul of the Vatican priest. His face is pale and blurry. Who? Ida Zaratsky. The soul of the deceased had not yet completely solidified, and the furious succubus, bound by Hermione and the others in front of him, suddenly let out a roar filled with extreme hatred. Feeling the increasingly terrifying demonic energy of the other party, John's mind moved, and the holy light above his head, summoned by the holy object, Eye of God, suddenly became more terrifying. The powerful holy light is like golden dye. The bricks, floors, and domes of the entire church were dyed golden. As the soul gradually solidifies, the priest called Ida Zaratsky suddenly looked very upset. There was a loud, panicked scream. Ah, devil! You evil ghost, damn woman! After a brief panic, John and his companions seemed to notice the obvious Vatican cross symbol on their clothes, and then they saw the chains tied to the furious succubus. The original panic disappeared in an instant, replaced by anger and hatred after discovering that he had been killed by the other party. Damn be ***ch. You are happy now. You have successfully ruined me. You have ruined everything for me. You know how I rose from a small assistant to a priest in a church. How much have I paid? Just because of you and those two damn kids. The two men kept arguing, and John remained silent. However, everyone around them, including Scrimgeour, who had gotten up from the ground, instantly understood the relationship between the two men. A pure girl who was trusted by the wrong person when she was young. An unstable mind. A priest who is willing to do anything to climb up the social ladder. God, how could a guy like you become a priest? Killing your own child. You are not a human being. Even an elite orator like Scrimgeour, who would rarely mix personal emotions into official duties, couldn't help but have a hint of murderous intent in his eyes. Perhaps he noticed John's hidden look and silently put down the wand in his hand. How dare a lowly country wizard comment on my holy church? Humph, I am destined to go to heaven. And you? Damn be ****ch. The smell on your body is too much like the dirty hell. Ida Zaratsky cursed the furious succubus in front of him for a while with vicious eyes. Then, suddenly, under the gaze of everyone, The spirit looked at the church dome that seemed to be penetrated by the golden holy light, and an expression of fanatical and excited yearning appeared on its face. At this moment, his body seemed to be faintly stained with a layer of gold. It actually made this guy look a little more sacred and solemn. However, Father Zaratsky, who told you that you are worthy of entering heaven? John's calm voice made Zaratsky, who was originally enjoying the warmth given to his spirit by the holy light, suddenly change his expression. Walter, aren't you the people sent by the Vatican to rescue me? What do you mean by that? His expression was filled with anger, yet also a bit of fear of the unknown. Although he said something, John was the one sent by the Vatican headquarters to save him. In fact, even during his lifetime, he had never heard of any news about such a thing, except that some priest somewhere is good at making money, or some priest somewhere has put his divine body into the body of a little girl possessed by the devil. What goes to heaven after death? Apart from the bullshit and nonsense recorded in the Bible, only those ignorant and stupid believers would believe it. Where's the heaven? John's eyes were cold, and in the latter's horrified gaze, a pair of golden angel wings suddenly spread out behind him. A voice full of sacred majesty echoed in the church. The sower of the Lord, the guide of the believers in Haworth, the wise man of the lost lambs. Ida Zaratsky. John didn't speak fast, yet every syllable was pronounced clearly. However, Father Zaratsky, who had opened his arms and was waiting to enter heaven, felt as if he was being pressed down by huge rocks. The soul instantly knelt down in front of John. Do you remember the 10 Commandments of the Lord? Worship God above all things. Do not swear falsely by calling his name. Observe the feast days. Honor your parents. Do not kill. Do not commit adultery. Do not steal. Do not bear false witness. And do not covet another person's wife. Greed for other people's property. Do you admit your guilt? John looked at the dagger in his hand, which was shining with golden light, like an angel of judgment. That sacred golden light should have caused great damage and repulsion to demons like the furious succubus. Unexpectedly, the furious succubus, who was only one step away from John, did not react at all. Instead, it was Zaratsky, who was a priest of the Vatican and was kneeling in front of John. The whole person felt as if being roasted by a scorching fire. There were bursts of piercing and unpleasant screams. I am a believer in the Lord. I should go to heaven. I should go to heaven. Lord, I am your believer. Listening to the latter's screams, Zaratsky read the Bible with deep fear. All those who knew about the crimes he committed felt it was unprecedentedly absurd. However, looking at the other party's spirit gradually rising into the sky under the cover of holy light, Hermione and other young wizards all widened their eyes. Walter? Why? How can such a be asterisk 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 D be able to go to heaven? Is God's brain full of shit? Scrimgeour, a wizard, was so angry that he started cursing. Father Zaratsky, who sensed the force that was sweeping him up into the sky, was reciting the Bible with increasing intensity and excitement. It was as if, at this moment, he was a holy fanatic of the Holy See. Roar! Furious succubus, La Llorona, roared angrily. 2 lines of black tears vaguely wet the white gauze on the opposite side's face, making Hermione and the others, who were exorcists, want to let the other party go. However, crash! Father Zaratsky, who was bathing in the holy light and almost reaching the dome of the church in the blink of an eye, suddenly felt a shadow appear above his head. The guiding holy light instantly became much smaller as it was enveloped by the shadow. He looked back in panic. What he faced was John's eyes of truth, which were shining at the moment. Murder, evil, greed. Ida Zaratsky, you are guilty of many sins. I will sentence you to hell. As soon as these words came out, Zaratsky's soul's pupils shrank in fright. No, no, you are not qualified. I am a believer of the Lord and a defender of his truth. Only the Lord can judge my guilt. You are nothing. After all, he was a priest of the Holy See. Even though Zaratsky had fallen to such a level, he still remembered the ancient traditional legends of the Holy See very clearly. Only, I really don't have the right to send you to hell, but... John suddenly made a move with his hand. The Exorcist treasure box, next to Ronald, opened instantly. A small and strange figure that looked like a Cornish elf was instantly pulled out by an invisible force with a scream. D-level evil spirit. Fright monster. A kind of existence similar to the magical creature boggart in the wizarding world. It has no lethality, but it always appears suddenly in dangerous places such as busy streets, rooftops, or stairs to scare its targets. Let the target die in an accident. It was one of the earliest low-level evil spirits captured by John. Looking at the monster that flew in front of him under John's control, with its red fangs and face bared, Zaratsky's soul was instantly distorted by fear. Came John's teasing voice. Father Zaratsky, I can't send you to hell, but that doesn't mean that evil spirits won't find you like me. Yeah. Watching the moment John's restraints were released, he suddenly rode on his face. Then, like a cow, the disgusting monster suddenly pulled his soul madly towards the bottom. Zaratsky's spirit wanted to struggle, however. With John's wings blocking the guiding holy light, he could only watch helplessly as a crack filled with blazing fire suddenly appeared on the floor below him. The indistinct howling of monsters was accompanied by a horrible smell of sulfur that even spirits could detect. Zaratsky was so frightened that he let out a desperate and miserable howl. You and I are both from the Holy See. You and I are both from the Holy See. John's eyes remained cold when he heard this. I'm sorry, Father Zaratsky. I'm afraid we are not from the same system. To scum like you, I am God. Rumbling thunder came from the sky outside the church. John's equally breaking of the commandments, I am God, seemed to have aroused the dissatisfaction of heaven. However, at this moment, as Zaratsky was completely dragged into hell, his gaze suddenly turned to the furious succubus, La Llorona, who was still in a daze. Give me your hand. Everyone seemed to realize something in an instant, and their eyes widened. Hermione and the ghost lady who had originally bound the furious succubus both untied themselves, as the soft holy light in John's hand gently pulled. Furious succubus, La Llorona's graceful figure in a pure white wedding dress suddenly began to slowly float into the soft holy light under John. Like a lost lamb entering the arms of God. The blue-gray color under the veil began to disappear, and the evil spirit on the body began to rise and dissipate. In the interweaving of light and darkness, I call upon the grace of the gods, leading lost souls to find their home, in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Chapter 100. In the interweaving of light and darkness, I call upon the grace of the gods, through the flames of hell and the stars of heaven, leading lost souls to find their home, in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. As John chanted softly, the holy light turned into rain of light, like spring rain that washed away the worldly dust, and fell on La Llorona who was floating up below. As this force permeated the opponent, the foul air began to dissipate from his body. Then, under the shining of the holy light on John, it was destroyed in an instant. I command you to loose the bonds of evil. Let the pure light wash away your sins. Let the power of compassion dispel your resentment, towards the endless light, towards eternal peace. I will send you on the road to liberation. The moment John's hand, which was shining with holy light, touched La Llorona, it is like the real power of salvation from God. Under everyone's shocked gazes, John transformed into an angel, bringing with him the furious succubus, La Llorona, who had already become a demon and should have fallen into hell. Suddenly, I penetrated the golden dome wrapped in holy light, as if I had stepped into the gate of heaven. At night, a miraculous scene occurred in the sky above the small town of Haworth. It was also seen by the Aurors from the Ministry of Magic who were on guard and on alert around the town and on the rooftops of some houses. The golden staircase that reached the sky seemed to be formed by a spiral of air currents, leading directly to the pitch-black midnight sky where no stars could be seen. It's like passing through the darkness and entering a whole new world. Under the gaze of everyone, John flapped his wings, and under the cover of the golden angel wings, a slightly thin figure with a white dress fluttering in the wind appeared. Under his protection, we passed through the golden steps and continued to rise. Waves of faint Buddhist sounds that made people unable to help but pray silently came from the depths of the golden color that was penetrated. God, what did I see? Angels? Heaven? Oh my God, I must be going crazy. That angel, could it be John Konstantin? Is everything in the Daily Prophet true? The wizards were shocked and horrified, but they couldn't help but feel their legs going weak and they wanted to kneel on the ground. Do wizards have faith? Maybe. Merlin, the god of magic, is always on the lips of wizards. But how many people really believe that Hwalen exists? This is probably not a very friendly number. John's speed was not fast. He could clearly feel that the higher he went, the more pressure and obstacles around him began to increase. It was as if the heaven was rejecting his decision, or perhaps it was dissatisfied with the arbitrary decision of a small human exorcist like him, and actually attempted to allow the devil to enter the heaven for baptism. However, does John care about this? In his eyes, the furious succubus, La Llorona at this moment is countless times purer than the sanctimonious and hypocritical priest Zaratsky. At this moment, La Llorona, who was holding his hand and flying towards the gate of heaven above the sky, could also clearly feel the resistance of being rejected. However, looking at the little figure who was still trying hard to send her to heaven, John was shrouded in holy light. The last trace of resentment in my heart also disappeared at this moment. She encountered a demon in the human world during her lifetime. But fortunately, after death, he met a truly pure angel. John pulled her higher and higher. The golden feathers spreading from the golden angel's wings, mixed with the tears flying out from under the veil of La Llorona behind her, under the illumination of the holy light, made people who saw this scene feel shocked. They all had a refreshing feeling that their souls had been redeemed. John's voice echoed in La Llorona's ears, and seemed to echo in the sky above the entire town of Haworth at this moment, and in the ears of all the murmuring teachers. It also echoes in the ears of muggles who are sleeping. I am an exorcist walking in the world. In the name of John St. Konstantin, may you transcend life and death and ascend to the sacred temple. May your soul be purified. May your pain become a thing of the past. May your resentment turn into peace. May you find peace in the arms of heaven. John threw it lightly in his hand and gave a pious blessing. La Llorona immediately felt that heaven's rejection of her disappeared in an instant and was replaced by warmth and comfort as if she had returned to her mother's arms. The body separated from John and began to fly uncontrollably towards the golden end. Tears fell from beneath the other person's veil. The veil fluttered, revealing a beautiful face that was exquisite and full of both fuchsia and Western beauty, and a pair of sapphire eyes that were now filled with gratitude. I wasn't the one who killed that family. A faint voice reached John's ears, and the latter responded with a smile, until the other party completely disappeared at the gate of heaven, murmuring in the mouth, "Go bite." Complete the Exorcist hidden achievement, God walking on earth. Description: ignore the unreasonable laws of heaven and hell. Let the evil really fall into hell, and spread the light of salvation in heaven on the lost lambs who really need it. Purify the pure-hearted succubus La Llorona and send her to heaven, and send the priest Zaratsky, who was blessed by the Lord but fell into depravity, to hell. Reward. Artifact. Sword of the Oracle Judge *1. A sudden voice sounded in my mind. John, who had just flown back to the church from the sky, couldn't help but be slightly stunned. I simply can't stand the fact that these rotten fish and shrimp in the Vatican can be led to heaven, and I feel sorry for the pure love bride who fell into hell. These are the 10 things I do according to my heart. However, it was not as if the system's hidden achievement was triggered again. Mr. Konstantin, I have to admit that Professor Dumbledore is right. I really don't know you well enough. I want to apologize to you for my previous offense. Scrimgeour had a complicated expression, but there was obviously more respect in his eyes. When John just came back, he immediately stepped forward and bowed slightly to him solemnly. John nodded. At this moment, his mind was full of the reward given to him by the system. Artifact? He couldn't help but think of the Elder Wand in Dumbledore's hand. It is also said that it is a divine weapon that fell from the hands of the god of death. At this moment, Ronald on the side was looking at the corpse, which was gradually becoming disgusting due to thawing, with a nervous look on his face. So, is our education work over? Did the devil really do this to Mr. Caradoc and his family? Everyone looked at John. When Hermione heard this question, she frowned without hesitation. How is this possible? If she really did it, John would never let her go even if he would deal with that priest. John nodded. He looked outside the church, his eyes of truth already locked onto a certain direction. Just now, when he sent La Llorona to heaven, high in the sky, with the help of the ultimate holy light, he discovered the real murderer in Haworth Town during this period. La Llorona is definitely not the murderer. I was at Mr. Caradoc's house at the time. The reason I saw her in retrospect was probably because she wanted to save the 2 children. But unfortunately, she was one step too late. A cemetery standing on a hillside in the town of Haworth. Each of them has a different shape. Some are simple stone tablets. Some have crosses or tombstones with various carvings, standing here quietly. There are no trees blocking the view around. The Haworth Cemetery, built on a small hill at the edge of the town, can be seen clearly from almost any corner of the town. And that is exactly the case. Whether it was John, the Muggle police, or wizard Aurors like Scrimgeour, when they came to investigate, they all immediately ignored this place that they could almost tell at first glance was normal. However, at this moment, the cemetery has already lost all its disguise in front of John's eye of truth. In front of a huge tombstone that looks to be at least 200 or 300 years old, John stamped his feet. Suddenly, there was a loud bang behind the tombstone, and a big hole appeared. In the tomb where the bodies were supposed to be buried, a deep and dark tunnel suddenly appeared. Scrimgeour was about to rush in, but was stopped by John with a strange look on his face. "Minister Scrimgeour, I admire your bravery, but we don't need this just yet." Speaking of, behind him, a-level ghost lady and a-level cursed demon child immediately stepped out and became the vanguard in the eyes of everyone. DBST. Scrimgeour looked at the two figures disappearing into the darkness with a complicated expression. "Mr. Konstantin, I have great faith in you and your beliefs, and I admire your character. But if you drive the devil like this and are caught by other people in the wizarding world, it will be very detrimental to you." John smiled faintly. "Mr. Minister, can you just trust me?" As he said this, he led Hermione and the others into the cave. The tunnel in the cave is not high, about 1.7 meters. There was no problem for little wizards like John, they could just walk in. But for Scrimgeour, the middle-aged, long-legged Auror, it was a little uncomfortable. Just as everyone was walking along the winding tunnel towards the inside, suddenly a sharp hissing sound came from the other end of the tunnel, accompanied by a sound like something heavy hitting. The next moment, John immediately heard a series of dense rustling sounds, as if a group of birds were approaching quickly and flapping their wings frantically. It's almost a no-brainer. Crash! As a ball of holy fire instantly blocked the tunnel like a wall of fire. A man's scream was heard by everyone in the light of the fire, along with the trembling group of bats. S-rank vampire of the Shadow of Slaughter, Count Hayworth. Origin. He was a former Lord of Havos, participated in wars, and made countless contributions. By chance, he was embraced by a vampire and became a vampire baron. And it continues to this day. Exorcism advice. Kill it directly or recycle it. Damn it. Are you guys from the church crazy? You actually came to me. The English language full of irritability and British country style roared out from the other party's mouth, and the meaning contained in it made even Scrimgeour, who was standing behind John and the others. Their complexion changed involuntarily. This guy is actually involved with the Vatican? He held the wand in one hand, on guard, but his eyes couldn't help but look towards John in front of him. No wonder Konstantin, at such a young age, with such excellent exorcism skills and talent, and the body of an angel, would rather work alone. John's reaction was normal. Those guys in the Vatican have been rotten to the core, so no matter how outrageous the things they do are, John doesn't think they are outrageous. Behind Earl Hayworth, two figures, one tall and one short, attacked again with fierce demonic energy. With John personally in charge, even though Earl Hayworth also has an S-level rating. But in the end, it only took a few moves before he was controlled by Madame Wei and cursed demon child. "You can't do this to me. This is against our agreement, you damn bastards." Let me go." Looking at the guy who was tied up by the Amos demon-catching chains and still wanted to struggle without giving up, a cold look flashed in John's eyes. Behind, Master Malfoy had long been eager to beat this guy to a pulp. He used the butt of the holy demon exorcist flame in his hand to smash down hard on the Zongzi lying on the ground. Bang, bang, bang. The butt of the gun itself had exorcist properties, and it only took a few hits to make the latter's face covered with bruises. Several vampire fangs were broken on the spot. Scrimgeour looked at the little wizards who were either offering knives or preparing to tattoo Lord Hayworth with a silver cross on the spot. His eyes twitched 10 times, as John heard the latter's shrill wails and screams. The moment he mercilessly imprinted the seal of Konstantin on this guy's body. Bite. Successfully exorcised S-level evil spirit *1. Reward. S-level exorcist treasure box *1 ding. Detected that the target was perfectly captured by the host. Reward *2. Bite. You obtained 2 S-level exorcist treasure chests outside the small town of Hayworth. The Aurors from the Ministry of Magic behind Scrimgeour were all looking at the creature tied up with chains, twitching and struggling like a loach. John stuffed a piece of rag into his mouth. Count Hayworth could only utter heart-wrenching sobs and cries, and everyone couldn't help but swallow their saliva. At this moment, Draco seemed a little unsatisfied and took out a bottle of holy water from his bag. He squatted down and looked at Earl Hayworth, who was wailing on the ground, muttering to himself, "If you dare to do anything to me while I'm riding the broom, believe me, I will pour a whole bottle of water into your anus." Woo woo woo. Horrors, what a Slytherin sense of justice. Minister Scrimgeour, I don't think you would doubt our ability to ask that this fellow be handed over to your custody? John smiled and ignored the Count Hayworth, who was almost tortured beyond recognition by several young wizards. He signed his name on the document. The teasing words made Scrimgeour, the usually serious elite Auror, twitch his lips 10 times. And John reached out for a handshake. Of course, the investigation of that damn B*** D fudge has been basically completed. I think our former minister will soon experience the most difficult time in his life in Azkaban. It's my first Christmas. As he spoke, he couldn't help but look at the bound Earl Hayworth. Mr. Konstantin, although I know you should be able to drive these demons well, but I don't recommend you to use this guy like this. There are just too many people. Scrimgeour's words were purely a friendly reminder. John was naturally well aware of this, but as he looked at the struggling Earl Hayworth, the corners of his mouth slowly curved up. Mr. Minister, if that's what you're saying, then I think you're overthinking it. I don't need the Earl to be my thug. Instead, my teacher Snape should be very happy to see such an excellent drug tester. Scrimgeour, well, it seems that I was overthinking. Duh.
If you're enjoying the story so far and want to hear the next parts, don't forget to like the video. It really helps the channel grow. And if you'd like me to continue the series, drop a comment below letting me know. Your feedback and support keep these audiobooks going strong. Thanks for listening, and I'll see you in the next one.